Yeah.
That guy, he's 76.
Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you can join us. I just told Lance, yeah, because he went to see, it looked cool. They had a lot of lights. He went to see Electric Light Orchestra last night. Where was it?
We were some of the youngest in the building.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, ELO.
Oh, there was actually the girl next to us. You know, sometimes you see situations and you go, oh, I'd like to, I wish I could just ask.
Did you get into the situation?
No.
Oh.
Well, right next to me was a situation that I would have liked to have sat down and just, if you wouldn't offend people, I would have just liked to said,
what
hey,
was
tell
the
me
situation?
Well, okay. So it's this young, as I like to say, African-American girl.
Well, okay.
Cute.
Well, she probably would prefer you said black girl, but okay.
Right. But, I'm not sure. I think it's respectful to say African-American.
Or she's just a girl, a young girl.
She's just a girl.
Yeah.
But it was this. There's a lot of layers here because you don't usually see this
at an ELO concert.
Well, at an ELO concert,
right,
first of all, although, well, anyway, if you know who ELO is, it's
an older band.
Yeah,
really good.
but really good. This
really,
guy,
really
yeah.
Good.
So anyway, a lot of hits that you would know. So she was there, probably 20, maybe 28.
All right, get to the story. What happened?
She's got her little cute T-shirt tucked into her jeans, and she knows all the songs.
Uh-huh.
All the songs, right?
My daughter would too.
My daughter went to an Air Supply concert with my wife a month ago in Austin. Next to her, the guy who was putting his arms around her, and they seemed to be, probably 61-ish, 62-ish white guy. Yeah. Now she kept looking into the stands and because there were floor tickets, we were sitting on the floor. Solis got us the tickets, and she had some friends who were there also, but she was clearly at first I was thinking, I wonder what this is. Sometimes you see stuff and you go, I wonder what this is. I would like to be able to ask this question. Like, I've got some questions for you. So what's this? How did this happen? When did you get into ELO?
He's like pointing his finger and
in a
stirring,
circle of
stirring.
Well, I was like circling her and him.
Yeah. Right.
Like when did you guys happen? Tell me about when this happened.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see that
they're just in love
with young. No, right. I mean, possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. I never saw her kiss him.
Okay.
I think she was thankful for the floor seats.
Yeah, well, maybe you can put your arm around me.
But do you ever have that situation?
You gave me floor seats, you can put your arm around me.
You ever have that situation where you see two people together and you go,
that don't match? Yeah.
Yeah, and you say, I wonder how this happened.
Yeah.
And it's not offensive.
Oh.
It's usually young and old.
Well, I saw it. As a matter of fact, we were at a gala before I came back from LA. We were at a gala, and there was a stunning young Asian woman. And escorting her was what looked like Gandalf. And I didn't have to ask the question. I knew what the answer was.
What was the answer?
The answer was he paid her to be there. Okay. I didn't have to go up, hey, how much was she? I didn't have to do that.
How much was she?
Yeah.
Is what he just said.
At what price?
How much for the
come?
little girls? How much for the wife? From Blues Brothers?
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't have to ask. I didn't, you know what? I knew what that was.
Yeah. Well, you assume that's what that was. You'd like confirmation.
Yeah. Well, no.
It's not going to be.
I didn't need confirmation.
It's not going to be love.
I just used my head.
Yeah, but was it a transaction, or is she with him? There's a man I met, the great Tom Vaughn, who I first met. I went to Texas, Oklahoma, the first year you and I were doing radio. We hadn't even been on the air for a year. And Tom Vaughn reached out to me, and I was still doing my handicapping business, Pigskin Sports, on top of doing the radio show. And he reached out and goes, he was a local lawyer and big Sooner fan. And he'd been an NFL agent for years, but it was when it wasn't lucrative. He had been Greg Pruitt's agent and all this. And it's actually how I met Alonzo Highsmith, was through Tom Vaughn. He had all these different eclectic people together. And he said, Lance, come meet me at Rio Ranch. I'll give you your $800 for the year of picks. And so that's how much I was charging for a year of picks, was $800.
Nice.
Yeah. And I said, okay. And so I got, and I didn't know who this guy was, but he heard me on the radio. And I guess he had been following me with Pigskin Sports a little bit when I did Kenny and Rich's show. Anyway, I get there and it's him, and he's drinking a glass. He's got a glass of Chardonnay. He had just come through chemotherapy treatment literally that day.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got an Asian girl with him who's in her 20s. Tom was probably, I mean, it was looked rough. I mean, he'd been through a lot.
Rough, I remember
it did look rough, but he might have, honestly, he might have been in his late 50s, and he looked probably about 68, 69, 70. And so he had this girl with him that was, that lived with them, and she was in her 20s. And so that was a situation.
Yeah.
And I never asked about that situation specifically, but and Ying was everywhere. She was everywhere. She was really nice. They got along. I never saw them affectionate per se.
No, she benefited economically from that situation.
Yeah, she had been selling shoes or something like that. And she was, and Tom was, I think, just trying to enjoy. He was fighting cancer, and I got to meet him, and he was great. And it opened this whole little door of people I met, but that was a little, and there was a couple of moments, including one plane flight where he had a jet, and he goes, "Lance, we're going to gamble in Mississippi. You coming?" I'm like, yeah. I didn't have any money back then, but yeah, I'm coming. And that's when I got on the jet, and it was me and Alonzo, and then flying back, we flew back, and then we got into he had a driver. We got into a car, and he's driving me back to my car that was at his house. And he just said some things that made me think that maybe I'm in my 20s at this point, and he's like, "Yeah, you and Ying would make a good couple together." And I'm like, "What?" And it wasn't until I was older I realized, I think that
he was trying to.
He was, and I was married at the time too. Somebody else. I think he was trying
to watch.
I think there was a situation developing.
Yeah, right.
On top of that situation,
and in other words, ELO was pretty good.
So yeah. So in other words,
ELO was pretty good. He saw the concert last.
But that's what I was saying. Your situation you just mentioned could have been a similar. Like maybe just, hey, I don't mind. I know she's not loving me, but even if she's
I'm sure
companionship and everything,
I'm certain he wasn't the only one that she had affections for.
Well, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think if you have enough money and you get to that stage of your life, you're like, I just want you to be my arm candy.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'll get a young broke gambling friend to do the things I can't do with her if he agrees.
Yeah, he never asked that, but as I got older, I realized, I think that's where this was going, because I didn't pick up on the hints back then.
Right.
So that could have.
So
could have been an interesting story in my life had I picked up on those,
which you would have never told, but at least not on a radio show.
No,
so
eventually,
what we found out is Lance went to a concert and noticed a rich guy had a young girl in his arm.
That's right.
Couldn't stop looking at that the whole time. I wonder how this is. What is this?
Solely got those seats, so you must have had really good seats because you were by the rich guy that bought the girl.
I didn't say a rich guy bought a girl.
Well,
I don't know what that situation was.
Seems like it. Like it might have been that way.
Maybe I don't know what that was. But no, the concert was. As you were asking, yes, the concert was good. The sounds was good. The light show's incredible. But that dude is old, and he can still bring it. I had watched Dodgers Mets, and we're not going to be able to avoid this.
No,
it's going to be Dodgers Yankees. I mean, somebody evil is going to win out at some point in this offseason.
Yeah. It's a shame.
It really is a shame. I mean, America loses.
The Mets can still step up. 8-0 doesn't matter because that's just one game. But
do they have enough?
We've seen that happen before.
Do the Mets have enough? I feel like we're on a crash course for evil.
Yeah, Severino just wasn't. I mean, I don't know.
That guy sucks since the Astros. Remember when he was hurt in 19 and then he came back and Severino's back. The Astros are in trouble. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. That guy has just not been he's just not been what everyone expected.
No. And we're going to have to live. I ain't going to watch a minute of it. If it's Yankees Dodgers, I'm not watching a minute.
Yeah, you are. You've watched some terrible games.
Yeah.
So far. Well, the playoffs haven't been bad. You've watched everybody. Yeah. You've watched everyone. Yeah. You'll watch Dodgers. You'll have to. You're
but
in LA.
I'm going to puke. I know whoever wins.
I
puke.
love LA.
I'm going to be rooting for the Yankees in that one. I'm rooting for the Yankees. I hate the Dodgers. I might. I mean, I can't. I don't know how could you.
Because the Dodgers think
Yankees.
The Dodgers think this is the gall of the Dodgers to think we stole a series from them when we were wrecking them. The game, the final game was in LA. The game 2 was in LA, with the home run. Like how the gall that they think we had that stolen from us. What?
You lost
what are y'all talking
games.
about?
You
couldn't hit Charlie Morton, and you couldn't get out Marwin Gonzalez at your place. Yeah. How is that cheating?
You're stupid.
The unmitigated gall. At least the Yankees can point to the fact that Jose Altuve was wearing a buzzer against them.
Oh, hey, we got beat the warehouse guy today. Okay, we got it today because I'm off tomorrow, and actually the warehouse guy and I are going to be playing in a golf tournament tomorrow, so we not going to be able to do it tomorrow. So we got beat the warehouse live guy today at 9:30. If you can play at 9:30, and you got 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes to get your picks ready. I mean, there's a lot of you that really don't do anything, right? Right? You don't do anything.
Yeah, this is a good chance for you to finally get your little shot.
Yeah. So if you're listening right now, what? You beat it. What's the matter? What's the matter with it? What are you talking about?
Oh. Not pointing at you.
It's just personal.
Oh, he's doing something personal?
Yeah. No, Dell and I asked him a question.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go. 713-780-3776. The fifth caller is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy at 9:30 today. But you have to be able to do it today. Call right now. And the fifth caller, 713-780-3776, is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. You got to pick 5 games against him. If you beat him, you got to win more games than he does. If you beat him in NFL picks, you can pick the side or you can pick the under over. If you beat him, you're going to get a limo ride and 4 tickets to a local game. So the fifth caller right now is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. How about the 7 o'clock listeners getting something? They really didn't get much out of that segment.
No, I don't think they got anything. The fact that there's still people trying to call in means people
that
stuck
they
through it and are listening.
Through that.
So I credit them for their fortitude.
No, so they should be rewarded.
I should be rewarded. I mean,
do you want to play Beat the Warehouse Live?
No, I want the listeners to play, but I should get something extra. I mean, the salary almost isn't enough for what that segment was.
That was one of the worst starts to the show.
I don't know. Look,
25 years.
Look, I started a segment a couple of days ago, mostly because Sean distracted me with some guy getting a tattoo, which is fine, whatever. It only took 4 minutes, though.
Yeah.
This was...
Well, because he went to Tom Vaughn.
Yeah, some guy. And if he would have just told a story about some hot woman being on the arm of some old guy, fine. It's fine.
But that's why I got back to the ELO concert was good.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to life.
We went back 30 years of his life.
To people no one knows, to just illustrate that hot women hang out with older guys who they have no interest in. Thank you, because those guys have money.
Yeah.
Welcome to the world.
All right, 713 ESPN 97. We got a winner. I think we got a winner.
Yeah, we do.
All right. 713-780-3776. And if you want to get in now, let's go. I mean, I don't know why you would want to get into this show, but maybe you have a story from 30 years ago that no one knows the players.
I was 6, sure. I'll tell that story about almost getting lost in the mall. I'm sure that'll comfort people. We will do better, I think. I think.
I'm not,
because he's still involved, so I'm not sure.
I'm not guaranteeing that.
I said I think. That's not a guarantee.
I do know this. I know who's going to do better for you is Houston Powder Coaters. And Robin and her people are just awesome. They're just the best. And it is something that you really need to do. I'm talking about this, when I was there, Westside Tennis Club had, 200 chairs and tables out there. They had just bought, but they sent them before they even put them out at Westside Tennis Club. They sent them to Houston Powder Coaters to have them powder coated to make sure that they last. Okay, so not only stuff that's rusting out and old, but you can bring new stuff there and make sure that it lasts. I'm not going to say forever, but I'm going to say a long, long time. Okay, because Houston Powder Coaters does an unbelievable job. Yes, it's going to cost you more than what you bought them for, but you know what? How about the lasting power of it? Okay. It's not just, and oh, by the way, metal that you buy today is not nearly as good as the metal that you bought before. So if you've got older furniture in your backyard, that metal is better than the metal that you'll buy today. So you are going to actually have a much better product after it's powder coated than if you bought something new. So look at your stuff, send a picture to Robin, and find out whether or not she can powder coat it or you need to buy new stuff. And that's what she does. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, the best. Free pickup and delivery no matter where you are. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Talk about Zadok Jewelers and how they're giving you a chance to find the coolest gifts out there. Birthday, anniversary. We already know wedding rings. They do incredible watches. The best brands from around the world, including exclusive timepieces, are there. But you can also find necklaces, pendants. You can find earrings as well, a variety of different types of earrings. And then they have some of the coolest designs, the hippest, most current designs as well, that are being done by national designers or by their in-house staff. And if there's something that you think that you'd like to see, that you'd like to design your own, they can make it for you. Zadok Jewelers can do anything you want. 28,000 square feet. They've got there's got so much to choose from, and you cannot go wrong there. You will make whoever you're buying this gift for, you will make them happy. Or maybe you're just getting something for yourself. Is Zadok Jewelers. Go to the website, take a look at everything that they have, all the different selections and collections they have at Zadok.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is interesting. This is a post by Houston Stressens. He puts out a lot of text and commenter. He puts out a lot of good information. The Texans have generated a league high 43.1% pressure rate this season, allowing opposing quarterbacks to generate a league low 67.9 passing EPA when doing so. That's really good. Okay, so they're best at the pressure, and the quarterbacks are at their worst with pressure by the Texans. The Texans have been led by Danielle Hunter, 32 pressures, and Will Anderson, 28, who rank second and seventh in pressures generated this season, respectively. They're the only team that has 25, at least two players with 25 pressures. Jordan Love has completed 18 of his 45 passes for 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions when facing pressure this season, recording a completion percentage over expected of minus 12.2% on such pass attempts, lowest in the NFL. So he's 18 of 45. He's got 2 touchdowns but 3 interceptions against pressure. The first thing about this that surprises me is that Danielle Hunter has 32 pressures.
Yeah, I'm going to actually go look at all. I'm going to go look at all the pressures, because one thing I've noticed from these are all generated through Pro Football Focus. It's a subjective.
Yeah. Do you think the NFL has the same?
Well,
has
no.
the same ranking?
Well, I'm just telling you, I'll look at pressures. Like when I look up players, and I'll be like, no one was hurried in this this play. So sometimes when you look, it's a pressure is not. Now, one of the things that the NFL does through Next Gen, unless these come from Next Gen, because you've got wearable chips, they can tell how far you are away. Once you get inside a certain distance of the quarterback, they consider it a pressure, which also, to me, you have to kind of watch it. No, I mean, I don't know if Next Gen you can get close but not really be pressuring the quarterback, but that's how Next Gen does it. And I think that's a potentially better metric than somebody just saying, oh, that's a pressure. Because what one guy thinks is a pressure, another guy would say, the quarterback was never even bothered by this. Just because you're at the top of the rush and you're near the quarterback, you're not even really factoring there. So that's why sometimes I wonder on some of that stuff. It doesn't feel like Hunter has. I mean, it definitely doesn't feel like Hunter has that high rate.
No, it doesn't. I have not seen him. It may be what you could declare pressure. I have not seen him affecting play like that, though. I don't know. Maybe it's with my human eyes. I have not seen Danielle Hunter making a huge difference as far as the quarterback play goes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Next Gen stats are, and maybe he's just getting it out in a hurry.
During the break, we'll watch them. We'll watch them all. Yeah, it's a pressure.
Yeah, but
did you think he pressured the pocket here?
No,
it's him on this side.
Yeah, I know.
He got run.
The quarterback did get rid of the ball. He did have to get rid of the ball, and it was an incomplete pass.
He did,
because
but the route
Danielle was bearing down on him. I guess that's a pressure. I guess
that's what I'm saying. Is not all pressures are built the same.
Yeah, right.
You have to. And granted, John and I are watching something together, but now that that's a pressure. He got there. It took a little bit, but they held the ball and it got there. So with Caleb Williams, Caleb Williams took a lot of pressures from the Texans.
Well, yeah, that game was all pressures. That's a pressure. Absolutely.
That is.
Absolutely.
And it's created through a twist.
Right.
He didn't beat his man. He just twisted.
Yeah. Now the Bears game, the Texans looked like the greatest rushing. They looked like the 85 Bears.
Yeah. The Bears were very worried after that game.
Yeah.
And they've gotten better.
Yes. So I can see that. I just haven't seen him having that kind of. I didn't see him in Minnesota having that kind of an effect.
No, nobody had a good game there though.
No. I don't remember this last game. I know Will Anderson was back there a bunch. I don't remember Danielle be making that big a difference.
A lot of pressures against the Bears. I'm watching this. It's like
they probably had
Darnell Wright
90 that day, and it makes the average a lot better. Buffalo, there were a lot of pressures on Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buffalo, there were a lot of pressures. And New England.
Hey, but the stats he provided are legitimate stats. I mean, EPA is expected points
added.
So basically, if you're a negative, it means you're worse than the plays you're making are worse than expected.
Right.
And that's measured against the league average of results. And so the Texans here are the Texans here are this is going to be an interesting. What's the number right now? Like 3 still?
3.
So if we were talking about things that you and I don't care for in this matchup is the secondary versus the wide receivers.
Yeah,
Not that I think
Kamari Lassiter is going to be out a few more games.
I don't think the wide receivers are great over there. I just think it's a deep pool of different types of wide receivers.
Yeah, I kind of like Christian Watson this week with his speed against
vertical.
Yeah, I do.
Depending on who he's facing.
I do. Let's get Gary in here. You want to talk about the next 3 games? Hey, Gary.
Hey, I think between Kansas City and the Texans, their next 3 games, these next 3 games for both opponents are going to be crucial, and there's going to be some separation in these next 3 games.
Yeah.
You can look at the schedule of each team. It matters not the strength, but these next 3, because we're getting to that halfway mark. And I think that'll be a big push if the Texans could come out of here 3-0 or whatever, if so. But anyway, I also said that the transition into the word random observation. I usually call in once a month or so. And like clockwork, John or Lance, not you this time, John. You great job by you, by the way. But also we would introduce a hint of observation about race or whatever. And John, I like when you said after Lance said when he went to that concert, John specifically said, "Hey, well, it didn't have to be color, black or African American, or young. It could have been just a young girl."
Right.
So I just say just like clockwork, it comes through. And I have a random observation in softball right now. My observation is I haven't seen one African American or black girl their walk-up song to be something, like Randy, something like what of the white perspective.
Where you're watching you're tied with softball?
Well, observation, like you made a random observation about the concert.
Well, no, I was just
random.
Right. I was just curious. I was legitimately curious about. You go to softball games?
Yeah. In the softball, in the softball world, as opposed to both races, the white or the African American or black girl, the walk-up songs are typically that of the black persuasion
across the board for all kids. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I don't see, and I'm like, so just a random observation, and I'm like, but you guys usually open that door once a month, or maybe more frequently, but I don't turn it on in the station but once a month. And when I see it, I'm like, oh, okay, there they go. That was a great pickup by John saying that.
Thank you.
We could just say young girl. Good job, John.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Appreciate you.
Shout out, John.
Lance, do you want
why
to?
Can't she just be a girl?
Yeah. Why does she have to have?
But maybe we shouldn't even call her a girl.
Maybe
we don't know how she identifies.
Maybe
woman. She's a grown woman.
Well, or maybe she. I don't know how she identifies.
Why don't you
know how
say
she identifies?
You're right?
One
you
human is with another human, and don't mention age.
How about adults? Just 2 adults.
There was an adult.
There we go.
A younger adult.
2 adults.
An adult that's
why do that
younger than the other adult.
Why have any identifier? Just say 2 adults, like Del said.
Well, then you had absolutely no story because it was the difference in age
that made you observe.
Right.
I'm uncomfortable with mentioning differences. I would just say 2 adults that didn't seem like typically 2 adults that would be at an ELO concert.
No, you can't say that because clearly you weren't uncomfortable with anything
because
you brought it up.
That girl really stood out from a demographic standpoint at ELO. Electric Light Orchestra, which is not like it's not a rock.
Young?
It's not some kind of hard rock.
Demographics? You mean because she was younger than everybody?
Well, yes. Okay. Number one, most 20-somethings. I mean, there was a few there, but most of them don't listen to ELO.
No, my kids like older rock too. They would know. Yeah, Monty went to Air Supply.
Well, it depends on
which really offended Art.
How influential? Yeah, it depends on how influential your parents are on your musical taste.
Free Monty.
Your musical taste. Oh, don't worry. She's first and foremost. She's Taylor Swift and Sabrina Carpenter.
I'm surprised a little bit about that fact.
Softball
thing. I would have thought that there's some Taylor Swift songs coming in.
Right? I don't know who and where Gary's making these observations. Speaking
of,
of,
he's at games. Obviously,
I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't know how many games he's watching and who he's
everyone
watching.
Walks up to like hip hop music. It doesn't matter who you are.
Sticking with music, Marty's probably too young, but the generation ahead of her had a tragedy happen yesterday.
Oh, somebody from One Direction.
My daughter
died.
called me.
Yeah, Liam Payne.
My
of One Direction dead.
Okay, so Frankie was so obsessed with One Direction. She loved Niall. I mean, and she was going to marry Niall.
Of course.
When she was 13 or so, or in that neighborhood, 12, 13.
Yep.
She was irate with us because we wouldn't move to England.
What?
No. Well, she was in the back car. I can't tell you how pissed she was because we wouldn't move to England to be closer to One Direction. Why can't we?
In real
And
life,
JT was like, yeah, no. JT was like, Frankie, what are you talking about? We're not moving to England. Yes. Why? Why can't we? Well, because we don't have any jobs
And
there.
there's no
We're not
guarantee that
citizens.
man would ever meet you.
And yes,
He's a grown man, by the way.
no, I'm telling you, Frankie was obsessed. She was so sad yesterday. She called me. She said, Dad, Liam died. And I was like,
Who?
Nielsen?
Liam Neeson?
Neeson? And
was
what?
this a particular set of skills?
And she was like, no, One Direction. I was like, oh, you know what? And I felt bad for her. She
Yeah.
was honestly, I mean,
Well, was that the one she was going to marry?
no, Niall.
Oh, okay.
No. And she was honestly, I mean, saddened. I said, well, go play some of their songs, play some of the songs in tribute to him. And she goes, it's going to make me so sad. But he was 31 years old and he fell off a balcony.
Yeah, he was. I don't know what is real and what isn't, but the reporting is that he was partying. You can take that for what that means.
I
and
mean,
he fell
honestly,
out of
I didn't
want to
say it out loud, but falling off a balcony on a hotel had partying written on it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Or Suge Knight.
Well, Suge wasn't in the building.
No.
Well, yeah, 31 years old.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's so sad.
Suge is the one who held
Got your hold of it.
Eminem
Somebody
over the
said
balcony.
you've been depressed because he gotten some crap last
There
week.
were some accusations.
Yeah, last week.
Yes.
And that they were wondering whether or not it was suicidal. But
Oh.
yeah, so that's such a shame.
That happened for my generation. It was obviously Nirvana. It was obviously Kurt Cobain
Yeah, right.
killing himself. And that was pretty.
Yep.
That was pretty shocking. Although in some ways, I guess in hindsight, not crazy shocking, but it's still shocking. I don't know if you had anybody that you liked that.
The Doors.
Oh, Morrison.
Jim Morrison.
Oh yeah, he was young.
Yeah, he was really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was crazy. Wow, that's nuts. We got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, Doc Linville is what I'm talking about now. I feel great about Doc Linville. I love what he's done for me. You're going to love what he does for you. It's especially you're young. Okay, we're just talking about being young, all those things, and you don't want to have your hair lost. And this happens, guys. Listen, look at your mom's dad and look at his hair because that's what you're going to get. Okay, and if he is bald or he has really thin hair, or bald spot or whatever, guess what's happening to you? Well, Doc Linville can help you prevent it. It's better to catch it early. It's much easier. Work on it now. Don't wait. Get it done before it's too late, because once it's completely bald, man, dude, you wasted too much time. So here's the deal. If you're starting to recede, if you're getting a bald spot, this is the time to go to 975hair.com and start the process. And Doc will tell you maybe it's just a PRP or maybe it's the wonderful Neo grafting. Whatever it is, he's awesome. 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just proving once again, I just don't see color. It's proving once again, I just don't see color.
I think I'm going to make the rest of the show about playing songs that girls in softball don't walk up to.
That's real. Well, you just hit one.
I know. That's why I played
Van
it.
Halen.
Yeah.
According to Gary,
no. Ain't no girls walking up to
No,
Van
so
Halen.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
No. Okay. All right.
To honor you not seeing color and Gary making a random
Monty
observation.
could walk up to a Van Halen. She'll listen to it when her mom does, but she doesn't say, "Hey Alexa, play Van Halen." That's never.
That
I've
is
never
okay.
heard that in the house.
So we changed.
She would never get a hit either.
I think the show may have changed the world yesterday. The new interpretation now, after the 2-minute warning timeout in either half, if the defense commits a substitution foul, 12 men or more on the field.
After 2 minutes, I like with 2 minutes to
with
go.
2
I
minutes
like
to go,
that. Yeah.
and participate in a down, officials will penalize the defense for the foul, and at the option of the offended team, reset the game clock back to the time displayed at the snap. The game clock will then restart on the next snap. If the 12th defender was attempting to exit but was still on the field at the snap and had no influence on the play, then the normal substitution penalty would be enforced with no clock adjustment. It's a good call. It's a good call. I mean, it's exactly what you had to do.
Yeah,
because you can't have Dan Lanning pull.
Yeah, he pulled it. He got away with it. It's the one time it'll happen.
Yeah.
We're good. And it goes from, I guess, simply a substitution foul to now an illegal participation type of foul where this guy's actually helping stop a play.
So do you think the NCAA was listening to the show and thought better of, I mean, honestly, this is what we said yesterday should happen.
You think our idea was so unique that they took it from
Yeah, I
us?
don't think anybody else thought of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't hear any other shows talking about it.
Well,
I didn't hear any
that's
other
true.
shows, but
yeah, it's the same. So
Well, the
Right.
show before you, did you hear them say
I
anything?
did not. I heard them talking about what's the best dog food.
It's a legitimate question.
They
Well,
do that.
depends.
What their producer, how he should date when he doesn't have any money.
there's an artisan.
Those are legitimate questions.
Yeah, and dog food is now a very artisan industry. So there are multiple. They're like fancy dog food.
No,
so
there's fancy dog
yeah.
food. Like it looks like. I mean, you get kicked out of somebody's house if they talk about your dog food in the fridge, right?
What?
This seems specific. I don't know. Is
You
that a
haven't seen that
commercial?
one?
Oh, is that a commercial?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I haven't.
Yeah,
seen
the
that
dog food's in the fridge, and the girl goes, "Dog food in the fridge? Well, it's not dog food, really. It's for it's like people food. Yeah, but in the
It's
fridge.
food
And
for-
then she's outside.
Oh, they throw her out.
It's
Throw her out.
okay for her to ask.
we don't
dog food.
want her around anyway.
It's not dog food.
By the
it's
way, she was a white girl.
food.
Ah,
Oh yeah,
Wait.
Gary
wait.
said. Well, you
I
just
didn't
lost-
notice. I just wanted everybody to know.
No, but
Well,
you just lost
ruined.
all
There
of what
goes
Gary
that.
complimented
Oh,
you
There
for.
goes
Lord.
all the goodwill you had.
What are you doing?
I don't know why
You
did
were
that.
winning the
Damn
day.
it. I was winning the game, and now I'm losing.
As far as Gary questioning your racial sensitivity, you were winning today.
I was winning.
And who was the girl who threw her out?
I just hate winning. I hate
Did
being
you see
ahead.
the race of the girl who threw her out?
It wasn't a girl. It was a guy that threw her out.
And did you see the race of him?
Yeah, he was a white guy. I was offended by the commercial.
Yeah, because
Two white people.
Yeah,
No,
with dog
Well,
food in a
I look at you two guys the same way.
in a refrigerator.
I'm offended by the show. Two white guys in there.
Two white guys talking dog food.
Yeah.
Two men and Adele.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What is that? Mito? It's probably Mito. isn't it?
Yeah, it's likely.
Hey, Mito. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
That's not me.
That's not. It's Nico. What's up, Nico?
Oh, it's Nico that we met that day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
with
remember.
the hat. Yeah, he gave you the hat.
sir.
Oh,
Yes,
he gave me
sir.
the hat.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Nico. I love your hat. Bring more up.
Hello, fellas. Hey, I got a question for y'all. They talked about this before y'all's show. They were talking about Peanuts and Snoopy. They had the question, who is more well-known, Snoopy or Snoop Dogg? They were saying Snoop Dogg just because of the Olympics, rapping, Martha Stewart. But I think it's got to be Snoopy, right?
Man, that's actually a really good question.
Snoopy's been around longer.
Snoopy.
And well, the question is,
And every kid knows.
Every-
all the
Snoopy.
kids
kids
still know
know.
Snoopy? And the
Mm.
answer is, I think they do.
They have probably watched
I think they do.
the Christmas specials at some point.
And every adult knows Snoopy.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
probably the answer actually is Snoopy.
I actually
Like, who's
went-
on more commercials? Snoop Dogg. But who do
answer is
more
Snoopy.
people know? It actually is probably Snoopy.
Would
yeah.
Marty know Snoop Dogg?
Yes.
Yeah. I went to a Snoop Dogg concert, got stoned to the bejesus, and I didn't even smoke.
When did you go to a Snoop Dogg?
He's
went
told
to
the
a
story
Snoop,
before,
yeah.
I
He
think.
has?
Yeah, I think he's secondhand. Yeah,
Secondhand.
he's told it.
Who did you go with?
Justin. With,
I was going to say,
Yeah.
every concert's with Justin.
he had front row upper in the balcony at what's it called on
House of Blues?
House of Blues, and man, all the smoke was just rising.
There's
to
no way you know who the opener was.
I don't know that there was an opener.
It had to have been.
I don't know.
It's not just
No,
everyone waits for Snoop.
we went in that bar at House of Blues, and then it came out and Snoop was Snoop was coming on.
What was your favorite song that he did?
I don't know one. Don't know one.
I thought you were going to do like me with WNBA matchups and try to figure them out. I was giving you a chance.
Oh yeah.
How about Sabrina Ionescu?
Rolling Fat is my best.
Rolling
my
Fat,
favorite.
yeah,
Rolling Fat.
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Rolling Fat,
Rolling Fat.
Yeah.
Roll 'em fat.
Oh, Roll 'em Fat.
Roll 'em
Yeah,
fat.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
I'll never forget when
Yeah.
Snoop came out with a
Rolling
Roll 'em Fat.
Rolling Fat's like what John was saying to girls in Wisconsin.
No,
Yeah.
Roll 'em.
No, I
like
know,
roll
but
them.
the initial.
Oh,
Well,
roll
you know what? It
misinterpretation.
was a double entendre, Del.
Oh.
That's why.
Roll them or roll them.
Roll 'em.
Yeah,
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah.
Roll 'em Fat
Yeah.
was
I like
right
'em. I
after
like 'em
Murder was the
Biggie.
case. It was
That's
Murder was the case, and then Roll 'em Fat.
Right.
And then, he got out of his. He
Yeah.
got out of
And
that.
don't
he's,
know any.
now he's lovable Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Oh, Snoop will sell you anything.
Yeah.
Snoop will sell you
Didn't he
soft
get
drinks.
off him? He said he's quit. He quit.
He said that to
and now
promote
he's eating
something.
gummies.
Like,
Because
Yeah.
they got a gummy.
I remember that was a thing that Snoop is quitting weed, and then it was just for him to
His
promote
edibles.
something.
He's
Yeah.
got an edible
Yeah.
company.
Yeah.
He's
So
not smoking anymore. He said.
I don't believe that.
I
either.
don't believe that for one
No,
second.
no.
It's for an edible company, but Snoop will. He's got a phone company for you.
Yeah.
He and Martha Stewart. I don't even know what they sell. I don't even know what it is that they do.
No one knows.
I think I've seen him on maybe a Gap commercial. He did the Olympics. Like Snoop literally is on to. I cannot believe I live in a world where Ice-T sells iced tea at Cane's, and Snoop is with Martha Stewart. Like this is when Peel Their Caps Back came back from an iced tea. I never thought he would go from Peel Their Caps Back in the original gangster soundtrack to, hey guys, drink the iced tea at Cane's. From me, iced tea. I didn't anticipate Sprite being a thing for Ice Cube and doing a kids like he'd be the dad and they're all driving across country and madcap hilarity ensues and problems with it was basically like Vacation, but with Ice Cube. Ice Tea, Ice Cube,
Ice-T
Snoop, just lovable, no big deal. Dre would never. He sells beats and that's it.
That's cool too.
Tupac would not. If Tupac had lived, would Tupac have been selling Fairlife milk like on this? Would Tupac have been? Is there any chance
he's not going to sell Fairlife milk?
Would Tupac have been selling, one of those copper bracelets for his elbow? For elbow
wasn't
pain?
Ice-T on SUV forever?
Oh
yeah,
SVU.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John Mulaney's
Law and
got a
Order, SVU,
hilarious. John Mulaney has a hilarious bit on that stand-up comedian where Ice-T has been working in this unit for like 24 years or whatever, and every single time, do you mean to tell me that this guy had a thing for girls and pigtails? Yes, Ice. That's exactly what I'm telling you. You work in the SVU unit. You know that this is a thing we deal with.
Oh, I love that. 24 years and he's still surprised.
Yeah, I can't believe. Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that this guy, this perv,
all right, we got to talk. We got Robert.
likes girls
Robert,
with
we got
knee
John on the other
socks?
side. We got Gil wants to get in here.
Gil's in South Korea. He's calling us from South Korea.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be a charge.
South Korea.
Wait, we got to get Gil in before
Yeah.
we take a break then. I mean, he's calling for this is the longest call we've ever had.
And maybe
I
a
think.
WhatsApp call. You never know.
Hey, what's up, Gil?
Hey, what's going on, John, Lance, Dell?
This is the other Gilbert.
This is
Yeah, the
Gil.
other Gilbert.
The
Yeah.
other
That's our boy
Gilbert.
Gil, yeah.
Yeah, but he likes to refer to himself as Gil.
Well, it's better than anyway, Gilbert. He doesn't want
Yeah.
that.
No, we would have never gone to him.
Yeah, we would have made him wait. Yeah.
What's up, Gil?
Oh, not much, man. Just listening to you guys from South Korea.
What time is it there?
9:47 p.m.
9:47
hours ahead.
p.m.
Ooh.
Wow,
Yeah.
14 hours difference.
Yo.
You're a long way away.
A long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just had a few beers at dinner. Ready to go to bed, probably.
Are you disgusted with the show so far?
Yeah, it's gone off the rails already, so I might as well call in for.
Well, it's a holiday
it's a holiday show.
Well,
Holiday
it's
show,
John's Friday. It's kind of like John's
This is
Friday.
my Friday because
his
I'm not.
Friday.
Yeah.
We got I've got a big important event tomorrow. Golf.
That is important.
Yeah, very important.
No, I told Lance I'd call in from when I saw him at the guys' party. So
how's
Well, you sound tired. You don't have to call
He's
in
been
right
drinking
now.
too much.
no, man, it's a small little town. Nobody really speaks English. It's really tough to order food or really get around. So
just point
southwest of Busan.
Yep, I've been there.
No.
That is tough over
yeah,
there.
Yeah.
Can't
No,
get service there.
I've been to Opuntong and or whatever he said.
What did you call it?
What did you say? Where are you, Gilbert?
He said just
Busan?
south of Busan. What did you say?
No, he called. What's the name of the town?
Okpodong.
Yeah, that's what I said. Off Podung. And I was there, and it's like you can't even.
You speak the language?
I do not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And you don't either.
Google
no,
Translate
no.
is my friend.
They're like, look at the big white guy.
He's not. Well, is he white?
No.
Gilbert?
Close enough.
Yeah, he's not white.
Fuentes?
Oh no.
What are you talking about?
Who do
white?
you think we're
He looks
talking
like
to?
a white guy?
Who are you? Who do you think you're talking to exactly?
You arm wrestled
here?
his
You
brother.
arm wrestled my brother.
Did his brother look
Did
white?
his brother look white, bro?
Oh, I was thinking of the other Gilbert. The guy who always says I'm the other Gilbert.
This
This
the
is
other
him.
Gilbert. You arm wrestled
You
his
think
brother.
that guy's white?
Yeah.
No.
Bro, what is wrong? You think Yao Ming is white? You told us that before. Yao Ming is white.
Yeah.
Yao Ming's not a
he's
white. No one would say, "Look at that big white guy." If people won't say, "Look at this white guy," then you're not white.
Yeah, you're.
I mean,
you're,
Gary wouldn't say that because he doesn't see race. But
well,
Obviously.
I don't see race either. You're just
Maybe
you're
that's
just
why-
a light guy
You know what?
or you're
John
a dark
just-
guy. That's
John
all. That's all.
You
You only
start
see
describing
color.
You
That's
should,
all.
You should start describing people. Oh, the dark guy over there. You should start doing
oh,
that.
that'll go great.
Wait a minute. No. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I always thought it Gilbert just as
Who
just a
who
white
did
guy.
you think you were? I don't even know where to go with this. And
Yeah.
and Gilbert tried to close enough.
Yeah,
I just don't want to.
sure.
I just don't want
I
to
don't wanna
deal with this
engage.
today.
So
You arm wrestled his
are
brother.
you when you put down on are you Caucasian? Are you
Well, actually, when it
Are
comes
you
to
black?
that, this is the
Are
weird thing: is
you
he has
Mexican?
to he has to put white, and
Hispanic?
White.
then when you do the ethnicity, you
It's
say
Hispanic.
Latino. Yeah.
Latino. Yeah. So
You have to click
That's-
white and
okay.
Latino, which is
if he clicks white first, guess what?
our system is fundamentally broken where you have to do white and then because in no world would Gil run around saying, yeah, look at me. I'm just another white guy.
Apparently, the government's just like me. He's a white guy.
Yeah.
And he just happens to be
And
Hispanic.
honestly, this actually does prove that John doesn't really know or see race. He's
don't.
just like, I just thought he was just some white guy.
I'm glad I'm able to help with that.
Yeah.
You're welcome, John.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So
Well,
thanks for calling
thanks for
in.
doing
All
that.
right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah,
bringing the
absolutely.
energy this morning.
Hopefully, I'm the longest.
Bye,
I'm the
Gilbert.
longest. This is-
Thanks for bringing the
Yeah, appreciate you. Enjoy South Korea. Hopefully you get to eat and drink and
Move
communicate
around.
to people. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like he's got a lot of
It
things.
sounds like he had a long day.
Yeah,
He's tired.
it's 10 o'clock there. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's tired.
Had a
Probably
couple beers.
depressed. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like he
Did
has
they have
anyone to
Coors
talk
Light
to.
there? I wanted to know.
No, they're not going to have Coors Lights.
They have Coors Light,
Oh,
so-
Pudong.
Time to talk underdog.
Good. Time to talk. You know what he does have there is Underdog. Because if you have the internet, you've got the Underdog Fantasy app. And that's what we're talking about here. Get that app. This is so easy. And I'm going to give you an example of how much more fun your world, your life is about to be. Go to underdogfantasy.com or just go to your app store on your phone. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make that deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. This gives you a chance on the cash pick'em for you to take a look at all these different statistics in every sport, really, and just say, no, I think that's going to be higher. I think it's going to be lower, higher, lower, higher, lower. You pick anywhere between 2 and 8 typically. On some of them, if you use the boosters, the profit boosters, you pick 3. But you got a chance to win real money and a lot of money If you know what you're doing with being able to pick higher or lower on these statistics, you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Hey, time for me right now to talk about my peeps over at Hoops. It's ProDunk now. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. Keith Tate's been doing it forever, but what he's been doing is bringing us the best basket that's ever existed. I'm surprised they don't have the Pro Dunk in the NBA. I don't know what kind of goals they use. I don't know what it is, but I do know this: the best driveway goal is the Pro Dunk goal. Raise and lower the goal. I don't think the NBA needs to lower the goal per se, but your kids do. If they want to play like NBA players, Dad, they love it. And oh, by the way, it's just a push of a button now. Zzz, up and down, up and down. Now, of course, their kids are going to want to play with that all day long, but you know what? You don't have to worry about it. It's so technologically perfect that the kids can go up and down with it all day long. They can hang on the rim all day long. The stanchion will never rust. The tempered glass backboard not going to break. It's the perfect goal. And your kids want the perfect goal. Your wife wants the perfect goal. You want the perfect goal because you want the kids outside playing. All of it makes a perfect outdoor basket for your family. Get the best installation. Get it all from the place that's been doing it for the longest. Keith Tate's been doing this forever. Does it around the world. Sends them around the world. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I've got breaking news, Del.
What? Wait a minute. We got breaking news.
It came out yesterday.
It's not breaking then. If it came
Well,
out
it came out
yesterday.
2 days ago.
Well, then that's not called breaking.
But it's breaking on this show.
Okay.
And it was an article on SportsMat.
Okay. What was it?
A growing Houston restaurant group is ready to unveil its latest creation. Located in former commercial trucking station of the Sawyer Yards campus, 1501 Silver Street, the new restaurant is an evolution of Maven Coffee and Cocktails, the beverage-focused concept created by Lance McCullers and his business partners. It's going to be called Maven at Sawyer Yards. So this is a growing Houston restaurant group. Okay. Currently, Maven operates coffee shops and cocktail bars. But the new Sawyer, it says, at Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and Thompson Hotel, already 3 spots. But the new Sawyer Yards location is an all-day restaurant that opens at 7 a.m. for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The opening of Maven at Sawyer Yards, the brand's 4th outpost in less than 16 months, is a testament to the demand for quality-driven, handcrafted food and beverage experiences. president of Rex Hospitality Group, said, "We envision our Sawyer Yards location as a neighborhood destination that lends itself to both daytime and nighttime experiences." So what I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to see if I can get a quote from Lance in here, but Lance McCullers may not be doing, he did say, "We're looking forward to Silver Street being an expanded Maven, very welcoming, approachable food, a place where people don't really know why, but they feel like that's their spot." That's so kind of a weird sentence, but I don't know why, but this is my spot.
I really like this.
Well, I want to be able to put my finger on it, but so Lance McCullers may have a lot of arm issues, but this guy's starting to crank it up in the world of coffee, cocktails, and now food.
Mm-hmm.
He started off with coffee. That was the entree. Then he switched to cocktails, and now he's saying, okay, food. I've already thrown 27 straight curveballs. That's already checked off my 27 curveballs in a World Series. Check. Pitching a game 7 in a World Series. Check. 3 hit by pitch, whatever. I can dunk. Has dunked a basketball. Check.
Opened up
multiple hair types that all work for him. Check. His hair game is sweet.
His hair game is strong.
He has a strong charity for dogs for rescue. So he's got his charity game up. He does all kinds of socially. You'll see he and his wife out. Good looking couple. So the social scene in Houston, check.
They do Christian nights at the ballpark too.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, also had an MMA podcast with Carlos Correa.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been a podcast guy. Like, he's done so much more than you. You're in a Hall of Fame. Is he going to get into the Hall of Fame?
Oh yeah,
because now he's doing coffee, cocktails, and food.
The Hall of Fame of what?
I don't.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Probably not baseball,
the coffee/restaurant.
Should
Hall of Fame.
we start a Houston Hall of Fame on this show? I mean, the Radio Hall of Fame was just started by some Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Why can't we start a Houston Hall of Fame here?
I don't see any Hall of Fame. You know how
Would you put
Patty
Rich Lord
Smith
in it?
did that? The walk of the
well, they do the Texas Sports.
The Sports Hall of Fame.
Maybe he gets in there.
It's the Houston.
Yeah, the Houston Sport. Maybe he gets in there.
He's not getting in there.
Okay.
You think you have to pitch more than that? Now, if there's a coffee/restaurant Hall of Fame, he might get into that.
Still got a little ways to go, probably.
Yeah.
If we did a Houston Hall of Fame, Tillman's in. Tillman Fertitta's in.
Yeah.
Mattress Mac is in. I'm putting Bun B in, although some would argue he's from Port Arthur. We're putting him in this one.
Well, he spent most of his time here.
I'm going to put
Mac's not from here, but he made his name here.
Wait, where is he even from?
Tillman's not from here.
He's from Galveston.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are Hall of Famers. I would think.
Cynthia Kepler. No.
Bob
McNair,
McNair. Bob
too much
McNair's a
sports.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he brought it back.
Football back here.
I would make Dave Ward a Hall of Famer.
Dave Ward's a Hall of Famer. Gilbert is a Hall of Famer.
Gilbert's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. I would say Charlie Palillo.
Charlie Palillo is he should be. Is Charlie Palillo in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame? I don't know that.
I actually don't have any idea.
I don't know.
You know what? No, Charlie can't be in a Hall of Fame because this isn't Radio Hall of Fame. He just doesn't do he only does radio, but does he do coffee?
Or
cocktails?
Sheila Jackson Lee is in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's in the Hall. James Harden is in the Hall of Fame.
He's not in the Hall of Fame I want to be in.
Well, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Strip Club Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, that kind of puts him in.
He's got his jersey hanging, doesn't he?
A lot of turkey leg hut stuff.
Yeah.
He hadn't been here as long as you think, so it'd be hard. Akeem Olajuwon we'll put him on our Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Bum Phillips.
Bum Phillips is
going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And
what about the hand doctor?
Huh?
What about that hand doctor? Daddy's baby girl. What about that guy?
No, I don't think he's
all right. He's not in there.
Bags is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Bags would be in the Houston Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd have to. I mean,
Jim Crane needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
He's still got a ways to go. I mean, okay, 4 World Series appearances and 2 wins. That's great. But let's see what you do with contracts this offseason.
You got to wait on that?
Yeah.
We can't put him in already?
No, we're gonna have to wait on that. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a wide open thing. Like probably DeBakey,
Well,
that guy DeBakey is
yes.
probably
Oh,
in, right, with the
yeah,
heart
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's alive anymore.
Cullens, they're in the Hall of Fame, the Houston Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whoever.
the Cullen.
Somebody from Rice is in. We'll put Berkman in. That's fine.
Berkman goes in.
They got to have somebody, either him or Jose Cruz Jr.
Mm-hmm.
or Wayne Graham. Maybe we'll put Wayne in, but Wayne, yeah.
Calvin Sampson's getting close to the Hall of Fame. Got the best. Relatively speaking,
We're doing a lot of sports, but
yes. Relatively speaking, though,
are you putting Beyonce in the Houston Hall of Fame? She's been out of here for a long time.
No,
I don't know.
Though.
She's out.
No. So, relatively speaking, does Calvin Sampson have the best team in this city relative to his sport?
Well, you're going. Yes, if you use, I don't know about this year, but if you use over the past several, I would say it's at Astros first, and then Kelvin
Right
second.
Right now,
I mean, I don't know how I can put them ahead of the Texans.
the Texans are a top 5 team. The Cougs are a top 2 team.
I don't know if they are or not. We have to see. They haven't.
Well,
started.
the AP's got them 4th.
Okay,
But
I need to see him play.
Ken Palm has them 1st in the country, and Ken Palm I trust more than the AP.
I just don't know. I haven't seen him play at all this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know
they
what they're
picked
dealing
up
with.
the guy who can allegedly shoot and make baskets.
I don't know. Remember, we looked at him and shooting was a problem.
No, that's right.
Remember, they said his weakness was shooting, but he was a good defender.
Oh gosh, that's
we
right.
assumed he could shoot.
Yeah,
because he was a 5-star.
Never mind.
We read a scouting report that said shooting from distance can be a real problem, but he defends hard and is a two-way player. Like, oh, this is Kelvin. You thought Kelvin was going to go get a shooter who didn't defend? Get out of here.
Well,
shooters who defend are going to like Duke.
No, they come here. We need them here.
Not shooters.
Yeah. Oh, we had Grimes. He could shoot.
Shooters don't go here.
Went to the NBA shooting.
We have shooters here.
Yeah, we had one. Remember?
Stop it.
Quentin Grimes, he could shoot. Stop already that he don't
shoot
get no
far.
shooting.
Was he a high volume?
He went to Kansas first.
Yeah, but he
was
came
a shooter.
here.
Yeah, but initially he was like, I'm a shooter. I'm going to Kansas. There's no spot for me here. And then he came back. All
right, there's a spot for Craig to surf here.
Yeah, there are. I'm looking right now before I get to Craig. And he was from Quentin Grimes.
The Woodlands.
Oh, you know what? He did shoot 30. He did shoot from 3. He did one year shoot 40%. That's I mean, the other ones were 34 and 32. Yeah. But he did have a 40% year.
Which was his 40% year?
His last year.
His last year? Okay.
Craig DeSurf never, I'll just tell you now, I've never seen Craig DeSurf play basketball, but I can almost guarantee he can't shoot from 3. Too bulky. Guy was a former bodybuilder who still is probably not afraid to get down on the ground and do some push-ups, maybe even some handstands. I've never seen that either, but I know that if you tell him, hey, this is what I want you to do, it will make me happy, he'll say, fine, I'll do it. If this will make you happy. But he understands you probably just want to have a great price for your vehicle. You want a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. He knows that 0% financing would mean more to you than some push-ups. The good people at Angleton treat you so well. It's such a family atmosphere over there that when you walk in, you have the advantage of knowing that you're not going to be hassled. You're not going to be hustled. There's no high pressure sales tactics. It's just simply an opportunity for you to go get the very best offer you can with the best trade-in value for whatever you've got. And whether you want to lease or purchase, they'll help you find what's right for you. And, depending on what's the cost per month, what's the total value, what has the best trade-in value, what is the best, short mileage lease that I can get to make it the most cost efficient. Whatever your particular needs are, they can help you find what you want. And if you don't want to buy that day, you're not going to get pressured at all. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Go to the website, GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com, or just head out to Angleton, about 42 minutes from downtown, and experience unbelievable sales satisfaction. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
All right, time to talk about mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for a great way to make some money. You know what's going on in the games, right? You know ball. Okay. So if you know ball and you want to bet on it, you want to put your money where your mouth is. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Double up your deposit. If you're going back, if you've been on MyBookie and you make a deposit, make sure that you put in the promo code BET975 so you get that double bonus right there. Depends on how much you put in, though. You can't put in like $4 million and they'll double that. It's just not happening. What you have to do, though, is you play. And the more you play, you go into MyBookie Plus, and then you get giveaways and all kinds of great stuff. The higher the tier you're in, by the more you play. You also got today's Thursday, and you got the free Thursday bet. So let's go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. They give you a free bet. They get all kinds of great stuff. The way to go about this thing, if you're looking for a great place to play, win, and get paid, MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No John Chill today, though. 9 o'clock. He's got the office. The flu hit the office. That sucks when the flu hits the office, and everybody gets sick. That stinks.
Did you say there was a big line move with Texas, Georgia? Went from 3.5 to 5.
Wow, everybody's jumping on that.
Jump
Texas.
right past forward. So I had a friend of mine who said, "Hey, do you know why this line jumped like this?" I said, "Let me check with 5-Star," because he knows. He's in Vegas. He knows a lot of the sportsbook operators. And I texted him, and about 6 minutes later, he texted back a quote from one guy. He said, "Whale bets like it's a big steam bet for some of the money, some of the sharps." And then I guess Texas Isaiah Bond is coming back and is going to play at wide receiver. And then he said one of Georgia's defenders, I have to see who it is not going to play. So they believe that's what drove the money. I don't know. I gotta see.
It's the most obvious infraction at Georgia. He had some kind of incident in a vehicle.
Oh, you mean whoever it was?
Yeah, whoever it was. Wow. So 5. That's interesting. Let's get Underrated Mess in here. He wants to talk about the Astros. Hey, Underrated Mess. You there? Underrated Mess? Yeah, going once, twice, sold.
Yeah. Fellas, good morning.
Oh,
hey, how we doing?
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to get something off my chest about the Astros. I think all of the legit fans that have been riding with this team forever, that kind of have their pulse on the situation, kind of understand what's going on. Started with AJ, it's ended with AJ. And now I see him drop this cryptic thing on the gram about these terrible brick red jerseys that they're going to bring back. So kind of just lays it all down that Baggy wants those jerseys and just run this team into the ground. That's all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, those jerseys probably are going to be the Connect jerseys, the City Connect jerseys this year.
Yeah, they're done with the Space City.
Yeah, so they need a
I like
replacement.
them, though, but I think a lot of people did.
They sold them.
They
Plenty
sold
of
them.
yeah.
There was a lot of people at the ballpark with those
Brick
jerseys.
red can't score a run, Astros?
Mm.
Choke in the playoff, brick red?
Mm.
Swing it outside sliders that are in the dirt?
Oh, we
Clay
do.
brick red?
Kyle
Jeremy,
We
Tucker,
still have some of it.
Jeremy Payne, you don't do that?
We
he
still have some
he
of
doesn't
it.
need new jerseys for that. He's got that locked down.
Man.
Well,
Every Monday. It'll just be Mondays,
Who
Lance.
cares? We're just
Smail Munden.
win games. I don't care what you're wearing.
The all SEC linebacker Smail Munden is still hurt, and he's not expected to play against Texas now.
No,
he's
he
out.
wasn't driving, and
He's out. No.
okay,
It was nothing to
I
do
don't
with
believe
driving.
you. I think he had some kind of an infraction,
Nothing to do with driving.
some kind of vehicle incident. How about this?
I can tell you this.
This is in your Houston Chronicle this morning. When the Jets fired Saleh last week, it became easy to wonder if they'd be interested if he'd be interested in helping D'Amico Ryans when the two play on Halloween. And Nick Caserio was like, "Hey, it's America. We live in America, right?"
Well, Nick came from New England, which is Bill Belichick would always pick up players who were cut from other teams for 1 week. why not do Robert Saleh?
You think the Texans will employ him for that week
No, you just get on the phone.
to coach?
You get on the phone. He's
Yeah,
got a check
but-
coming.
Give me a little something.
He's got a check
I'll help
coming.
you out.
No, I
Does
doubt it.
anybody know?
I think he'd like to see the Jets lose.
I think he would.
I
too.
think that's his payment. I'd love to see the Jets get their ass kicked.
I think so too. And no one knows the intricacies of the Jets quite like Robert Saleh. I mean, he's going to be able to tell you in every formation what they're doing. Maybe he should be up in the press box during the game on the headsets. Oh my God!
I wonder what the rules on that would be.
Oh, we hired him
Mid-season? I've never seen that happen before.
Well, we hire players who are cut.
Yeah,
can't
but
we
I
hire
wonder
a
if
coach
there's
who's
I
cut?
wonder if there's something in a contract that wouldn't allow for that.
I don't know. Is there?
I mean, he could get on a
May-
phone call and do whatever he wanted, and there's nothing they could do about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Would D'Amico do that? I don't think D'Amico would ask to do that. I think Saleh would have to reach out. I don't think D'Amico would say, "Hey, can you help us beat your team?" That's probably
I don't know.
a step.
They know each other pretty well. And
They
if
do.
he knows he's pissed at him.
Yeah, but I think D'Amico is like, if Saleh reached out, if Saleh really wants to get back to the Jets, Saleh reaches out to D'Amico and like, "Hey, I'm here for you guys. If you need, I'd love to give you some insight if you need some insight." And if you're D'Amico, you say absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that seems like in poor form for him to reach out to a coach who's been fired and trying to, because Robert Saleh also had hired Jeff Ulbrich, the defense coordinator, who's now, who's now the head coach. I mean, and they're friends. He's got friends on that staff that he hired, so it might be a weird thing for him. But if he wants to text D'Amico and say, "Hey, what's up? Meek, what's up?" I assume he calls him Meek, or he probably calls him Miko. Miko, what's up? Hey, I know a guy who knows a lot about the Jets. Let me know if you want me to connect the two of you.
Yeah.
If you're D'Amico, you say absolutely. Let's get on the phone. How you doing, man? Is everything good? If I'm D'Amico, as soon as he was fired, I would have reached out to him and said, "Hey, man, I think they did you dirty. Blah blah blah. If you ever need anything, let me know."
In NFL circles, that offense is not that difficult to pick up anyway.
I don't know.
Really,
they don't even run motion.
they don't run motion. I mean, it's like, what? I mean,
No, but you want the defensive alignment stuff.
yeah.
You want Saleh sitting in with Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby and CJ.
Here's what they do. Did you see Mike Tomlin's quote this week? He goes, "Hey, last week I had to get ready for Devontae Adams. And this week I have to get ready for Devontae Adams."
Well, Devontae didn't play last week.
Yeah. The Steelers played the Raiders last week. And then now they're playing the Jets this week. He's like, "Hey."
Well, Mike Tomlin should have known better. Devontae was never going to play for the Raiders. He
Yeah,
should have known.
he should.
You wasted your time.
He
Not that it
might
mattered.
not have been wasting his time.
Yeah.
He's just making it funny.
Yeah. Well,
He was just joking with everybody.
yeah. Well,
He's
we'll
a
see
funny
him.
guy like that.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin has
A humorous individual. Well, he'll be preparing for him. Oddly enough, the hamstring, not a problem.
Boy,
Devontae Adams out there.
Yeah. Yeah. No. And if I'm the Raiders, I'm like,
Well, they knew he wasn't hurt.
oh, that's just awful though. That's just terrible.
I need to know what's
They
going on.
paid
with
him for
this.
those games.
That's true.
They paid him for those games. That's fraud. That is fraud.
What is more fraudulent? What Devontae Adams did, or eyelids for kids?
Or what?
Or eyelids for kids? Which one is more fraudulent?
That's about the same.
Oh,
Or what else is fraudulent? Lane Kiffin having defensive lineman dive. That's fraudulent.
you can't judge whether that guy's hamstring
It should be
is tight or
prosecuted.
not. You want to put guys
I
in
want to
jail
prosecute him. Yes. Yes.
because they did it against your Tigers.
Yeah, we won.
Yeah, what are you worried
Beat
about?
them anyway.
Yeah.
Do we
You know who's winning?
Speaking of Tomlin, by the way, some of you may not have seen this. And okay, so apparently, after it was announced that Russell Wilson was getting starters reps with the
First
starters,
game, right?
Deshaun Elliott, who's on the Pittsburgh Steelers, had a meme and it said Osama bin Tomlin,
Yeah.
and it's Mike Tomlin in
Yeah.
a full headdress, and everyone's like, "What? What? This wouldn't be appropriate if you played for the Ravens,
Yeah.
or you played for the Bengals or the Browns, and you're actually on. He's your head coach. The only person with the
What
gall
did
to
he
do
have-
something
how
like
did
that
he
would be
explain it?
Steven Nelson. Well, I'm going to read it to you in real time. Let's
Osama
see,
bin
because
Tama.
I'm curious.
I always
what
call
he
him
said.
Osama James Harden.
Elliott
Yeah,
has
you have
quietly
done
become a
that
key player on the
several
Steelers'
times.
star-studded defense, consistently delivering big tackles, showing blah 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 blah. Deshaun Elliott with an interesting post on IG.
Right.
Is Osama
All right,
bin
we got
Tama.
to break. We'll do this on the other side. What we're going to do right
He's really him. Been him for 20 years. Elliott replied to one fan who thought the post was a direct shot at Tomlin.
now. Wow.
And so I guess he meant that as he said, I'm so confused on what fans are talking about. I just thought the pick was funny. Okay, Deshaun. Mac Brown will say, we don't do this at University of Texas. We don't compare your head coach to a terrorist. We just don't do it.
We got to break.
Taliban's no joking matter, Deshaun.
We will talk more about it on the other side. Right now, though, hey, yesterday I had lunch with Kent Jones. I'm telling you, he had a couple. Okay, so this couple has a family member that is a mortgage person. You know who they're going with? Kent Jones. You know why? Because Kent Jones is doing a better job for them, saving them more money. And it's like you will save money over the length of the contract or the length of the mortgage, but you're saving, I mean, literally thousands of dollars at signing. Now, if you're a real estate agent here, do you want to do best for your client? You're out there right now. You're a real estate agent. Get them the best mortgage for your client that you can get. You know where you do that? The Ultimate Mortgage Hookup, Dream Rate. He will hook them up with the best that he can possibly do. And this dude has done 1,400 career closings. All right, more than that. He has been doing it for 30 years. He knows everything about it. He was saying stuff yesterday that went way over my head. He knows so much about this stuff that it's just ridiculous not to get a broker. You have to get a broker. And this broker is local. This broker is going to put the time in. This broker is going to give you the personalized attention that you're not going to get when you go with some of these other services. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, no. First Van Jalen, then Skinnerd. Van Halen, I think he meant, right? Van Halen, then Skinner. Della's killing it this morning.
Well,
now you got.
This is more Skinner.
Yeah.
I said.
Why are you?
Tell people why you're doing this.
There.
No, I told you because Gary called in, and his random observation is that white or black or whatever race, softball players do not walk up, or they generally walk up to what you consider hip hop, rap.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm playing songs that softball players wouldn't walk up to.
That's the theme this morning.
Very specific theme.
That's the theme. So if you're hearing music you like, just realize you couldn't be a softball player.
Or if you're hearing music you don't like, then you might be a girl softball player.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Or at least you have the same taste as a girl softball player.
Yeah.
The Allen brothers, Marvin Zindler, Clay Walker, Mac Brown on a mobile, all Hall of Famers.
The Allen brothers.
I don't know which Allen brothers.
Who are the Allen brothers?
I don't know.
All of those are
Lima Time, Houston Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think you have to put them in posthumously.
Yeah.
Did you say Clay Walker?
Clay Walker. I mean, he made the greatest song ever. Yeah. It's a banger to this day.
What about the guy with the oxygen tank that made All Systems Go?
All Systems Go, yeah, but we don't know his name.
Yeah.
Oxygen tank guy.
Oh, I just want to point out everyone begging for All Systems Go. It got played, and what happened to the team?
Yeah.
Hey, play
but it wasn't played throughout the year.
Well, but you kept trying to hold it. Overcome Gilbert.
You kept trying to hold it.
Gilbert. And the minute it got they were one of the best teams in baseball during the year from April plus on or May plus on. And then when I played it for the playoffs, 0-2 because Struble and Scrooble, whatever the hell John said.
No, that ain't it. It was Gilbert.
I'm not blaming you for it.
You can't overcome Gilbert.
What I'm saying is they got to taste.
You think your powers are greater? You're a DC. He's a Marvel.
They gotta taste the Struble, and that was the end of that. So play the song, not play the song. It doesn't matter, everybody. Kyle Tucker still can't hit in the playoffs.
Are the Lakers a serious organization?
They're not a serious organization. They have Bronny on their team.
They're not serious people, according to DeMarcus Cousins, who won a championship with the Lakers. Remember when he won his ring in the bubble?
DeMarcus Cousins has things to say.
DeMarcus Cousins won a championship. He was on Run It Back podcast, FanDuel TV, and he was asked about Bronny James. And this is what he said. I think this is pretty fair. He said, I don't really think the Lakers are serious anymore. I love everything it stands for, the father and the son playing together. I think what Bron is doing with his legacy and as a businessman and everything that comes with it, I think it's a beautiful thing. It's really, really dope. But as far as the Lakers actually competing, I don't know. I take that drafting Bronny as a sign that they are not really serious. They had a lot of concerns last year that weren't really addressed. Now, I think that they prioritized Bronny in a way, but let's be real. He's a second-round pick. So I don't know that one has
late
anything.
In the second round.
Yeah, I don't know that one has anything to do with the other. Do you? Like, I get people saying this is like you make this, you center this and prioritize this. LeBron playing with Bronny. Yeah, it's a cute little story and father and son playing together, and it's cool and everything. It's not going to have any impact on the Lakers being good, but it's also not going to have any impact on them not being good. I mean, he's a late second round pick. Look, it was a gimmick draft, is what it is. He's playing, at least right now, that's what it looks like.
Do you want
He's been terrible so far in the preseason. He was terrible in the summer league.
Well, DeMarcus Cousins, his point is, should you do anything that's gimmicky if you're serious about winning?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a fair question. I don't think drafting Bronny has anything to do with the Lakers. I mean, the Lakers offseason was like the Cowboys offseason. You got people saying that they want to go all in and they're serious and all that, but what did they actually
do? Well, they were up against the cap. I mean, you need a trade partner to get better. Yeah, they need a trade partner to get better, and they didn't have one that at least that would make sense for them. The Cowboys just decided they weren't going to make moves.
They've let LeBron and Rich Paul run that team.
Yeah,
started with Anthony Davis, and then it went
Jets
to
the Rockets let James Harden run the team.
That's always a disaster. When does it work?
It's the worst.
It never works. Into one team that wouldn't let a guy run it.
Well, LeBron could say, "Wait a minute, we won a title with me running the team."
And what were the Lakers before he got there? The immediate before they were listless. Excuse me. The Lakers had no direction.
Yeah.
Well, now they've made the Anthony Davis move, which fine. He's been hurt some. He plays well some. That's fine. And they did win that bubble title, if that's really what you want to hang your hat on. But then they are struggling to even get to the playoffs now, to get into the play-in games.
Okay, so
now, they did get to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years ago.
So what is
out of a play-in situation?
What can you get the Lakers at this year on win total?
44.5.
Lower. What can you get Golden State at win total?
43.5.
Lower. What can you get Houston at win total?
43.5.
Lower.
I saw 43.5 yesterday.
I see, but you can get them at 42.5. You can get Golden State at 42.5, and you get the Lakers at 42.5.
Didn't the Rockets win 42 last year?
No, they won 41.
41.
So
Just
their
a game and a
improvement's
half
going to
better?
be 2 games?
I'm telling you, this is the best buy in basketball. Rockets over.
I think so, too. Although I was going over every team in the West and realized, man, it's so loaded.
It's going to be hard.
It is not.
Yeah, but why can't they be Sacramento this year?
Well, they can. And I think they will be.
Yeah.
I think Coach of the Year is going to be Ime Udoka. I think the Rockets finish inside the top 6. I think the Rockets win closer to 48 games.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. But
I think, there were a
wrong.
lot of games they threw away last year.
Uh-huh.
They really did. And maybe
more games they threw away than pulled out of the fire, for sure.
Yep. And yeah, and I think they you know what, Ime's in his second year is going to get them to
see. I don't think we're going to see those prolonged losing streaks anymore. I think those are over. I think you may have a 4-game losing streak, but I don't think you're going to see them. Rockets are losers of 8 of their last 9. I just think the defense is so much better. The athleticism, the length, the energy, the discipline's better. I think the Rockets are in position. I really feel super, super positive about the Rockets. I think one more good offseason and the Rockets are potentially competing for titles in the West for multiple years if they play the cards right. And if guys improve at the rate they're supposed to.
My daughter's favorite Twitch comment this morning.
I haven't even been on there, so I don't know.
I've never seen Dell and STFU in the same room.
I don't know who STFU is.
It's shut the up. I've never seen those two in the same room together.
Part of my job. Sorry. What do you want from me?
I don't even know what that means.
Why does Twitch hate you so much?
I guess I'm supposed to be quiet, I guess.
That's what that means.
That's what that means is he wants you to be quiet.
Shut the F up.
Yeah. I've never seen those two in the same room. So they're the same person.
Yeah.
STFU.
No, they're not the same.
No, they're not the same.
Yeah, they are the same person. You've never seen them in the same room together.
So then they screwed
they're
that
the
up.
Same person.
So shutting up.
He's never
and Dell are the same
never
person.
been in the same room before. I understand what he's saying. You've never seen.
Why does Twitch hate you so much?
Because I don't consider their feelings.
You know why? Because he doesn't. Yeah, and you go after him, and they're like,
well, I don't even go after. I don't even go after them. You bring stuff to the table, and I respond.
They liked RJ. RJ would play their music and do what they told him.
Sorry,
you won't do it.
Well, you won't.
You want to do what we tell you.
So why would I do what they tell me?
You won't, obviously.
I don't care about Twitch.
You won't get in the Hall of Fame. Then start doing what people tell you to do.
Including
Twitch.
You guys didn't
That's
do
how
what
I got there.
Yeah, John and you were doing what people told you to do. That's how it happened.
But you can get in the Houston Hall of Fame.
You guys.
John
and I are the ones who decide.
Not particularly. No. I don't like the company.
You don't want to be in there with bags? That's terrible.
Nah.
You're a bad person. But I like that. Never seen Dell and STFU in the same room.
Well, let's do that tomorrow when John's not here. Lance, me and STFU will be in the same room tomorrow. All 3 of us. We'll see how that goes for everybody.
They think it's Frankie. It's Steffi, not Frankie.
Steffi is always in
she's always watching. The baby's watching. The baby watches. She pointed at the TV this morning before we were on, and she said, "Papa," and I thought that was the greatest thing ever.
I'm sure
Papa's coming soon, baby. All right, Charlie, Papa's here. Here's Papa, and here's the Coors Lights right here on my shirt. All right. Her daddy, Pat, he'll drink.
Well, the logo, not actually stains. The Coors Light logo.
Yeah, it's right here on my shirt.
It's right.
It's probably been there on the shirt
from last
before.
night.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's Coors Light right on my laptop. Okay. All of you that are watching, you see, I'm devoted. And I am telling you, so it is a little bit cooler out there. How do you think we got there? I was keeping Texas chill. I did my part, okay? I was keeping Texas chill all of this time. And I want you to keep Texas chill as well. Keep it chill so that, yeah, and listen, we got a golf tournament this weekend. I promise you, I am going to destroy. I think I'm going to destroy our old record. We had the record last year for most Coors Light drank in a tournament, and I think we're going to destroy it this year. But that's just us. That's how good we are. And I want you to destroy any record, Coors Light record that you have as well. But drink responsibly. You can destroy the record of Coors Light drink, but drink responsibly. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm doing my part. I want you to do yours with Coors Light.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Steffi really riled up Twitch this morning. Really riled it up. Nice job, Steph, my daughter. They listen to the show. Raising Charlie right by listening to the show every morning. I know a lot of people that bring their kids that say, oh, Jason Holcomb tried to claim that. Oh, I was listening to you in high school. Dude, You're old. We weren't around when you were in high school.
Well,
trying
Reagan
to claim that
was.
crap.
You tried to say Reagan did, but Reagan did listen to us in high school.
Yeah, Reagan's younger than Jason. Jason's old. He's got a gray beard, and he's got a kid in college.
Gray beards you could still, if you got started early.
No, he can't. No, he didn't. I said, when were you in high school? Oh, 92 to 96. Well, we weren't even on the air.
Neil
90 to 94. We weren't even on the air.
Neil Brown wanted you to get started soon. Early.
Neil Brown. Oh, by the way, all the West Virginia people saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, they loved it.
Oh, did they?
Oh
really?
My God, they loved it. Yeah, I got messages from all the West Virginia people.
All the West Virginia people.
They loved it.
All right, so you're going to be out, so let's get
for those
to
of
the
you that missed it, by the way, if you don't know what we're talking about, yesterday at 9:30, go to that segment, Neil Brown on a mobile. It's self-explanatory because we read his statement before.
He's the head coach of West Virginia who said that the fans, like, maybe the fans should just enjoy. Yeah, like, hey, I know you're having a good time. The tailgates look fun.
Yeah.
Like, maybe maybe just keep trying to come to the games to have fun. And
instead of winning,
don't worry about me being 3-3 right now, which there was a lot more expected of West Virginia. This year. It's been a tough look. They lost to number 11 Iowa State. They lost to Penn State.
No, they lost
at home. They've lost to some pretty good teams. So, but they really blew the Iowa State game. Yeah. Missed a field goal, and they had a good sized lead.
But how did you have a good time though?
And his whole thing was selling people, hey, sounds like people had a good time at the tailgate, and so Neil Brown on a mobile just expounded on that a little bit, expanded or expounded. They're doing picks right now. Georgia versus Texas. Since you're going to be gone, we got to get to some of your thoughts on these. Georgia versus Texas. Point spread is 5 currently. Texas. You can do it. You can do it against the spread if you want. I got a feeling the spread's not going to. Well, the spread actually could be a factor in this one because I do think it's going to be close. Who do you like here? I talked to somebody close to Quinn Ewers yesterday who was all pissed off about some tweet I had apparently Quinn's dad's not very happy with me because I put and all I said was, hey, if Quinn keeps playing like this, because he was so bad in the first quarter, is Sark going to have the stones to turn to Arch, or would he be willing to do that? Is what I said, because Quinn was awful in the first. Well, it turns out Quinn also, well, I can't say it on public, but he was still dealing with the shoulder issue. And after the first, it kind of, let's just say it loosened up. He could feel it better. And he was, and he was better after the first quarter. I still didn't think he was great, but he was better after the first quarter. And I think there was a thought that they needed Quinn to play last week against the impotent offense from Oklahoma because he needed to shake some rust off before he took on Georgia. I don't know if it's the best mode of operation if you're not 100%, but anyway, Quinn will have that under his belt and he'll be taking on Georgia. This is a huge game for Quinn Ewers' draft stock. I'm huge because when I look at quarterbacks and really every player, I want to go see what you did against the best competition. So this is going to be big for Quinn Ewers' draft stock. This is going to be big for the perception of Georgia as the new Alabama powerhouse. It's going to be huge for Steve Sarkisian in Texas as the new bullies on the block in the SEC. Are they ready to win a game like this? Because Kirby's got plenty of these W's under his belt. That's not a problem. So this is like, I'm going up to this one. This is a really, really interesting matchup. And I don't know.
Much bigger for Texas than Georgia.
Well, yeah, Georgia's done there. Yeah.
To prove themselves.
Yeah. And by the way, Carson Beck, I mean, it's a big game for Carson Beck, too, because Carson Beck has a good chance to be the first pick of the draft if he can right the ship. He had a great second half against Alabama. He threw for 450 some odd yards, I think it was last week, some crazy number. And now if he goes in and wins at Texas, he could really crank up the because it's a very loose draft board right now at the top. No one's really establishing themselves in terms of the first pick of the draft or even the first quarterback of the draft. So big game between those two quarterbacks. Is Texas and Sark, are they ready for a Kirby Smart team based on what you know?
Yeah, I think they are.
They have a lot of weapons.
Not if yours play. Well, he played better as it went along.
I think Texas is
He was
better on
bad
both
early
sides
on.
of the ball than Georgia is on this year.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you beat them.
No. Georgia's been here and done it in big games like this before too. So
Yeah.
although it doesn't feel like the same Georgia team.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But we could have said that
Doesn't
about.
feel the same Alabama team.
Well, no, but it didn't feel like the same Alabama team when Alabama got to the national champion, or they got beat by Michigan in the Final Four.
Right.
A couple of years ago, it didn't feel like the same team.
Last
I still
year.
got there. Didn't feel like it last year. Oh yeah, that was last year when that happened. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. But this is a big game, big dollar game too. You know what tickets for A&M and Texas are going for right now?
It's
$2,000 to $3,000.
Yeah, it's crazy.
$3,000 a ticket.
How can people afford to go to those games? Well, I guess the people who have the tickets are already there and they got them, a lot of them at face value. But how can you afford to pay that? If you have to be wealthy to be paying to buy 2 tickets for $4,000 total or $5,000 to get in the building to watch the game. I really hope your team wins.
Yeah. No.
It can't be me. I'm not doing, and a national championship would be the very highest, and even then, man, it's going to hurt.
You know what the tickets were for LSU Clemson national championship?
It's dumb. It's over.
Yeah.
The prices now have gone to a place where they're never coming back.
Yeah, I mean it was
for big
bad.
games.
It was tough. 845 ESPN.
Do you know how much Caitlin Clark? I looked at going to a Caitlin Clark college game and taking my daughter, and I was like, "Ooh, man!" It wasn't that. It wasn't that high, but it was still like.
Can you
$400 a ticket, $500 a ticket?
Last night, Sabrina Ionescu hit the game winner. Could you imagine if Caitlin Clark was in the WNBA finals right now? What those
we would have seen the shot.
We see it. ESPN's been playing it. But can you imagine what the ratings would be? Better than NBA final games. Better
than NBA finals?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Not as many people would have watched it though, because the international people don't follow WNBA internationally, and they follow NBA huge internationally.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
local TV ratings.
America,
I guess
I don't care about other countries.
But no one gets cookies for that or bonuses. You just It is what who cares about it?
If she was in it, it would be higher than Major League.
I don't.
Then
Major League playoffs, yeah.
Major League
I don't know
playoffs.
if
It would
it'd
be
be
higher
higher
than the NBA. It absolutely
the NBA
would. It absolutely
finals?
would. Yes, then higher than the NBA finals. Yes, with her in it. If she was in it, she was.
What NBA finals?
Which
like a Lakers Celtics NBA finals?
NBA finals ratings.
Well, it depends on the matchup because you're using Caitlin Clark as a dependent on the matchup. That's a star. If it's Lakers Celtics, I don't think it's outrating Lakers Celtics.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what the NBA finals ratings.
Well, you're talking about Dallas
over the
versus
years.
Boston.
Average last year was 5.8.
That was Dallas Boston.
That was Dallas Boston. 6.1, 6.6, 5.2, 4.0 Lakers Heat.
That was the bubble. Pandemic.
That was the
bubble.
bubble.
I'm not counting that.
It used to be 11 and 10, and it's not anymore. It's not. It's 6 and 5 now.
Look who's been in those for the most part. You've got the Jokic's of the world, the Giannis's of the world,
Well,
Milwaukee,
Dallas
Denver,
and Luka and Kyrie.
Well,
Against
you're using the biggest star of the WNBA.
Highest rating that she had this year is 2.3 million.
But at finals,
well, you're gonna pick up 1 million extra people. That's a 50% increase.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely,
that's a ton. That's 3.3. It's still not getting there.
Absolutely. I think she would. I think
she would need to have.
Should be breaking
a 100 plus.
What was her?
But you're saying absolutely
NCAA.
Based on what? It's 5.
What was her NCAA in the finals?
I don't know. I think it was higher than that. The WNBA people just don't tune in like they do in college, I guess.
Yeah.
Because all these games are on TV the same way. I want to say it was way higher in college. But we've seen that with Final Fours too. For some reason, college can outrank pros.
And then here's the story. Caitlin Clark's college ratings won't translate to the WNBA. I think they are though.
No, they're not.
Not to the same level, but
they're not.
There's an increase, but it's not. Yeah, it's not the same level.
Yeah, I mean,
there's certainly an increase though.
It is. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they do get better and she does make a finals. It'll be interesting to see where she ranks. 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com, John Clay Wolf, and what he is, what John Clay Wolf is doing for you. What John Clay Wolf did for me. What John Clay Wolf will do for you in the future. What John Clay Wolf did for my buddy Michael. He gave him $100 because Michael went to GimmeTheVin.com, and then he went to CarMax, and CarMax beat GimmeTheVin.com's bid. And so John Clay Wolf said, "Yeah, okay, we can't pay you that. I can't pay you for that." And that happens every once in a while. That CarMax is going to give you more. And John Clay Wolf says, "That's fine. I'll send you $100. I'll do that every time. Anytime CarMax can beat me." Here's the deal. It doesn't happen that often, but it is at least the starting point that you have to go to find out what your car is worth. Because you go to that dealership and you bring that, "Oh no, look what I got from John Clay Wolf." Now, you can haggle with him too. They might give you an initial and you go, no. This car's mint. This car's clean. This car's got no dents. It's got great Carfax, all of those things. And you know what? They could adjust it. You can haggle with GimmeTheVin.com. And if you go and CarMax has a better offer, you go back and you show John Clay Wolf, and maybe he'll give you more than CarMax did. It just depends. But you got to go to GimmeTheVin.com if you're selling your car. It's one place you have to go, GimmeTheVin.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Erline.
I'm standing by it. She had an 18 rating in college. And if she goes along in the WNBA playoffs and it's on ESPN every day, I bet you she beats the NBA. 18 in college. There's nothing that's even been close to that.
I stand by it's matchup dependent. If it's a superstar playing a superstar team, she's not beating it. But yeah, if it's Dallas, Boston, yeah, whatever. She might be able to beat that.
What do you think the ratings are going to be like for Dodgers Yankees?
Well, I think the problem is, will people who hate either team want to watch, considering you don't win either way? Because I'm not watching, because I'm not going to watch Dodgers Yankees. There's plenty of stuff to get to besides
but nationally they're the biggest brands.
I don't know baseball's ratings from last year. What were the ratings last year for the World Series?
I don't know. World Series rank. I don't think they were. I don't know
for Diamondbacks Rangers.
World Series television ratings. 23.
I'm sure they'll be very high. It's
400,000.
It's the best matchup possible. Yankees Dodgers for them.
9.11.
What are we looking at?
9.11 million viewers.
Would this one get a 14?
That's like
15?
really low, because that was Rangers.
Yeah, Rangers. Would this one get a 16?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Dodgers, Yankees. I mean, the two biggest brands in the game. Yeah.
It's their dream. And you have
Ohtani and Judge.
Yeah, it's the dream for
Yes.
Fox. Yeah.
And I hope it's Cleveland and the Mets.
Well,
God,
it doesn't look like that right now.
That'd be so great. Cleveland and the Mets. Yeah, but things change. You don't know.
You're right. I don't know how the series is going to end. But at the moment, with both of them up,
yeah,
and the Yankees up 2-0.
You just live in the moment. I don't.
Yeah, you appear to be someone who's a long range thinker.
I am. I mean, it doesn't get deeper than me. Okay.
So many levels to John Granado.
Oh yeah, like an onion. So many
peeling the layers back.
That's peeling the layers back. Did you see Matt Rule ranting?
What's he upset about?
I did.
One thing about college football right now, there's a lot of guys out there, and the whole time they're playing for their personal brand. They're like, they could do something for the team. They could take a knee. They could step out of bounds. They could end the game. Instead, all watching football is really hard now. It's all trash talk and really excessive trash talk. You beat a team, you're waving goodbye at them. Iowa did that to us last year. Sometimes with rivalries, I get it, but I don't want to see our team do that. I want to see, if you watch me, I shake their hands. The players we game plan for, I shake their hand. I just struggled with that a little bit this weekend watching college football. Every time a guy makes a play, it's like he has to turn and tell the guy he made a play. Trust me, I'm for a little trash talk. But
what about the gun thing where you blast somebody in the face with a shotgun?
I love that. Why do we can't slit the throat anymore?
We don't slit throats.
Why?
We don't.
I mean, that's bull. We can't do horns down anymore.
Yeah,
no,
you still do on a regular basis.
The SEC allows you to do that. You can do that.
You can't do that, actually. The SEC
the fans
stop
can't.
being soft.
The players can't.
Well, you can do horns down. You can't direct it at a player.
Direct it at them.
But you can do it if you score a touchdown.
If they go up and then down, they can do that?
You just can't put it in a player's face. The slime thing, sure, you can do that
first
too.
Downs?
Yes.
Yeah, slime first down.
You just can't brandish a weapon.
Can you do a Michael Jackson move where you kick?
What if you do this?
Not if you're Derek Carr.
Okay.
Do what?
If you
point.
If you point.
But if you pull a fake trigger, no, you can't. But you can point.
Can you do this where you get a first down, you go,
oh, dab?
And
Lance is dabbing.
You can do it. You'll just be roundly scorned. But yeah, you can do it.
Kicked off the team by your teammate.
Did you see the guy from North Dakota State, the fullback, the famous fullback who did leg dab, where he jumped up in the air and dabbed his head to his leg? He did that in a game one time after a touchdown. Yeah, and he was not roundly scored. He was 2 years ago.
Okay.
He was known as one of the great fullbacks of all time for doing it.
I saw
great fullbacks of all time.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Larry Zonka, and then this guy.
What's this guy's name? Since he's one of the greats of all time.
Scatabo.
No,
I don't
that's
like
a running
to
back
put
at
names
Arizona
on
State.
people. I don't see names.
You don't see names either?
I only see ones and zeros.
You only see
like the
numbers?
Matrix.
Daryl Morey. You see people as
I see coding.
assets?
Yeah,
You're
I
a
see
numbers
him as,
guy. That's all.
What is it called when you the 1 and the 0? It's a.
Is it? I don't know. I don't want to say something wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what it is,
but anyway, I don't see race, gender, height, age. I just know that
you saw a black girl yesterday at the concert that Gary had to call you out on.
Yeah, because she was with some like 60-something-year-old. I don't care if it was anybody, black or white guy, like a 20-something-year-old loving ELO was a little bit weird. 40-year difference in or 30, probably 35-ish year.
You were on the
difference.
younger side there last night.
Yes. 30-something year difference in age is going to catch my attention.
Zeros and ones are binary code.
Binary code.
But you are a draft evaluator, so shouldn't you see no age and height and weight?
I don't see any height.
Of that.
I don't see age. I don't see race. I don't even see position. I kind of crossed over there and said he's a fullback, but really he's just some guy who plays football. He's a football
that's
player.
Great. Well, I saw a football player do all the gun brandishing celebrations on a clip. He did the lockdown thing that you do, which is a seatbelt, which is okay. Yep. Then he brandished the weapon. Like, look, it's in my hip. And then he pulled it out and shot the receiver.
I saw that guy over in the end zone. He shot the receiver in the back of the head.
He did all three of them at this.
I saw that. I'm assuming there was a penalty thrown on that
45-yard penalty.
Well, one of them is not a penalty, but there could have been two.
Seatbelt's not a penalty.
Yeah, but the ref was right there. He threw a flag. But
seatbelt's not a penalty. But you think there's? I see a little bit of what Matt's talking about. By the way, did you notice that college football? And I'm not get off my lawn when I say this, but I just kind of noticed college football is just they don't all of a sudden they suddenly don't really care about end zone celebrations. They don't care about dances and things after big plays, sacks. I've just noticed things that used to get you flagged in college football. They very quietly, I don't recall them ever saying, we're not going to flag this anymore, but they don't flag you if you celebrate in the end zone.
They slowly peeled back the referees immediately running after you when you show any emotion.
Yeah.
They slowly pulled that back.
Hey!
They used to do that all the time, and now it's gone to a level where I think we're going to get back.
Yeah, you're
to
right.
that.
A lot of times it wasn't flagged. It was just you got a stern talking.
Yeah,
to.
they ran after you.
But they're doing things that would typically have get them flagged when they score touchdowns now, players. But they're not even like there's
I feel
not
like
even stern talking.
I feel like
twos.
the belt to ass celebration would have got a penalty 5 years ago.
Which one is that?
It's when a player makes a play and then they swing a belt like they're spanking you with the belt because they made a play. The belt to ass thing. Yeah. They go,
that one?
Yeah. That's a belt to ass thing.
I thought that was a slap.
Well,
yeah.
No, it depends.
We got going there, John.
Well, there's several. People can see John doing that.
John's working it from the back.
Okay. There are several different variations, but the belt to ass is like literally, it's like, it looks like they're swinging a belt because they just made a play. That one would have got a penalty 5 years ago, probably. Not now. Yeah. There's going to be a pushback. They've already gotten into the gun thing. There will be a conversation in the offseason about the celebration.
The refs still break them up a little bit. They come over if they
do.
Again, let's go, guys. Let's go.
But
it's not a penalty.
But the referees used to sprint.
Let's get them. Let's break it up.
Break it up. Yeah, the referees used to sprint throw. Now it's like a slow jog. They used to like get on their horse to make sure they didn't do things.
Nobody was having any fun.
None at all.
We ain't having no fun around
the gun thing will be heavily leaned on in the offseason. You're right. That's going to be eliminated.
Got some numbers, and our Houston Rocket is involved, and see if you agree with their under-over on this player. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, John Daspit. Do you agree with
Daspit, I do. John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer who has done more for people here in the city of Houston than a lot of personal injury lawyers out there. He's got the most lawyers working for him. He's got the most cases filed here in Harris, but he steps outside of Harris, does a lot of stuff along the ship channel, does a lot of things headed towards Beaumont. He's in down in not Angleton, but Victoria. He'll head out, as I mentioned, towards Louisiana. He's not in Louisiana, but he is in other states as well. And John Daspit does a lot to take care of severe injuries that have happened at the workplace out of offshore. That's one. Out where there's refinery blasts. And of course, there's train injuries, believe it or not, that can be very, very severe for workers. There is stuff out on the roadway when you get injured on the roadway. There's a lot of different times where you get hurt due to someone else's negligence, and you need somebody to stand up for you and fight for the money that you have, compensation you have coming to you to take care of these medical bills aren't going to pay themselves. And what happens if you can't work because you just jacked up your hip and your back and you're in the hospital for 2 weeks? Oh, well, here's what the insurance company's like. Oh, well, we'll give you a little something for that, and then you got to figure it out for yourself. No, that's not how it works. John Daspit fights for you so that you get the money you're going to miss from working. You're getting that. You're getting a substantial pain and suffering settlement as well. He's the best. He's going to do the most for you and look out for you, whether it goes to court or whether it's just through a settlement. It's my good friend over there at the Daspit Law Firm, John Daspit. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Time to talk about mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. I've been telling you about it for a while now. I can't impress upon you enough. I'm on it. I love the site. It's easy to navigate. Put your bet down, win your money, get your money out, all of those things. But the crazy thing is that when you make that deposit, they're going to double the amount that you can gamble, which it is crazy. It is nuts. So you're looking for the best way to play when you get paid. You're looking for the site that's going to give you more. They got MyBookie Plus. The more you play, they've got all kinds of giveaways for that as well. It's just fun. It's just a great time. If you're looking for a great place to play when you get paid, you're looking for a place that is going to be that's reputable, that is going to stand behind everything that they do. Yeah, not all bookies are reputable. It just isn't the case. So make sure that you get with one that is, and that's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. Hi, welcome back. This is our final hour, my final hour of the week. Lance and Dell take over tomorrow as I have important business to attend to, and the boys will handle it from here for the rest of the week. So,
and let's promo to get people excited about tomorrow. We're going to have a special guest producer.
Who's going to be the special guest producer?
Annabelle. Oh, sorry. You call her Annabelle. Her name is Abigail.
You just called her Annabelle.
No, because you do it.
You just called her Annabelle.
That was the joke.
We'll have 5-star tomorrow. We may have Rafael Stone.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe.
That'd be good. That'd be nice.
We'll have...
I'm working on getting Tillman on next week.
That'd be good.
Yep.
Rockets coming up. It's a big season. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it is a big season. And here is, let me get, this is an under-over for one Reed Shepherd. Under-over points per game. What do you think they got his number at?
I'm going to say 8.5.
Higher.
11.5.
Higher.
Well, that's a loser then. 13.5?
That's exactly it.
Wow. I don't know that he gets enough minutes to get to
13.5 is a big number.
Shot. That's a lot. I think that's too much.
For a backup point guard.
I think that, he can play some 1 and some 2. I think that Reed Shepherd's more. I think 11 points a game would be a good season for him, based on the amount
double
of playing
digits.
time.
Yes, it will be,
because I think he's
there's not enough basketball.
If he gets into the 20-minute per game range, I mean, which is what I'm expecting. If he's like 22 minutes a game and he's scoring 14 points a game,
no,
that's insane.
Yeah, that's probably high.
I mean,
I would probably take the under. Assists per game
for Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
Oh, it can't be too high. Well, I mean, if they have him with that much, they expect him to play more. So what they'd probably put, don't say 4.5. That's way too high.
4.
Yeah, so I would make it. Frankly, I think he's going to land at about 3.
Yeah, 3.5 would be a good number, I think, too. They got him. They think he's going to be rookie of the year.
He's playing a lot.
Everybody's got him rookie of the year.
Well, he's plus 500, which means 5-1. He's one of the favorites. I mean, I think he's got a good chance, but But I started thinking about his playing time yesterday, and I kind of cooled a little bit. Is he going to play ahead of Fred VanVleet?
No.
Is he going to play ahead of Jalen?
Is he going to cut into some Fred VanVleet minutes? Yeah.
Well, I think he could pick up the backup minutes. Yeah.
Well, but you may play Fred VanVleet might lose a couple of minutes.
How much?
Well, I mean, if you got Reed on the floor and and
how much
on the floor and and
can
Jalen,
you play both Fred and
you're going to be small.
I don't know at the same. You knew what I was going to ask at the same time.
Yeah, but I don't know. I would imagine he does. I bet he goes small a lot.
How many minutes a game do you think Fred VanVleet played last year?
Minutes per game, I'm going to say 26.
His minutes per game last year were 36.8.
36.8. Wow.
He has been playing 35 minutes or more for 5 consecutive years.
So does it dip under 35 this year?
So that's 12. That's less than 12 minutes. That's 11 and a half. Yeah, I think he's I think.
Wow, he was on the floor that much.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it surprised me too. I thought maybe 32, 31. It's 36 and a half. Let's say he goes to 31 minutes.
Well, as deep as this team is now, I think I'm going to go under 35. I'm going to go.
Oh, yeah. No. But I think, let's say it goes 30. Let's say it goes 32. You think that's a reasonable number for Fred to drop from there to 32?
Well, on this team, probably.
So there's 16 minutes for Reed Sheppard there. And maybe some minutes, because you have Whitmore and Jalen Green, maybe 3 minutes over there. So let's give him 19 minutes a game. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
20 minutes a game. How does a guy playing 20 minutes a game win Rookie of the Year?
He better play well.
Yeah, I agree that if he got 28 minutes a game, but I'm just trying to figure out where his minutes are going to come from, because I don't think Van Vliet is going to be off the floor as much as everyone else seems to think.
Well, how many minutes is Donovan Klinger going to get? How many minutes is Zach Edey going to get?
Edey is the favorite. The guy that everyone told me could not be drafted in the first, if he's drafted even at all, because he's not an NBA player. He's plus 250. He is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
It's him. And then is it Mar? Who's the first pick?
Oh, yeah. Can't remember.
Oh, Zachary Ricochet?
No, he's like an 8.5 to 1. Reed Sheppard's a better.
Well, that's the first pick from the Hawks.
Well, who's the one right after it?
You mean Sarr from the Wizards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the second favorite.
Well, he's going to get minutes.
Yes.
On the Wizards.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think the best player out of this draft could end up being Reed Sheppard. Rookie of the Year. The Rockets are too deep. I just don't think the minutes are going to be there for him. And you've been saying yourself, just like I've been saying, where do the minutes come from for a lot of these guys?
Yeah. Van Vliet, over 16.5
points.
Yeah.
I like under.
What's he been scoring?
17-4, 19-3, 23, 19-6, 17-6.
So it's been over. Why wouldn't it be over 16.5?
Well, I think he's going to get fewer minutes. Probably maybe fewer shots, fewer minutes.
Jalen
over under. I think you're probably looking at about 15 for him.
Jalen is 20.5.
I think that's a good number. I like over.
You do?
Yeah. I got a feeling we may see a little.
Jabari 13.5
under.
Alpern 22.5.
Good number. I think he'll be right at 23.
Dylan Brooks 12.
Good number.
Amen Thompson is 11.5, and Reed Sheppard's 13.5.
Oh, they have.
Wow.
Well, I don't know who's going to score more.
Probably Amen.
Remember that Reed is going to make threes too, though. He's going to get 3-point looks. I mean, Reed got off the other day. He played 20 some odd minutes the other day, and Reed got off 5 3-point shots.
Amen's going to get more rebounds.
So how many minutes
and putbacks? He's 7.5. Amen's 7.5 rebounds per game.
But Amen his rebound numbers, from looking at him last year for Underdog Fantasy, his rebound numbers are pretty sporty.
Yeah,
that dude, and he can get minutes at the wing. And even at small,
well, that's what I'm saying. But that's a lot of easy baskets on rebounds, on putbacks.
Yeah.
So how many minutes do you think Reed Sheppard's getting?
I think 20.
19, 20.
So Aaron Holiday, as the backup point guard, played just over 16, and Fred VanVleet was still near 37 minutes.
He played some too also. Yeah.
So
I think he'll get all of Holiday's minutes plus a little bit more.
If the Rockets are going to be good, I don't think they're going to take away minutes from their starting point guard. That generally is not how that works. The starting point guard who organizes everything, they generally don't, just around the NBA, you don't take minutes away there. Reed Sheppard's going to have to find minutes there and at the 2.
Well, Reed is going to be coming off picks. Like he's at his best, not working off the bounce, but working off screens. He can catch and shoot. And he can catch and shoot in the corner, catch and shoot out on the wing, catch and shoot. He's not going to be in the corner often, but the other thing he can do is he can run off a screen, catch, pivot, turn, and fire. And he's got that little mid-range where he can dribble you in, give you a little hesitation, and pull up on a mid-range. So you've got, or as my kids would say, he's got the hezzy and he can go to his midi. But when you look at Reed Sheppard, like, I don't think all those minutes I'm just trying to pull minutes, but I don't think the minutes. My guess is it's going to be split between point guard and
this is what I'm
shooting
saying.
guard.
I don't I would.
So how many minutes do you think he's going to get?
If he's going to get in that 20 to 20 plus range, which is what you would look at as far as if the Rocket fans have a thing of their core 7 or whatever. Those core 7 young players are generally, well, a lot of them are averaging in the 30s. But if Reed Shepherd is going to be a 20 plus per minute guy, he's going to have to spend the time on the floor with Fred VanVleet. I don't think they're going to take minutes away from their starting point guard.
I think there will be on the floor some.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, Aaron Holiday, do you see him getting like you almost have to take all his minutes away and give him to Reed?
Well, that should be the case if you're a top 3 pick.
Yeah. Yep, that's absolutely should be the case. And
And
where's
there's gonna be
Jay Sean Tate going to get minutes?
Jay Sean's going to be in a battle.
Jock Landale going to get minutes?
They're going to be in a battle, man. This is a deep team.
It's a deep team, and I don't see him going more than 9
Who's
deep, and that leaves somebody out because they're 10 deep. Watari, their bench is they're 10 deep on young guys that need to be on the floor.
It's true. I mean, it's such a
other
good
than
name.
Steven Adams, but Steven Adams got to be on the floor. Steven, Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd, and Tari. 5 guys that are sitting on the bench that need to be on the floor.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You didn't even get to Jack McVeigh.
I didn't get
The
to
rookie
him
from
for some
Australia.
reason. Yeah. For some reason I didn't
Aaron
get to him.
Holiday, you're done.
Oh, by the way, I know he's Uncle Jeff, but Jeff Green played 78 games last year. He's not just going to be cut out. He may not.
Well, that's what I mean. If you think that Jeff Green and Jay Sean Tate are not like, I don't know who's getting their minutes squeezed.
Holiday, he liked Aaron Holiday.
He likes all those dudes.
Ugh.
Ime strikes me as a guy like Van Gundy who, once he finds veterans he likes, he's not just casting them aside.
So he's going to go 13 deep.
No, you can't be. You're going to have some DNP CDs, but I think Holiday's going to be a DNP CD. I think Landale is not going to play a whole lot of games.
You think Tayshaun?
Dude, Jeff Green's got 16 years in the league. Like, I just don't think he should be getting any time, hardly at all, except good things usually happen when he's on the court. But the way you have this team set up, I guess Jabari doesn't play if you're playing Jeff Green. I guess, like, I don't know who you sit out.
Mm-hmm.
Jabari's year 3 now. This is a big growth year for him. Jeff Green he's been a great transitional player, brought some good minutes on the court, has done some things. Frankly, he's always better than you think he's going to be. Had some leadership in there. He's done his job. The transition is complete. 16 years in the league. We don't need more Jeff Green unless Jeff Green needs to be sitting on that bench in case there's injuries and he gets to come in.
Hear that, Jeff?
Game.
We're done. We're done with you.
We're
done with Jeff Green.
Beat it, Jeff
You
Green.
can stay on the team and help when there's injuries, but we're not prioritizing Jeff Green.
And that's the question. You got stuff that you got trade bait.
Well, not Jeff Green.
Tayshaun.
Yeah, Jay Sean
Tate, and
people have
Aaron Holiday has some value.
Maybe people have called about Jay Sean Tate in the past, and Rafael Stone wouldn't move him. Jay Sean, to me now, if Tari Eason is healthy, and Tari Eason's not even playing in certain preseason games because they want to manage him. Like, I want to know where he is. Is this going to be a consistent thing all year long, where he's not able to play back-to-back games? Isn't he better now? Like, isn't he young enough that you get healthy and then you don't worry about it anymore?
Yep. All right, 917 ESPN 97.5 and
it was a
92.5.
tumor, but still.
I need to worry right now about the Golden Nugget. We weren't able to have John Chill on. He's got the flu in his office, so unfortunately we weren't able to talk about him about all these things because you got a lot of futures bets with the NBA right now that you could have bet at DraftKings Sportsbook, the largest sports book in Louisiana. The DraftKings Sportsbook is awesome. If you haven't been, listen, you're just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road from a Las Vegas-style casino, a Las Vegas-style hotel, a Las Vegas-style sportsbook. As a matter of fact, as good as any sportsbook in Las Vegas. I love the way that they did the DraftKings Sportsbook. A pool, for 12 different restaurants that you can choose from, a golf course that is awesome and a lot of fun to play. This is a great time to go there with the weather the way it is. Make it a weekend. Go to Golden Nugget, a nightclub with bands that are just so much fun, a stage with I don't know how many people it holds, maybe 8,000. I mean, I don't know what the capacity is for their stage, but they bring in big talent. Go to goldennuggetlc.com and see for yourself who's coming to town and make it a weekend, or during the week. It's just a couple hours away. goldennuggetlc.com.
Hey guys, want to talk about Maestro Bell? You know, when you have a great tequila, it's a top shelf tequila. It's always something special. You sip it, you can just taste really how good it is. And I'm really talking about Maestro Bell here. All of the tequilas that they have, their Cristalino, which is called the Diamante, their Reposado, their Añejo, their Añejo Extra Cristalino, which is their most expensive bottle and really cool packaging. You're tasting something special when you taste it. When you sip it, it's amazing. And you can add a lot of these to cocktails if you want, but I'm telling you, just by themselves, you are going to enjoy them. Just put one ice cube in there, pour it, and you're good to go. And you're set up. Some people will drink it room temperature. That's fine. Whatever you want it neat, that's fine. But I can promise you that Maestro Bell has a tequila that has been made with years and years of distilling prowess. And they understand how to get the best flavors, the best flavor profiles, and that little hint of sweetness, never with any harshness on the front end or in the finish, because they want you to enjoy a good tequila. Good tequila, you should never feel that burn, and you never do with Maestro Bell. Maestro Bell, wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find my friends from Maestro Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got Beat the Warehouse live guy next on the show, which is coming up very quickly. I'm out on Friday, so this is my last segment of talking sports. I like. Do you like the Texans? I don't know. I don't love this game.
I don't like. No, I don't like.
You said it before and been wrong, so I hope to be wrong again because I don't
I don't
love the matchup here.
I don't love it.
Oh, now if Nico were here, and if Kamari Lassiter were here, it's a whole different discussion.
Yes,
I do think those are pretty big. To lose your top wide receiver and your number 2 corner, those are big losses for any team in the NFL these days.
And they've got some now. Reed is banged up, but you got Christian Watson who's fast. I can see Love hitting him on a bomb for a big play.
People get behind the Texans defense.
Yes,
that
they
is
do.
a thing. Even
yes, they do.
Even Boutte can get behind the Texans defense.
I just accidentally picked up Christian Watson this morning.
Accidentally, huh?
Yeah, I didn't mean it. Wasn't like, oh, I got to get me some Christian Watson, but I'm thinking I got to start him. I'm thinking I got to put him out there because I just feel like the Texans are going to have some problems with him.
There's a chance he's more of a low volume, high risk player where he can hit you with deep balls and stuff like that. But the Texans have had an issue with guys getting past corners. We've been lucky that a lot of those throws have not been completed. But if Jordan Love completes them, could be a problem. So it'll be a good matchup. This will be a great test of where the Texans are when you think about, man, if you go into Green Bay and beat them without your number 2 corner, without your top wide receiver in Green Bay, that's a hell of a win. That's a win that stamps, okay, Kansas City, Baltimore, Houston. I think it stamps those 3 teams as being legit contenders. The Texans, and just because you lose that game doesn't mean you're not a legit contender. But if you're able to win it with those pieces missing, that's a really, really positive sign for the Texans. Bobby Slowick's going to have to be in his bag, and C.J. Stroud is going to have one of the better games that we've seen him play this year.
Can they stand up a good team with a good quarterback?
Yeah, good secondary. Like they're gonna stick you with some pretty good defensive backs too. So you're gonna have a real challenge. Joe Mixon's gonna have to have a game.
What about? Hey, did you see who the number 1 quarterback in the league is against pressure?
Who?
CJ.
Is he?
And Jordan Love is one of the worst. So CJ is the number 1 quarterback against pressure this year. So that's according to PFF. But that'll tell you something. Yeah, I think this is a stay away game. If you want to know the truth, I just don't have a great feeling about it. What about the Texas Georgia game?
Texas Georgia. I'm going to take Texas to win, Georgia to cover.
It's up to 4. You think it's a close game?
It's 5.
5. You think it's a close game?
I think it's inside 4, but I think Texas wins it. I think Texas they've got rush. They've got multiple weapons offensively. Their offensive line is much better than Georgia's. I just think I'll give Kirby Smart a little nod for coach. That's nothing against Sarkisian. You just have to respect Kirby Smart because anytime he plays, it's been one of those things when the season starts and you've got Dan Lanning and he got whipped last year with Oregon. And then who did they start with this year? Clemson. They took care of Clemson there in the second half. When he gets up for these games, it's usually pretty tough, although Alabama has had the best of him here recently.
Yep.
So it will be interesting. But I think Texas is going to be a pretty good stadium, pretty raucous stadium. They're not insane over there. I've been to plenty of Longhorn games. It's not like the hardest place in the world to play from a noise standpoint.
No, but it's not going to be nearly the intimidating atmosphere that they've been in the SEC before.
No, right. But it's
Texas just doesn't.
It's a good atmosphere. It's nothing that's going to be like different. It's not going to be different for them.
No, it's not going to be different for them. I'm fading. I think I don't know. Texas is good.
Texas
is really
good. They don't have a lot of weaknesses.
That's another tough one.
I mean,
and then Alabama and Tennessee.
If Quinn Ewers starts the game as bad as he did last week in the first quarter, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Especially if Carson Beck gets out of the gate quickly. Carson Beck was a slow starter against Alabama, but man, did he crank it up the second half of that game.
And we'll get to see Texas against someone competent at quarterback. Michigan didn't have one, and then Oklahoma, we know what they were.
Yeah, Georgia, Josh Pate mentioned that
Georgia will actually put some pressure on them to see how they handle it. Look, it was back in the spring, and it's a long time ago, but Texas wide receivers were running wide open on those Texas DBs back in the spring, and they haven't been challenged yet because there's been no one capable of doing it. Carson Beck has been balling since the second half, since the first half of the Alabama game.
Yeah.
That's a guy who can put up numbers. Georgia doesn't have great wide receivers, and now they don't have Kobe Young because of his issues off the field. But Texas ain't seen anybody who could actually make them fear a passing game, and they'll see that on Saturday.
Well, who you like, Tennessee or Alabama?
Tennessee guys are
Neither
open.
of them playing that well.
Yeah, Tennessee guys are open, but Nico Iamaleava, their quarterback, hasn't been hitting them. That Tennessee defense is really good. I'll take Alabama to win. I think they'll find a way. I don't think Tennessee has shown me enough offensively against people who can compete with them athletically. All their numbers from how great their offense was from games before the SEC season started and against an NC State team who wasn't any good. When they stepped up in competition, they have not played well offensively, so I'll take Alabama to win that one.
I think I'm going Tennessee in that one.
I am too.
I don't feel strong about it, but I need Tennessee to prove to me that their offense actually is a
their
thing.
Their quarterback has been bad lately.
It's a great atmosphere.
I'm kind of going. I think I'm gonna go with Tennessee.
And Florida was up 10-0 until
Bama showed us who they are
in last week.
The second half against Georgia, and then pretty much the whole game against
South Carolina.
The whole game against, and you know what we're not talking about, and the whole game against Vanderbilt, South Carolina. We're talking about South Florida. Why have people forgotten that? Do you remember that game?
Well, they forgot it because they beat Georgia.
Yeah. Hold on a second. That game was like they won 42-16, but they scored 28 in the fourth quarter. It was they were winning 14-13 entering the fourth quarter at home against South Florida. No one talks about that. They were up 1 entering the fourth quarter against South Florida. They beat South Carolina by 2 at home. They got whipped by Vanderbilt. They got punished in the second half against Georgia. Like, at some point, you got to start saying, is this actually more times than not? It's not the first half against Georgia who Alabama's been. It's this other stuff.
Well, the counter is, what have you seen from Tennessee?
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, the counter is, what have you seen from Tennessee?
It's Tennessee's been bad too lately.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a break because we got Beat the Warehouse Live guy next, but you got to talk about Vanderford.
Let's talk about air conditioning or heating. Oh, was it great this morning when you stepped outside? It was nice and cool. You didn't need to have your heater on, but you didn't need to have your AC on either. It was beautiful. The weather's great. This is actually a great time. If you know you need a new air conditioning system, if you know it's really crapped out on you during the summer, don't worry. We're going into the 80s again next week, and we'll probably have an 86, 87-degree day. Actually, yeah, I mean, you're going to run your air conditioner next week, but now's a great time to have Vanderford Air come out there and take a look. And if they know you need a new system, they can get started. They can say, look, let's look at your budget, because we want to make sure we get a system that's big enough for whatever house you have, a 2-story, a ranch style house. You have 1,700 square feet. You have 4,200 square feet. That will change what it is that they're looking for in terms of installing in your home. But they do brand new lines up in the attic for you. Everything's nice and clean. They can cut new vents in there to add more cooling into certain rooms if that's needed. And then you get an air conditioning system that has a great warranty. It's brand new. It's efficient. It keeps you cool. And while this weather's great, you can afford to have it off while they're doing the installations. So now might be a great time for you to call 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
All right, time to talk about Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows, about 36 years in the business, about being the best, about having the Better Business Bureau giving him awards, including the Pinnacle Awards, about replacement windows. If you're looking to replace your windows, Gulf Coast Windows is what you need. They've got the extensive selection, replacement windows, exterior doors. It can cater to any need that you have. Do you need hurricane windows? Do you want vinyl windows? I mean, it's window after window after window that is just gorgeous. Double pane, double glass. It's security, it's privacy, it's value. All of those things. It's the installation. It's the warranty that you're going to get. There's just not a better window. There's just nobody does it better. Jim Fiume's been doing it forever, and Jim Fiume continues to do it. If you're looking for the best way to get into that replacement window or exterior door, go with the best. They're the best. They just are. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance. Time to bring in our good friend Justin from Warehouse Live to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. He won again last week. It's disgusting. It is the thing that bothers me most right now, that I'm not able to sleep all that well.
Call that privilege.
It is. It's Warehouse Live privilege is what we.
No,
have.
you have a privilege. Justin continuing to win bothers you. That's privilege.
It does.
You have a very blessed life.
It does bother me. I want the people to win. I'm about the people, not about the Justin. Okay. All right. That's what I'm about.
You mean your good friend, Justin?
I'm a man of the people, and I want Justin to be giving them the limo ride there and back and the tickets, because I'm about the people. I know Justin's a friend, but that doesn't matter.
Maybe one of your best friends.
I put the people first, okay?
This is more about humiliating your friend.
Well, it is about that a little bit.
Look how John treats his friends anyway. If you had any idea the horrible things he says to them on a regular basis. Justin, can you confirm that? Does John talk about how terrible you are at this or terrible at that?
No.
Pretty much daily.
Yeah, that's his friends.
Well, you have to point it out. You have to point out their flaws so they become better people.
Okay.
Okay.
Who, by the way, a friend who he's going to miss a day of work to join
tomorrow
at
his club.
For his, he's a guest of this friend.
He doesn't care.
I'm the guest and the member guest.
Yeah. He doesn't care.
Don't care. I'm about the people. I put them first.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
That's what everyone says.
Justin, Warehouse Live. What's going on this week there?
Another busy week, a little bit of everything for you tonight. We got Pantheon Rococo, which is a Mexican ska band. Tomorrow night we got the Anime Rave, which is an EDM show. Saturday we have Sixpence None the Richer, which is a rock show. Sunday we got a little 80s hair metal with White Lion. And then Monday, Miss May I, which is a metal show as well.
Let's not skip over Sixpence None
I know,
the Richer.
that's not a little small deal.
Yeah, they had one of the hits of the 90s. It was, I believe it came.
Oh, is that the
She's All? Was that She's All That movie where that song was
Sixpence
featured?
None the Richers. I was like, whoa, that's a pretty good get over there.
Come on, you guys are more than welcome. You guys can have my owner's box. I won't be there because I'll be golfing with your boy there.
This is it.
Yeah, maybe play this under.
What
about maybe play this under the picks?
How about that?
You want to play this under the picks?
Yeah, well, a little different
they're
vibe.
Gonna be here.
Sure.
That's
You think this fits?
Yeah, it fits. It fits perfect.
I like the Green Bay Packers -3.
Double banger.
This is. Oh yeah, you got a double bang this. Okay.
Double banger.
So stupid. We're gonna be playing against Jeremy.
Don't sneak that in. That's embarrassing.
He didn't hear it.
I didn't hear
That was
it.
just for you, Del.
I heard it.
What was it?
I just sang lyrics.
I'm just trying to introduce our guest.
No, I just sang lyrics.
Our guest picker is Jeremy right here on ESPN 97. What's up, Jeremy?
Jeremy spoken.
Oh, not much. Feeling good. Feeling confident.
I bet you are. That a
I would
boy.
too.
Come on, beat him this week. What do you do for a living, Jeremy?
I work in construction.
Construction. Yeah. See, that's a man's work right there. Okay. He's gonna pick.
I get to walk around and make sure people are doing their job.
That's it.
It's not. Yeah, that's what I figured. You weren't hammering anything.
If this man,
Hey,
he already paid his hammer dues.
¿qué es esto? Oh, he's working hard. Hey, trabaja. ¿Qué es esto sucio aquí en trabajo aquí? Oh, there he goes. He's working again.
Jeremy, don't listen to him.
Don't
you
listen
work
to
hard.
me. Don't listen.
He paid his dues to become the
Absolutely.
boss.
Well, he
and
started
say,
on the roofs.
Oye, ¿qué pasa aquí?
You think he started? Hold on. You think he started on the roofs? You think he was roofing?
I don't know how he started.
I don't either, but I'm guessing Jeremy was not a. Jeremy, have you done any roofing?
I'm not very good with heights. Roofs are not my game. Foundations. I like to stay on the foundation.
Foundations. He's on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
He started on the ground floor.
Digging underneath
Yeah.
houses.
Started from the bottom.
That's it.
Started from the bottom.
All right. Started from the bottom. Okay. What are we playing for, Justin?
How about we do November 4th, Knicks versus Rockets, lower bowl seat.
Oh,
that's a good game.
How about that?
They bring
Jeremy?
the boom.
Jeremy, Knicks, Rockets.
Good.
How about that? To and from plus the tickets. What?
I like it.
Let's go, Jeremy. Beat his ass. Time to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Justin, as always, you're first. What do you got?
Let's come out of the gates with the Niners giving the Chiefs their first loss of the year.
Minus 1.5 at San Francisco. Big game.
Daddy like you.
Wow. Minus 1.5. The Chiefs with
Weren't
their
they
first
off?
loss.
Weren't they? Oh, no. Both of them were coming off bye weeks last week, right? Chiefs are.
Yeah. 49ers play?
They played on Thursday night.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. They had
Yeah, we watched them.
Okay. Jeremy, who you got?
I would like to take the Houston Green Bay over.
The over in the Houston Texans Green Bay is 47.5.
We're shooting. We're
47.5. I like that. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I like that. Justin?
I've lost so much money on the Jets this year, I just can't. I got to fade them until they do something. So I'm going to take the Steelers plus 2.5 at home.
The Steelers are with Russell Wilson at the helm. Minus 2.5. Steelers. Oh, excuse me. Steelers are plus 2.5. Plus 2.5
At the Jets.
It's at the Steelers.
Wait, the Jets are favored over the Steelers.
Yeah.
Steelers have lost a couple in a row now.
No, they won last week.
No, they won.
Oh wait, yeah, they
They're
did.
4-2 now.
How are the
Las
Steelers getting
Vegas.
2.5 against the
At
Jets?
home. Yeah, I don't know. Well, Russell Wilson, I
Huh.
think, probably brought that.
I was going to
up.
say maybe it's that Russell Wilson thing.
Yeah, maybe. Plus
okay.
2.5. The Steelers.
All right.
Jeremy,
I will take the Colts.
the Indianapolis football team that plays in the state of Indiana at this point in our lives
Mhm.
is a team
Just ask
that
Justin. He
is
knows the
minus
lines.
3. Minus
Okay,
3.
There we go.
Minus 3 against the Miami football Dolphins.
That's at home.
Justin.
Let's take another home dog, and we'll take the Tampa Bay Buccaneers
The
plus 3.5 over Baltimore.
plus 3.5. Plus 3.5. Tampa
Ooh,
Bay on a Monday night.
fading
The
the
early
hot-
Monday night game.
Fading the hot
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's always good to take the poor quarterback team.
Be careful.
Jeremy, he did it before and he won.
Careful now.
Yeah.
Baker's. This
Baker's
is a revenge tour for
okay,
Baker.
but Lamar's better.
Yeah, he is.
Jeremy, who you got?
I got the Cardinals.
The Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals at this point right now in our lives, the Arizona Cardinals are a 2.5 point. They're a dog plus 2.5 against the Chargers in Arizona.
Yep.
Plus 2.5.
That's right.
On Monday night. That's the late Monday night game. Wow. Justin?
I'm going to stick with this home theme. I'm going to take the Vikings to knock off the Lions.
The Minnesota Vikings are minus 1.5 against the Detroit Lions. Wow. -1.5 against the Detroit Lions. That's a good football game.
That's a
We got
good
some
matchup.
good games.
That's a good
We got
matchup.
some
We're
good
going to
games
find
this
something
week.
out.
Yeah, we are going to find stuff out. We got the Texans and the Packers. We've got the Ravens and the Bucks. We've got Kansas City and San Francisco. Good games. What you got now, Jeremy?
Justin took San Francisco, right?
Yeah, Justin took San Francisco. Uh-oh. Do I feel it?
Yeah. I think it's time. Chiefs.
Banger! He got the Chiefs? Whoa! Double!
Make it stop, please.
Serious people. You are not serious people.
Double banger. Plus 1.5. Chiefs plus 1.5 on a double banger. All right, Justin.
All right, I'm 6-1 on the bangers this year. I like my spot there. Let's stay with the home team theory this week, and let's take the Atlanta Falcons -3 to beat the Seahawks.
Atlanta Falcons
I like that. That's
are
one of my
-3.
It's one of my favorite picks.
Over the Seahawks in Atlanta, -3. And this is the last one, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, he took my last one there. We will have to go, unfortunately, with the Browns.
The Cleveland Browns are plus 5.5. Plus,
Unfortunately,
at home.
you can make another pick. No one's got a gun to your head to pick the Browns.
I mean, that's against the Bengals, who are hot right now. Plus,
yeah, but that's
Joe
a lot
Burrow,
of points.
And Joe Burrow does not play well against the Browns.
And the Browns have a good defense.
Joe
still.
Burrow's playing pretty well. He's playing pretty good football right now.
He didn't play well last week.
Yeah, he did.
They had 17 points. They got a late touchdown on a breakthrough run. He managed a grand total of 10 points before then.
Yeah, but he also
wasn't good. Stop it.
The highest rated quarterback in the NFL.
Joe Burrow had 10 points
good.
before they had a.
He had played well leading up to that game.
Yeah,
but he didn't play that
except
well.
early. But he had like 3 straight games that were pretty decent.
Well, I'll take Joe anytime on my team.
I'm just saying the Browns and Joe it doesn't go well for Joe generally. So we'll see.
Give the people all the picks.
Don't talk bad about Joe. That's what we've learned. John won't take.
We already know that.
He's a man of the people.
We got Jeremy, who's taking the over.
Crazy suits.
He's not a man of the people.
Out.
He's got blonde dyed hair. He's not a man of the people.
Now it's just tipped.
Well, that's even better, I guess.
Worse.
Texans, Green Bay over 47.5. That's Jeremy's first pick. He also has the Colts -3.
It just hits harder when 6 pence, none the wiser's underneath.
None the richer. Cardinals plus 2.5. Chiefs plus 1.5. And Browns plus 5.5. A couple dogs, like 3 dogs for Jeremy.
These guys are playing some really ranked teams in here. So.
Jeremy's
not afraid to play the Browns, the Cardinals.
Well, he was afraid. He did it under protest. Justin has the 49ers -1.5, the Steelers plus 2.5, Bucks plus 3.5, Vikings -1.5, and the Falcons -3. That sounds good. You guys are all good to go.
There you go.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. Best of luck. Go start ordering people around. And we appreciate you. Thanks for listening, buddy. And Justin, warehouselive.com to find all of your information about all the shows coming up, including Kiss Me. That is going to be.
That's the name of the song. 6 Pence None the Richer is the band.
Yeah, whatever. So you got that going on this weekend at Warehouse Live. So let's go. Get on over to Warehouse Live and have yourself a big time. As always, Justin, we appreciate it, and we will see you a little later today.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
There is Justin right here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm trying to give it away. I'm trying to.
Give away what?
Give away those tickets to the next game.
Okay, just to be clear, I don't know what you're giving away there.
I'm trying to give away tickets to the game for the people, okay? And if it's at the expense of my friend, then that's too bad.
Yeah, that's a superstar team.
I care more about the people than I do.
I want those tickets.
Friendship.
Yeah, why are we giving away to the people?
Yeah, what are we doing? Give those people a throat punch.
When are the Hornets coming to town?
The metal band Throat Punch coming to Warehouse Live. Give them tickets to Throat Punch or Brain Scavenger or one of those metal bands.
Okay. Before we get
Neck
to break,
scars.
I want to tell you about the Damaris turkey. It's
legit.
almost turkey time.
It's legit.
Bro. Get the
Don't
Cajun
go to the
turkey.
house the day of Thanksgiving and drink ouzo though.
Well,
Just
you're not
order
invited.
it. Just order it from Damaris and pick it up when you're supposed to. Don't go while they're frying turkeys and doing ouzo shots. I did that once, and that was enough. The food was great. The ouzo, not so great for me.
But that's different.
Ouzo's too much.
But the restaurant, they boil them at they
not boil.
Yeah, they actually boil.
They fried
turkeys.
Yeah.
Fried turkeys. They fry them at the place, or they bake them however you want them.
They
but
don't
the best
boil 'em, for
turkey, no, both they fry them. The best turkey that you're going to have. I'm telling you.
What's your favorite?
Is the Cajun.
Yeah.
Oh, it's excellent.
Cajun fried turkey.
Cajun fried turkey.
That's the one we got.
Excellent. So make your plans this year. They got a menu out there for you. Get on over there. Do it early before they run out, because they run out every year. Time to talk about Game Day Men's Health. I started my program this week there. It couldn't have been easier. Drove over. It's on Hargrave over there at 294. That's one of the locations. You got another one in Katy. You got 5 locations around the city, but it just is better. It just is different. It just is. I mean, they've got peptides that are going to help your own HGH, okay, increase. That keeps the fat off. That burns the fat off. They got other peptides as well. I'm telling you, they don't leave anything to chance. It took 15 minutes for me to draw my blood and to give me my results on my testosterone, whereas the other places can't do this. The other places charge $150. They don't do that at men's. They do absolutely free. Game Day Men's Health is the place to go to get your testosterone replacement treatment. It's the place to go to get your ED treatment. It's the place to go to lose weight. I'm telling you, I just loved it. I met with Jamie and we talked about all of my different numbers and everything else and the way to go about it to achieve my goals. If you want to get bigger, you want to get thinner, whatever the case may be, go to Game Day Men's Health. It's different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We only got a couple of minutes here because we are running out of time. Great. It was a great week. Really, really fun week, I thought. I thought we delved into a lot of important topics.
The week's not over.
We changed college football.
Yeah, but the week's not over.
We
still
over.
have a game.
No, it's over.
We still have a day tomorrow.
No,
we still have a Friday. Dale and I have a Friday game.
Yeah, I'm taking. I got to buy. Okay, and I really don't care.
We don't have news of the weird time.
We really don't have any news.
Well, let me throw this one at you. The Titans are honoring the request of former Pro Bowl safety from about 8 years ago when he was a Pro Bowler, Jamal Adams. Adams is healthy, so he asked for a release, and they go, fine.
Yeah, bye.
We'll be more than happy. One of the worst trades that doesn't get talked about too much is 2 first-rounders for Jamal Adams that Seattle gave the Jets. That was terrible.
Yep.
He was a pain in the ass there.
Yep.
Went to the Titans, pain in the ass. He's healthy and looking forward to his next opportunity, said his agents Kevin Connor and Robert Brown.
Talk about a pain in the ass.
Would you take him for the Texans?
Hell no. I'd rather have Eric Murray on the field.
Well, no, he can't cover. I mean, he's basically
he's bad.
At this point, he's a linebacker.
Yeah.
He's a box safety. And you've already got Jalen Petrie, so there's really nothing you can do with him.
No.
What he does.
This is a terrible news of the weird. Yeah. If you want to know the truth. How about this one? A new study says seeing your partner get hit on might make you love them less. If your wife gets hit on, do you love her less?
One time she had somebody write a thing that you look like an absolute angel, and they put it in her car. Put it in the.
She had them write it.
No. Somebody at a grocery store or something said you look like an absolute angel. She doesn't even know who it is.
Really?
And I just thought
I like that. I like when my wife gets hit on.
You may look like it, but you're no angel.
I like when my wife gets means that.
Do you really?
She's hot.
Not when Lamar Odom did it.
No,
Lamar Odom will take
no. But it's flattering.
Of course.
While I'm going to defend my honor,
it's flattering that Lamar. You didn't seem to like it too. You said I like it.
It's flattery.
Did you like it when Lamar Odom was hitting on her?
I did afterwards because I was like, hey, Lamar Odom wants my wife. That's great. You know what?
He also had been hooked on. Was it?
Yeah, I know.
Crack?
I don't. Well, but he found her
Was he a
attractive.
Not
Listen,
at the time.
we've been in the front row for a Journey concert and for Foreigner and
Steve
whatnot.
Perry go after
and
you? He's not even with.
No, the
Journey
guitar
anymore.
player's like hitting on her while he's playing, and I'm like, hey. I'm
He's
standing right
visually
here.
hitting on her.
Visually hitting
What
on
do
her.
you mean?
Like I could tell he's staring at her.
Giving her
and I'm
the
like,
eye.
Was he playing
giving her the eye.
this?
Well,
Was he doing that?
Lance, he does
Then-
gyrations and things in here.
Well, I'm
that are
wondering how he
inappropriate.
visually hit on her.
You don't know the eye when the guy's
Well,
trying
let
to
me tell
hit.
you, Rhett Miller sang "Designs on You" because my wife asked him to, and that song is not. That song is a hit-on
You
song.
can tell
and I
if
didn't like it.
if he's singing to her.
I didn't
can
like
tell
it.
that. Right. And you know what?
I said, hey,
a little, yeah. But afterwards, you're like, hey, my wife's hot.
Afterwards, I said, hey,
I got a hot wife. That's what I like that. Okay. An enraged male captain locked a female co-pilot out of the cockpit during a 10-hour flight because she took a bathroom break. Do you feel like...
Okay, say that again.
An enraged male captain locked the female co-pilot out of the cockpit during a 10-hour flight for taking a bathroom break.
For how long?
I don't know how long she was locked out of there. But first of all, that's dangerous in case anything happens to him, right?
What's happening to him?
Well, he could have a heart attack. You don't know? No, he could. You
said,
absolutely could have
"It's
some
an
kind of a seizure.
autopilot."
No,
they don't even
They
fly.
can't land on autopilot.
What, do you think he's landing right now? How long was this bathroom break? For 10 hours?
No, he locked her out.
Oh,
after.
it was stupid for him.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for him. I thought you meant he had a point to be mad because she was gone that long.
No.
Oh.
No, it's dangerous for everybody on the plane.
Yeah.
There were 297 passengers. And
Yeah,
he wouldn't let her back in the cockpit.
Do you think you can land a
because
plane?
she went to pee.
If somebody were in your ears, could you land
I don't
a
know
plane?
if she peed or one or two. I don't know which one.
Yeah.
But so it's number 2. Do you want that in the cockpit?
I don't want number 2 in the cockpit.
No, of course you don't.
Yeah.
Go to the bathroom.
I
Hurry.
don't really want number 1 in the cockpit.
No, neither.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If somebody were in your ears with headphones telling you how to land the plane, could you do it?
Not a
You know that happened. It happened. Of
This
course, it
has
was
been
a
a
smaller
discussion.
plane. It just happened last week.
50% of the men believe that they can
course
land
they
a plane.
I don't think so.
The pilot was
experience. I believe I can.
Passengers heard the pilot through the door saying,
You bitch.
All right.
You think that's what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, Dell, that's not a great way to end the show.
I didn't say it.
In my week.
The pilot said it. I didn't
Possibly
say
my
it.
last show ever. You don't know.
Are you not coming back? Are you dying?
You
What's
don't
the
know.
deal?
No one knows.
I don't know, but maybe I wish.
I just realized
You can wish.
I just
Wish in
realized
one hand.
your granddaughter saw me doing that move.
Yeah.
On TV. I didn't
Not
think about
just
that.
her, anyone watching.
Yeah,
Everyone.
but mostly I'm worried about grandchildren looking at me and
She's
saying,
not gonna know. You should have problems with people who are over 2 years old.
People who know what that means, what you were doing.
Charlie, that's called the boom boom. And your pop had the Journey bass player wanted to boom boom your Meemaw or whatever. Give her the boom boom.
In fact,
maybe that's what you say.
It's the new Journey song, Give Her the Boom Boom.
Asian, they got an Asian lead singer for who can hit all those notes.
Did you hear that, Charlie?
Yeah.
You don't do the boom boom.
Don't do the boom boom.
No. Don't
Never.
do what don't do
what
Uncle
the bad
Lance
man,
does. Uncle
don't do
Lance.
what the bad man did.
You don't do that.
Yeah,
Charlie.
don't do the boom boom.
Ever.
No.
Okay.
No.
We are done. I'm done. I don't care what happens tomorrow. But here's the deal. I want to talk about Chastang Ford. I want to finish it up my week strong with ChastangFord.com, the best place to get your car on. Where do you want to buy your car? I love the Chastangs. I love what they do. I love the business plan from the top. You know, great businesses, they start at the top. What is the philosophy of the business? If it's, man, grab as much money as you possibly can from every customer. I mean, that's a lot of businesses. That's a lot of car dealerships. That's what they do, not at Chastang Ford. What Chastang Ford does is they are getting you into that vehicle so that you feel comfortable, so that you get the vehicle that you want, but you get it at a price that you can afford, okay? No add-ons, no markups. They're going to give you all the rebates they possibly can, which other dealerships are holding back. You're looking for the best way to get into a Ford car, truck, or pre-owned vehicle. They're awesome, awesome, awesome. At ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Tell them I sent you.
Welcome to the show. And as we get closer to Sunday and the Packers and the Texans, this is a fraud watch game. I think for both teams for the most part, but we're Texan centric, so we will focus on them. They do have the bail of beating the Bills at home, but the last time they went on the road against a good football team, they got their doors blown off. This is where we start to look at the Texans. If we get a similar result, I'm not predicting a similar result. I hope it isn't a similar result. But if they lose this game by a couple scores, I won't call them frauds, but they do go on fraud watch. The two best teams you've played beat the hell out of you. You start to question what this team is. We know they're good in one-score games. That has extended from last season, or at least continued from last year, where they were really good, and they've been good this year as well. We know they can beat the bad teams. Sometimes they play down to their level. In the Patriots case, they did not. And they have a win over a Bills team who despite being 4-2, decided we're not good enough. So they went out and got a potential number one wide receiver in Amari Cooper. But that's the win. That's the one you can hold on to and go, the Texans should be and are a good football team. Don't get your ass kicked in Green Bay. I don't want to put them on fraud watch. But I will if they lose this game by a significant amount.
Yeah, I think, 10 or more?
If it's a 2-score loss and they don't look like they're ever in it, they go on fraud watch. Not on the fraud list, but they're on the watch list. You don't ever want to be on a watch list.
No.
Particularly as a fraud.
Yeah, because it'd be almost a month until they can play their way off of it.
Off my made-up fraud watch list?
Yeah, I mean, because host the Colts, go to the Jets, and then host the Lions.
That's the one.
That's on November 10th.
It's a long time. And I don't think they will get that type of slander, but I think it should be looked into. Are they a team who's going to beat up on Lambs? And then when they face teams who have real Super Bowl aspirations, particularly if they have to go on the road, have no shot. Now, they could play their way into a spot where they never have to travel in the playoffs. The Chiefs are undefeated, but they are only a half a game back. Or the Chiefs 6-0. The Chiefs are 5-0. They had a bye. So they could find their way into maybe having home field throughout the playoffs. But at some point, it is likely that they'll have to win a game on the road to reach their ultimate goal. And they got a game against Baltimore coming up at some point. So Baltimore could certainly change the math on whether they even are a top 2 seed or not. Particularly how well Baltimore is playing and how dominant they can be at times. We know the Texans had no answers for them last year. So this is a game where you need to show that you're as good as we think you can be. It's a good opponent. Now you're going in shorthanded. I talked a bit about what happened yesterday, at least the news yesterday, that Kamari Lassiter is expected to miss a few more games. That's how it's put by Aaron Wilson in his reporting. The scapula injury, the fractured scapula. Now he's an NFL player. They get the best treatment in the world, but a fractured scapula for an athlete could keep you out 6 weeks if you don't need surgery. So the Kamari Lassiter thing could be a longer term injury. And we talked some about a potential trade for the Texans. Now Bill Barnwell put out a list of trade proposals for different teams. The Texans aren't on it, and not all of them are trades that would shift the power in the conference or division. A lot of them are just, hey, Bryce Young needs a new home, stuff like that. And of course, the Chiefs are in their never-ending search for a wide receiver who's either healthy or not an off-field problem is on the list as well. But he didn't put the Texans on the list. So I think a lot of that, as far as trade discussion for the Texans, is a local thing. I'm not sure how many people realize nationally that they have a problem at cornerback. They're 5-1. CJ, the offense, Daniil Hunter, and Will Anderson. Those are the topics of conversation with the Texans. It could get real ugly real quickly if people take a look at this game, which is going to be one of the featured games of the week, and you're watching D'Angelo Ross and Eric Murray get cut up and diced by Jordan Love and his wide receivers, then I think a conversation and interest will be in what's wrong with the Texans secondary. But it hasn't really been a big part of the story for them. There have just been bigger topics to discuss. I've been saying it all off season and now into the season that secondary could be the Texans' fatal flaw. And that was before the depth concerns started to pop up. Before injuries, the inevitable injuries started to happen. We are what, one more person being banged up from Texas great Chris Boyd being a guy who has to stand up on the outside and cover some of the best receivers in the game. Sean, how would Chris Boyd fare if he's a starting cornerback in the NFL? You know him. You watched him at Texas.
I'll say this to be respectful. He was a Charlie Brown. He was a Charlie Strong and Tom Herman Texas Longhorn.
Which suggests what in your eyes?
You watch those teams.
Yes.
You watch those teams.
So we shouldn't be holding Chris Boyd to the standard we would hold a Steve Sarkisian Longhorn.
No.
Because
they weren't held to that standard.
No, clearly. Who was Bijan recruited by?
Herman.
Did he ever play under Herman?
2020 asterisks.
The COVID year doesn't count.
Also, he didn't get the ball enough that year.
Well, why not Herman?
They're too busy handing off to Keontae Ingram.
So maybe if Herman was running the team, Ryan Wingo would be better than Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith. We just wouldn't know because he wouldn't put him on the field.
Standing right next to him the entire game.
Not even getting those end arounds and wide receiver screens that Ryan Wingo will get sometimes when Sark is trying to get him involved. Okay. Yes, you heard it from Sean. You don't want Chris Boyd out there defending whoever on the other side of Stingley. If Kamari Lassiter is a long-term injury, make a move. It won't be devastating if you just stick whoever you want out there, whether it be a Ross or a Boyd, but it won't be good. And it could hurt your seeding because the Texans, as expected, lead this division comfortably and are expected to win it going away. So now we're not just talking about making the playoffs. We're talking about positioning. And it would be nice to be a 2 seed or maybe a 1, never having to leave your home building until the Super Bowl if you got there, or even if you are a 2. You are guaranteed 2 home games, and then you're traveling to the 1 if the 1 doesn't get upset. So that's far off in the future. But a game like Sundays could help to determine where you stand. And you got a real shot to have your secondary exposed against one of the better young quarterbacks in the league and a wide receiver core that doesn't have a lot of acclaim but has a lot of different options, and they're going to be under a play caller that will definitely get after the Texans if they don't get pressure on them. We talked some about the pressure numbers, or at least Jordan Love's pressure numbers and what he does when he's facing it. There's some other numbers out there we'll get to as well. Some other things as far as the show is concerned beyond the Texans. Jerry Jones spoke again. He's not done talking. And apparently the news out of Dallas is he doesn't pay those guys, the ones he was threatening to fire because he pays them. Well, Jerry's under the impression that he does pay them. So he spoke about why specifically he was so upset. He's not above taking criticism, according to him, just not from people he considers employees. And I guess I'll put it in the way we can understand, Sean. We don't pay anyone here. They don't pay us enough to pay anyone here. But if let's say we don't even have a spot where we can say we are the bosses of people, because there's an email like a couple years ago where we can't even consider the interns our underlings. We work with them. They don't work for us. But if an intern came in and was like, you should be doing this, 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 and this, and you'd be like, get out of here, Alan. You can't talk to me that way.
Alan would never say
Alan would never say that. That's kind of the point. I don't know if he's still out there. He was grabbing the podcast for the morning show. I would probably say, hey, all right, I don't pay you, but I ain't gonna take that from you. And that's where Jerry stands. He's deluded himself, according to the people in Dallas, that he pays those guys, and he's saying, you can't talk to me that way. If Mike McCarthy can't talk to me that way, Shan and whoever else is on that show, Can't Talk to Me That Way. So we'll play some sound from that a little bit later. The Rockets and their young stars are a topic of conversation for Bobby Marks. He has a suggestion about how the Rockets should pay those guys. So we'll get to that too. We're just getting started here on the show. It's a Thursday, which means there's Thursday night football. We got Saints versus, it's not Saints. Why am I saying Saints? That was last week, right?
No, Saints Broncos.
Yeah, Saints Broncos.
Sean
Saints.
Payton Bowl.
Oh yeah,
All those people that care about.
Yeah, I was confused because the Saints were recently on a primetime game. Like, they can't possibly be on another one this soon. But yeah, they are. Saints Broncos in New Orleans, and they're not doing us any favors when it's Spencer Rattler against Bo Nix. They could have picked a different game. So we'll talk a little bit about that, some of the injuries coming out of that one, because we do my bookie and prize picks. You may want to take a listen, because those injuries could affect a potential line and how you're betting on that game. So a lot to get to. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We carry Cowboys games here on ESPN 97.5. It didn't go well for the Cowboys on Sunday. They got their doors blown off their doors blown off by the Lions, and it started a controversy because Jerry Jones went on his weekly radio hit with the Fan, I think, in Dallas, and they asked him some tough questions, at least ones he didn't like, and it turned into a whole thing where he threatened to fire them if they didn't cut it out. I'm not kidding, is what he said. And Jerry wasn't done. He was asked about it at the meeting he referenced he had to go to. I think it was an owners meeting. And he didn't back down. And he explained even more why he took such issue with the questioning on that radio show.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go as far as the volume connotation as yelling. Okay? But the facts are that if I'm going to be grilled by the tribunal, I don't need it to be by the guys I'm paying. The wrong ones were doing the questioning. Now, if those had been real fans sitting there, okay, or if there'd been people that knew what they were talking about, football people, might have had a different answer.
And, of course, the radio host in Dallas pushed back and said, no, you wouldn't want the real fans asking you questions. It would have been a lot uglier and so on and so forth. But I don't really ever side with rich billionaires, but I'm kind of on Jerry's side. If he's confused and deluded himself into thinking he's actually paying those guys, because as I said before, they're pushing back against it. Hey man, I pay you. You can't talk to me that way. I understand it. If that's true, if that's real, don't talk to me that way. I sign your checks. That's how life works. You can't talk to your boss that way.
Even if he doesn't actually sign his checks or sign these guys' checks, he does. They work for him. They work for the Cowboys flagship. Jerry Jones comes on their show. I'm assuming that is a sponsored segment. There's money coming into the station
because Jerry Jones
Jerry Jones is on your show.
Yes. So while the morality of it all, people saying, why would you can't, your guy in power threatening these guys, so on and so forth. If I'm the guy in power, I'm like, yeah, cut that out.
Yeah, wait.
What do you mean? No.
Since when can people in power not threaten people?
Yeah. Just because it's sports related, it's supposed to be different? No. Jerry's like, no, I'm rich. You work for me, whether I'm paying you directly or not. You watch it. And I will never reach the level of Jerry Jones in all likelihood, probably a 99.9999 whatever percent. But if I ever did, I'd probably act the same way. I'm doing you a favor. I don't have to talk to you guys. Look, it's stroking my ego to be doing this interview. Obviously, Jerry loves talking. Mm-hmm. But if you are asking me questions, you're going to ask the questions I like. And if I don't like them, I'll go get someone else to ask me these questions. And now what? I definitely would act that way.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not, I will fire the people.
I probably wouldn't say that. That's tough. But
but if the threat of I will get people to I'll get someone else to ask me the questions, that could be as easy as
doing another time slot.
I'll just do the afternoon show.
Yeah.
Instead of your show.
Yeah.
And guess what? You're not actually paying them, but you are affecting their bottom line.
Or if I want to really screw the station over, I'll go let everyone know I'm doing a podcast I like. And every Friday it'll air. I'm doing a sit down or 30-minute thing with this podcast I like.
Micah Parsons
about
show.
Maybe a Dallas Cowboys centered podcast, and I just want to appear with you guys. I'm likely not threatening them on the air, but I don't even think Jerry's that out of line.
No, I mean it's a bad look.
It's not great for him.
You don't want your owner doing this, but it's he's well within his rights to do this. This is what goes into being the owner.
And they expect a certain level of decorum, and apparently the guys in Dallas didn't treat him that way. So he was like, "All right, beat it, guys," or he'll calm down and he'll be right back there on Monday. We'll see. Lazy J wants to talk some NBA. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, Bill. Good morning. What's going on, fellas?
Good morning.
Yeah, I want to get in and talk a little bit about the NBA. I meant to call in yesterday and talk about soccer, that ass whooping that USA got.
Yep, we talked about it.
So, okay. Yeah, I didn't get the chance to hear the show, so just want to give a little, a little, what's you call on that. So, but quick question, man. I don't know if you watched the Bulls last night. Man, Lonzo Ball hasn't played in 2 years, man. He came out, he shot 50%, I think, from field goal percentage and a three-point line. Is he going to be comeback player of the year? And also, do you see, I know probably Chicago wouldn't get rid of him, but, maybe if the Lakers, I would go out there and see, test it, maybe Lonzo coming back to the Lakers. They do need a true point guard, even though, point guard is over there in LeBron James. But, I would like to see LeBron off the ball. And then also, or if not, in a couple of years, you see Lonzo leaving Charlotte and maybe coming down to the Lakers and see what that's like. Love the show, guys.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I was going to get to that at some point. Yeah, Lonzo Ball back in the NBA. He's been an afterthought because, as Lazy J mentioned, he's been gone for like 2 years. If he plays relatively well and stays healthy, yeah, he's going to win it. I don't know if there's a real competitor for that award if Lonzo can play at a certain level. He is a star name, at least, and a lot of potential. Now he's been on 3 teams now, but that's a guy who has been gone. And if he comes back and plays, yeah, that's a lock. It's not like a DeMar Hamlin type thing because Lonzo wasn't near death, but there are questions about whether he would ever play basketball again.
Also, DeMar Hamlin didn't win comeback player of the year.
Yeah, went to someone else. Who, Baker?
No, Joe Flacco.
Oh yeah. They didn't even, yeah. I forgot all the jokes. The man nearly died and came back to life and still didn't win it. Yeah, I do remember the jokes. So he did not win it.
Joe Flacco just stunk.
Yeah,
came back and played 7 games.
Yeah, I'm not. And people have argued about what should qualify you for that award. If you come back from being bad, is that comeback or even if injury? Should an injury be a thing that puts you in consideration?
I think they sent the voters guidelines this year, and it's
they did. I forgot what they were.
Like extraordinary
circumstances. You can't just be a terrible player one year and then be good the next. That's not enough.
Yeah. So but, I mean, Lonzo.
I can't think of anyone else who would even qualify if he plays well.
I mean, Steven Adams missed all of last year.
Yeah. I guess if Steven Adams has a really good year as a backup center, I guess he can win it.
He can't. No.
But it's unlikely that Steven Adams is going to win it.
I honestly think that Lonzo just needs to
play.
Yes, just be
play 55, 60 games.
The Bulls is Aaron Holiday for 60 games, and he'll be comeback player of the year.
Yeah, as far as your Lakers slant to it all, I don't know. You want to pay a guy coming off an injury, and you want to pay him $21 million. Actually, he's going to be a free agent. You don't have to worry about trading for him. You can just sign him in the offseason if you want to. This is the final year of his deal, Lazy J. So if you really want to get Lonzo Ball back after LeBron got him traded so you can get Anthony Davis, sign him in the offseason. The contract probably won't be that big of a deal unless he's superstar Lonzo Ball, which is unlikely. And his other thing was LaMelo. I mean, did LeVar Ball get to you? Why you just want one of the Ball brothers on the team?
Is this call from 2018?
Yeah, we're talking about Lonzo or LaMelo back on the Lakers.
What if all the Ball brothers and Bronny James all played for the Lakers? They'll be the 10 seed. Congrats.
They hope they'd be the 10 seed. I don't know. Is LaMelo a winning player? I know Charlotte's a bad situation, but the whole point of drafting that high is to have one of those guys elevate the franchise. Now, maybe Charlotte is one of those places that's you can't do that there, no matter who you are. But LaMelo is he's a better player than he was as a rookie, but he's still the same type of player. Defense is a non thing for him. The posing after jumpers in the middle of the preseason, I guess. Oh, you're hot from 3 in the preseason. Cool. That's what he is. He's not. If you want to continue the thing of having the sideshow in LA, yes, bring LaMelo Ball. That'd be great. Him and Bronny can be in the backcourt. That would be cool.
My issue with LaMelo Ball is that last year he played 22 games. The year before he played 36.
Lazy J has an affinity for Ball brothers who don't play basketball.
These guys that never play.
Yeah.
These guys combined the last 2 years have played 50 games.
So I don't even know if you're going to be a Laker fan once LeBron leaves. So maybe you don't care as long as LeBron's there. But I'm not sure if it's in the Lakers' best interest to be giving a guy who never plays basketball, the younger brother, not the older one, who's still under contract until 28, 29. It'll be 35 this year, nearly 38 next year, 40, 43, 46. You want to pay LaMelo Ball that type of money for what? Why? You got LaMelo Ball at home, D'Angelo Russell, whatever. Just shoot the basketball. Don't affect winning. You got that guy at home for cheap. At least D'Angelo Russell's made playoff jumpers. What's LaMelo Ball? Can't even play enough games to qualify for the All-Star team.
Yeah, I don't. You did stumble upon something that I find very interesting that I hope we get to do when the time comes. But I'd love for every LeBron fan to have to declare who they're rooting for now after he retires.
Yeah, we got to get Lazy J. You're on the clock. You got to pick a team. At some point, he won't be around. I know the guy in his longevity is nuts, but at some point he won't be playing basketball
in the next year or two when he retires.
Or does he have a backup? Is he going to switch to Ant Edwards and that'll be his guy?
I just want to know. I'm just curious.
I am interested. If anyone's out there who roots for a player as opposed to a team, like there are James Harden stands that still exist for whatever reason.
Yeah, now they get to watch the Clippers.
But once he is no longer an NBA player anymore, you're not sticking with the Clippers. So do you have another guy as a backup just waiting? Lazy J, when Bron's gone, who's it going to be? You aren't going to demean yourself into rooting for one team and sticking with them. You got to pick a star because the star comforts you because you think, okay, I don't ever want to pick a team who's kind of a losing team.
Yeah.
Let me pick a star who's always going to keep that team competitive, and I don't feel bad by putting on those teams' colors.
Is there like the Chris Paul people? Is there Chris Paul people? Question one. Question two.
I don't think so.
What happens to like the like LeBron James Muse accounts or like
who do they choose? Who do they go to?
Like
Harden Muse.
Harden had a ton of them.
So yes, when it's over,
like what just literally what happens to that Twitter account? Like, do they just pivot? Or do they rebrand?
Or do they become Harden Archives, where they just put up the best stuff from James Harden? Is that what they still do?
Like Jumpman history?
Yes, things like that. It's not a bad question. How come that hasn't been thought of before? What do the stands of players do once those stand? Because the stand culture for NBA players probably became a thing with Jordan, but really became a thing through social media, and Jordan was gone by that point. So LeBron was one of the first of those guys, if not the first, where people, I'm just going to follow that guy wherever he goes. He's been around so long, haven't had to make a decision and been good enough where it wasn't embarrassing to still be so in love with LeBron. Lazy J, next time you call, we're asking that question. Be ready for it. You want to get your jabs in about the USMNT? That's fine. We talked about it yesterday. They stunk. It's fine. Congratulations. Mexico got their one win. In the last 8 tries, I think the U.S. had been undefeated against Mexico in their last 7. Win a game that matters. Like any game in CONCACAF matters. All right. Before we go to break, I want to talk about my bookie. We got a Thursday night game tonight. Sean Payton Bowl. Do you think Payton's going to go to New Orleans and get a win, or do the Saints fans rise up and help Spencer Rattler beat up on the hapless Broncos offense? If you have a lean, go to mybookie.ag and place your bet. It can be Thursday night football. It could be NBA preseason. The Rockets are in action, I believe, tonight. Whatever you want to take a look at, MyBookie's there for you because they want you to bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Remember, it's Thursday, which means risk-free betting. You got a hunch and it's wrong, whatever. Doesn't cost you anything. But, of course, if you win, you keep that money thanks to MyBookie. Use promo code BET975. They will match that deposit up to $1,000. So they want to help you spend, and they will refund you on a day like today. So from the NFL to college football to Major League Baseball, the NBA, and soccer, UFC, the PGA, F1, anything you can wager on, MyBookie's there for you. Just go to mybookie.ag, and remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Credit to Dan Lanning for getting a rule change. He got the NCAA off their ass. Apparently, this was so egregious they had to make a move. So, going back to Saturday night, Oregon final sequence in that game. Let's play a 12th man on purpose. We'd rather take the 5-yard penalty than allow Jeremiah Smith to operate one-on-one, and then we can cover the other guys. So it worked. Oregon went on to win, and the NCAA has decided no more. We don't like that loophole, so we're closing it. And the loophole is, or the closing of that loophole is now with under 2 minutes to go. In the final 2 minutes of either half, if the defense has 12 players actively participate in a down, the offense can choose, along with the 5-yard penalty, to have the game clock reset to the time that has been displayed at the snap. And no time change would be made if there were 12 players, but one of them was attempting to leave the field and did not affect the play. So that's generally what that penalty is. You generally don't have a coach, or ever really, a coach saying, hey, go out there and play as a 12th man.
Yeah, let's just line up 12
and see how it works out. We'll take that penalty. So they've closed that loophole. It's fine. I don't know how often that situation would have occurred again, but it's a simple thing to fix. And it was exploited once to Oregon's benefit, and great, because screw Ohio State, honestly. But beyond my bias, I understand closing that loophole and deciding we can't allow that to happen again. Yeah. One smart coach took advantage of it. We can't let it happen again.
It also barely worked.
Yes.
Like if we're gonna talk about Will Howard sliding with 1 second too late, then if he slides 1 second earlier, that play doesn't work, and he just moved him 5 yards closer and ran some time off.
Well,
but the margin for that to work was Will Howard sliding 1 second earlier.
Well, it worked in the sense that you didn't give them the opportunity to turn it into maybe a 35-yard field goal. It took a scramble, and if he gets down, it's still a longer field goal. So yes, I get it. They still might have got that field goal off, but it did keep them from maybe hitting a ball down the field to Jeremiah Smith, or maybe your coverage being different, where you get something where you gain 10 to 12 yards instead of not completing a pass and then scrambling for several yards. So I would say it worked, but if Ohio State had managed their time better, they would still get an attempt. But because of the play because of that 12 man on the field thing, Ohio State could not manage their time better, and they lose that way. So Will Howard made a mistake. Oregon removed some margin for error for Ohio State because of the 12th man. So you tip your hat to Dan Lanning, and you say, good. No one wanted Ohio State to win anyway. And by no one, I mean me. I had no interest in watching that team celebrate a big win. And mostly because all of the doubt that pops up about their coach and their defensive coordinator, I love it. I love after games where the fan base gets really irrational. And yeah, I know none of our goals have really changed, but let's take apart and pick apart the entire program to find out what's wrong. Yeah, you lost the game against a top 3 team on the road. Relax, everybody. Relax. Now, there's not really anyone else on your schedule. Maybe Penn State. By ranking alone, that's the suggestion. Then you may see Oregon again. So there it is.
Well, and Michigan.
Oh yeah. I didn't forget.
That's
Michigan.
Still the most important game on their schedule.
It's to them, but if Ryan Day lost that game, just don't. That one's in? Is it in Ann Arbor or Columbus? Because the joke is, don't let him get back don't let him get on the plane. But if it's in Columbus,
don't let him get back to his house.
Just let him.
Don't let him get to his car.
That sounds dangerous.
I mean,
with Ohio State fans, that sounds dangerous.
I mean, that's the situation.
Yes,
that is just the situation.
Have the AD meet him on the field and tell him, no need to go back to your office. We'll send you all your stuff. If he loses to this Michigan team,
yeah, no, but it's
yes,
you got to do it, man.
You have to beat them.
You got to actually do it.
You have to beat them, and who knows what Michigan will be at the end of the year? Maybe they will have found a way to complete multiple forward passes in a row. I don't guarantee it, but you never know. That's in December. We got games to, or maybe late November. We got games to go. Lots of them. Michigan can find a passing offense. I wouldn't bet on it, but
I don't know.
Possible.
It is theoretically possible, but
they have 3 quarterbacks to figure it out.
The problem is they've already played all of them. They all are the exact same.
Just a couple more snaps.
Well, not the exact same.
They stink in different ways. They're
Tuttle and Warren kind of stink in the exact same way.
Well, that's true. Orgy
stinks in a different way.
In a very different way, but the results are the same.
Again, I stand by the if none of them can throw, play the guy who can run.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, their offensive line isn't as good as it was in the past, and also they haven't built an offense where you can just go Oregon Darren Thomas days and just run the quarterback option and quarterback reads and quarterback powers. They have some of that stuff in their playbook, but they didn't build their offense around it, even though they thought Orgy would be their starter. So, and Chip Kelly's coaching at Ohio State, so they can't even, bring him in as a consultant.
That's where if I was a Michigan fan, I'm like, wait, so we saw this guy all spring, all fall camp. We thought that this guy was going to be the starter, and we're just not ready to run the offense with him because he's worse at throwing the ball. You saw him throw the ball his whole career? You've watched him in practice. How is this a surprise? How is this quarterback situation a surprise?
Michigan had an offense. Pena, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back here. If you hang on, if you so choose, they had an offense that they thought would work, but they didn't want to go so far away from their own tenets. They didn't want a complete rebrand, maybe because they didn't have anyone who could teach it properly. But if you're looking at Alex Orgy and how he would be most effective, just put that man in the shotgun. You want to put a back in the pistol, want to put 2 backs on each side of them. You want to duplicate the Kenyon Barner and who was the other guy? Well, Michael James stuff with Oregon. And that's the best way Michigan can go about it. They don't have wide receivers who are going to threaten anyone. So don't put them in pro-style power spread type stuff. But they weren't going to go all in that way. They thought they could kind of mission mash things to make it work, and it has not.
Yeah,
clearly.
It hasn't come close to working.
Well, you would have to hire a new OC to do that because the guys they have are from the Jim Harbaugh type stuff. So they would have to change everything, and you're not going to change everything after you win a national title. Although a lot of guys left because they want to follow Harbaugh.
It's just their offense. Like, what was the plan? I don't even know what the plan.
Their plan was we're gonna showcase Orgy's legs and hope he could throw a forward pass.
But we can't run an offense where we actually do it.
And when they try to throw a forward pass with the other guys, they're bad at it too. Pena, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We got a short segment here before we get to hour 2. Let's get to Pena. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Hey, since you're an ACC guy, can you help me out with FSU versus Duke tomorrow? How do you like Malik Murphy going over 215.5 yards and Star Thomas rushing for 83.5 yards? I want to clarify something real quick, man. So every time I call, well, not every time, but there's been a couple times I call and you say something about what's that other guy that
Raheel called you fat boy at one point, right?
Yeah. That's a whole different opinion because I never called the show when he was around.
Okay.
I started listening to y'all like around 20 when we lost to the Braves. When the last Astros lost to the Braves. That's when I started listening.
2021. Yeah. All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, around there. Yeah,
cool.
Man. All right. Well, thank you. Help me out with that. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Pena. It's funnier if you were that guy, but I guess he's not that guy.
I also understand why he wants to clarify.
Yeah, I don't look. We don't.
Hey, that's on me.
I don't know if he is quote unquote fat boy. That was just a thing. I had never seen Pena, so either one. But thanks for the clarification. I will remember that going forward. Malik Murphy is. I guess I should ask total yards or passing yards. I guess he means passing yards.
I'm guessing passing.
I would. That one's tough. The question will be, will Florida State's offense do enough to keep that Florida State defense engaged? Because we will talk about it. We talked about it with Oklahoma. At some point, the dam just broke because Oklahoma's defense realized, all right, there's no chance of us winning this game. That's a game on the road at Duke. I would probably say under. I'm going to assume coming off a bye that Florida State's defense still wants to go out there and perform. And Malik Murphy, you start looking at some of his numbers.
He is like a 200-yard passer.
Yeah.
Where it's like he gets pretty close to 200.
Yeah. Consistently averaging about 6-point-something yards per attempt. That Duke offense isn't very explosive. Look at the games they played against teams that aren't Middle Tennessee State. The only time they never broke over 26. That's their high watermark as far as games against teams who don't have Middle Tennessee State in their name. So in the last game against Georgia Tech, he went for 205. They scored 14 points. It's less about Malik Murphy and more about Florida State's care level. Now they have Barack Lynn, who played okay against Clemson. They still lost. If he doesn't put them in a hole, and that's a competitive game, I'm going under on Malik Murphy. And he mentioned the running back. I forgot the number. Was it 80s? I forgot the number. I think it might have been low 80s. I apologize. After your explanation, I forgot. I would go under there too, just because I think Florida State's going to care come off a bye. I don't know how they want this season to go because it could fall apart really quickly. But I'll take the hope coming off of a bye of wanting to put on a performance. Their defense has showed some pride. They knew they weren't going to be Clemson, but they tried to stay in it. And Duke ain't Clemson. So I think Florida State's offense will do enough to make that a competitive ball game. And I don't think Malik Murphy is going to go over that number.
Yeah, it is crazy. Just opening up the like matchup, and it's 1-5 Florida State going
5-1.
5-1.
Speaking of fraud watch, Malik Murphy, not Malik Murphy specifically, but that Duke team. You look at some of their games. They double OT at Northwestern, home to Connecticut. They won by 5. They were down 20-3 or maybe 20-0 again. 20-0. It can't be 3. They scored 21 points. I guess you could get to 21.
It was 20-0.
But it was 20-0. And the Middle Tennessee State game was a blowout, and then they got their ass kicked by Georgia Tech by a couple scores. I would say Florida State, yes, they're 1-5, but all the factors that you would think about Florida State coming into the year and Duke coming into the year, they haven't flipped so much that I think Duke should win that game. If Brock Lynn isn't a disaster, Florida State has a real shot, but it's tough, Pena. You got to take into effect a team who had high expectations and how they're going to react to being 1-5. But you do get them coming off a bye, so maybe they'll care, at least to start. If you're playing that number, look to the Florida State offense, see how they play. That defense will stay motivated if that game is still close. Hey, I don't know. I'll say it now. I know that you're a different Pena. The man does love his props. He calls quite a bit about the props or EA College Football 25. All right, we will wrap up hour one here. If you have thoughts on the weekend of college football, certainly call in. I mean, I don't know how many answers I have for props. There are shows for that, but I will take your call. We can get to it, certainly. And you know where you can place a bet, Pena? On Malik Murphy passing yards? Go to MyBookie. It's an easy way to win some money if you think you're on the right side of something. MyBookie.ag is the website. And remember, MyBookie Plus is their tiered loyalty program where the more you bet, the more chances you have to win prizes. And also alongside of that, you have Thursdays. You have risk-free Thursdays. Risk-free Thursdays, it's pretty simple. You bet and you lose, you get your money, you get a refund. And if you win, of course, you keep it. MyBookie wants you there to win money and have a good time. So if you have odds on an ACC quarterback or you think Spencer Rattler is going to light up the Broncos defense, go to MyBookie. This is the day to do it. Take a shot. MyBookie.ag is a website. Remember, promo code BET975 is the thing you use if you're signing up. And when you use that, you get to match up to $1,000 on that deposit. It's a great way to start off. It doesn't have to be $1,000. Maybe you just want to start with $200. You just want to get a feel for the site and get a feel for betting. MyBookie gives you that opportunity to double your money. Remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. we've talked quite a bit about what the Texans don't have. But they did get a guy back. Danico Autry back and available to play. Mario Edwards out, Danico Autry in. And of course, because he had been out for so long and can just get back to practice now, D'Amico Ryans was asked about his status for Green Bay. Will Danico Autry play? Here's D'Amico Ryans' answer to that.
Autry, he's ready to go. He's been doing a lot of work. And while people weren't watching him, while he wasn't here, he put a lot of work in. And that's the biggest thing. And that's a credit to all our guys. And I really, with our sports performance group and the way they work with our guys when they're not here, like it just shows how Dylan came back. Dylan was ready to go. Damian steps back in. Joe steps back in. Like that's a credit to not just the football side, but our sports performance side, our training room, and how they have our guys prepared. When they do get back, they're back and they're ready to be effective for.
He's going to be needed. The back and forth during the offseason is whether he would be primarily a defensive tackle or would he be a sub rusher? Would he spend all of his time at defensive end? Well, we'll find out on Sunday, and there's a spot for him. Now they've activated Kurt Heinisch. Danico Autry is back. I wonder where his snaps will come from. It doesn't appear that they have a lack of talent at end. Maybe he is a third down pass rusher on the inside. But I do think there's a place for him to get some snaps inside, because I wasn't all that impressed by their tackle rotation at the start of the year, and they've been fine. Tim Settle has been okay. Mario Edwards has made some plays, but with him being missing for the next several games, there's a slot there at least for Danico Autry to find his way into the field on a lot of passing situations. Will he be there on first and second down? He did that in Tampa. He did that in Tennessee. Will the Texans utilize him that way? We'll see about that on Sunday. But pressure has been the problem for Jordan Love, so Danico Autry being back will help the Texans in that regard. And it's a game where if they don't pressure him, I think he's going to have a big day against that secondary. I won't say it's pressure him or get blown out, but I do think if we think the Texans are going to have a shot to win, that defensive line has to be the best unit on the field when those two units are going at it. The offense and the defense for the two teams are going at it. They have to be better. They simply have to be better than that Packers offensive line to counteract what I believe is a clear advantage for the Packers wide receivers against that Texans secondary. It's pretty simple. If a quarterback has time to throw, he's going to have a better shot to win. But Jordan Love's numbers are drastic in that regard. And the Texans, how they are presently set up as far as depth because of injuries, you allow Jordan Love to sit back there and have time. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, because with the Packers receiver options, even at full strength, we would be going into this week going, I'm not sure how the Texans secondary covers all these guys, because it is 4 legitimate threats on the with the Packers receiving core with Watson, Dobbs, Wicks, and Reed. So you have that issue, and now you're losing Kamari Laster. You're going to be down Jimmy Ward. So now it really becomes like, yeah, you need the front 7, but really the 4 main pass rushers. You need them to dominate the game and to gunk up, to gunk up the game. You need them to get this into being a game with Love under pressure, having to throw the ball away, getting hit. That's really the recipe for the Texans' success on defense.
And you look at the numbers as far as sacks given up by the Packers. They are at 1.3 a game, which ties them for third best in all of football tied for second best in all of football as far as sacks given up per game. So they're a team that doesn't give up sacks, and you have a defense who thrives on putting pressure on the quarterback and is going to need it. So it'll be an interesting back and forth. And will this team, who didn't need to put pressure, at least use blitzes to put pressure on Drake May. Well, they have to revert back to that with a better offensive line. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson had their best days since the Chicago game. Will Anderson had his 3 sacks, won AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Danielle Hunter had one of his, and I guess now customary flying sacks that people are looking at and love now. He had one of those. Those were few and far between, the sacks and the pressures, it felt like, against non-Bears or Patriots offensive lines. They're going to face a better one, a better scheme, a better quarterback, a better group of weapons from the running back if he's healthy. I think Aaron Jones missed practice yesterday. We'll see if he practices today, but the wide receiver should be okay. Going to be a big challenge. And we're at a point where I'm not looking for, hey, they played them close. Now, I won't put them on fraud watch if it's a close ball game. We talked about that early. But I think if we're trying to, quote unquote, establish them, if we're trying to watch the Texans establish themselves as one of the contenders, go in there and win that game. I don't think weather's going to be a problem, so that's not something that can be a crutch. Should be fine. Beat the Packers. The Packers are good. That whole division is good, at least record-wise. The Bears have beaten up on some bad defenses, but the division, everybody has 4+ wins. Go beat the team a lot of people thought was going to finish first in that division. You got an opportunity. A lot of eyes. The CJ Jordan Love thing, I'm not that interested in. I think they're both good quarterbacks. But I think the team as a whole should have a point to prove, because the last time you faced a really good football team on the road, you left embarrassed. I don't think there's any other word to use than the Texans got embarrassed in Minnesota. Let's not have that happen again. Is that too much to ask? And then win. I'd obviously win too, but don't get embarrassed.
I don't think not get embarrassed is too much to ask.
I don't have high standards on a lot of things, Sean. This isn't a high standard.
Okay.
Don't get embarrassed.
Don't get embarrassed.
Yeah.
Just say they're 5-1.
Yes.
We can ask for a win.
I did say, hey, let's win it too, but
bare minimum.
Bare minimum. Don't get embarrassed. Don't duplicate what happened in Minnesota. Go in there and play a good football game. And if you drop one to a good football team on the road, you're not favored to win. You're down some guys. Your best receiver, your best weapon isn't available. Your starting corner isn't available. There are reasons to believe the Packers should win that game. But I don't think there's any reason to think they should blow the Texans out. They shouldn't pull a Minnesota Vikings on the Texans. I don't want to see a lot of Lambeau leaps is what I'm saying.
Can I be honest, Del?
Go ahead.
The more we talk about it, I kind of think the Texans are in danger of a Minnesota Vikings game. I'm kind of in danger. The more we talk about it, I'm like, I don't know how they're going to cover all these guys. Their linebackers are hurt. Toa's in concussion protocol. Still no Christian Harris. Yeah, Christian Harris. I want to have positive vibes.
You're out here saying the quiet part out loud.
I want to have positive vibes, but I'm scared. I'm scared.
Well, are you going to be scared of the Packers in their all-white uniforms?
Yeah. The alternate uniform day also makes me.
The Texans will counter with their all blues. Their regular home blues. Not the H-Town blue uniform. It'll be the regular home blues, all blue, up in Green Bay against the all whites of the Packers.
Listen, it's gonna be a great uniform matchup. There's no question. The guys are gonna look good and they're gonna feel good. I just don't know if they're gonna play good.
I don't know. I've seen the Texans all blue uniforms in mock-ups. I don't think they're that great. They're better than what they had last.
I like the old all blue.
Yeah, I like
the uniform. So I assume
with the red numbers.
Yes, I assume that this one's gonna look not similar because it's obviously a new design, but the overall aesthetic is gonna look similar.
Understood. The ones that they're
like the Deshaun Watson
their color rush blue uniforms that were an alternate from their regular blue uniforms. Understood. It's well.
I can just see those clean, crispy white uniforms. I don't know that.
Since we're doing this dumb uniform thing, the Packers are okay, sure. You're right. I think it's dumb. You may think it's great.
This is great insight.
Understood. The Packers, because they are so traditional, besides the fact that they're going with an all-white uniform, they haven't changed their jersey materials since since like the Brett Favre days.
What?
Like the design, like if you look at the Packers on Sunday,
the design.
No, not the design.
The material.
The template of the uniform is the same one they use back in the 90s.
I thought you were saying like the actual when
I say template, I'm not talking about like, oh, it looks like a Packers uniform from 1998. I'm talking about like the Texans have upgraded their uniforms to the new Nike template, the one everyone in the NFL is using. The Packers did not. It's still the old one.
They're still using like Reebok jerseys?
If you look at it closely, it's the same type of look, except it has a Nike swoosh on it. They did not change them. That they were so adamant about, we don't want anything to look different, that you can put a Nike jersey on it. Hell, could even be Nike materials, but it better be the same type of thing we were wearing when Brett Favre was running around beating the Patriots in the Super Bowl. That's how far into this thing they are.
They should have to wear like the actual jerseys, like a high school team where they just
like a
reuse them every
not
year.
a Texas high school team, a poor high school team. Yeah.
Yes, but where they reuse them.
Yeah, that is
Jordan Love. Make sure you turn in your jersey at the end of the year.
You know, it's very weird. We will rock the white pants because we want to be a little modern with our stuff, but the fact that the jerseys are the same, it's who they are. The Packers don't want anything to change.
I respect that.
Yeah,
I can respect that.
And so those all white pseudo 1998 uniforms that they're going to be wearing on Sunday, I don't need a lot of them winding up in the stands for a Lambeau Leap. Can we limit that to about at most 3 Lambeau Leaps? Over under a Lambeau Leaps, Sean.
Oh, I'll go
not by Packers, not Texans taunting the Packers. Yes.
Traditional
Lambeau
not
Leaps.
Disrespectful.
Yes.
I'll go 2.
So, but
I think there's a chance there's a third touchdown, or actually maybe 3.
There could be more touchdowns, but maybe some guys decide not to jump into the crowd. Okay,
exactly.
So 2. You set the over under at 2.
I think we get at least 2.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of Packers games, so I'm not sure how many of those guys are still doing that.
Oh, do you think Gen Z's like actually? It's kind of cringe.
Yes, I don't want you pouring beer on me.
Yeah,
I don't want you spilling beer.
My girlfriend's here. I don't want to give her the ick if I can't make it up.
You make jokes, but don't think that couldn't be a thing. Where
Jaden Reed's
like, Jaden Reed's girl was
I don't
like,
know if I'm tall enough.
Like Jaden Reed's girl's like, ugh, why did you jump in that crowd? Who are you?
Who's she?
Who are you? No, who are you? Antonio Freeman? What are you doing? Cut that out. You ain't Robert Brooks. Knock it off.
All right, Ryan Grant, get out of there.
Yeah, Eddie Lacy. In fact, mimic Eddie Lacy and don't get in there because he's too big.
I was gonna say,
I think at one point Eddie Lacy could get into the stands, but
he was athletic.
But
he was big.
But it changed pretty quickly. At some point, Eddie Lacy was no longer capable. Yeah, so I would say 2's a pretty good number for Lambeau Leaps. You take into account that some guys don't want to do it. Maybe the Texans have a good defensive effort. It's not a bad spot.
Oh, you know what? Maybe there's a turnover, and I hate it when it's not
if a defender scores.
No. If they just get an interception, but they do the thing where they all run into the end zone, even though they catch they are down. They get the interception, they are down, and then they get up and run into the end zone. Maybe they do a Lambeau Leap there.
No, I think that's time to pose in front of the cameras. I think that's the team. The team, at least the team defense photo. They all run, all 11 guys run in front of the camera, take a picture.
That's the one where I'm just like,
enough.
Yeah,
because
you're celebrating in the end zone where you didn't get in the end zone.
Yeah, can you treat that like brandishing a weapon? If you take that team defense photo in front of the cameras because you picked off a pass and the worst part is when they run like 45 yards.
Yeah.
So it's this, oh my God, okay, the cameras got to follow them. They follow them. They all wind up in front of the cameras. Enough. It took you 45 yards to get there. You don't have to do that.
So lame.
All right.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Yes. Speaking of jerseys, there may be a new curse we can talk about.
Oh.
We know about the Drake curse. Well, there's another pop star. And yes, Drake's a pop star. Rapper, whatever. But he's more of a pop star than anything else. There's another pop star that if they wear your jersey, you can expect your team to get beat. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So Saturday, after the Longhorns dismantled Oklahoma, Dua Lipa was in Austin for ACL. She goes, "Hey guys, I heard you had a big game on, I guess, today, and you won." And the crowd's like, "Yeah." And Sean pointed out it's ACL, so not everyone there is just an Austinite or a Longhorn fan. ACL's a big thing. People from across Texas, if not just out of state, are come to see Dua Lipa. So it wasn't exactly a fervent, all-in Austin crowd, but she went on and did the pandering thing where she put on a Texas jersey, customized with her name on the back. Apparently, she's a big Xavier Worthy fan. And that was that. She is not, well, we'll find out if they beat Georgia if she's a curse or not, because she put on the jersey after the win, so she can't be blamed. But we can find out.
She's on
curse watch,
yeah,
certainly.
She's on the clock.
But someone who can be blamed for causing your team to lose is Drake. We know. He's the mush. If he's around your team, expect bad things to happen. You know, except for that whole thing where he was sitting courtside when the Raptors went on to win a title. But beyond that, we discard that because it doesn't fit the narrative. It's mostly about if he's bandwagoning and puts on a jersey. Well, we got a new one. Sean, do you know who Sabrina Carpenter is?
I know of her.
I asked this because we asked some of our, well, we asked an intern, and then we asked Sam, who works here, who's younger than both of us, if she knew who Chapel Roan was and how to pronounce her name, and she did not. I think Sabrina Carpenter has more wide appeal. She was either Disney or Nickelodeon star at some point. Now she's a pop star. So
she came up the minor leagues. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think she skipped over AAA though. She went from AA to the majors pretty quickly.
Like Jake Bloss. Got it.
Something like that, yeah. Well, probably in her case, why you insulted me with Jake Bloss. But yes, something
Blair
like that.
Henley. Got it.
No, she did not flame out. She did not go out on stage and have a backing track screw up, and everyone realizes she can't sing. It didn't happen. Blair Henley had a disaster to start. We have not seen him since. But Sabrina Carpenter is apparently a curse. She wore a Dallas Cowboys crew neck sweatshirt in New York for a gala she attended, and on Sunday the Cowboys suffered a loss to the Lions 47-9. This isn't the only time. She wore a Philly jersey for a concert in she was born near Philadelphia. So
West Philadelphia, born and raised.
Well, I don't know where Quakertown
playgrounds where she spent.
I said near Philadelphia,
oh.
Quakertown, Pennsylvania. Maybe it's West Quakertown. I'm not sure. But she had a homecoming tour. She went to the Wells Fargo Center in Philly. She wore a Philadelphia Phillies jersey, and immediately afterwards, the Mets tied the series. And then actually the Mets tied the series 2 days after. Then they went on to knock out the Phillies. So she's 0 for 2 when it comes to wearing a jersey. And of course, and then she played a tour in Toronto, a tour stop in Toronto, put on a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey, and then they immediately lost their home opener to the Montreal Canadiens. So if Sabrina Carpenter's coming to your town, ask her not to wear the jersey of your favorite team. It's small stuff. She hasn't cost anyone like a title yet. But keep her away from your favorite team.
The Phillies. I mean, not a title.
Actually, that's true. It was the playoffs. They won that division.
Yeah.
Weren't they the best team in the NL?
They were the number one seed in the NL.
Well, like you did, cost them a title. So while she's singing Espresso, just make sure she doesn't have your favorite team's jersey on. I don't blame pop stars for that. Obviously, I think it has a lot to do with the team. But I'm tired of Drake. No, that's the full stop. I'm just tired of Drake.
Oh,
I'm tired of hearing about Drake. So if we need to blame someone else, let's blame the 4'11" pop star who has nothing to do with anything.
Ooh, okay. So I'm looking up her tour schedule. She's in Houston on October 27th.
Do the Rockets don't count. They have like they have enough games that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and also, what you think she's going to be in a
Shingun jersey? If she puts on a jersey, is she in Toyota Center? So she might put on a Rockets jersey.
It is Toyota Center,
but she might put on a Well, she was in Wells Fargo Center and put on a Phillies jersey.
Yeah,
so she could put on a Texans jersey. Who are they playing around that time?
The Texans play it's on a Sunday. So I guess it's after the Colts game. So good on the Colts game, but then they play Thursday night on Halloween against the Jets 4 days later.
Be on the lookout, everyone. I do my bookie spots. I'm going to be paying attention to what Sabrina Carpenter wears for the first time ever at the concert she does. I'm going to find out. And if she puts on a Texans jersey, fade the Texans.
She's in Austin the next day too.
Well, there's a real possibility.
She needs to chill out.
She's putting on a Texas jersey at some point. Who are the Longhorns playing the Saturday after she gets there?
So the 28th is a Monday. Their next game would be they're hosting Florida on the 9th.
They have
a bye week.
Is that too much distance?
They have a bye week.
Yeah, the bye doesn't count. That's too much. That's
they
too
might
much time
lose
away.
Bye week.
Yeah, maybe
someone gets arrested.
Maybe someone gets arrested or is ruled academically ineligible. But Longhorns don't have to worry. Texans, just hope she puts on an Astros jersey or something. She puts on a Bregman jersey. He immediately signs with someone else.
Yeah, I'm looking. I mean, she's St. Louis. You're good. Don't have anything to worry about.
No worries there.
Raleigh, watch out. North Carolina State. Charlottesville, watch out. Virginia.
And it's not just her coming to your city.
Atlanta. Atlanta on the 22nd.
Well, she has to put on a jersey of one of the teams. If she just rolls up and she's just wearing whatever, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Just be on the lookout, everyone.
Yeah.
Make sure that woman doesn't put on something from a team you care about, or they're done for.
Oh man, she's in Dallas the next day too.
Wow, she can't be blamed for any disaster that happens in Dallas.
Puts on a Luka Doncic jersey.
Well, that's once again the NBA doesn't really count unless someone gets hurt. Like if they lose to the Spurs the night after, who cares? It's the NBA.
So this is more in line of the Drake curse kind of situation, more than a Ted Cruz curse situation.
Now, Ted Cruz has been in spots where the team loses playoff games.
And he's there at the game.
He's there at the game. So that one is actually not as strong. All she has to do is put on a team jersey and your team is screwed. If we're going by my logic, it's just mine. The Sabrina Carpenter curse is stronger than the Ted Cruz curse. Because Cruz is actually at the events and something bad happens. She
can do it from distance.
Yeah, she doesn't even have to be at the game. Just let her put on a jersey and it's over for you. I'm going to rise her up the rankings. Drake's still number one, but like I said, I'm tired of Drake.
Body of work. Yeah.
Just a long line of things going poorly for your team. Sabrina Carpenter, I think she's number 2. And Ted Cruz, your powers are waning. You actually have to be there. Speaking of that, I think I saw Greg Abbott on the sidelines at the game, the Texas OU game.
Greg Abbott's a good lecturer.
Yeah.
Greg Abbott's there for wins.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but I do. I knew it was Greg Abbott because I saw, obviously there's an obvious indicator.
He sticks out.
Yeah. But I didn't see his face, but I think it was in the first half. I saw a burnt orange shirt in a wheelchair wheeling back because a play was coming the way on the sideline. I was like, okay, that's Greg Abbott.
Yeah.
Didn't have to see his face, just knew. The indicators were there. Burnt orange shirt and the wheelchair. So he's a good luck charm. You're right. I don't know of any curses surrounding Greg Abbott, football related. There might be other things. No, but as far as sports related, I don't know of any.
Texas fans have no problem with Greg Abbott being at games.
Texas fans may have some issues with Greg Abbott, but it has nothing to do with him being at the game. Because they're Texas fans all across the state.
Yeah.
He doesn't have 100% approval rating.
No. But he has enough. Enough Texas fans.
Yes,
enough
Texas fans and Texas people overall like him enough. That's why he's in office. Okay. Just a warning, everyone.
Yeah. Be careful of a 5'0" pop star coming to your city, putting on a jersey.
Pray that she decides she doesn't like just pray that she doesn't like the colors. Maybe she's not a big fan of Texans colors.
Gosh, I wish she was in LA to throw on a Ohtani jersey, but
something.
Yeah, November 15th. It's already
World Series will long be over. We can only pray and hope that she's going to be in the city of a team you hate, and if she puts those colors on, that fan base is going to have a miserable next game. That's all we can ask for. We got a couple more segments here to go before we wrap it up. We talked about the Rockets in a not serious way. We'll actually talk about them here coming up here because Bobby Marks of ESPN has a solution for should we be paying Şengün and Green? He has a solution where they both get their money and the Rockets wind up happy too. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Michael Carroll, that was him. He'll join us tomorrow for his weekly segment, the host of Comicast. And also, of course, he gives us what we should or shouldn't be watching in movies and TV. So I watched Disclaimer, the second episode. We talked about it on Friday. And I think I said I fell asleep, not because of the show, just fell into my nap time when I was trying to get through the second episode. It's interesting. Kate Blanchett is in it. You got movie stars in TV roles. So Apple TV shelling out that cast like they normally do for it. They have an acclaimed director who normally is a movie person too, Cuarón, I believe, Alfonso Cuarón. I like it. It is a story about what actually happened through the eyes of multiple people. And we're not actually sure. It's a mystery, but there's someone who's dead and someone who is being blamed, and it ripped apart a family. And now the question is, do we have a reliable narrator? So I'm interested there. I don't think I mentioned this, but Caddo Lake on HBO Max. It is a mystery where a girl goes missing in the Louisiana swamps, and it's 2 different timelines, and you're not sure how they connect until they do. And normally TV doesn't surprise me, but this one got me. Once you know and see all these things connect, which is great, but I didn't see this one coming as far as what ties everything together, what ties all these people together. And I recommended it to someone, and I didn't tell him anything other than that a girl disappears, because if I start telling you or them anything about it, then you're looking for something to happen. Just watch. That's the premise. Someone disappears, and a lot of lives are affected, and you'll find out how. What did I say we would get to? Oh yeah, the Rockets. The Rockets will have their final preseason game tonight, but the bigger questions surrounding them beyond the rotation and who's going to get minutes is, are you going to pay Şengün and Green? And if you do, when will you do it? Now, they didn't get deals this year, and it was positioned, at least this offseason, and it was positioned as, well, we want more financial flexibility. We talked to Alprin about it. He understands. I'm not sure they mentioned that about Jalen Green, but the thought is you don't pay them now because you'll have more money and more room to wiggle in the 2025 offseason, because you can sign these guys as room free agents because you have their bird rights. And it allows you to maybe bring in another person that could be a max type player. So you don't pay them now, you pay them later. The question always is, will one of these guys get offended if you make them wait? So, well, and I'm looking at some of the things that Bobby Marks is saying. Actually, I misspoke. You can use the cap space to sign guys, and then because you have a hold on Şengün and Green, then you can sign them. You can use your cap room to sign whoever you might want,
because their cap hold would be lower than what their salary
exactly.
will be.
That's the flexibility there. The cap hold would be lower than whatever you're going to pay them if you paid them this offseason. So you let it play out. You sign a couple, or maybe just one big free agent, and then you bring in Green and Şengün if you so choose. So that was the reasoning behind not giving them their cash now. Beyond the Jalen Green thing, where it's like, well, we're not really sure. I think they're pretty sure on Alpi. They just told him to wait. So if they were to get their money now, because the deadline's coming up here shortly, Bobby Marks says you give Alperen Şengün a 5-year, $172.5 million deal. That is below a max deal for him, which he would say would be a flat rate. He would say we would pay him 34.5 and it wouldn't escalate. That would just be the money he gets. Is Alperen Şengün willing to take a discount now? I would say no. I think at this point, you sold it. I think the Rockets would feel the same way. You sold them on the plan. Hey, we love you. We believe in you, but it helps this team in the future if you pull a Tyrese Maxey, where we don't give it to you at the earliest opportunity. We go make a move, like say for not Paul George, but a Paul George type, and then we sign you with our cap hold. Well, we have you with the cap hold. Then we'll give you a deal that represents what you mean and where your status is in the league. So that's a proposal from Bobby Marks. I don't think either side would agree with it. Alpi's not taking less money, and the Rockets have a real plan in place. The one for Jalen is a bigger discount. He's saying give Jalen a 5-year, $145 million deal. And that extension would begin at $33 million and then declines each season, as opposed to Alpi's being flat for the first 3 seasons and then escalating. He wants the Jalen Green deal. Give him more money up front and then for it to decline. Once again,
let me tell you what Jalen Green's not accepting.
Once again, it's Jalen Green accepting a deal, particularly if he believes he's going to have a great year this year. And why wouldn't he? part of the deal is to have confidence. Part of being a young player is to believe you're going to be great. Is he going to take that deal? Unlikely. But if you look at his salary, he would only be behind Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, Zach LaVine, Anthony Edwards, C.J. McCollum, and Donovan Mitchell when it comes to shooting guard. So it is a level shooting guard that we don't think he is. Zach LaVine thing aside. And Bradley Beal, for all our jokes, he's a better player than Jalen Green. All the guys are, but Zach LaVine's always hurt. But he's back now. That's not bad company, but I don't think you can sell Jalen Green on saying you're going to be getting less money every year.
Because also what's going to happen is the cap will go up. And
So if he is great,
you're
then,
making less and less.
yes, despite the fact that you are playing at a level where you should be making more and more.
Yes. That's in general why contracts escalate. It's to go up with the cap.
Yes. And the expectation is the player. Now, the players will be upset, but the player believes, all right, I'm making more and more because I'm better and better. And then at some point I'll renegotiate or ask for a trade because that's how the NBA works. You can't really renegotiate, but you can ask for a trade and then hold the team feet over the fire until they give you a giant extension because that's how it works. So while Bobby Marks, content over everything, I get what you're doing here, but the Rockets have a plan, and the plan is, particularly for Jalen Green, I think is wait and see.
Yeah, I think Jalen Green, if it's a little bit of what could have happened with the Texans and Nico Collins this season, where Nico Collins does sign the deal in the offseason before he has to, and then he plays, and you go, oh my God, he could get so much more if he signed his contract today. Jalen Green, at least from his point of view, has to think like, no, right now would be the cheapest deal that I signed with the Rockets. If I wait in the offseason, no matter what, I will get more. Because he thinks, and why wouldn't he, that he's going to have a better year than he had last year.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair to believe. He had a really bad year.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to be worse.
Yeah, the month of March is the one that makes people feel a lot better about what he could be, but all the other time.
What about January?
Yeah,
what about February?
All the other time was spent going.
Let me name all the other months.
Yeah, all the other time was spent going, what the hell is going on here? Why isn't he developing?
All the games where Aaron Holiday was closing the game over him. Yeah.
Hey, Sean, Jalen Green ain't looking for you to say stuff like that. Hey, knock it off.
No,
hey, Mapes. Hey, Dr. Mapes, knock it off.
I'm saying that now he's going to make more because that won't happen.
Yeah, but he doesn't want anybody being reminded of, hey, you were flat out underperforming, and I'm being kind outside the month of March. Looking for you to bring reality to the table.
Sorry, Jalen.
I'm just speaking for his agent, really. Hey, that guy, Mapes, save that for the bullpen. And in fact, don't do that on the bullpen either.
Save that for Sunday.
I saw your viewership on when you guys are in LaBerge. Don't even say it there. Cut it out. Get a podcast and don't promote it, and then say what you want to say. All right. Yes, but to Sean's point, there's a more wait and see approach to Jalen Green. And hey, Alpy, just wait, because we'll get you your money when it's financially beneficial for the franchise as we try to set you up to be a winner long term. So, he puts out all the numbers, but we've gone through the Jalen Green stuff as far as numbers are concerned. It is a nice fantasy to come to a compromise, but it doesn't fit the Rockets' plan. And hopefully there is a player in the future, an established star that wants to come here, and they can take advantage of that, as I said, like the Sixers did with Paul George. We'll see if that comes to be. All right, we got one more segment here to go before we wrap it up. And we'll be followed by the Killer Bees. Actually, Gallant George first, then the Killer Bees. Sorry, Gallant George.
News to me.
Maybe I'm still pretending to be Jalen Green's agent. Is Mapes on the Gallant George show? Let's not promote that show, because he's going to say some things about my client.
Get Abigail in here.
That I don't want. Well, she'll be here on tomorrow. She'll be producing producing John and Lance, because John won't be here. So it'll be me and Lance, and Abigail will be producing. So if you want less of Sean and more of Abigail, sorry, Sean is still going to be here.
Boom.
But Abigail,
wait, are you doing the Dell show after?
Yes.
Wow.
Sorry.
Save the good stuff, please.
I'm not even going to talk.
Like usual. Save the good stuff.
Yeah, save all the things I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let Lance ADHD his way through the first 3 hours.
That first segment today. Woof. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Now, Alan, our intern, has put up that podcast for the entire show. If you guys don't normally listen to that podcast because maybe you've already heard the first 3 hours, just go back and listen to from 7 to about 7:15 and go, huh, Hall of Famer, huh? But enough about Lance.
Now his agent is going to be calling.
Well, his agent actually might be listening to the station because his agent, it's for. He's going to be trying to help out his client. Lance is a wonderful radio host, but not from 7 to 7:15 this morning. He wasn't. But enough about him. Sean, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. You can't take more or less on Lance digressions and weird rabbit holes that he's going to go down to live on radio. You really wish you could put in some mores on Lance Zierlein's. Wait, what is he talking about? Because you'd be a very rich person. And that's probably why Prize Picks doesn't do it, is because they would go bankrupt immediately if they started offering that. But what they are offering, this is another thing where, wait, how are they not going to go bankrupt? They're offering Anthony Edwards to score more than half a point in the season opener for the Minnesota Timberwolves next Wednesday. Right? Yeah, next Tuesday against the Lakers. It's basically a free square. You get one under your belt. Now you can build a lineup and make a little bit more money because you're already getting Anthony Edwards to score, again, at least 1 point, which you'll do. Thursday Night Football, MLB playoffs, basketball, both the season coming up, and you can get in some season-long projections, NHL, esports, whatever you're interested in. It's on Prize Picks. Download the app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play at least $5. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I was going to ask Sean this before we closed it out. I was going to ask if you're actually going to Texas, Georgia, but then you informed me that someone is a little too close for comfort. Are you going to Texas, Georgia?
No.
Okay.
But do you know the prices to get?
I don't know. Maybe you bought tickets beforehand.
No,
because you knew that was going to be a big game.
No, I don't. I mean, if someone wants to give me $900 to spend on tickets, I'll take it.
Well, if you're getting $900, what are you giving, Sean? There's got to be a trade here.
Laughter.
Not sure that's enough for $900. From all the history of the world, when someone asks for $900, laughing and joy generally isn't what is returned for that price.
Tell that to a little guy named Jerry Seinfeld.
It wasn't 900 Jerry was getting.
Yeah,
it
got
shot
way more.
It shot up from like we got an open mic to multi-million, maybe billionaire now.
So
but you're no Jerry Seinfeld.
No,
at least not that I know of.
You know what? I'm not going to get offended by that.
All right, but. So you're not going because someone won't give you $900.
No.
Ted Cruz won't have that issue if he wants to go. And that's a little uncomfortable for you because we just discussed the mushes, the bad luck. Sabrina Carpenter's on that list. Ted Cruz needs to be in the building for it to happen. And for you, has campaign stops in San Antonio.
Yes.
And that's a little too close for comfort because who's to say Ted Cruz doesn't go, you know what, let's swing over to Austin.
Yeah.
And watch the Longhorns versus the Bulldogs.
I'm sure he's gonna, I don't know, go to a restaurant or some local business, whatever, and then give a speech. But that's all gonna be in the afternoon or morning. He's gonna have his night free.
And so he's in San Antonio on Saturday.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like this for you. Does he have a speech that night that can confirm that he won't be available?
I don't have his full schedule in front of me. His itinerary.
Call his campaign manager, please. We need answers. So. Ted Cruz, just by location's sake, could make a trip to Austin. But you're going to have Greg Abbott there, likely, right? Greg Abbott might show up to that.
But they're both there at the Sugar Bowl.
And so the strength of Ted Cruz far outweighs the good luck of Greg Abbott. Well, it's unfortunate, Sean, but just hope the man has a busy schedule on Saturday night and he can't make the trip.
Yeah,
maybe Ted Cruz is like you. Hey. Anyone got a $900?
You know what? I think he can find a spot easier than
I'm sure he's campaigning for someone to give him money.
I'm sure. Yeah, right. I'm sure there's a tech. That's what I need to get in with the Texas Boosters. That's what I need. Someone with a suite.
Pay Ted Cruz to stay away,
or no, to have me at the game.
We used to, not we because I wasn't involved, but people who work here could get that ticket. Could show up in Austin in the suite. It's happened. I think Lance has been in the suite for a Texas game. I don't know how recently it's happened, but he's done it before. He's down the hall. Ask him.
Okay.
You guys are close, right?
Yeah. After the last segment, yeah, I think we got close.
Well, I was insulting him, not you. You just laughed. But maybe go, hey, you were laughing too hard.
I also incorporated into the price.
I heard it as I was walking out. I heard you talking about Lance.
They would go bankrupt if they offered.
Oh, I didn't hear the bankrupt part.
Yeah.
Lance like, hey, I heard you laughing a little too hard. All that kiki you were doing. That was a little too hard.
No, yeah. I don't know if I can make this happen.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't expect Sean to be at Texas, Georgia. Let's just hope for his sake and all of the Longhorns' sake that Ted Cruz has other things to do. So that's out there. What was that?
That was Paul.
Oh, just singing and caught on your mic. Okay, Paul Gallant is coming up here shortly. It'll just be you and Paul because Joe's still on vacation. Joe George, he had an announcement, right? He's going to do Locked On Chicago sports for the most part. It's not just Bears. I think he's going to do Bulls as well. So he's still here.
Bulls and Cubs, I think.
He's still the co-host of the Gallant George show, but he will have that as well. So if you like, for the most part, misery because he's a Bulls and Cubs fan, go listen to Joe. If you like to hate listen like me, there's gonna be a lot of that for Joe. But he also has the Bears who have a exciting young quarterback, so that's there for you too.
Oh, and I think he also does Notre Dame.
So for the most part, he'll be happy, but he will always come to the realization that team's never going to win a national title.
Late December.
Yeah, so for the most part,
then it's going to be a lot of Nick Vucevic talk, yeah. a lot of Zach LaVine and Kobe White.
I said for the most part, 10 wins for the most part every year, but
for the Bulls, yeah, that sounds right.
They aren't going to be that bad, but they'll be pretty bad. But Lonzo Ball's back. That's good news. Lonzo Ball played his first minutes in a long, long time and knocked down his first jumper. So that was heartwarming. We are done for the day. Gallant and George are up next with no George, but a Sean along with Gallant. Then the Killer Bees follow them. Since we're done, what's that mean, Jason Tatum?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Thursday, October 17th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant, no Joe George. He is up in Chicago. We do have Sean Mapes here hanging out. Samurai Sean with the top knot. I like it. Is it appropriation? Honestly, I can't say. I just like the top knot, buddy boy.
I was playing buddy boy.
Working out new things, man.
That's all right. I was pulling a Paul Gallant last night, actually.
Oh.
Playing a little bit of Civilization 6.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Playing some video games, and you wake up the next day. Next thing you know, you were playing as Japan, and you are still Japan.
Yes, I actually was playing as Japan.
There we go. Got to play as them. I, last night, continued my journey into adulthood because not only am I a condo owner, and on top of that, part of an HOA.
Oof.
I just joined a rodeo committee last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So went out, had some fun. Poultry Action Committee, great people, had a great time, and a little hungover this morning. So this might be fun.
I like how we put our cards on the table 3 minutes into the show.
It could be a fun show. Okay, I'm just being as honest as I normally am. Buckle up. We're gonna go in some weird places. I'm very excited for Sunday's game at Lambeau Field. Texans, Packers. And the key to this game is, I know this is going to sound lame, like I'm a NFL coach telling it to you, but turnovers. It's the name of the game. And CJ Stroud's going to have to wrap it up. He's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to use protection. He had 6 turnovers all of last year. Did you know he already has 4 this year? 5 interceptions and a fumble lost last season. 4 interceptions this year. He did fumble. It was not recovered by the opposition. This is a little concerning because Stroud, we thought of last year as being very, very exceptionally good at protecting the football, going up against the Packers team on Sunday that is +9 in the NFL in takeaways. 17 total taken away this year. 9 interceptions, 8 fumbles. The highest in the NFL by about, I think, 3, 4 takeaways. So this is the key to Sunday. Is CJ Stroud and this Houston Texans offense going to be able to wrap it up? This is a line I think of very often. It's an iconic line in cinema from the Andy Samberg movie, Hot Rod. Now, my dad always told me, Paul, you got to be smart. You got to protect yourself. You got to make sure that whenever you go out to hang out with that special someone, that you're ready to go like Joe Bluth here in the movie, Hot Rod.
Julio. Hey, maybe I'll get a box of dong bags so we can knock boots later. What do you think?
I think that's what CJ Stroud needs to be doing on the football field. A metaphorical box of dong bags to prevent the Green Bay Packers from taking the football away. At admission, I used to have this Mondo wallet. I think I had every single credit card that I owned in it. And on top of that, I occasionally had cash. But then I stopped carrying cash around because I always felt guilty when the homeless asked me for cash. But there was one thing I always kept in it. In fact, I kept 2 things in it because you never know when you're going to need them. I had a condom. I had 2 condoms in this wallet. I had one on the top, one on the bottom. These condoms were in this wallet for such a long period of time that eventually the wallet developed rings on it. And I remember one time, because this wallet was so big, I put it out on the table and my friends all saw it. So now for the last 10 years, my friends have been giving me endless grief because of Paul's gay condoms. That's literally what they called them in my wallet with the rings that were on it. Now I have upgraded in wallet game. Now I have one of those little small ones and stuff, but this is what CJ Stroud needs to do. He needs himself a big old wallet with a bag or 2 in there to make sure that nothing potentially spills. He's got to be careful.
No mistakes.
No mistakes.
No happy accidents.
No Jon Snows, right? We don't want any bastards out there. We don't want any of the other things that happen when you don't protect yourself.
No.
CJ Stroud's got to be careful in this game. CJ Stroud was actually asked about the Packers defense and their ability to take the football away yesterday.
I definitely know that this game I got to be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they up front. They play really well and their backers are really solid. Really just, understand that, this team is known to keep, their defense. Their defense kind of keeps their team in the game by getting turnovers. And they do a great job of that. Especially on the back end, got some really good DBs, and up front they play really well, and their backers are really solid. So, another great challenge for me to try to be better with. I feel like I've been kind of like a little sloppy, turn the ball over a little bit, but sometimes the ball doesn't roll your way, but you got to take those shots and you got to, be aggressive to, see what you can get away with and what you can't. So, I don't regret any of the decisions I made, but I definitely know that you're putting yourself at risk. So, I definitely know that this game I gotta be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they come. But, if they don't come, then, just being smart with the football.
I'm glad he admitted that he hasn't been his best, because he hasn't. He has turned the football over a lot more than what we saw last year. And his ability to put the ball anywhere with the way that he throws it is, I think, his most impressive trait. But there have been a couple of mistakes that have happened, and you've wondered, like, what was that? And think about this. I mean, there was an interception was it the Bears game that looked like an interception, but the guy's heel hit the sideline after his toe had tapped in. And this was on a pass that Stroud was trying to throw away. He's had a couple of near misses on balls that he's just been throwing away. He has been sloppy compared to where he was last year. And as the Texans and Packers both knock on the door of being considered among the NFL's best teams, Stroud is going to need to wrap it up. Put on that raincoat, okay? I don't know how people learned how to put that raincoat on. I don't know if he needs a banana or something like that, but you take a look at these Packers on Sunday. He's going to need to protect the ball.
So would you be putting it over the football?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could do that. You could put it over the microphone. I don't know how many people have seen some of the hurricane coverage we've had this year, but media trick, you learned this at the SI Newhouse School of Public Communications. If you're out in the field and you have a microphone and you want to keep that thing from getting wet, put a condom over it. Not even kidding. They taught us this. This is why Syracuse is the best journalism school that there is. And me, as a proud BJ major, broadcast journalism at Syracuse, I know a thing or two.
Did all the other people in your class go, what are condoms?
Probably.
Where do you buy them? The Bob Costas of your class.
It's a great point, Sean. A sidebar. It does seem like very few people use them, or at least with the way that they talk about them. Am I a weirdo? In fact, am I perhaps a virgin because I've never, ever, ever done it without using one of those things because I have such trust issues? I don't know. These are the big questions that people need to answer for me.
Call or text in. But we want to keep this to the Houston Texans. They can't turn the football over, okay? We don't want none of those diseases. We don't want none of those children's, happy surprises, happy accidents. It's a little bit different than what Bob Ross happy accident, okay? Those are fun.
It's in $1 million. I mean, it's a blessing to have children. It's not in $1 million burning of money. It is Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We also heard from D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking about the Packers' ability to take the football away. He says it all starts with their defensive coordinator.
I think the Packers have been good at taking the football away, starting with their defensive coordinator change and Jeff Hafley coming over. And I know his emphasis from being with them, his emphasis is always on the ball, creating negative plays. That's what he truly believes in. And you see, his imprint on his defense instantly. He got really good players, McKinney, Alexander, guys. They attack the football the right way, and that's helped them win football games. And the ball is the most important thing. Like, you can take it away and give the offense a short field. Like, it really helps you win games and helps you be successful. So that defense is thriving in the turnover market. They're leading the NFL in turnovers. And for us, we have to do a great job being conscious of protecting the ball at all costs.
Got to protect the ball. Got to protect yourself. Whether it's wearing Kevlar out and about, because you never know what's going to go down these days. Times are tough. Times are crazy. Or just making sure that you are protected when the moment's right. Texans are going to have to do that Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. I did get a text, 713-780-3776 from the 832. This man is horny AF today, apparently. No, I'm just talking about protecting myself. And you should be thinking about protecting yourself, and CJ Stroud needs to protect himself too. From the 832, offense is cool and all, but defense wins championships. What do you guys think about the Texans defense? Well, honestly, they could use a few more takeaways this season. I mean, Sunday against the Patriots, I believe over half of their takeaways came in that game. They had 4, 2 recovered fumbles, 2 interceptions. They're not really doing much on that front. I will say Jordan Love does give you plenty of opportunities. He is a gunslinger. But just given the state of the Texans secondary, where it looks like Jimmy Ward's out and Kamari Lassiter's out, another game of D'Angelo Ross, this time going up against a much better quarterback with much better wide receivers. Is he going to look the same as it did this past Sunday against New England? I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical about that. But yeah, this game is more about offense versus offense. This game is more about CJ Stroud versus Jordan Love. Anyway, up next, speaking of Jordan Love, as we compare these two quarterbacks, there's something Jordan Love has that CJ Stroud doesn't. And man, I think this actually might be the trump card in a Love versus Stroud argument. Stick around, Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Sean behind the glass, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Yesterday, we compared C.J. Stroud's statistics to Jordan Love's statistics, the two quarterbacks who are going to be doing battle in Texans-Packers on Sunday. And honestly, I don't think that I did that segment the best way that I could. And for that, I fall on the sword. It's on me. I have to be better. Because Jordan Love's won this argument. C.J. Stroud, he hasn't won an Offensive Player of the Week award in 2024. Meanwhile, not only is Jordan Love the FedEx Air and Ground Player of the Week, the reigning one, he's got another award. It's called the MVP.
Yo, what's up, Nickelodeon? Jordan Love here. I'm honored and blessed to be able to win this MVP for this week. And, shout out to all my teammates for helping me win this bad boy and securing the dub last week. But thank you guys for this sick bling. Shout out to all the kids watching Nickelodeon. Love you guys.
Jordan Love hasn't just won one MVP. He's won two. C.J. Stroud, he's got some catching up to do. He does. I think this is something that Stroud's going to be thinking back about the rest of his career. How do I get the Nickelodeon Valuable Player Award? It's going to take more touchdown passes than he's thrown. I mean, Jordan Love has played in 4 games. He has 12. C.J. Stroud, just 10. It is interesting just thinking about these two quarterbacks, and there is a part of me that wonders after the game what their interaction is going to be. I saw this recently. I think I saw it on Wednesday after the show. So yesterday after the show. The moment where C.J. Stroud once again went over to a young quarterback to give him advice was actually caught on mic. So here's second-year quarterback C.J. Stroud, who did this to Caleb Williams already this year. Here he is doing it to Drake May, giving rookie quarterbacks advice, even though he's maybe 1 year older than these guys.
Much respect to you, bro. You're really solid, man. Learn from the mistakes. Keep going, bro. You got it. You know what I said to you. Yeah. Keep going, bro.
Learn from your mistakes. Keep going, bro. I want him to do that to Jordan Love so bad after the game. Love is older than him. But, I mean, they probably have a similar amount of games played, right? As far as starts go. Because Stroud started last year, 14 games? I'm guessing Jordan Love missed some games last year due to injury. Could be wrong on that. I know he's missed some games this year due to injury. They probably have a similar amount of games started.
Yeah, last year was both their first year as starters.
Yeah.
It's just Jordan Love sat for 3?
Mm-hmm.
2020, 21, 22. Yeah. Sat for 3 years.
Guess who didn't have to sit? C.J. Stroud.
Pro ready.
Pro ready, right.
He's so ready. He's already ready to give advice to other guys.
I love it. Some people think that, hey, he shouldn't be doing that. No, I like it. That's how confident he is. He thinks that he has words of wisdom for every quarterback.
And at this point, just keep it up. It's just so funny that he does it.
I know.
They play Jared Goff when they play the Lions.
Oh,
Hey, keep your head up.
Hell yeah.
Learn from these mistakes.
I hope he does it to Mahomes and to Lamar Jackson. I know he won't, because he probably has a lot of respect and he'll ask them questions. But I so badly want C.J. Stroud to do it to them.
That's actually a good point, that there is a hierarchy for who gets to talk first and who gets to lead the conversation. I guess it's whoever wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if there is a hierarchy to it,
sure.
though, where if they play Joe Flacco and the Colts next week, they probably won't, but maybe Anthony Richardson gets hurt.
It does seem
again.
like Richardson's going to be back.
Maybe he gets hurt again. Who knows? But when he walks out to midfield, who gets to talk first there? Because CJ's better, I think.
Right.
Flacco has been around for 20 years.
Flacco does have the Super Bowl victory. So
That too.
I bet there will be deference towards Flacco. What I want to know, going back to that Texans game 2 Sundays ago against the Bills, I want to know what the Josh Allen postgame interaction was. I was so focused on Stephon Diggs.
Oh,
and if he would go shake hands with Josh Allen. I actually don't know what happened, and I didn't see any interaction between the two.
With Stroud.
With Stroud, correct. Yeah. But Allen was so effing bad in that game. I mean,
he revokes his right to go, hey, you're a menace in this league. Keep
right.
going. Stay healthy.
I mean, Allen is on a hierarchy above CJ Stroud.
Yes.
But he played so poorly in that game and was concussed. Do you think CJ Stroud went over to him and essentially said, hey, hang in there.
Josh Allen walked over to Davis Mills. Man, you're awesome today.
That's true. Although that would have been for last week because Davis Mills actually played. So it's CJ Stroud versus Jordan Love on Sunday in Texans Packers. Now, some interesting news for the Green Bay Packers. Remember Brandon McManus, kicker for the Jacksonville Jaguars? McManus was cut from the Jaguars this offseason, and two women sued McManus and the Jaguars, alleging that McManus sexually assaulted them during the team's overseas flight to London. The two women accused McManus of rubbing himself against them and grinding against them. They also accused the Jaguars of failing to supervise McManus and failing to create a safe environment for staff serving the team. Tony Busby represented these two Jane Does. He was with the Jaguars last year. He signed a contract with the Commanders this offseason, and the Commanders were the ones who released him. So now the Green Bay Packers have signed Brandon McManus because I guess the lawsuit those two Jane Does filed against him and the Jaguars has been resolved. Confirmed by Tony Busby. So now the Packers immediately signed him. It makes sense. I mean, he's a good kicker. McManus is 37 of 39 on kicks between 40 and 49 yards. And he has made less than 80% of his kicks in a season just twice since 2017. He's a pretty good kicker. And the Packers' current kicker, Braden Narvison, has 4 misses from 40 to 49 the last 6 games. But they are bringing in a kicker who's got character issues. First, we heard yesterday from Packers GM Brian Gutekunst talking about the decision to sign McManus.
I had a really good conversation with Brandon, last night, obviously in his agent through yours and also as we kind of, last week when these things got cleared up within the league and kind of he got past some other things, those conversations kind of picked up and wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence. Again, we feel really good about that, where we sit right now, and we're excited to get him out there.
What do you like about him as a kicker?
Yeah, obviously, very experienced kicker.
You got to be asking tougher questions, Green Bay media, than that. You got to be asking tougher than that. Oh, that's it? Come on. It's a kicker. Who's going to get mad if you ask the GM about signing a kicker who legitimately yesterday, when he was signed, had just resolved a lawsuit against him for sexual assault? It's a kicker. You're not going to ask tougher questions?
Yeah.
This isn't the Brown situation with Kevin Stefanski and Deshaun Watson. This isn't that. This is a kicker. It's weird to, I guess, bend over backwards and put morals to the side, of all things, to sign an effing kicker.
Yeah, I mean, you saw this with the
Giants was it Josh Brown or something like that back in the day?
Oh, what was his name? It was Brown. It was something Brown. And you saw it with the Bills with Matt Ariza, the punter, where he had allegations against him. I think they actually proved that it was fabricated, he wasn't at the party where some really bad stuff went down.
Mm-hmm.
And he still just wasn't signed for a full year because no one wants to have the press conference with, we signed the guy who was alleged to do all these things.
Especially when they're a kicker. The kicker or the punter shouldn't be that distraction. It was Josh Brown who admitted to a pattern of verbal and physical abuse against his wife in a series of journal entries, emails, and a letter to his friends. what? You sent a letter to your friends? It's bizarre. Really bizarre.
And the Giants like protected him for for a while. Like they knew about it and just like didn't they try to bury it.
Right, exactly. The Packers clearly they're moving on. McManus was asked by a Green Bay reporter, Milwaukee reporter, Wisconsin area reporter about getting another chance after sexual assault and harassment allegations.
Thought you deserved another chance in the league.
It's been a difficult time this past couple months, and I'm happy that it's in the past now. I was open and working hard for another opportunity. I'm extremely grateful for the Green Bay Packers for giving me that next chance to come back out here and play the game I love. I was fortunate to play it for 11 years, and this being my 12th year, just extremely happy to be here, and excited to be around the locker room again.
If something is settled like this, should it be in the past? McManus is happy it's in the past. And let's be honest, people are going to forget about this fairly soon because it is a kicker. This isn't Deshaun Watson and his situation, with also on top of that, Watson playing so poorly for the Browns. This is a situation where he is somebody who is rather replaceable, just given the nature of that position. And I guess we just all move on now. That's at least how he is looking at it. Green Bay Packers, bad guys? Question mark. It's a question worth asking.
Yeah. Looking the other way. And I do think there is something with the media there where I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't know. I'm just judging off these clips. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a little bit of you see it in like college football, college basketball towns with the media where the Packers are the biggest show in Green Bay by a lot. It's actually probably the only reason most Americans know about Green Bay, Wisconsin is because of the Packers. I wonder if there is some element of, like when you go to Tuscaloosa and how they're not going to hold the coach's feet to the fire with certain stuff. And, you saw it with Syracuse and Jim Boeheim and stuff like that, where at a certain point, you just, the institution is so big, like you can't actually, like to get the access, you can't actually go full court press on these guys.
And this is an interesting organization because you can sort of, who's the owner? They're essentially,
you can just pass the buck around.
Exactly. It's the People's Republic of Green Bay. The fans own the team, right? Now there is a chairman, and I'm sure that he has more power than everybody because this is how communism typically works. But the Packers are a communist organization. They're not capitalists. Right. I mean, everyone has a stock. Well, do they really? It's one of those kind of situations. They're hiring derelict kickers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the correct word? Maybe let's just say people that are a black eye on society. Brandon McManus, he's one of them. Okay. And on top of that, they're sacrilegious. You see what they're doing? They're doing something that's just like the Texans swarm. For those who don't know, Texans swarm. That stands for special work ethic and relentless mindset. The Packers are doing something else for their defense. They made up a Bible verse. It's called Campy 3:16. It's named after new linebackers coach Anthony Campanile. What does it mean? God loves those who run to the ball. Communist organization being sacrilegious. What an effing surprise.
Rewriting the Bible.
Not cool. Only cool if a man from Texas does it, like Stone Cold Steve Austin. The Packers, not allowed to do it. All on top of that, you see what they're wearing on Sunday?
I did see that.
They're wearing all white uniforms. Racist. Very racist.
You know who else is head to toe in white?
Who?
Ku Klux Klan.
So true. The entire state of Wisconsin, all white.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's going to look like a rally.
Right. It's going to look like a rally, 100%. I wonder if Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be there, to be perfectly honest. Also, so the Texans, unlike the Packers, the Texans, they're going to be wearing all Navy, respecting the troops. Hashtag Go Navy. So this is really a battle of good and evil on Sunday between the Texans and the Packers. I mean, the Packers are sacrilegious communists who just employed a kicker who settled out of court for sexual assault allegations on that Jaguars fun-ass plane, I guess, where they're just ripping weed vape pens and getting absolutely plastered on that thing. Bad people.
Bad guys.
Very bad guys. So now you know. It is Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A question. What game's more exciting for you on this weekend? Is it the Texans game against the Packers? Or is it a Texas-Georgia game that I feel like is living in the past? I'll explain how that comes to be next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. When you enter that promo code, they are going to double your first deposit right away. And you can use it to bet on so many different things. You want to bet on blackjack and poker with live dealers? You can. But you want to bet tonight on Thursday Night Football. Thursday Night Football. At what point in the game was Al Michaels going to act like he doesn't want to be there? Because this game is a mess. You see all the guys who are missing? The Saints are going to be down Chris Olave. They're going to be down one of their other top wide receivers. And they're going to be down Derek Carr for this game as Sean Payton, I guess, potentially gets a tribute video or something like that. We'll see. This game between the Broncos and Saints, it's in New Orleans, and taking a look at the line right now, the Broncos are 3-point favorites. I guess Bo Nix can always have things up, and the Broncos are going to be without Patrick Surtain, probably the best corner in the NFL, arguably the best corner in the NFL. You would think that they would be able to stifle a Saints offense that's going to be throwing Spencer Rattler out there again. I'm taking the Broncos tonight by 3. And guess what? Since it's a free boost Thursday, you can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win. If it doesn't, MyBookie will refund your wager. So why not play with that Thursday Night Football game? It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, I think Jordan is a great dude. You know, I think he, he's a great quarterback. He's definitely a friend of mine and somebody who, I look up to. And I think the way he's handled his career has just been very professional, and just always has a good attitude. Waited his turn, and for him to be able to, be able to play the way he's playing now, especially off of injury, I think it's just super dope.
So C.J. Stroud looks up to Packers quarterback Jordan Love, but just because you look up to someone doesn't mean you can't bring them to the side and offer them a little bit of advice. Now, someone texted in the last segment, we were talking about all the bad dudes on the Green Bay Packers. They have Brandon McManus. They're sacrilegious with their team slogan. And on top of that, they're wearing all white on Sunday. Catfish 317 brings up on the Twitch, unlike the hero of the Texans offense, Joe Mixon, ... LOL. Well, hey, Joe Mixon has CJ Stroud in his life. CJ Stroud is a leader of men. And CJ Stroud, he can help Joe Mixon find the divine path. Can Jordan Love do that? Is he going to be able to help this kicker, Brandon McManus? I don't know. We have a question asked here. Would y'all rather have Deshaun Watson struggle for the Browns forever or have him do good and meet the Texans in the AFC game and beat the Browns bad? So let Watson struggle, let him do good and meet H10 in the AFC Championship. Here's the thing. I don't even want the possibility of Deshaun Watson beating the Texans again. I want him to continue to suck and eventually just be out of the league. That's really what I want. It's a shame that the Texans no longer have any Browns draft picks to play with. Thank you for your service, Nick Caserio, with the trade that you made. I can't believe they got as much as they did. And I really can't believe Watson's been as bad as he was. Watson used to be good. I don't know if he was the MVP when the team was 4-12. That seemed ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
But he was good, Sean. He was
good. I recently saw I think it was tweeted out as like a, oh my God, what happened to Deshaun Watson? But the Bills Texans game, the playoff game from the 2019 season, where he's like moving out of the pocket, he's making things happen,
right.
And then he runs for the touchdown where he gets like two different Bills players hit him at the 5 and he still scores a touchdown, where it's like this guy is gone. Like that guy is not the same person that takes snaps for the Browns now.
Yeah. Remember his second game ever against the Bengals where he ran for a touchdown. And he was doing some really impressive stuff in his rookie season against the Patriots. They looked actually competent. He had a couple of turnovers. There was that game against the Seahawks, which was the same day as Game 5 of the World Series in 2017, where he was great. He had a couple of interceptions. One got taken back to the house, but considering all that was going on leading up to that game, he was really good for a while. But man, he has just fallen off of a cliff, and maybe he needs CJ Stroud to give him a little advice.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
Really, he really needs CJ Stroud to give him advice. Honestly,
on the field, off the field, no matter what.
If Deshaun Watson can change, we can all change. That would be.
I don't know if he can change though. That's
too late.
That's the thing.
It's too late for me, my son. So this is a great weekend of football. NFL has a bunch of really good games, but the big game everyone's looking forward to in college football this weekend is Texas and Georgia. Number 1 team in the country in Texas. A sus number 2 team in Georgia. This does look like quite the fun game, just given how good Georgia's been the last couple of years and how awesome Texas has looked to open up the year. I mean, Quinn Ewers played like dog doo-doo Saturday against Oklahoma, and they still won that game convincingly. It was never even close to in doubt. That might be more about Oklahoma than it is about Texas, but Texas has been really impressive to open the year. I'm not that excited for this game. Here's why. I think Georgia's fraudulent this year, and I think it's because of their quarterback. We've all watched Carson Beck a little bit this year, right? Can you believe this guy was the Heisman frontrunner going into the year? I can't. I still can't. And right now, I mean, I know that the Colorado Buffaloes are not even a ranked team, but Travis Hunter, just given what he's doing on both sides of the ball, if Charles Woodson can win the Heisman, I feel like Travis Hunter should, just given all he does. But okay, maybe you don't give it to him. How is Beck the leader going into the year? I've never really understood it. I mean, if you're Georgia, who would you rather have for this game on Saturday? Would you rather have Stetson Bennett or would you rather have Carson Beck? I think that's a no-brainer. Like Stetson Bennett, do you have any eligibility left? Bring him back.
I mean, he still didn't graduate. So
there you go. Okay.
That's one of my favorite stories, that Stetson Bennett was at Georgia for like 6 years and didn't graduate. Yeah, I think Beck's in an interesting spot where he played well against Alabama after it was already it didn't end up being over, but after they're down 4 touchdowns, that's when he started. And like, we all watch football, like we know that the defense is playing with a different energy when they're starting the game, when the game's close, versus when it's a 4 touchdown deficit.
Exactly. At least at first, I imagine, hey, it was Alabama taking their feet off the gas. And Beck deserves credit for being able to continue that, for sure. I'm not saying he's bad, but I do think he's overrated. I do think that he is the reason that I'm looking at this Texas-Georgia game, and I think Texas is going to win convincingly.
Yeah, the one thing with Beck is even if we are knocking him or we're not calling him like presumptive number 1 pick or Heisman Trophy kind of guy, he still is gonna be the best passer, the best quarterback, actually just the best quarterback that the Texas defense has faced.
Interesting. Okay.
And they just haven't faced anyone. I mean, against Oklahoma.
You don't think he's one of the top quarterbacks they'll face?
No. The Michigan game, they didn't. Mississippi State, Michael Van Buren. I don't know. He seems fine. He looked good last week against Georgia, which is maybe not a good thing for Georgia. That the true freshman Mississippi State quarterback looked good against them yesterday or last week. And then you have like the UTSA quarterback, the UL Monroe quarterback. Like it really hasn't been these awesome quarterbacks that Texas faced. So Beck is going to be a step up from that, like no matter what he does. But you are right that he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that goes into another stadium and throws it 60 times and wins.
I really want to see what Kirby Smart does this game too. Did you see the video of Kirby Smart just shoving?
Yeah, that's the guy, Michael Van Buren.
Michael Van Buren.
Yeah, the Mississippi State quarterback.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop him, so Kirby had to get his hands on him.
There's something about him this year where
it just seems off. I mean, even and this really like doesn't have a ton to do with on the field, but even like the off the field stuff, it's just like they when they were winning national championships, they weren't having guys getting arrested every week. Like that, it has a certain point. It is just as simple as that, where it's like, why are guys getting arrested all the time? Like they're still really good. This is still a Georgia team that like I wouldn't be surprised if they won on Saturday, but it is a little bit of like what's going on with these guys? And then you mix that in with Kirby pushing the quarterback on Saturday, which, by the way, I don't think it's like a huge deal. I think it's a apologize, put out a statement, and maybe get a fine from the university and just keep it moving. Like this is not Woody Hayes here. Like this like he just pushed a guy. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. But at a certain point, it's like there's such a lack of discipline from the top down on Georgia's roster that's what's most surprising to me.
And it's why he's not Nick Saban.
Yeah, that's why no one's Nick Saban.
No one is Nick Saban. But I mean, it always felt like Alabama had all of this stuff cleaned up. I
did everything right.
Right. Like I'm trying to think of like, hey, Alabama player doing something bad. You know, especially compared to who Nick Saban sort of took the gauntlet of best college football coach from Urban Meyer, right?
Yeah. I mean, normally how these things go is that like the team or not normally, but there's a lot of high profile cases where the awesome team on top was the 1980s Miami Hurricanes, where it's like these guys are getting busy off the field. And that's the same thing with Florida. And it looks like Georgia's in the same mold, and Alabama's kind of the exception to that rule.
Couple of comments on the Twitch. This has to do with the Heisman conversation. Some are suggesting Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty, is that how you say the last name? Yeah. Should be up there. Look, his numbers are incredible.
He should 100% be at the ceremony.
But okay, they're in the Pac-12, but they're basically an independent. And
no, they're in the Mountain West.
They're in the Mountain West. Okay, yeah. They're in the Pac-12 going forward.
Yeah,
right. Yes. Okay, got it. I feel like that's going to get held against him.
Yeah.
I bet he gets to New York.
He gets to New York without doubt. And maybe, hey, if none of these quarterbacks step up.
Yeah, maybe it won't be any quarterback.
Yeah, maybe it can be him and Hunter, or between him and Hunter.
I mean, right now, I would say it's probably those are the two you're putting up. I don't know what quarterback to put there. You were sucked on Saturday. Beck is not what everyone's making him out to be. I don't think Sanders is on a good enough team, Shedeur Sanders, to be in that conversation either. So, I mean, it's probably between those two. I will agree with the Twitch and that he should be higher up, but I feel like it'll get held against him that he's in a nondescript conference where they're not playing anyone big, even though it's still Boise State. Like, we respect Boise State the same way we respect Gonzaga in college basketball.
Yeah.
But they're still, you know, not playing the best competition.
You watch his runs, and he looks incredible. But in the back of your mind, you are like, well, yeah, he's stiff arming a Utah State defender. Like that's just going to be different if he's playing in the Big Ten. Dylan Gabriel's probably the quarterback we should mention, coming off beating Ohio State last week. Played really well. Dylan Gabriel, if the Ducks win the Big Ten, will probably be in New York. And now, you need one to basically you need one of the SEC quarterbacks to step up. That's kind of what it is that, you know, Milroe hasn't really looked very good since the first half of the Georgia game. You have Nico Iamaleava, the Tennessee quarterback, who hasn't looked really good. Jackson Dart has 2 losses. Thanks for coming out, buddy. Nussmeier at LSU. Maybe if Nussmeier really strings together some games here, maybe he can get there. But yeah, the SEC quarterback or SEC player really hasn't stepped out in the way that we thought he would.
No, you're right on that front. I mean, yeah, Jalen Milroe.
Maybe if Ewers plays like unconscious good, then he can get in there. But he still missed games and has
to start on Saturday.
Has a clunker. Yeah,
for sure.
100%.
Yeah,
I 100% agree with you. I'm just saying that no one's really taken it and run with it away from him.
I totally agree with you on that front. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul with Sean behind the glass. Let's run through. Do we want to pay any attention to what's going on in baseball? Last night I was hanging out with the Peltry Action Committee folks afterwards, and I saw the Dodgers were stuffing the Mets. They take a 2-1 series lead in the National League Championship Series, and this afternoon, I think 4:00, it's Yankees and Guardians game 3. The Yankees are, I think, going to win that series in 5. Let's do another episode of baseball today, this afternoon, this week. Again, I think these series are kind of over. And I'm dreading the inevitable Yankees-Dodgers World Series. I don't want to watch it. Do I have to watch it if all of the country is watching it for the first time in a really long time? I can't believe Joe George said this guy is washed. John Sterling, broadcaster for the New York Yankees, who retired in the middle of the year but is back for the postseason. This guy's the best. You're just wrong if you think otherwise. Here's John Sterling on the call of a Yankees base running mishap in game number, I believe, 1.
The 0-2, a bouncer, and Rizzo is going to be picked off. He's in the middle between second and third. Hedges now throws to second, on the way to third, back to second, back to third, tagged out, end of inning. Boy, if that wasn't the Yankees, that's what they do. Run the bases like drunks.
Incredible.
Well, Glaber will lead off the next inning.
They just transition. Well done. Where's Susan Waldman there?
Oh, I agree, John. They're so drunk on the base paths.
I think I heard a chuckle from Waldron there, but yeah.
I'm drunk here too, because the Yankees don't have to play the Astros in this ALCS. John, did you go to a bodega this afternoon? I did. I got an espresso teeny. I'm rolling, baby. Like the Yankees on the base paths.
The voice changed a little.
Did it? I don't know.
It changed a little bit, but it went into a fun direction.
We're workshopping. We're workshopping Susie Waldman's voice. God, I hate the Yankees. They're so corny, too. This was before the series. This is Aaron Boone talking about Cleveland Guardians player Jose Ramirez.
Aaron, what makes Jose Ramirez such a good player?
Well, I mean, he's the complete package. You know, I get on people all the time. If I hear another how underappreciated, underrated he is from somebody on a network or something, I want to rip my arms off and throw it at the TV. He's not underappreciated. He's not underrated. He's a great on a Hall of Fame track player, and everybody knows it, including all of us sitting out here. Like, switch hitter, power, great base runner, great defender at third. Like, he's a great all-around player, period. And, he creates some problems. So hopefully, hopefully we can keep him quiet enough. But I think he has the utmost respect from everyone in the game and very much is not underrated.
Ramirez is 1 for 8 in this series, though he does have a home run in the Game 2 loss for the Cleveland Guardians. Here's the thing, Aaron. No one pays attention to the Cleveland Guardians. No one knows who's on their team. This is new for everybody. So that's why people say he's underrated, because no one has effing heard of him.
Also, the question wasn't, is he underrated? The question is, how good is he? Like, it was a classic. Like, I have run out of things to say, so now I'll just get mad at someone for no reason, even though you didn't ask me the question I'm mad about. Yeah. Also, rip your arms off and throw them at the TV.
That's not possible physically.
Yeah,
you can't physically.
Like,
do
even
that. You'd have to kick them.
Even if you could rip your own arms off.
Yeah, how would you rip them both off too? Yeah, you'd have to have somebody do it for you,
yeah.
And then you'd have to have somebody toss them for you.
It just makes no sense.
Come on, Aaron, what are you doing? Another annoying Yankee soundbite. This is Aaron Judge talking about a home run that he had. The Yankees are getting some of these cheap ass home runs, and they had one. Was it Giancarlo Stanton who hit one to right field? It is right in the exact spot where it's an out in all other 29 ballparks. Whatever. Hey, it's pretty easy in left field for the Astros. But this is Aaron Judge. God, he sucks. Oh.
Hi, Aaron. What were your emotions as you went around the bases?
What's up, Ed? Just excited it went out. You never know on these windy, chilly nights what that ball's going to do when you hit the center here. But the ghosts were pulling it out there to Monument Park, that's for sure. But to add 2 more runs, trying to keep Weaver the game there, try to save him for Game 3 a little bit. But no, just happy to add a couple more runs.
The Ghosts were bringing it out to center field at Monument Park. Oh my God, I hate this team. I hate them. I hate them so much.
That's like such a Yankee. I am pandering to Yankees fans
100%, so that people will forget that I have been absolute doo-doo for the majority of my time playing for the Pinstripes in the postseason.
Yeah,
but I had the 7th most home runs in American League history.
In MLB
history. My bad. He has the American League. He has the American League record. Forgot about that.
It's not that ridiculous. No,
still ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. But yeah, the Yankee, I don't know.
I hate them.
But both these series, it is.
I root for the Dodgers. I'm saying it right now. I saw another clip too, by the way. Some Dodgers fans were being very Dodgers fans, doing the bumping into people while dancing and then trying to start fights. Like this one guy, I saw a video. Guy bumps into a fan, and the fan turns around like, "What the hell?" And the guy wanted to keep going, and some other Dodger fan, shout out to him, played Mother Teresa here and de-escalated the situation. But as terrible as Dodgers fans are, I cannot see the Yankees win. I can't have it, especially in a year where the Astros didn't even get to play them.
Yeah,
at least the Yankees did kick the bleep out of the Astros in the regular season, but I would like to have seen this in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It is just 2 underwhelming series too, where even like the Mets are, I don't know, like I can't really root for the Mets, but I can't fully support what the Mets are all about with like, oh, we have the song and we have Grimace. And we have Hawk-Tuah Girl. It's like you have so many bits at a certain point. Like, what are we doing, guys? Like, just play baseball. How about that? Just play baseball, and you wouldn't get blown out every other night.
I would like to see them bring the Monument Park back to center field, and I also want Towles Hill back.
Yeah.
By the way, something I just saw from Michael Schwab, Minute Maid Park might be changing its name. Yeah.
Whoa.
It might be changing its name.
That's crazy.
Rumor is, per Michael Schwab, it's going to be changed to Dakin Park for 2025 and beyond. It's the world's largest air conditioning manufacturer.
Oh, well.
I mean, if it makes the air conditioning better, I am here for it.
Yeah.
Now,
They have one job.
Sean, I went to a school where they played in a stadium that was nicknamed after air conditioning, the Carrier Dome at Syracuse University, and there was no air conditioning. So this could be a ploy, but I am a big fan of getting free air conditioning at that ballpark because it has been awful the last couple of years. So hopefully that's happening.
Yeah, if that happens, then I'm okay with it. Minute Maid Park is, I mean, I think it reached the point, at least locally, where you just think of it as Minute Maid Park, not that it's a sponsored stadium.
Right. And it's not Enron Field anymore.
Not Enron Field. I was about to say it's the only name it's ever had, and then I stopped myself because I forgot about Enron Field. But yeah, it kind of did reach the point where you forget that it's like Staples Center, where you just forgot that, oh yeah, Staples Center is like the office store, the office supply store. Where Minute Maid, you're like, oh yeah, I guess it's the people selling us juice.
And by the way, speaking of ghosts,
yeah,
an Astros ghost had some hot takes on the state of the Houston Astros and what they'll do next. Dusty Baker, interesting thoughts on one, things that he didn't get while he was here, and two, what he expects them to do going forward. You'll hear them next. Gallant and George. Papa coming up next. Stay put. Dusty Baker, former Houston Astros manager, was on a podcast called The Show with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. Props to me promoting a podcast of a man who has blocked me on Twitter when I called him out for bootlicking agents. That's John Heyman. He drunkenly responded to me a few times. It seemed like it was drunk. His words were fraught with typos. And then he blocked me. But hey, I'm doing him a favor here. I'm promoting his podcast on ESPN Radio. Dusty Baker was asked about his biggest regret while manager of the Houston Astros. Here's what he had to say.
I love Houston, and I like the organization. I like Jim Crane especially because he's one of the few people in the game that never told me a lie, and I'm big on being honest with me. And but the one thing that kind of bothered me a little bit is that I only chose one person on my staff. And when you choose your staff, most of the time loyalty comes with it. Not to say they were disloyal, but that was AJ Hinch's staff. Everybody there except one guy. And that's like inheriting another guy's, a president inheriting another president's cabinet. It's it was we had a footprint on how to win. But I wish that I could have had more freedom on choosing my staff.
I think he just politely said he didn't like Joe Espada there. That's as close as he'll ever come to saying it. And supposedly there were some disagreements between the two, never bubbled to the surface, but people more connected to the Astros than me have told me, yeah, these guys didn't like one another. I think it's a little extreme to compare your coaching staff to a presidential cabinet. But what was interesting to hear along the way there, other than talking about it's all about loyalty. Not to say any of those guys were disloyal. Again, that's got to be Joe Espada. But hearing Dusty Baker say he liked Jim Crane and that Crane never lied, that he was a straight shooter. That is interesting to me because it does feel like Crane shoved him out, no? And what's interesting is when we heard all of the hullabaloo about what the Astros were doing at GM before they hired Dana Brown, with, of course, the organization really, after James Click, making Jeff Bagwell a part of the decision-making process. Reggie Jackson was involved as well. They went away from who they had been, and they started to do things that you would think that Dusty Baker would have been aligned with. Going away from analytics, going towards maybe an old school approach to baseball. I would have thought Baker would be co-signing a lot of these things. Maybe not some of the decisions that were being made about the lineup. But that was interesting because I was under the impression that the only way that Dusty Baker would have moved to the side the way that he did was if he was pushed out. Is that Espada? Is that Crane? Again, I feel like a lot of this circles back to, I hear that clip and I just hear Dusty Baker didn't like Joe Espada.
Yeah, that's the feeling that I get too when he says, like, again, my biggest regret. And then I love Jim Crane, I didn't get to hire staff. And there's only, I guess the Astros are different because they have 2 hitting coaches and 2 pitching coaches, but in general, that's 3 positions that he's talking about. The hitting coach, the pitching coach, and the bench coach is like what you would be talking about there. And yeah, that's what it feels like, a little bit of a Espada.
Right, because look, it makes sense to have the same coaching staff that made it to Game 7 of the World Series the year before. Yeah. After a scandal happens, and you have to have a fall guy, and AJ Hinch is the fall guy. It's a weird situation to come into. So yeah, I can understand why Baker would be annoyed there. But what, you're gonna blow out the whole staff because of what it seems like Carlos Beltran had made a part of this organization, and Alex Cora had made a part of this organization. Left. They're not even having there, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't a situation where it was a failed staff. The staff was they had the 2019 was probably the best team in Astros history.
Yeah.
Like as far as just talent and wins, it was the best team in Astros history. So you don't want to rock the boat too much there. And a little bit when he got let go was, I think, February or March it was like around spring training.
Yeah.
Of 2020. Obviously, 2020 season would get pushed back. We didn't know at that time, but you don't want to have to, okay, let's hire a coach. And now he has to hire a brand new staff. Maybe what Dusty would say is, hey, that should have happened after the 2020 season. And that's fair, I guess, if you want to have the Dusty perspective on that. But
it was a bad year.
Yeah.
They made it to the ALCS, but right. Like
at a certain point, yeah, I should be able to hire my guys, but yeah, it does feel like an Espada thing.
It almost feels like Espada was tabbed as a successor before hiring Baker.
And they didn't want to, like in 2020, and I think this was a smart move. They didn't want to fire AJ Hinch and then, all right, bench coach, you're up. In this like super, under the microscope kind of way.
It would have looked weird.
Yes, hiring and also what Dusty Baker and what we thought he was brought in initially as just kind of good PR because everyone loves Dusty Baker.
Yep, 100%. And that was a big part of it. So we bring in Dusty Baker. We're going to keep the entire staff. So that's really, I guess, Dusty's only complaint about his time with Houston. And he was asked about big decisions the Astros have going forward, and not salty like he was with the bloggers and the tweeters, which I felt he was justified in being salty with a year ago. Here is Dusty Baker talking about what's next for the Astros, who have some big decisions coming up.
I do believe in Jim Crane because he's not opposed to, to spending some money to stay on top. I mean, he expects to stay on top. I mean, I don't play golf. If you talk to people that do play golf with him, I mean, he expects to win, and he's spoiled by winning, and winning spoils you. And so, I don't see him sparing, any expense to try to remain on top and get a good team.
So it means he thinks he's at least willing to spend. And I do feel like the further we get away from the end of the year and the further we get away from Alex Bregman having tweeted out, "Thank you, Houston," the more I feel like they're going to try to bring him back. We will see, of course, but Baker continued talking about Jim Crane and some of the tough decisions, and first talked about Alex Bregman before two other key Astros whose contracts are up after next year.
I hope they sign Bregman because he's one of the pillars on that team and one of the guys. I mean, he's one of the guys that I can depend on, to send a message, and I don't have to tell him what message to send. I mean, this is what I loved about Bregman, and Tucker and Framber are pillars on that team. I mean, you got Tucker that can do everything. You got Framber, to me, who's in the Cy Young Award race that you never hear about. And he's probably the best left-hander in baseball, and he's thrown more innings. I mean, people say Scoville, but I mean, Scoville hadn't been around as long as Framber.
And then he goes off on this tangent about Framber Valdez for a very long period of time. Oh, his durability he started talking about. But those are some tough decisions that he's going to have to make. And I think they do need to keep Alex Bregman. Framber, can you really afford to let him walk just given that durability side of things? I thought it was a good point Baker brings up. And he talks about Framber's durability for about a minute and a half afterwards on the show podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. And yeah, I mean, think about all the Astros injured pitchers right now. That's the one guy who he's dealt with a couple of injuries for sure, but no Tommy Johns. Wait, hang on. Has he had one? Honestly, I've lost track. There's been so many with the Astros.
No, Framber. I don't think Framber's had one. Framber's, he is right. He isn't generally healthy. He does take the ball a lot.
He had left elbow soreness earlier this year, and I think for a moment we were like, mentally,
we just gave him Tommy John surgery. Like when that report comes out, we were probably so beaten down. I don't know when that report was. I'm just going to guess at that point in the season, we're so beaten down that we're like, duh, Tommy John coming.
That's just what you expect. And then you expect
You're right,
the
a
Astros.
lot.
You expect the Astros training staff to do some sort of like 1700s barber surgeon stuff on them and accidentally cut off the arm.
His arms on backwards.
Right, like they're gonna cut off both of the Astros players' arms and then throw them at the next person who underestimates Jose Ramirez. That's what they're gonna do. Quoting Aaron Boone there. It is Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, Sean behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. There's more Dusty Baker to dissect from that podcast. We will do it at some point the rest of the show. The Astros did something cryptic today. I don't know what it means, and it has nothing to do with the possible rebranding of their stadium. You'll hear a random teaser next. And on top of that, for all those people who are looking to nitpick the Texans' blowout victory on Sunday, I'm going to give you some ammunition because that blowout is looking a little bit worse by the day. The Patriots stink. Jeez. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
with the swing of a bat and the drip of a pen, it's all in A's term, but legacies begin.
So the Astros just tweeted that yesterday. H-Town, where legacies begin, 10/18/24. So I'm guessing something is going to be announced tomorrow. Based off of what I could see, it does look like the Astros might be bringing back some old uniforms.
Yeah, the man in the video is wearing like the black Astros uniforms from like the Bagwell,
The
kinda
brick era, right?
Yeah.
And the logo on the hat is the old star logo that they used in the 90s.
Yeah.
So,
and they have been kind of dripping that one out back recently. I think there was a day, wasn't there a day where they were wearing them as like the batting practice where they're all wearing like the gold
right.
star jersey.
So I'm wondering if this is just some new uniforms that they're going to announce.
Yeah, they are getting new City Connects. Maybe this is part of which, by the way, if we're gonna have to do new City Connects every 3 years, just do throwbacks. Like,
I'm with you there.
The Astros are a team that's lucky enough to have like pretty good history. Actually, a really good history if you want to go all the way back. But basically, every iteration of their jerseys have looked good, or at least there's something to pick out of it. Even the brick red, which is I think both of our least favorite. Even if they just don't do the pinstripes with it, just wear the solid black or the solid reds, and those are fine. Just the pinstripe look.
Those are awful.
Yeah,
I agree. Totally agree.
But that's really the biggest miss in their rebrands or their different uniform iterations, and that's the bad one. And they're in a lucky spot when it comes to that.
I'm curious to see what happens tomorrow. I also saw something else where the Astros tweeted out a graphic that says "Stand against bullying," and I was like, "Do they really stand against bullying with this fan base?"
Yeah, right.
What are we talking about?
Oh, and the with the teaser video that we played, literally all of them, all the comments have the word either Bregman. or Breggy or resign in them.
Yeah.
They're all just announce Bregman.
The
Bregman,
rebrand
please.
does not make anyone believe that they are going. That tweet does not make anyone feel better about the future. By the way, they might be getting a new stadium name. They might be changing to Dicon as an air conditioning company's name. I'm a fan of that. That is the rebrand I care more about because I want air conditioning at Minute Maid Park.
I was going to say, I'm for it. Asterisks need to come with air conditioning.
Right. And perhaps margaritas that are less than $30, but
good luck. One
thing at a time. If those margaritas help the Astros bring Bregman back, I did my part. I'm doing my part.
You should. Okay. If the Astros re-sign Alex Bregman, you need to do your part by on opening day or whatever the first game of the season is. I think you have to have however many years that Bregman signed, you need to have one El Tiempo margarita.
Okay.
So if he signs a 5-year deal, that's 5 El Tiempo. You go with credit card debt.
Oh God. Not just credit card debt. Someone's gonna have to wheel me home.
That too.
I'm gonna fall asleep on a bench. Be like that one. There was an Astros fan I saw after game 1. There's a tweet that went viral. 3 fans. My bad. They're all passed out in the chair, and the one in the middle has puke all over his shirt.
Oh, I remember that. That was. You know what? Looking back, that's when we should have known that they weren't long for the playoffs.
I'm annoyed by the amount of pushback. By the way, I'm getting for the pronunciation of this air conditioning company. You think I care about the pronunciation of that? I don't care about the pronunciation of names. Seriously, relax, people. I will give the Twitch something though, because I know that they want to nitpick that Texans win over the New England Patriots, even though they beat them by 20 points. Man, this Patriots team looks bad. They look really bad. So first off, Gerard Mayo did an interview with WEEI this week and was asked about the state of the roster. Does this sound like a man who thinks that he's got good players?
Why was the roster in such bad shape entering this offseason?
You tell me.
He almost said what he.
Nah, not doing that one. Not doing that one.
Well, you did. You did, Gerard. You did do that one. Also, as the Patriots' victory that the Texans had continues to look worse and worse. Drake May might have been hurt. He had a knee injury, popping him up on the Patriots injury report. And he went to go get an MRI, I guess, today. And on top of that, the Patriots are doing things that you would not see during the Bill Belichick era. You of course saw Jabril Peppers, who's on the commissioner's list after some pretty heinous accusations against him. Did anyone see Christian Barmore, Patriots defender, who called out cops for racism after getting pulled over because his car wasn't registered? Okay, some people are going to believe him for a moment. Well, the Providence cops that arrested him released the body cam footage, and my God, Barmore looks like a giant a-hole. And Barmore has since deleted the tweet accusing the cops of racism. Because the whole time, the cops are just saying, hey, man, it's not registered, so we got to tow it. And there's stuff in the car, too. And they didn't even arrest him. They just towed the car. Like, there's weed in the car, all sorts of stuff like that, like a blunt's rolled up. They just towed the car. And he was very upset about this. Tweets about it online. I'm wondering if he had something in his system. I'm assuming drinks to potentially, like, they didn't even pull him over DUI or anything like that. But it makes me wonder, like, was he intoxicated if the first thing that he thought to do was say, like, these cops are racist or something like that?
Just in general, hopping on Twitter after that, it's like, hey,
not a good idea.
Yeah. Again, not a lawyer. I can't imagine lawyers love that. Yeah, it sounds like it's like the opposite of the Tyreek Hill thing, where when the Tyreek Hill news came out, we're like, well, I don't know, probably Tyreek Hill's probably in the wrong. And then you watch the video, you're like, God, those cops are doing a lot.
They were a lot.
This is the opposite.
This was very much the opposite. So, yeah, this Patriots team's dumb. So we are really on to Green Bay. The Texans are 0-0. That I'm even going to start discounting the blowout. I'll do it. I'll align with the Twitch for a change on one thing.
Against the Pats?
And the many Texans nitpickers that we have in this city who are about a 5-1 record. Okay. The blowout victory against the Patriots, asterisk, worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
Could have won by more. Should have been a 50 burger. How about that? I'll give you that. Should have been a 50 burger.
Yeah, probably. To me, it's the defense that was like the real, like giving up 3 touchdowns to these guys. I'm like, all right.
Some of them were in garbage time, but you're right.
Yeah, but it's just the end result of like, gosh, Drake May. When you look at the numbers afterwards, you're like, gosh, Drake May kind of played pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. Captain Pope 18 says the Panthers worse than the Patriots, but that's the quarterback situation. I don't think they are.
Do they play? I hope they play. I hope.
I don't think so.
I want to settle this on the field.
I think the Patriots are playing the Bears, so I think it's just NFC North games. I could be wrong.
Rematch of the Super Bowl 38.
38, great Super Bowl. Took place in Houston. That was the Janet Jackson boob game. Never forget.
This game should be on prime time if they play. I don't think they play.
I'm still bummed out that I missed that. Sorry to be a little perv, but hey, your boy was 14 years old. And
it's a good age.
It is a good age, I'm told.
For that.
But again, I wasn't there to witness it. So, alas, earwax. Anyway, it is Gallant and George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. No Joe, just Paul today. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What's the latest for the Texans and Packers before their game on Sunday on the injury front? And an all-time Jim Harbaugh line, plus some insufferable quotes coming from the most recently acquired wide receivers across the NFL. 10-minute drills next. Stay put. No, Joe, just Paul. We did get a text, 713-780-3776. Should the NFL apologize to the British fans for having the Patriots and Jaguars in London? That's from Huey and Spring. No, this is what London deserves. This is what those limey bastards deserve. We saved their ass in World War II, and now they get our football. Any level of National Football League football that they get should be a lot like the crap friendlies that we get from Premier League teams here in the States, because we never actually see the starters. So they should see the worst possible brand of American football. It's for all the lives that they took back in 1776.
Yeah, I think Germany's getting a stinker too. I think they get Panthers, Giants.
Good. Especially F Germany, but also F England. And yeah, I'm xenophobic. F all those stupid European countries. Screw them all. We all left. That's why we got this country. And we might have stolen it. It's fine. Happy Columbus Day. This is one of those things where I hate that we are exporting our football. So they should get the absolute worst brand of it. I'm also curious if the English boo the Patriots because of their nickname. If they're offended. These rebel scum that are coming back. Hey, rebels. Hey, they threw our tea in the harbor.
That is it's funny to think about. They are named after like you guys. We
Rebels.
beat you guys.
They were calling Sam Adams a terrorist back in the day.
We beat you guys in real life. Now we have a football team named after it.
So, and yeah, they're playing against the team that in England is pronounced Jaguars. So I hope that, I mean, obviously I'm a Patriots fan. I hope that's actually a good game. I don't know if it's good enough to make me wake up early and watch on a Sunday after going out drinking,
good.
Especially on a Saturday where this is the extra hour weekend, right? Is this where
I thought that was in November. But I don't know. I always thought that's in
November. It's around the corner. And basically I'm always like, oh, sweet. I get another hour at the bar. Another text is from Rocky before we get into everything going around the NFL. If Green Bay blows us out, writes Rocky on YouTube, would you admit we're mediocre at best right now? Come on, man. They're 5-1. We're down to practice squad linebackers and our secondary lacks depth. There's a good chance Jordan Love throws for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. I agree there, but I also think there's a good chance that CJ Stroud does the same thing. There's going to be a shootout that we see on Sunday. And that's why CJ Stroud's going to need to wrap it up. Okay? Got to be careful out there.
Paul, this is for you. Daylight savings this week or this year is November 3rd.
Oh, so the weekend after Halloween. Oh,
even better.
That means I'm going to get the most amazing Saturday. So I've already lined up what I'm doing for Halloween. Lots of costumes going to be happening.
Cool.
Believe I will be Rip from Yellowstone again because I already have that one.
Easy.
Probably Billy Butcher. That's why the beard's going out, using as many beard-friendly costumes as I can. I think I'm going to do Jon Snow and edit the beard a little bit so that it looks Jon Snow-esque. And then Magnum P.I. going to be Tom Selleck.
That one has to be last.
Yes, because it's just going to be straight stash. I think I'm going to get a Tiger's hat, a wig, and I'm going to wear the shortest short shorts. It's going to be on a Saturday, and hopefully on the most glorious holiday of the year, I can find love. Love in a hopeless place on 19th Street.
Yeah. So these 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 4 different costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Is this for 4 different parties, 4 different nights?
4 different nights.
Okay. Because it is what? Thursday?
Correct.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Luckily the Texans
Bonus.
are playing the Jets on the road, so I will be able to wear that costume while the game's going on.
You'll still be, or no, I guess.
Yeah, I'm wearing it all day, bro.
I was thinking it was, I was thinking Sunday morning, or like you'll still be wearing it Sunday at noon.
Yeah, that would be funny. Just wear it for a couple of days straight. I might stay in the Tom Selleck costume.
That just might be your costume.
Yeah, I like that.
Going forward.
All right. Anyway, sorry. 10-minute drill around the NFL. All-time Jim Harbaugh line. Could not find the audio of this, so apologize. Jim Harbaugh said his cardiologist told him he has the heart of an athlete, then saying it's blue twisted steel. God, I love him. I love him so much. Blue twisted steel. Let's go.
Who even thinks of their heart like that?
Jim
Like
Harbaugh.
a steel?
I mean,
I
a
don't want it to
football
be a
guy.
steal.
Yeah, I would want it to be
Twisted, I get. 'Cause
pumpable.
there's stuff all over the place.
Mhm.
Yeah. Shout out to Jim Harbaugh. Glad he's doing well. You know that his doctor has to be like, I can make him leave in such a good mood if I say he has the heart of an athlete. Like, yep, competitive heartbeat. And he's like, hell yeah.
You think Rudy Tomjanovich would have said this? Like, the heart of a champion is a heart that's blue
steel.
twisted steel.
I guarantee you Rudy T's doctor has definitely said, yeah, everything looks great. You have the heart of a champion.
Oh, man, of course.
like that's just such an easy thing to do.
I sat next to him at El Tiempo a couple of months ago,
Right.
and I was trying to play it cool the
Mhm.
whole time. The whole time. Like, oh, Mr. Tomjanovich, thank you for what you've done for our city.
Did you do that?
No, I was thinking in my head.
That's
I was just trying to act
hilarious.
like he was just another guy. He literally sat right next to me at the bar. He was very down to earth. We
Did you
talked
give him
about
did you give
random
him
stuff, but I did not acknowledge that I knew he was Rudy T. But I think he knew that I knew he was Rudy T.
Of course.
He was very nice.
You're you're a guy in the right age group to be like, oh yeah, he probably grew up a Rockets fan. Is probably what he thought.
I'm not gonna lie, and I even texted Joel Blank this. I was gonna try to use Joel Blank as an icebreaker. I was gonna try to get him as an icebreaker so I could potentially get a picture for my friends with him, because my friends care. I mean, listen, I'm a Celtics fan. That's for them. But yeah, it was cool. He was very nice. Anyway, sorry, bringing it back to the NFL. 10-minute drill.
NFL.
Can you guess who said this quote? Because there are a couple of wide receiver trades that went down this week. Amari Cooper to the Buffalo Bills, Devontae Adams to the New York Jets. They had their introductory press conferences. I'm going to give you three options. You can pick who said this.
Okay, so who said it?
Aaron
We're playing who said
Rodgers, Amari Cooper, or Devontae Adams. One of the trades, one of these players said the following: this trade gives a blank canvas that you get to use to control your destiny. Who said that?
So it's my options are the two receivers and Rodgers.
Yes.
Rodgers.
Nope. Amari Cooper.
Huh.
Amari Cooper said going from the 1-5 Browns to the 4-2 Bills has reinvigorated him. It's just that feeling of having a fresh beginning, a new start, a blank canvas that you get to control your destiny, you know?
Okay.
God, things must be that bad in Cleveland.
Wow.
All right. Who said this? Aaron Rodgers or Devontae Adams?
Okay. It's between the Jets. Got it.
This man drank the elixir from the fountain of youth. Who said that?
Adams said that about Rodgers.
Rodgers said that about Adams.
What?
Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, I'm sure Rodgers has drinking something called an elixir. I don't think
Yes.
I've ever had an elixir.
I haven't either.
I think Aaron Rodgers has definitely had an elixir.
I 100% agree with you. And he probably puked and pooped all over the place.
Well, yeah.
I talked to somebody who's done an ayahuasca retreat. Basically, you're just in this room and everyone is puking and crapping themselves the entire time. It is disgusting.
But then what happens?
You don't shower.
Oh.
No, you're there for a couple of days doing
Well,
that.
but they didn't and then at the end, it's all worth it. Like this person that you're talking to, they didn't try to sell you on it. That no, I didn't pay a bunch of money to throw up and poop in a hut. Normally they try to go, but it was all worth it in the end. It opened my eyes. It doesn't sound like this person had that experience.
No. Well, he made it sound like he did have that experience.
Oh, okay.
But I was like, this sounds terrible, dude. Like, I'm not going to be able to get past that. That's just gross. Like I'm having a vision quest while I could hear people going, you know,
Yeah.
It's dark, but you can still hear it. And I bet you could smell it too. One last quote. Was this Rodgers, Devontae Adams, or Amari Cooper? I'm in a better place, and blank is in a better place. It could be all three.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I was
Because
just gonna
Rodgers,
do-
I mean,
I was just
hey.
gonna do process of elimination. Can you give it to me one more time? I can't believe I actually did the Killer Bees thing where I'm like, give me the quote one more time.
I'm in a better place, and the blank are in a better place.
I'm in a better place. Yeah, is that Adams?
It is
again?
Adams, yes.
Yeah,
It is
talking about
Adams.
the Raiders.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
All right, let's continue to go around the NFL. Thursday Night Football. Oh, boy, this is going to be a rough one. So the Broncos are 3-point road favorites against the Saints, who are missing Derek Carr. They are going to be also without Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, and Taysom Hill. Meanwhile, the Broncos are missing Patrick Surtain. This is going to be an ugly-ass game.
Yeah.
Really gross. The best part will be whatever happens as far as Sean Payton's reception goes. That's it. This is going to be a tough one, and I cannot wait to listen to Al Michaels bitch and moan about the game. I can't wait. Really excited for it.
I think I can wait. I think I can. I don't know if I'm watching this one. This one has not jumped up and grabbed me.
I think it's going to be muted. I've been watching a TV show on Netflix with Kristen Bell. It's been great. Really enjoyed it. I forget what it's called, though. You're
Love
welcome
it.
for the help.
I can't help you.
Kevin Stefanski had this to say about Nick Chubb's Players Tribune letter, which was probably written by somebody else, but hey, inspired by Nick Chubb.
I didn't know we were still doing Players Tribune.
I didn't either. Kevin Stefanski on Nick Chubb, quote, he's a better journalist than all of you, better football player too. Well, obviously the latter, but the better journalist. Hey, Kevin, I'm sorry everyone keeps asking you about the terrible quarterback that you still have under center. But guess what? They're going to keep asking you about it because you're the only person in the effing world that thinks that guy gives you the best chance to win. So that's why they're going to keep asking you that question. Everyone thinks you're effing crazy. And Rance, sorry to stick up for Big J's there, but
yeah.
He's probably right. They are. Nick Chubb probably wrote a better, more compelling piece than any of
I'm
those
sure
people.
it was more compelling than all their pieces, which is like, oh my God, the Browns are screwed forever.
Yeah. Yeah. One last one. Tom Brady's going to try to hire Bill Belichick.
In Vegas?
As in Vegas, yes.
To be the coach?
Wouldn't that be funny if Brady's Belichick's boss?
That'd be awesome.
I kind of want that.
That'd be so awesome.
And I would be a huge Raiders fan.
Oh, I'm sure you would.
I would buy Raiders. I'd buy Raiders gear.
It's Brady and Belichick.
What if Belichick brings Josh McDaniels back too?
Oh my God.
Get the whole gang back together. Oh man, that would be
now
great.
I want this. Normally when you talk about either of these two guys, it's Patriots, pipe dream, Patriots, fantasy land. This is like, actually, I'm down with this too.
I'm so turned on by this idea.
Okay.
What?
Now it turned into fan fiction.
No, yeah. Erotic fan fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
This is amazing.
I thought that went understood.
And speaking of, up next, I got a deep steel blue pill for you. You'll never guess who's endorsing the Texans as one of the best teams in the NFL. Stay put. Texas Swarm. Texans are getting a lot of love from the national media. And guess what? The GOAT of the game himself has acknowledged the Texans as one of the top teams in the NFL. Hit it!
Hold on to that. The top 5 teams in the NFL through week 6. Number 5 on the list. Give it to me right now. Bam! The Houston Texans. See CJ Stroud, see Joe Mixon running that football last week. Even though Nico is gone, you got Stephon Diggs, you got Tank Dell, you got Dalton Schultz. Let me tell you something right now. The Houston Texans ain't going away. And by the way, Nico Ryan's got them boys playing some defense right now. Got to look at the Texans. Only got 1 loss on the season. Got to give respect where respect is due. They're top 5 team. Let's go top 4.
So we talked yesterday about, adding people on to the Houston Texans bandwagon. Okay, some of the NFL analysts for ESPN, Dan Orlovsky, Mina Kimes, who are co-signing CJ Stroud as a possible MVP, they don't really have the cachet that Stephen A. Smith does. But you know that there's going to be a Texans-Cowboys game in the near future, and no one likes hating on the Cowboys the way that Stephen A. Smith does. I feel like we might be able to get Stephen A. Smith on the bandwagon.
And that'd be such a good heel move.
Oh yeah.
I don't even really I mean, I would love for him to be on the bandwagon. Obviously, and I think there's a chance that he is on the Texans bandwagon when it's all said and done. But even if it just starts off as is more about pissing off the Cowboys than I am such a big obnoxious Texans fan, that's good enough for me. Welcome aboard.
I'm 100% here for that. And speaking of the Cowboys, that's all we got for your deep steel blue pill. Okay, this is a quick one. This is like half a pill. It's half a pill that you saved.
Cut it in half.
Yeah.
Or it's an old one, so it doesn't have the full effect.
It's a friend gave it to you, and you cut it in half because you wanted to use it. You wanted to maybe use it a couple of times. Who would do that? I don't know. But anyway, hey, the Dallas Cowboys are a mess. We don't need to do a playing with the boys segment here. I just want people to acknowledge the creativity of this song because we are a show that appreciates music, and this is a very good Cowboys rap.
Man, here we go again. This team ain't gonna never win. I'm ashamed to be a fan. Got me lying to my friends. Louis belt straight to ass. That cannot complete a pass. CD Lamb been playing trash. Man, how long is this gonna last? Man, get it, Jerry. Quit it, Jerry. Retire, Jerry. We gotta fire Jerry. Boy, you know this team super bad. I ain't lying. Every week we taking belt to ass. That cannot complete a simple pass. What he trying to? Man, how long is this gonna last? Who you throwing? Took a 40 ball, beating 2 times. It's like a sequence. Wow. Dak, who you throwing to? He threw it to the defense. I'm like, Dak, who you throwing it to? He threw it to the op. I'm like, Dak, you gotta stop. Dak, go to the barbershop.
Hell yeah, dude.
That was pretty good.
That was awesome.
as these go, that was good.
That's one of the best sports songs I've seen in a while.
I think I like this tone of sports song, like fan made sports songs, more than the "We're So Good."
Oh, those So Good songs are, unless they're being done ironically,
yes,
ridiculous.
Yes, but I like this one where it's like as the only way to manifest or to truly capture how pissed off you are at your team. I can't do it through words. I have to turn to art and to channel these feelings.
100%.
I have to put pen to the pad.
And he does it in a way that just brutally takes down his own team. I like it. It's a diss track of sorts. Now, I will say, I mean, there is one man here in Houston, Mark Drew, who does a really good job of glowing up Houston's favorite teams.
Yes.
Sean, I know, the biggest fan of him.
Yes.
I'm a casual.
I mean, he helped power them to the 2022 World Series.
That's true. Yeah, we haven't seen a Texans song yet. That's when we know everyone will be officially on the bandwagon because there's still some holdouts. They're wondering, hey, just how good is this team? They're 5-1. It's fool's gold, blah, blah, blah. I'm seeing it on YouTube right now. There's a guy by the name of Rocky who asked us earlier, like, hey, are they mediocre at best if they lose to the Packers? They would be 5-2 and losing a road game against another 5-2 team. Come on, guys. But I want to see us get to the point where we're having ridiculous anthems being sung about the Texans online, and they're being done like wholeheartedly in the same way that little guy who does the Colts songs, like, we love you.
Oh, we're getting one next week. Or, I mean, we get one every week, but
That's
we're getting
true.
a Texans one next week.
We get a Texans version, that's for sure.
Can't wait. Can't wait for that Friday show.
I just want some music. Just a little bit of music
yeah.
in my life.
I do think we need Texans fans to get a little, and I understand that they're not there yet.
Yes.
Because this fan base wasn't there when the run started. But if the Texans fan base could add just a sprinkle, maybe a little bit more of this, maybe like a cup of Astros fan or Astros Twitter in their game.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
A little arrogance.
Yeah. If Texans Twitter turns into a little bit of not an angry mob like the Astros Twitter can get sometimes, but just a little bit of fire, a little bit of gumption. That's what I want from Texans fans.
I'd like that too. He is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant George. No Joe. Just Paul. You want to chime in? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And I highly encourage any of you people out there who are musically inclined. I challenge you people to call into the show and sing. I challenge you people. Paul, what do you mean you people? This is musically inclined people like myself. Musically inclined people. I'm not making any implications about you, your identity, your sexuality, or anything like that. I'm not.
See, I wasn't thinking you were until you said that.
I'm not.
Okay, but you're not. Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
But if you're a big fan of musicals and Broadway,
well, a lot of people think I am.
If you're really excited about the Ariana Grande Wicked movie coming out, call in, give us a song.
I have a confession to make too about last night.
Oh no.
So last night, hanging out with some friends at a bar and some new people, new acquaintances in my life now. And one person just straight up asked me if I was gay because I was single. Two.
Wait. So the line of questioning went, "Are you single?"
You're a good-looking guy. How are you single? That was number one.
But you could. Never mind. Okay. That's ridiculous.
I was like, okay, well, we've had a few. It's fine. I didn't mind it. And the two, I was getting aggressively hit on by another guy. And I don't know what to do in those situations because it's like, hey, it's new people, and like, hey, but
yeah, and you don't want to fight them because that's a hate crime,
right? Exactly. I was like, hey, let's ease it up a little bit. I honestly, I was a little bit of a meow in that situation. I should have said like, hey, straight as an arrow, bub, with a deep voice. Hey, bub.
Yeah, that would have worked.
I'm deep. I'm deep into the women. You know what
I
I'm
wonder.
saying?
Yeah, there is no graceful way to get like, hey, I know what you're doing. All right.
There wasn't. The
Not
guy was
interested.
trying to ask me creatively if this guy, like, not like the other person who's like, are you gay? You're single? This
You're not
this
married?
person, I actually even told him, like, what are you trying to ask? Because he clearly was like trying to figure it out. And then he's following me as I leave from my car. I'm like, no, you can stay right there. It's okay.
Ugh.
This is all I deal with. Why can't women hit on me? I only get hit on by men. Is this what women have to deal with?
I think it is. I
All
think
right.
you walked a mile in their shoes.
Okay. Yeah. That's my dating update today.
I like that. That's a good dating update.
Someone texted in too, by the way. Paul, you could be Aaron Rodgers for Halloween. I actually could. I've got the proper amount of white in my beard.
Yeah, you could get. I like.
I like Joe Rogan.
It's a situation where if someone asked me, "Does Paul look like Aaron Rodgers?" I'd say no. But you look enough like him to go for him as Halloween.
Correct.
You know?
Yeah, I could do that. I wouldn't want to though. I can't wear a Jets uniform. Ew.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a loser like Jake. No offense to Jake, because Jake is on Raya and I'm not. So who's the real loser?
Right.
Someone texted in
Jake
and said,
doesn't get hit on by dudes at El Tiempo.
No, that's true. I brought this up yesterday. How there's this high end dating app called Raya that I'm not on, even though I have 5 referrals to get onto it. I got in a committee at the rodeo quicker than I got on Raya. and someone texted me in immediately like, damn, dude, you're not even on. It was Raheel. Raheel texted in early. Like, damn, dude, you're not even on Raya. And Jake is. And I was like,
such a Raheel move.
I was like, damn, that hurt me. I told him I'm thinking about using touch of gray on my beard. Anyway, the vibes are down. Let's raise the vibes up. Texans, Packers on Sunday. Is CJ Stroud, one, going to be able to protect the football? And two, is he going to have some advice for Jordan Love after the game, after a potential victory? All of that and more next. Stick around. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, maybe I'll get a box of dong bags so we can knock boots later. What do you think?
Will Arnett and Hot Rod. Listen, he might have been crass there, but protection, it's big in life. Whether it's protection at home with a gun, protection when out and about with Kevlar, or protection with that special someone, it's important to make sure that you are going to be safe. And CJ Stroud, he's going to have to be a little safer than he's been this year, Sunday in Green Bay against the Packers. Stroud had 6 turnovers all of last year, 5 interceptions and 1 lost fumble. He already has 4 this year. Honestly, could have been more. Remember the interception that he threw on the sideline while trying to throw the ball away, where a Bears defender His heel hit the sideline, but his toe was in. That should have been a catch, in my opinion. The catches rule in the NFL. Not great. He lost a fumble as well, almost. But ultimately, that fumble was recovered by the Texans, so technically doesn't count as a lost fumble. He's turned the football over a lot this year. Last year, didn't turn it over much at all. And what makes this a little complicated for the Packers is that the Green Bay Packers have the most takeaways in the NFL, 17. 9 interceptions, 8 fumbles. They're opportunistic, and CJ Stroud is going to have to be careful out there if the Texans want to go on the road and get a dub. So whatever those are for CJ Stroud, whatever his mental version of dong bags are, he's got to make sure that he brings them to Green Bay. Put them in your wallet, put them in the little pocket that you might have in your pants.
Yeah, the little hand warmer pocket thing.
Is that what they're for? I thought they were for condoms. Okay. Well, I guess they're not. They're hand warmers, I guess.
No.
Yeah. Guys, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Stay safe.
Stay safe out there. Here is Texans quarterback CJ Stroud being asked about staying safe.
I definitely know that this game I got to be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they up front. They play really well and their backers are really solid. Really just, understand that, this team is known to keep, their defense. Their defense kind of keeps their team in the game by getting turnovers. And they do a great job of that, especially on the back end. Got some really good DBs and up front they play really well and their backers are really solid. So, another great challenge for me to try to be better with, I feel like I've been kind of like a little sloppy, turn the ball over a little bit, but sometimes the ball doesn't roll your way, but you got to take those shots and you got to, be aggressive to, see what you can get away with and what you can't. So I don't regret any of the decisions I made, but I definitely know that you're putting yourself at risk. So I definitely know that this game I got to be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they come. But, if they don't come, then, just being smart with the football.
Got to be safe. Got to stay protected. And I like that CJ at least has acknowledged he's been sloppy this year. He has. Based off of what we saw last year, I thought he was very careful and smart with the ball. And there's been a couple of moments this year where it hasn't been the same. Long season. I think Stroud is somebody who learns from his mistakes, and I feel pretty good about him going forward. By the way, speaking of learning from your mistakes, Stroud was asked about a philosophical question that gets discussed in every single NFL fan base. How do you handle a young quarterback? Do you throw that guy in right away, or do you let that guy sit behind the scenes and then eventually have him go out on the field and do whatever it is he's going to do in the league? So CJ Stroud, starter from day one for the Texans. Jordan Love sat behind Aaron Rodgers for 3 years before last year getting his first opportunity. Someone asked CJ Stroud about the different, roads to becoming an NFL starter for he and for Jordan Love. This answer is something.
I think God puts you in a situation or, puts you through things, for a specific reason. And I feel like maybe for Jordan, he wanted him to see the field and, learn from Aaron and, being able to just be a sponge and, soak up just a lot of information. And for me, God thought that the best thing for me was just go out there and play, fail, make mistakes. And, I definitely, know that my journey was a lot of those ups and downs. And, I think, everybody, we have our own identity, our own names for a reason. So I definitely feel like it's been a blessing just to be able to, learn my journey and then also look at his and, look like, man, he's doing pretty well. So, I think it's just a testament to whoever's watching, who's trying to get to our positions is no matter what route you're in or if that's early, you're playing early, you get early offers early, or if you're, have to sit and wait a little bit, at the end of the day, you'll get what you deserve.
Lot to unwrap there.
God said Jordan Love can't read a defense.
I don't think that God made these decisions. Okay, I'm not going to disrespect any person who has faith. I would just like to think that God's got bigger priorities than Jordan Love needing to be a backup for 3 years before being a starter. That's the path he needs to take. And on top of that, Stroud, same thing, like being a starter right away. That's the path he needs to take. No, that was just decided by random circumstance. I like to believe that we are in control of our actions and everything that happens. I know that is another philosophical religious debate in Christianity between certain sects. All I know is that answer was a lot. At the very least, at the end, he had a powerful message.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
hey, just trust the process. Everything's going to work out in the end. But it doesn't always do that.
No,
It doesn't
yeah.
always do that, Sean.
But, sometimes God watches the tape and he goes, I like the tools. I'm just not quite sure.
He needs to
It's
go
a-
to Green Bay.
It's a big jump from Utah State to starting in the NFL. So maybe if he sits behind a MVP winner. This is the Mountain West, all right? Trust me, I made the Mountain West because I'm God. I also made the NFL because I'm God.
It's a lot. That was a lot.
Now, CJ Stroud,
He didn't need
day one starter.
He didn't need to force it here. He didn't need to. He just didn't.
Actually, CJ Stroud, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have a fake quarterback battle in training camp with Davis Mills.
It's been predetermined by God, though.
But yeah, you're gonna start week 1. But we have the illusion that everyone's competing.
God's ultimately going to decide. Yeah, sorry. That was a lot for me.
God, back in 2017, God was like, Tom Savage for week 1 for Deshaun. Deshaun's got it from there. But week 1.
Largo Ghost comments, CJ is JC backwards. Makes you wonder. Stop.
Whoa.
Stop.
Whoa.
No, stop. Stop. Stop.
That blew my mind.
I got to eye roll so hard at that one. I mean, that is quite the answer. Anyway, it's Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in, you can tweet us at Gallant Says. It's Sean A. Mapes at ESPN 975 or on Twitch at ESPN 975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We didn't hear all of what Papa, Dusty Baker, had to say on his podcast appearance earlier this week with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. And I think this is some really easy ammunition for the Dusty Baker haters out there to continue dancing on his grave. He's not dead. It's just his career as a manager over. Gallant and George, stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans and Packers on Sunday. A lot of good NFL games this weekend. Also, Texas and Georgia on Saturday. I am more excited for Texans and Packers than I am for Texas and Georgia. I think the Texas game is going to be a blowout, but you want to weigh in on those things, you can. Dusty Baker did a podcast interview with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. Really creative name for this podcast. It's called The Show. I'm sure there aren't a bunch of other ones called that differentiate from them and make it a little difficult to find their podcast on Apple, but they got Dusty Baker on, old Papa himself. They had him for about 30 minutes or so. And Dusty said a lot of interesting things. We played this earlier in the show. Very clear that he is a big fan of Jim Crane. But also, he wishes he had freedom to pick his own coaching staff. But that's not what we're going to talk about here. Check the podcast if you want to hear about those earlier conversations. Dusty was asked about how the Astros have kind of changed their stripes over the years. And if you were listening to yesterday's show with Jeremy Booth from KHOU, he was talking about it as well, how the Astros went away from being analytical and went in a different direction. Here's Dusty talking about that.
Well, that's what Jim Crane wanted. He wanted a more of a mixture versus just one way. And, people talk about analytics. I mean, analytics have been around for years. It's just that it didn't have a name for it. From the time I started managing and studying, I was studying first batter efficiency or, walks per inning from the bullpen or, who hits with runners in scoring position, all this stuff, has been around for a long, long time. It's just that we've gotten very, very complicated with it in the terminology. And if you don't know the terminology, then supposedly you don't know what's going on. But hey, if we were just speaking layman terms, we'd all understand, you know what it is.
I agree with Dusty here, but here's the problem. Some of the nerds are going to find this and they're going to kill him. They are going to go after him more than they already did before. Because he looks at those advanced statistics that I look at as well, and he rolls his eyes at them. BABIP, Klondorp, all the other things. Klondorp's not real, but you get what I'm saying. It's the stat that I say all the time to make fun of the many advanced statistics in baseball. There is a point where maybe you're looking at too much information to determine who hits where, who hits when, who pitches where, when, etc. And I felt like Dusty got a lot of unfair crap for that last year. I know that there are others who will push back on that, but I mean, were things better with Joe Espada running the show this year? A guy who, based off of this interview that Baker did with these two, Sherman and Heyman, doesn't really seem like Dusty Baker liked Espada much, reading between the lines.
Yeah, he didn't say anything specifically about Espada, but again, in the first clip that we played, that was both of our reaction to
He said he wished that he had been able to pick his own staff. He only got to pick one of the coaches on the Astros coaching staff. Would have been hard to do that, just given, they had won the World Series. Or excuse me, not won the World Series. They got into Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah.
God, sorry for saying that.
And Not Santa has the date. He said that Dusty was hired on January 29th of 2020.
Correct.
So it would have been a tough overhaul.
Before pandemic hire. Interesting.
Yeah.
Makes you think. Was that part of God's plan? I don't know.
We can't keep doing this.
Sorry.
We can't keep...
CJ Stroud, that answer. I like CJ Stroud a lot. That's the most insufferable answer he's given this year. Anyway, bringing it back to Dusty Baker and his interview that he did on this podcast. He continued talking about the way that baseball has changed.
The game is still played by human beings, and the game and the players have feelings, when they're, when they're taken in and out, when they're pinch hit for, or when they're told that they can't hit this guy or that guy. I mean, as a former player, that would have really bothered me for you to take me out and make me feel like I can't necessarily hit this guy, because I'd stay up all night trying to figure out that's the joy of competition when you stay up all night trying to figure out how to hit this guy or how to solve this guy. So, still a wonderful game. It's like last night during the game, it was a good game, but it was full of mistakes. It's full of base running mistakes, full of walks, full of just mistakes, and some of it by veteran players that know better. And so it's still a great game. It's just sometimes it's not as easy to watch as it used to be.
That comment does sound a little bit like old man yelling at a cloud. A little bit, especially when combined with the one that you just heard before. Because he's talking about how, hey, they're human beings and their emotions might get affected because you're making decisions based off of statistical numbers, and you should be just trying to win and beat these things and adjust to these things. But I know that the nerds out there are going to circle like vultures around the carcass of this podcast, and they're probably going to dump on Dusty Baker some more. So there you go.
I didn't think anything he said was like too old man yells at cloud.
I agree.
I think especially the earlier clip where it's like, no, we both know, like when you're from his perspective and from the analytics perspective, if you're talking about baseball, you're saying the same thing. It's just you're like you said, speaking almost a different language but you both you understand baseball and you're understanding the same thing. It's just the lost in translation kind of effect. I do think that is part of it. It's just like a little bit it's on the analytics people just to like, honestly, a lot of it would just go a long way of just like explaining the stat, like just it
would help and why it's useful, why it's not.
Yeah. And the limitations of it.
Instead of being a, pardon my French, C word about it to people that don't necessarily agree with you online. Like, that's my big problem with these people that are pushing this statistic movement in baseball. Some of these stats I'm sure are very useful, but you are such jerks with the way that you think this is the only way to look at things. And it's not as black and white as you're making it out to be.
That's exactly it. It's easy. It's not hard to look at these stats, learn what they mean, what they're measuring, and just go, okay, so the higher the better, the lower the better.
Yeah.
But it's not as simple like implementing that into running a baseball team. It's actually not that simple. Of
I
just
agree.
going, oh, okay, I get what WAR is now. Let's just play all the high WAR guys. It's like, no, there's a little bit more that goes into this. There's
correct.
Like Dusty said, it's still a game played by people and having that. And that's why I think most of the manager's job is that stuff. And I thought Dusty Baker was good at that stuff.
I totally agree. I mean, they won a lot with him running the show with a staff that was not his, that seemingly was at odds with him, just based off of this conversation that he had. So you can check out that full interview. I thought it was interesting. I always liked Dusty Baker, and I felt like he got a bad rap while he was here, much worse rap than he deserved. The team stopped hitting in last year's postseason. Nothing he did in last year's postseason had anything to do with the fact that they went home early and the Rangers were able to win the World Series. And I would say the same thing about Joe Espada this year. I do think that the manager role in baseball, it is an overstated one. But I look at where this team is and just the people that cover it, and specifically the nerdy, psychotic, stat-oriented people who were so vicious with Dusty Baker. I know they're going to find this and they're going to go after him for it. And I don't think it's deserved. I feel like he's just explaining his perspective on it. And baseball is not a black and white, these stats mean X, Y, and Z kind of game. It's not. No sport is. Baseball, for whatever reason, though, seems to think that it is that way. At least the people that seem to have taken over the game. And I wouldn't mind them being elbowed out. Obviously, I would have preferred the Astros not run off James Click and totally move away from baseball, people making baseball decisions. And I get it. Craig Biggio, he's a baseball star, and Jeff Bagwell, baseball star, and Reggie Jackson, baseball star, all that stuff. But at the same time, you do want people who are also on top of the sport, doing the scouting things and all that. Still, there is an element of the nerds taking over the kitchen, and I don't think it's necessarily helping. And I feel like the way that they carry themselves makes it so that a lot of people are just going to be resistant by default to what's being pushed, in the same way that we sometimes see certain people who are preachy with their politics get pushed back against, even if they are making good points, because they're doing it in a dickish way. That's sort of the way that things work in this world of ours. Anyway, I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. No Joe, just Paul today on Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, you can do it on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can do it on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can tweet at us at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes, behind the glass. I saw a really funny thing online before today's show. And it makes me smile to know that we are celebrating this day in the same way that we celebrated the victory over Germany and the victory over Japan in World War II. Was it VE Day and VJ Day? Well, now we have Jack Easterby Gone Day. That's today. Happy 2-year anniversary. Jack Easterby has been gone from the Texans organization officially for 2 years. They removed him from his office as vice president? Jeez. On October 17th of 2024.
JE Day.
Yeah, JE Day. Or BBJE Day.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye-bye Jack Easterby Day. How did that happen?
Well, you even just saying his title right there, I've just
How?
got transported back to 2021 Texans. Like, oh my God.
It's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to this organization. And they had a quarterback that got accused of sexual misconduct with 26 different women. And here's the thing. I say that is not as embarrassing because NFL players do effed up stuff all the time. The Texans have one right now in Joe Mixon, you know?
Yeah.
It was way back in the day at Oklahoma, but I mean, it still happened. But this guy who had no resume, how the hell did he get here?
It's also such a like the Deshaun stuff, the Mixon stuff is, I mean, it's, especially Deshaun. Actually, Mixon's a little different. The Deshaun stuff is more of a reflection on Deshaun Watson and less a reflection on the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans having Jack Easterby as high up in their organization as they did, that is a direct reflection of the Houston Texans, and they should be embarrassed that ever happened.
100%. By the way, did you know he's on LinkedIn? Jack Easterby? I'm looking at his account on LinkedIn. The most insufferable app that there is.
Yeah.
Jack Easterby is on LinkedIn.
Of course.
I'm going to read his bio here. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh yes. That's I want to live in this moment of not knowing what it says, but knowing your reaction.
A results-driven executive with 15 plus years of experience developing people, building systems, and overseeing staff, business, football operations for successful organizations.
Okay.
This is what every effing consultant in the world has as the lead to their job profile. How can you say a lot of vague things that you did, he said in quotation marks, without actually getting specific? Here's some more. Oh my God. Has developed strategies and vision while managing logistics, facilities management, procurement, and event service operations.
I think I could literally put that for what I do.
We all could say that. Anyone who's ever had an effing job can say that, Sean.
I literally could put that exact word for word, that exact same thing.
Most beneficial to a team environment. When formulating solutions to capture time and cost savings, administering budgets, and aiming to develop synergy between internal and external teams in order to exceed performance benchmarks within highly competitive environments. What the fuck is any of that? What is any of that? What does that mean?
When he says teams inside and outside, does he mean like the Houston Texans and then other teams, like the DeAndre Hopkins trade counts as that?
I don't know. This is all gibberish. And by the way, no faith discussed there. CJ Stroud talking about how God determined whether or not he was going to start right away or sit behind the scenes for a little bit. CJ Stroud brought more there than this guy who was a chaplain. A chaplain who becomes a results-driven executive? Huh?
Also, the results are terrible. What are we talking about?
Oh, no, because this bio's not done.
Oh.
Good God. Successfully organized programming and strategy for multiple NCAA postseason participants and champions in multiple teams and individual sports. NFL Super Bowl champions. Oh, for bleep's sake. And here it comes. And multiple NFL division champions.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy that he put that. He is a Super Bowl champion.
He is a Super Bowl
ring?
champion. He got a couple of rings, that's for sure.
No, but like, do you think they made a ring for Jack Easterby?
I don't know, man.
They probably did.
This
I
is
imagine.
crazy. Jovan Belcher doesn't kill himself. Do we ever hear about Jack Easterby? Serious question. I'm not trying to get a rise here. I mean,
I don't know.
I think that's when the Chiefs brought him in. It was after that. I feel like I'm not sure if he was there in the moment. And his resume, it's very fishy. We'll look at it in a moment. Again, we're looking at Jack Easterby's LinkedIn profile.
Wasn't that something where he lied on his resume?
Yes, that was a big scandal that popped up.
that just popped in my head.
More Jack Easterby strategically developed multiple sporting databases from scratch. What are you talking about? You're not Jeff Luno. With internal and external operations in mind while designing tools that aggregate data for use within the club. Again, all of this is just gibberish, just straight gibberish by this guy. Oh, do you want to read some of his LinkedIn posts?
Oh my god! Now this, I want to get some popcorn ready for this.
Okay, so he's been gone for 2 years. Oh my god, it's all oh. I need a commercial. I needed a commercial break to take a drink. Happy Jack Easterby Day. It's Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Happy Jack Easterby Day. And I guess it's actually BBJE Day. Bye-bye, Jack Easterby Day. 2 years since the Texans pushed him out the door. I unintentionally discovered his LinkedIn profile while trying to look up his resume. And for anyone who's never been on LinkedIn, LinkedIn is a social media app for professionals. But essentially, this app is just a bunch of people sitting around in a circle, patting themselves on the back with clapping seals enabling them. There's no criticism. There's no second guessing. It is just, I'm so glad I don't have a corporate job. That's all I can really say. When I see a LinkedIn profile, I mean, it's Marilyn Manson removing his ribcage-esque. It's just so awful. Anyway, I went through his profile. Luckily, he hasn't posted much over the last 6 months. In fact, he hasn't posted at all. But all of his posts, much like his profile, which we just read in the last segment, are just the proper amount of nothing actually being said that would make you think he'd be a great consultant for somebody. And guess what? He was a consultant for the Houston Texans that somehow became a vice president. Jack Easterby, 6 months ago, wrote this: a leader's greatest act is to sacrifice for his team, setting a standard of selflessness that inspires unity and drives success. It's in these, all caps, moments of giving that the true strength of leadership is revealed. Now, that quote, vague, generic, possibly lifted from somebody else.
I was going to say that 100% is a quote from someone else.
I need to read a response to it.
Oh, no.
This is from a guy by the name of Clifton Sellers, who his profile reads, Girl Dad, that's the first thing, and founder at Go Legacy Builder. Thank you for sharing this powerful reflection on leadership. It's a reminder of the profound impact leaders can have on those they serve. Wipe your mouth, sir. It is brutal reading this guy's profile. Here's another post by Jack Easterby. Our habits matter more than we think. Our eating habits, our playing habits, our thinking habits, our scrolling habits, our sleeping habits, our speaking habits.
Oh my God, how many habits?
How many more habits can you think of here?
Bathroom habits. Our shower habits.
No hygiene habits there.
Our clothing habits.
Fashion habits, right? Today's habits shape tomorrow's success. Oh my God. By the way, Clifton Sellers comments on it again.
Okay.
It's empowering to realize that by cultivating positive habits today, we're actively creating a brighter tomorrow. What is LinkedIn? Who actually uses this site? I thought Twitter sucked. At least people on Twitter are yelling at each other and you kind of enjoy the chaos. LinkedIn, everyone is just kissing each other's ass.
It's just like Chat GBT inspirational quotes and then Chat GBT comments of, wow, this is such a great quote. It's like all just this meaningless, just the most meaningless thing. What he said is having good habits is good. that is what that is what that said. And then you have Cliff over there being like, yep, right. Leadership is important.
Does he want to work for Jack Easterby?
Or does he want to hire him? Does he want to get hired by him? Does he do other stuff? I don't know.
It is brutal. Go on your LinkedIn and just see what you see. But Jack Easterby's LinkedIn.
I don't want to. I'm going to because the worst part is that it's people I know. Like this, it's more palatable because it's Jack Easterby, someone I already have disdain for. I don't want to lose respect for my friends who maybe have, because they have corporate jobs and they have to participate in that. I don't even want to see. I want to be able to respect them next time I look them in the eye.
Should I go on LinkedIn and just become like a
An
a
influencer?
troll LinkedIn account
Yeah.
and just comment like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh,
Be the one person that does this. Because again, no one does it. I'm reading these comments. It's all everyone's like, "Yup." This guy single-handedly ran the Texans into the effing ground. People thought it was Bill O'Brien. Here's another Jack Easterby post.
oh, great.
It's about sports, okay?
Oh,
Not about leadership.
I'm interested.
The new 1% in sports are able to manage through crisis, balanced in their perspective, strategic thinkers, character driven, faith integrated, ethically sound, team oriented, visionaries, consistent, authentic.
That sounds like CJ Stroud.
It does. I thought it might be one of those acronyms that can be turned into
spell
swarm.
something? Yeah.
It says absc. So it doesn't work.
Doesn't work on a T-shirt.
Guess who commented? Clifton
Our guy
Sellers.
Cliff?
Clifton Sellers commented again.
I almost feel bad for,
I know.
for saying his full name every time.
I know. And I hope this gets him some business for Go Legacy Builder. This list highlights the importance of integrity, teamwork, and authenticity in achieving greatness both on the field.
Again.
What is this app and who is this person that thinks Jack Easterby is a model?
It is just someone saying nothing, saying just the most like bland, like leadership is good stuff.
Yeah.
And then someone else going, correct.
Oh.
Leadership is very important. Leadership is very good. Oh my god.
This is so bad.
Does he have like
dude.
alerts for when Jack Easterby posts?
Dude,
So he can
I might
be the first comment.
Well, he hasn't posted in 6 months, but this might be the first thing I ever set alerts for on LinkedIn.
Like
Good.
he's Woj.
Yeah. Now, this is better than Woj. Unbelievable.
Oh my god. That
I mean, God.
again, you already said it. I would like to second it. Thank God I don't have to. LinkedIn is not important in our business.
Can you imagine? Can you just imagine this? I can't believe that after everything that blew up here, and maybe people just aren't as aware of Jack Easterby and how he accrued all this power like he's Littlefinger or Grima Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings. I don't know how he amassed all this power, and maybe honestly, for all of these psychos on LinkedIn who don't have a personality except for like putting out just basic ass quotes talking about grit, grind, and effort, he is the model, right?
Yeah.
Con your way to the top. That's
Yeah.
what LinkedIn's all about. But the amount of this, essentially a circle, you know what, of all these people enabling each other. Wow.
Yeah.
I need to take a shower. This was gross. It's Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I feel dirty still. I'm never going to be able to get over what I just did. I'm going to take another shower when I get home after reading Jack Easterby's LinkedIn. But happy Jack Easterby is gone day. Happy BBJE day. Bye-bye, Jack Easterby. Toro McJohnson did point out on Twitter, hey, he did bring Nick Caserio in. And that is true. He did get that done. But
Congrats.
Yeah.
Didn't Bill O'Brien try to do that and tampered with him? Or is that Jack Easterby that did that? I roughly remember. This was 2019 or 20 where they got in trouble after they fired Brian Gaine. Brian Gaine?
Brian Gaine, yeah. Because alignment.
Yeah, alignment. I'm surprised you didn't get alignment in the Jack Easterby LinkedIn.
You're right.
It is important.
There's
right, Clifton?
Dude, it's so crazy how much they've been through. Because you had
in 5 years. Not even going back to since you were here or obviously the 20 something years they've been a team. Just in the last 5 years.
From 2017 on.
Yeah.
During the entirety of the Astros run. The messiness from the power struggle between Bill O'Brien and Rick Smith, which no one has done digging on, and they should, because wow, when Rick Smith stepped away from the organization to be with his sick wife, it's a comma, not a period. O'Brien takes over. I think they wanted to get Caserio then. I could be wrong. They get Brian Gaine instead. He and Brian Gaine don't see eye to eye. What a shocker with Bill O'Brien. Jack Easterby comes in. And I remember working at the flagship, bringing that up as a highlight. I want to say that somebody who I think was just probably met him and liked him, because the guy clearly is charming in some way, shape, or form, that he's able to work his way up to the top.
I don't know about charming.
He has to be.
He knows how to play the game.
Exactly. But some people are cynical and they see through this, and others are the kind of people who are going to sit through a Ponzi scheme meeting until the very end before realizing, oh, this is a Ponzi scheme. This is a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
That he got all the way up there is jarring. I'm glad it's in the past. Texans and Packers on Sunday, everybody, huh? CJ Stroud, is he one of the best quarterbacks in the game? We got there in just 2 years after getting rid of Jack Easterby.
Thank you to God for putting Jack Easterby in as vice president of the Texans and then out.
You know who I'm going to thank God for? I'm going to thank God for whoever got in the way of them hiring Josh McCown.
That too.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the thing. There's so many actual things that happened that were I can't believe this is real and this is what's happening.
This is a real organization. We laugh at the Jets now. We couldn't that long ago.
No. And there's so many things that almost happened. So many almost car wrecks that they dodged to get here.
Imagine if they lost. I did a hit in Milwaukee talking about the Texans and Packers this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And someone asked me, do you think Lovie Smith? And I was like, hey, I was the only person that was happy they won the last game of the year. And it is crazy how this all did work out.
That could have been, that one wouldn't have been, I think Lovie Smith was hired instead of Josh McCown, but it's very possible. That's Bryce Young, Josh McCown.
It does seem, for what it's worth, that Josh McCown in Carolina wanted them to get CJ Stroud too. So they might have still ended up with CJ Stroud.
I don't know. But
I agree.
The people that hire Josh McCown as head coach, I don't trust them to listen to him and to make the right choice.
Anyway,
we don't have to worry about that though. We have D'Amico Ryans.
Reading Jack Easterby's LinkedIn for the past 20 minutes, not garbage time. This is real garbage time. We have a follow-up story to something we touched on yesterday in Garbage Time. Remember Luana Alonso, Paraguayan swimmer, got kicked out of the Olympic Village for being inappropriate, announced that she is going to launch an OnlyFans.
Yes.
Well, saw this at TMZ Sports. A sex doll company has sent a collaboration offer to Luana Alonso, saying they want her feet.
Oh. Huh.
Real Doll sent her a letter detailing how she can rake in a ton of dough with her toes. Nice TMZ.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
While also giving the foot lovers out there something they can enjoy. This is a real website. At Real Doll, we pride ourselves on offering our clients unique, customized, and lifelike creations that help them connect with the fans in a truly personal way.
Am I back on LinkedIn?
God.
That's very LinkedIn speak.
It's it's in a letter. It's a corporate letter.
We make AIDS. We make toys.
With your growing success, we believe there is an exciting opportunity for us to collaborate. We would like to offer you the chance to mold your feet into a lifelike, high-quality material, which we would then make available for sale to your fans. Guess how much they sell for?
$100.
$3,500.
What?
Yes, and she would get 20%
yeah.
of the sales. She is definitely taking this on. Unbelievable. And she could even share a link to buy the product on her OnlyFans page. So people are buying prosthetic feet for their fetish.
That's really something, Paul.
$35 a month for Luana Alonso on OnlyFans.
With $35 a month?
That's a lot.
That is so much.
That's a lot of money.
That's what?
You know what?
$5 a day.
She's a strong, powerful, independent woman. Go get your money.
Or
This
not
is
$5
America. This is
$5.
America, not Paraguay. Come to the United States. We welcome all. Well, we welcome hot people in. That's the new Paul Gallant policy. Not build a wall. Not for the hot people. Just like at the bar.
We need a bouncer. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
a nightclub bouncer outside of.
Oh, you're not hot enough. You ugly. Get out of here.
We're full, and then they let someone else in.
Yeah. Dress code.
Hey, no sneakers.
This is a funny post, I think. But Pittsburgh Steelers player Deshaun Elliott posted something. It's a Photoshop of Mike Tomlin looking like Osama bin Laden. And the caption reads, Osama bin Tomlin. I don't know why he did this.
I don't know. Is that Pro his coach?
I don't think so.
Okay, I don't know.
FYI, Elliott was 4 years old at the time of the attacks, and the Steelers, guess who they play on Sunday? The New York Jets.
Ooh.
Could have picked a better week.
Oof.
Could have picked a better week.
That's not great for Longhorn legend Deshaun Elliott.
Not good. Oh, he's a Horn. I didn't know that. Horns.
Charlie Strong era Longhorn.
I'm gonna have to put my horns down to that post. Okay, not too soon. Staying in New York, the New York Rangers have unveiled a regular season champions banner. Can't do that.
They're so lucky they missed out on Soft Boys.
They are. This just came out today. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. They have two of those, by the way, 2 regular season champions banners. Come on, guys. If you go undefeated in the regular season, even that's a stretch. And the Patriots did that back in 2007. At least they went undefeated, though, in the regular season, and that had never happened, you know? This is for a 16-game schedule. This is oof. Continuing to go through garbage time. You'll never believe it, but guess who's expected to be out indefinitely to begin the NBA season?
Who?
Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, what?
Big Shams now over at ESPN, his first big break. Good for him.
Remember when Kawhi Leonard was supposed to be on the Olympic team?
I do.
Remember when they sent him home and they're like, well, you know, it's not because of health stuff. It's just, you know. We don't have a spot for. We can't guarantee that he'd play enough to make it worth his time. It's like, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
One last one. We had a fight last night, but it wasn't at a Dodgers game. Nope. A Miami Heat preseason game featured brawls that Tyler Harrow could notice from this court floor.
That was such a funny clip of him getting interviewed.
Very funny.
He's doing the post game interview. He's answering a question, kind of looking off in the distance, and then he in a very Paul Gallant move, kind of trails off, and he's like, "Sorry, there's a fight going on right now. I can't keep answering this question."
I love it. I love it.
It's like Paul in a remote.
Hey,
It
hey.
is. It is. It's like Paul in a remote.
I wasn't that bad on last Friday.
No. It helped that,
There were cats there, though, and I was distracted by the cats.
Actually, you were that bad with the cats.
But there were a lot of cats there, and I could have been distracted, and I wasn't that bad.
Not that bad.
We're growing, okay? And thanks to Jack Easterby's LinkedIn and all the motivational quotes on that, I'm going to be a better person tomorrow.
That's leadership. And
Leadership.
leadership is good, I learned from Jack Easterby.
Guys, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Thursday on this, the greatest day of your life. For our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and tweeters, I am merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. So long, farewell, have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. And it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Very busy show. We're very, very busy. Lee Sterling, man of the people. Locktober is alive, and it is well. And he's going to hand out some winners. ParamountSports.com. Lee Sterling will join us. Adam Ronis, so you can go 1-0 in your fantasy weekend. It is a Thursday. So Bad Take Boulevard coming up later today. Brad Kellner to talk. I noticed that Brian loves to schedule Brad Kellner. How many Aggie guests have we had this season? How many?
Literally 2-1 in favor of Brad Kellner.
Yeah, we had Nuno.
We've had Kellner on twice. We've had an Aggie fan on, or an Aggie guy.
Yes, once.
2-1.
0
Cougar guys. How many Wisconsin guys have we had?
That'd be 0, but I think we're going to try and make up for it tomorrow.
How many
Yeah,
any
we've
other
got 2
university?
guys tomorrow.
How many all of the aboves do we have?
Well, we got enough of the Cougs in the Big 12 from you, so we got that covered.
Two Brad Kellners in the same collegiate football season. I see. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, Brian.
You're on to me about wanting to talk about the number 1 team in the nation?
Who's BMAC's favorite team? Favorite university?
That'd be the Horns.
Yeah, be the Horns. Just notice that. Just on to you a little bit. I'm teasing. How much of this is real? How much is this coach speak? Because yesterday, I think it was 0002, he mansplained to us what coach speak is. We've been in sports our entire lives, and I didn't know what coach speak was until yesterday. I didn't know that coaches stood behind the podium and into a microphone. They talk up their opponents. They never say anything bad about them. They don't give them billboard material. I never knew that. I'm thankful that we have 0002 in our lives, because now I know that. Now I'm like, oh, He's just saying that to respect the opponent. He doesn't really mean what he's saying. Coaches lie. I never thought that was the case. I thought they were always 100% truthful. I thought it was required as part of their job. So I'm thankful for you, 0002, for letting us know and teaching us about coach speak and what that is. So I was listening to LaFleur yesterday, which I'm a huge fan of LaFleur. You're usually anti-Packers. Do you like LaFleur?
Anti-Packers. And I've given him his flowers. Since Rodgers has gone, he's done a hell of a great job when he got control of the offense.
Yeah, I'm a big LaFleur fan. I think that he's really good. I think he's one of the better young coaches in the NFL. I think he's one of the better coaches in the NFL. And I think he's one of the better offensive minds in the NFL. So I was listening to LaFleur talk. I do this all the time with the opponents, just try to get a little bit of intel on what they're saying about the Texans or where their team is at, or their matchups that we can talk about, whatever. But I was like, you know what? Because 0002 changed our lives, and because he gave us this wisdom that is known as coach speak, I was like, okay, why don't we play some of LaFleur's cuts, and let's talk about how much this is real and how much this is coach speak. And all of you care more about the Texans than the Packers. No offense, Blankers. So let's go through a few of these with LaFleur, talking about the Houston Texans, talking about some of their players, and how much of it is real or how much of it is coach speak, where the opposing head coach is just respecting the opponent, no billboard material, just saying the right thing. So whenever you're listening to these bites, how much of it's coach speak, how much of it is real? And 713-780-ESPN, you can play along, 0002, because you are the boy wonder, the wonderkind. When it comes to, coach speak, you can play along too. So here's LaFleur. First one about the Texans quarterback. So you have a guy who's a great offensive mind. You would think that game, no game, right? LaFleur knowing offense, C.J. Stroud, quarterback on the offensive side of the ball. Here's LaFleur talking about C.J. Stroud, saying he's special.
And obviously he's got the ability where the moment's not too big for him. He can process very fast, and he's a very good anticipatory thrower, which I think is kind of a lost art. I think he does a great job with that, and he's got some weapons around him too, because it's never all about the quarterback. He's got some good weapons around him. They do a good job in protection. I think Bobby Slowick does a great job with their scheme and being able to attack people and get guys in advantageous positions. So I think it's just a collective. It's the collective, but ultimately he's got the toughest job of them all in terms of going out there and playing that position. And he's been playing at a high level. It's been pretty impressive to watch.
All right. So special, C.J. Stroud, impressive to watch. How much of that is coach speak? How much of that is real?
I think a lot. I think the majority of it is real. I think that you maybe add a little fluff here and there. He didn't give away too much. He didn't get it down. There wasn't a ton of diving down into specifics, but he knows what he knows. He's friends with Slowick, I believe, as well as all the other guys that, that he's worked with and around and had interactions with. But I think that in that regard, I don't have a lot of an issue saying it's coach speak.
I think that I think this is real.
I do.
Yeah, I think that this is real. Like he's not crossing any sort of like lines and making up stories about like Stroud is special. Stroud's in the second year of the league, and many think he's a top 3 quarterback. Like it's pretty clear cut and pretty much a consensus that CJ Stroud, if he's not top 3, he's top 5. And he talked about like the anticipatory throws. Yeah, that's something that he is known to do. That is something that he's really good at. So I don't think that LaFleur is being, coach speak at all when it comes to talking up CJ Stroud. He also talked up the weapons of the Houston Texans offensively, and they're down 1 right now with Nico Collins. I don't think that's coach speak either. Like if you're an opposing defensive coordinator, and Hafley's going to have that challenge this week, defensive coordinator for Green Bay came from BC. Bill O'Brien took his job. Like you do look at the Texans like, okay, well, they got some dudes. Stephon Diggs has been one of the best wide receivers in the NFL for the last decade. Tank Dell was one of the best rookie receivers last year in the NFL. Joe Mixon has played a couple games this year and has been really good. He's played a few games, but he's been really good in 2 of those games. So I don't think that part was coach speak either. I do think the Texans' weapons are very good.
Yeah, I think that it's one thing to say it when you're playing maybe a lesser than team or a mediocre team or teams where you can see right through it. I think that in this case so far, I don't think that there's anything that I've heard. And I told you when we were talking about this even earlier in the week, when D'Amico has a tendency to do it, all coaches do it. And it is pretty easy a lot of times to see through it, because a lot of times you're trying to tell me, like, if this was Deshaun Watson, you were hearing the same things, it'd be pretty easy to go, yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's because the Texans are actually good. It makes this a little bit. I mean, I think it's all real. And then you talk about Bobby Slowick, which there are some connections with Slowick. Obviously, you go back to the acclaimed Washington coaching staff back in the day that had Shanahan, it had Saleh, it had LaFleur, it actually had Bobby Slowick too. Bobby Slowick was like a quality control coach on the defensive side of the ball. And Bobby Slowick also went to high school in Green Bay. His dad was the defensive coordinator for the Packers, and Bobby Slowick went to high school in Green Bay during that time.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that until yesterday, as I was listening to Mike LaFleur talk. So that's the benefit. You learn stuff. You get knowledge. You get information. Do you think that part was coach speak, or do you think that part was real? That Slowick does a great job with their scheme, puts guys in advantageous positions.
I think that's him giving a compliment to someone that he probably thinks, because he didn't get into specifics again either. You could say that about any guy you're facing, any coordinator. So I think there is a little, he's fluffy, he's not specific, but I think he meant that.
Yeah, I don't think that was coach speak either. Actually, and they have a relationship, so it's probably more true. But I agree with him though. Like I do think that Slowick does a great job with the Texans scheme. A lot of people disagree with that. Some people have been pretty unhappy with Slowick this year. I think Slowick's good, and I do think that he puts guys in advantageous positions. So I think that all of that was actually real. None of it was coach speak. Okay, here's the Texans defense, the other side of the ball. LaFleur talking about the Houston Texans defense.
They play very fast, very physical, very sound. I think their play style is one of the best, if not the best in the league, just when you watch them. So it's going to be a great challenge.
So there you go. They play fast, great challenge, one of the best in the league. Coach speak real.
That's coach speak, just to get through the question. That's coach speak. He's not lying because when you look at the numbers, he's not lying. But I think in a lot of ways, that's just a way to just kind of deflect the question without getting into too much.
Yeah, see, I think this is real. Like the Texans have been one of the best defenses in the NFL to date. They're number 3 in yards per game. I think there's number 3 in defensive DVOA. So because what he's saying is matched by the numbers, I think that it's 100% real with what Matt LaFleur, I called him Mike a second ago, what Matt LaFleur has to say. All right, final one from LaFleur, coach of the Packers. High praise for one Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, he is a problem. He's another one of the problems that they got. So there's a lot of guys. He's just so disruptive, and he's relentless too. I just love his play style. I mean, he's going to come off the ball. He's going to fight you every snap. He plays the game the way it's meant to be played.
Coach Big Real.
He tells no lies, but he doesn't tell you a whole lot more. It's real.
Yeah, he's the reigning, defending, undisputed AFC Defensive Player of the Week. I mean, it is what it is. Like he currently has the belt of the best defensive player in the AFC. He's telling you that he, wreaks havoc on the game, that he's really good. There you go. I don't think that any of that was coach speak. I'm not even sure 0002 is right. I don't know if coach speak actually exists. I think everything they say behind the microphone and behind the podium is 100% truthful all the time. All right, just getting started. Killer Bees busy show. Lee Sterling at 3:45. Adam Ronis at 4:15. We'll mix in a Texas guest. Brad Kellner joining us at 4:45. Little Bad Take Boulevard coming up later on as well. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryant at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Coming up next, 6 games into the season. 6 games in. How many games the Texans have played? 5-1. Who are the 5 most important Houston Texans? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, it's the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN. 7906. Blankers. I'm going to Green Bay for the game. Do you want anything from Lambeau? Lowercase Lambeau. That's some low-key disrespect.
You're going to have an unbelievable time. That you are going to be invited into, I would say, multiple tailgates and fed and beveraged up. They take care of the visiting team very well. They're not like Oakland fans or, wherever you go, that it's a rough environment, and you are going to soak it all in.
How many games you been there?
Oh, a lot. I mean, it's
like ballpark it.
50?
Dang, that's a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
A lot was accurate.
That's a
I've
lot
not
of
been
times.
to 50 Texans
And
games.
that includes like when they used to play 2 games a year at County Stadium in Milwaukee. So I've been to Lambeau a ton, and then I've been to the Milwaukee games ever since I've been 2-3 years
Why
old.
did they do that? That's weird.
Because they didn't think that the Milwaukee fans, because it was so sold out. It was like the Texans when they first got here in the waiting list and everything, that they wanted to give Milwaukee fans a chance to be able to go to games to capitalize on the market. So it kind of pissed off Packer fans, as it should. But 2 games a year were always designated as Milwaukee games.
Okay. Yeah. That's what UConn women's basketball does that.
Is that right?
The more you know. Yeah, they play all over Connecticut. Like they'll play in stores, they'll play in Hartford, they'll go to some of the other towns in Connecticut that I don't remember the name of.
Sometimes they play in
but they'll
Boston,
do-
I think.
Yeah, I think that's right.
For big games.
Yeah, they'll move it all around just to like because they're so
Well, on the
loved
flip side,
in
Jacksonville
Connecticut.
does it, but that's because they can't get fans to go, so they take 2 games a year overseas to capitalize on the money.
Yeah. All right, who are the top 5 most important Texans? I bought this from old Landlock. But 6 games in, who are the 5 most important Texans? 713-780-ESPN. What do you say? What do you think?
I'm going to go the obvious, CJ. I'm going to go with Laramie Tunsil to protect him.
You going in order here?
No, I'm just naming off the 5.
Okay.
CJ Tunsil.
Because it sounds like you started off with 1, 2. I was kind of curious.
I was wondering if Tunsil was your 2. Yeah.
He's close, but I would say CJ Tunsil, Will Stingley, and Diggs.
More than Nico.
Because Nico's out.
Okay.
He's not playing for the next 3 games. So
Sure,
I
but that
can't put
doesn't
him
mean.
on-
that
Oh, well,
doesn't-
if
it
you want to
doesn't mean
say
he's more
whether they're
important.
injured or not, then take out Diggs and put in Nico.
Okay. All right. So
you've
this
got
was tough for me because
3 offensive guys, 2 defensive guys. And this is
'Cause it
tough for
wasn't
me.
that tough for me.
Yeah, it was tough for me limiting it to 5 because there's
Oh.
one that I cut that I kind of feel a little dirty about.
I didn't have
Yeah,
a
there's
difficult
one for me
decision here,
too.
though. I really didn't have a difficult decision here. I hear you. Like, there's probably 8 or 9 you would say, man, they are really important. But I didn't have trouble coming up with my 5.
I had trouble. I think that there's 6 guys that could be top 5.
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy.
I
There's
think that
one
there's
for
6
me.
that could be top 5. My 5 most important Texans through 6 games, CJ Stroud at the very top. And it's because the NFL and football, you got to have your quarterback at number 1. Number 2 is Will Anderson for me. I think he's the best player on the defensive side of the ball. He's trying to get to the quarterback. He's trying to pressure the quarterback. He's trying to make the quarterback's life very difficult. And again, we know how important quarterback is in football, especially at the NFL level. Number 3 for me is Derek Stingley because I think he's the second most important player on the defensive side of the ball. I think he's the second best player on the defensive side of the ball. I have Nico Collins 4. I think he's your best offensive skill player. I think he's proven that. And then number 5 for me is Laramie Tunsil because he protects my number 1, protects his blind side, left tackle, critical to the NFL. So my top 5, Stroud, Anderson, Stingley, Collins, Tunsil. And the one that I feel kind of gross leaving out is Joe Mixon.
Oh.
I feel gross leaving
See,
Joe
that-
Mixon
that's
out of
not
my
even
top
my-
5.
I
I went
thought you were gonna
I
say.
went the other direction, the other side of football.
Who was that?
My guy Al Shire.
Oh, yeah. Al-Shair's worthy of this
Yeah,
conversation
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
I wouldn't have him ahead of the other 5, obviously.
No,
but
he was my
Al-Shair,
6th.
I think he's worthy of this conversation.
Mhm.
Now, is he more important than Joe Mixon?
That's again, we got to see the running game against better defenses, but yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made for either guy.
Who are your top 5, Brian?
What we have with Joel editing his list and putting in Nico, we have the exact same 5. It's just different orders. No surprise. Stroud's at the top of the list. Quarterback. No further explanation needed. After that, though, my order changes from you guys. I go with Tunsil number 2 because to me, the second most important guy on the team is the guy that keeps the quarterback upright, in my opinion. And so I went Tunsil 2. He's obviously your best offensive lineman, has been for years. After that, Nico Collins. He was the leading receiver in the entire NFL. Before he got hurt, he was a game breaker. He made a great player like Tank Dell look unnecessary at times. Made Dalton Schultz, who has been an adequate to above average player for a number of years, look completely unnecessary. Nico Collins to me is a transformative player. Then after that, it's the 2 defensive players that are the most important. I ordered them: Will Anderson Jr. and then Derek Stingley.
Okay, so you went 3 straight offensive players,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Offense wins championships.
And there's
True.
no 6th,
But
that
their
you thought
defense
was
has
tough.
been better.
Their defense has led, but I think the offense can be separated into kind of the defense has, to me, more moving parts that make up the whole, whereas our offense is kind of, well, we need to have these 3 guys that we can kind of fill in the holes in other places, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think Al-Shair is worthy of the conversation.
He would have been my
the top
6th.
five
He
over
would've been-
Mixon.
Yeah, he would have been my 6th. Yeah.
Over
You
Mixon.
know how he feels
Yeah.
about Joe
Offense
Mixon.
wins championships.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'm going
JoJo's
to
over the hill.
lean into it. Mixon's a bum.
Yeah,
4-6
JoJo's over the hill.
4608. D'Amico's number 1. Without him changing the culture, this team would be the same. That is probably true, but we're talking specifically players. If you want to say DeMeco Ryans is the most important figure when it comes to the Houston Texans, I think that's fine. I would challenge that, though. I think there's one more important figure than DeMeco Ryans. And no, it's not Cal McNair, who just has.
I think I know.
You know,
I think you know where you're going to go.
It's Stroud. It's Stroud.
Without a doubt.
Give me quarterback over head coach in the NFL. Sorry. Like,
Well,
I love
yeah.
DeMeco Ryans. Those are the two most important positions on an NFL team for me, is quarterback and head coach. I was saying last year that is, if you have the quarterback, if you have the head coach, you can be a Super Bowl contender. I think the Texans have the quarterback. I think that they have the head coach. I think they can be a Super Bowl contender. But if you're making me answer the difficult question of quarterback or head coach at the NFL, this is different whenever you're talking about other levels of football, other sports. But if you're talking NFL football, quarterback or the head coach, absolutely give me the quarterback. You know who proved this? Tom Brady proved this.
No question. Yeah, I think that we I say it over and over again, repeat it, and we've talked about this forever since we've been doing the show. The most important position in professional team sports, without question, is the quarterback, and he is the most leaned on, the most relied upon, the guy that takes on the majority of the brunt of everything that's going on, and that's why you start with him. Now, does it help to have coach? Yes, but you have coaches, because the other thing that spins into is your head coach hires your coordinators. Your coordinators can be as important in a lot of ways than your head coach, because it's specifically the systems and the plays you're calling on both sides of the football. But does it come close to the quarterback? No.
Yeah, I would take Stroud over DeMeco. I love DeMeco. And DeMeco would be second on that list, though. 713-780-ESPN. Who are the 5 most important Texans so far through the year? And this could even be going forward. Like, who are the 5 most important that you have to have?
I feel like we're leaving out a name.
6381 says CJ, Nico, Will, Tunsil, Alshire. No particular order. That's Aaron and Mid-County. Although it feels like an order, though. As soon as you lead CJ at number 1, you feel like there is an order there. Who's the one name?
Chris on YouTube's got the one that I think people are thinking about specifically is with this year.
He says Stroud, Mixon, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yes,
Fairbairn's the one.
That's the name.
Come on.
People are going to bring him up, though.
You look at the early games. I mean, these early games, obviously all one score. And I know that at least the first 2 games, both wins by 1 score. He's making 3+ kicks from 50 yards. I mean, what we saw, what happened last year when Kaimi was hurt and they had to bring in Amendola or had Dare kick for field goals in that one game. It's a big difference. Look, especially the Colts game where you win by 2 and he makes 3 50-yard kicks. Are you convinced they win that game without Kaimi?
I am sick right now. I'm about to throw up. This is frustrating me and triggering me. I'm not even going to lie. We're comparing Kaimi Fairbairn being worthy of the top 5 most important player along the likes of
top 5.
You're making a case for him to be incredibly important. Chris on YouTube did have him. He's not in the conversation. He's as important as Azeez Al-Shire. He's as important as Joe Mixon. I'm sorry, but Kaimi, a kicker in the NFL, doesn't belong on the top 5 most important players on a Super Bowl contender. Even the very, very best. San Francisco had their kicker hurt. They're about to use their 3rd kicker in 3 weeks. Matt Amendola sucked, yes. But if you got rid of Kaimi Fairbairn over the middle of an offseason, you find the NFL average and you're perfectly fine. Kaimi Fairbairn, loved the guy. I've been advocating for Kaimi Fairbairn when people were crushing Kaimi Fairbairn. I like Kaimi Fairbairn. But no way is a kicker top 5 on a Super Bowl contender is the most important player.
That's the boundary. The top 5 thing, you just...
Again, he's not in my top 5.
You're advocating for him, though.
I'm just talking about a name because we're bringing.
And he was in somebody's top 5. Like Chris said that Fairbairn's 5. No,
yeah,
Fairbairn
I agree
is
with
not.
He's not in the top 5. He's probably not even top 8. But if we're talking about other names that are kind of those next tier, the next 5.
No.
Well, I'm telling you my opinion.
He does not come up in the next tier. The next tier is Mixon, is Azeez Al-Shire. Or all these is how about Daniil Hunter? We brought up Kaimi Fairbairn before Daniil Hunter. What are we doing here? Kaimi Fairbairn? Love the guy. But he's not that important.
For the most part, I agree with your average NFL kicker take. And you're 100% right 99% of the time. Where I disagree is because of the 50+ yard kicks. I forget the exact stat, but in those early games the Texans had, he had, I believe, 3 50+ yard made field goals in each of the first 2 games and a few more after
I think he had 8 total in his first 9 kicks.
Every kicker in the NFL does. That's not being
you
fair.
Want Amendola?
No, but
couldn't do it.
No one has Amendola. Amendola's not an
NFL
kicker.
You're time out though. I agree with you that the kicker shouldn't be in the top 5 nor the top 10. But at the same time, the team you're going to play this week has gone they're already on their third kicker, and over 2 years.
Yeah, they hired a guy who's mean to women.
Yeah, because they're desperate as all hell because they can't find anybody to put it through the uprights.
Have y'all been paying attention to the NFL this year? Like 50-yarders are layups nowadays in the NFL.
If you got them, but if you can't find one, it's a problem. It's not top 5, top 10ish, but it's a problem.
Yeah, most teams have them though. Like the kickers are having more success with long field goals and just field goals in general than like ever before in NFL history. Ever before. Like you can't put Kaimi Fairbairn, sorry kicker, in the same conversation of Azeez Al-Shire, Joe Mixon, Daniil Hunter, Stephon Diggs. Like
I don't know if the average NFL kicker makes the 56 and 59-yard field goals that came.
Okay, but he also missed a 40-yarder last week. Like
yeah, he's missed
we
one.
can talk about the downsides of it too.
He missed one.
Okay. Yeah.
But the first 3 games he made like 8 from 50 plus, and all
okay,
those,
you
all those
take Jaime
games,
Fairbairn, I'll take Daniil Hunter. Let's see which team wins more football games.
I would put Daniil Hunter and go in front of Fairbairn.
How many guys are we talking about? Where does Jaime Fairbairn come in? Let's go through the offensive side of the ball. He's not ahead of Stroud, so there's 1. Is he ahead of Mixon? No, there's 2. Is he ahead of Laramie Tunsil? No, there's 3. Is he ahead of Kenyon Green as most important Houston Texan? I'm okay if you want to say yes.
Yeah,
okay,
I would.
Is he ahead of Juice Scruggs?
Yeah.
I don't think he's ahead of Juice Scruggs.
Center's a pretty important position.
I don't think, and he's playing pretty dang well. Didn't play great against the Patriots. Probably the worst game that he had. But I would take Juice Scruggs over Jaime Fairbairn on my football team. There's 4. Are you taking Shaq Mason or Jaime Fairbairn?
Shaq Mason.
Okay, fine. Titus Howard.
I'm taking Howard.
I don't know.
It's right tackle.
It's right tackle.
Dang important.
It's right tackle.
No, it is. But Titus has been pretty. I don't know. He's been kind of meh.
Would you rather have Blake Fisher or a mediocre NFL kicker starting for you, like playing?
So
for you, being
mediocre
the number
tackle
1?
or mediocre
Yeah, because you're
But he's a
going
backup.
because you're going from Titus Howard to
I
Blake
get it.
Fisher. If you didn't have Jaime Fairbairn, you dropped to a mediocre
I've
kicker.
seen Blake Fisher get bullied a couple times, so I'll go ahead and go Titus.
So it's 5. That's 5. Nico Collins 6.
Sure.
Stephon Diggs or 7. Tank Dell.
Sure.
There's 8. Dalton Schultz.
No.
Okay, probably not. All right, so that's the offensive side of the ball. Let's look at the defensive line. Will Anderson.
Of course.
All right, Daniil Hunter.
Yes.
There's 10. Settle Foley.
Foley, yes. Settle, no.
Okay, 11. Danico Autry.
I'm gonna say Autry's gonna play in.
I mean, Autry hasn't even played yet, so we can't.
Absolutely,
But you know who he is.
though.
You know who he is and what they
Doesn't
spent
matter.
to get him.
But if he hasn't even played yet.
But still, we're
How
talking
can
about most important Texans. Like, you don't have to play to be the most important Texans. Like, Nico Collins isn't currently out, but he's way more important than Jaime Fairbairn to this team's success.
I mean, I hear what you're
Well,
saying,
outvoted
but
you. So that's was that 11 or is that 12?
I lost count.
So let's just go 11. Let's be conservative and go with 11. How about Mario Edwards? Been pretty dang good.
Pretty damn good this year.
Pretty dang good.
I'd go Jaime.
Okay, we'll stick with 11. Your linebackers, Azeez Al-Shire, yes. 12.
Yes.
Christian Harris, more important?
Sure.
13. Henry To'oTo'o?
Yes.
13. Stingley?
I think so.
14. Lassiter?
Yes.
15. Jalen Petrie?
Maybe.
Yeah, Petrie's kind of mad at me.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock, my bad.
Yeah, Bullock. Yes.
That's 15 or 16. I lost count.
I think
Murray,
15.
Murray, and Ward. Murray and Ward.
I would take Jaime.
Okay, that's fine. There's at least 15 more important Houston Texans than Jaime Fairbairn. Fairbairn cracks the top 20. Cracks the top 20. Doesn't crack the top 15. Jaime Fairbairn does not love the guy. Does not belong in the conversation as the most important Houston Texans. Who are your most important Houston Texans? 713-780-ESPN. If you want to advocate and defend Jaime Fairbairn, feel free. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Our top 5 most important Houston Texans has turned into a Kaimi Fairbairn conversation, and the importance of Kaimi
Kickers are
Fairbairn
important,
to the
Jeremy.
Houston Texans. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Someone texted in and said the Texans are 2-3 without Kaimi Fairbairn. They played 6 games. Maybe he said 2-4. He said 2-4. That's my bad. Which games? Which games are the Texans losing because of Kaimi Fairbairn? There's one maybe. He made the game winner against Buffalo, obviously. The Houston Texans also screwed that up royally to be in a position where Kaimi Fairbairn had to make a 59-yard field goal. They should have never been in that spot. The Indianapolis Colts game, I think, yes, they won by 2, but I think they win that game without Kaimi Fairbairn. Chicago, they beat by 6. They win that game without Kaimi Fairbairn. He obviously wasn't a factor when they got beat by 27. They beat Jacksonville by 4. They win that game without Kaimi. And obviously they beat New England by 20 without Kaimi Fairbairn. You could say the Buffalo Bills game, but the Texans screwed it up for Kaimi Fairbairn to be able to win it.
I think the biggest thing that people have to take away from this is I personally am not crapping all over Kaimi Fairbairn because he's done a hell of a job. But the realistic question is, where does he fit in terms of how important is he to a team? And when you talk about the importance of guys that play on every down that have just unbelievable roles to fill, like I said about quarterback, like we said about a left tackle to guard your quarterback, like all the different defensive players that make an impact matters, and impact on every play matters. And that's why, without taking away anything from him, there are guys that are higher on the list.
Yeah, I'm not saying Kaimi Fairbairn's bad.
Well, I'm saying to the listeners who are fighting for this.
No, I'm backing that up. To me, he is a top 5 kicker in the NFL, and it's incredibly valuable to have a top 5 kicker in the NFL. Would I rather have Kaimi Fairbairn over the other 15 players we listed? Absolutely not. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Brandon from the South Side. You're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, man?
What's up?
How's it going?
Oh, good. It's good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Can't complain.
Sweet. How's the family?
What you got, Brandon? What you got?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
What you got?
Brandon, come on, what you got, buddy?
Fairbairn kickers, all that.
I don't place Fairbairn. Let me get this straight first. I don't place Fairbairn over Hunter or Anderson or Stingley or none of that. But he's still pretty important. And my reason behind that is the greatest quarterback of all time, Tom Brady, would not have 7 Super Bowls if it wasn't for a kicker.
Appreciate the call, Brandon. Thank you. No one's denying that Fairbairn's not important.
Right.
I love Kaimi Fairbairn. I like that we have Kaimi Fairbairn. There's very few kickers I rather have than Kaimi Fairbairn. But Kaimi Fairbairn doesn't crack my top 15 most important Houston Texans. That's simply it. And both things are true. Fairbairn can be really good and valuable and not one of your most 15 important players.
That's right. I mean, the bottom line is tip of the cap to who he's talking about, Adam Vinatieri. But at the same time, Adam Vinatieri is a complimentary piece to the greatest quarterback of all time. And so there's a priority list.
Yeah.
I mean, true, but Brady would definitely have fewer Super Bowl rings if it wasn't for Adam Vinatieri.
You don't think
how many?
But you don't think
I'd have to break it down.
Okay,
but
time out, though. That's not saying that another kicker couldn't make some of those kicks.
And yeah, exactly that one. And if he misses the kick, the game goes into overtime.
Well, I wasn't even talking about the Rams. I was talking about the Raiders playoff game in the snow. I don't think the average NFL kicker makes that kick.
Well, after you had the snowplow there, I think I could have made that. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, because you have to factor in if another kicker could make the kick.
Right.
He also had the game
valid point on the snow, but other than that, in the Super Bowls,
he also had the game-winning kick against the Panthers too. So it wasn't just one Super Bowl.
Fine,
Sure.
but you don't think another guy could make that kick?
Right.
I mean, that's the conversation. I'll have to look up how far those were. I don't remember off the top of my head. But getting back to the texter's comment about 2 and 4, and I don't agree with 2 and 4 without Kaimi Fairbairn. But if you look at the Buffalo, the Chicago, and the Indianapolis games, all one-score games, a total of, I think, 11 points or is the margin of victory in those games. Kaimi's 8 for 8 from 50. I don't think the average NFL kicker is going 8 for 8.
Have you seen how many kickers are making 50-yard field goals
8 for
with
8
ease?
above 50?
With ease.
I don't think.
Yeah. Jeremy, I almost said to you.
They're talking
when you
about
said,
narrowing the uprights because kickers are having so much success this
well,
year.
when you said top 5 in the league, I think there's a discussion that maybe he's not in the top 5 in the league because of the guys that have the same kind of leg or stronger leg with the same kind of accuracy that have done it for a longer period of time. He'd be probably fringy right at 5, but there are guys to do that. And to your point, Brian, the fact is you can see how long they were, but Vinatieri wasn't known to have a thunderous leg. He was just really damn good between the uprights.
Yeah,
it's kind of important,
right?
though.
But I'm saying we're
Being
talking about
clutch.
guys now that are doing the same thing, but from 50 plus. Whereas he wasn't really known as a banger from 50 plus, but he was unbelievably reliable.
Accurate and clutch.
And we're also moving the goalposts of this conversation. Now we're talking about the importance of Kaimi Fairbairn relative to other kickers around the NFL. That's not the conversation.
It is the
No, it's
conversation.
not. The conversation is how important he is versus the other Houston Texans and who is more valuable of the
But
other
to
Houston
judge his
Texans.
value, isn't part of that basically wins above replacement?
Sure.
Like, versus the average
But a
NFL
kicker's
kicker?
wins above replacement is never going to be top 10, top 15 on a good team. Even Justin Tucker is not a top 10, top 15 most important player on the Baltimore Ravens. And I would have Kaimi Fairbairn in the top 5 of my NFL kickers. But again, I'm not picking any of the top 5 kickers over the top 10 players of a Super Bowl contender.
It's simple to Brian's example. Give me 5 Patriots that are more important than Adam Vinatieri. It's pretty easy.
Sure.
I mean, you could just rattle them
I
off.
wouldn't put Kaimi in my top 5, though. That was never my argument. I was just bringing him up in a conversation about most important Texans.
And he's not in the top 15. And you yourself,
Yeah, no.
counting down with them, wouldn't have him in the top 15. 3209, Kaimi has to be top 5. No doubt, he says.
Settle down.
3367, y'all can't leave out Diggs. Diggs, see, I don't have Diggs in my top 5, but I have Diggs in my top 8.
Yeah, I was going to say he's in the top 10.
Aziz, Diggs, Joe Mixon needs to be in the conversation.
Yes.
6225, Fairbairn has double the points of anybody else on the Texans. That's cool. It's a position. It's like the cleanup hitter has more RBIs.
All he
Doesn't
does
mean
is
he's a better
points.
hitter.
How many tackles does he have for loss and sacks?
Yeah, 3209, John Weeks, top 53, no doubt. I would agree. When your kicker's pretty automatic from 50 yards out, that is pretty top tier. Again, both things true. No one's denying that Kaimi Fairbairn is not top tier. But are you picking him over the top 5 Houston Texans? If you had an expansion team and you could draft any Houston Texan that you wanted for as many rounds as you wanted, at what point are you drafting Kaimi Fairbairn? Not in the top 15. Keith from LA, he says that CJ, Joe Mixon, Laramie Tunsil, Derek Stingley, Nico Collins. What do you think of the argument of Mixon being top 2 as the 5 most important Houston Texans? I don't want to have top 2, but maybe top 5 most important Houston Texans.
Yeah, look, again, order can be to those and how deep dive you want to go on this. Joe Mixon has been extremely important. He's going to be more important to this team as the season goes on. But in terms of, we've talked about it in the past, the Texans offense is so good with the guy we have that everybody has number 1 on the list, rightfully so. If the passing game is good, you can get away with, not having Joe Mixon, but you can't get away with not having CJ Stroud or having a left tackle that's of top 5 caliber or the other guys we rattled off.
I have Mixon in my top 8, but he's not in my top 5. He's fringe top 5. 8576. How many kickers have won a team a Super Bowl? How many kickers have been on good enough teams to be in that spot? You could be the best kicker in the NFL and never sniff a Super Bowl if your team sucks. 5391. Y'all smoking some good dope today. None of those names will score a game-winning field goal for us. Like what? Cool. You have to be a good team to be in those games. Like you picking Kaimi Fairbairn over CJ Stroud because Kaimi Fairbairn can hit a game-winning field goal and CJ Stroud cannot. 8178. Kickers aren't football players. No argument for me. 8341. Excluding kickoffs, he's in the game for only 3 or 4 plays, and the results better be good, or he's going to go down the road. So we gotta talk about the role that they play and what they do whenever they get the opportunity. That's the thing. Like, yes, a kicker is obviously important, especially when the game is on the line. But you're not picking them over other important other positions. 1970. Kicker is not top 10. Agreed. Jets wish they had Fairbairn. Cool. You're moving the goalpost. Yes, the Jets wish they had a kicker that was good. That doesn't make the kicker one of the most important players on the team. Like if you put Fairbairn on the Jets, he's still behind Rodgers. He's still behind Garrett Wilson. He's still behind Breece Hall. He's now behind Devontae Adams. I don't really know their offensive line that well, so let's just pick 2 of them. You got 6 there. Their defense is really good. Probably picking 3 defensive linemen over him. That's 8. Obviously, you're picking Sauce over him. That's 9. And there's probably a player or 2 that I'm not even remembering. So even though the Jets would be desperate for a Kaimi Fairbairn, he's still not one of their 10 most important players.
Plus, you want to bust on Greg the leg, that's fine, but he had to kick in a hurricane. I mean, that factors in too, how you can kick in a wind that both teams struggled with. But yeah, I mean, the Jets aren't going to put a kicker in their top 10.
Yeah, I don't think so. Ask Peyton Manning about Vanderjagt. Vinatieri's accuracy absolutely mattered for the Pats' playoff success. No doubt about that. Peyton Manning sounding off on Mike Vanderjagt is one of my favorite audio bites of all time.
The liquored up kicker.
He said it in the Pro Bowl. I'm out here throwing touchdown passes to Jerry Rice, and I'm talking about our idiot kicker got liquored up and ran his mouth. I love that soundbite. It's so good. Is Butker top 15 on the Chiefs? I don't know if he's asking if he's a top 15 kicker, which he is, or if he's asking if he's a top 15 most important Kansas City Chief. I think it's the latter.
And he's not.
Not knowing their roster as well as I know the Texans roster, he's not ahead of Pat Mahomes. Is he ahead of Kareem Hunt, who ran for over 100 yards this past week? I don't know. That's up for interpretation. Is he
not above Pacheco?
Is he ahead of Pacheco? That offensive line, like probably picking at least 3 of them over Butker. Rashee Rice is hurt, so you can throw him out. Kelsey's would be in the mix there. Maybe not any other receivers. And their defense is really, really stinking good. So you're probably picking 7 or 8 defensive players over Butker. Maybe more. Maybe all 11. Aaron Rodgers running it back with Mason Crosby. It's funny. Cowboys have the best kicker in the NFL, and they suck. Kickers don't make a difference. I think they make a difference. I just don't think that the difference is all that impactful. I think when you really notice kickers, it's kind of like closers in baseball. You notice them a lot with really good teams and when games are close. Because if you don't have a really good team, who cares who your kicker is on a 4-13 team? It does not matter.
You can lead the league in scoring, but lose every game or a majority of your games by double digits. So congratulations to you. You had a thunderous leg, and all they could do was muster enough to get 3 points, but you couldn't put any drives together, score any points, or win enough football games.
1970, Davis Mills more important than Fairbairn. I don't know if I would go that far, but I kind of like where you're coming from here. And then 0754, the bad word we talking about kickers add points. Yeah, they do add points. They do that.
I think that was in favor of the kicker.
And offensive players add points and defensive players prevent points. You're right. Points absolutely matter when it comes to the NFL.
If you take Clyde's word at it for keys to the game, I mean, I think one of the keys is to score more points than the opponent.
He said that once?
Oh, yeah.
You can't lose games
analysis.
in the National Football League and still win. Quote Trent Dilfer.
It's true. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Let's get to Lee Sterling. He wins a lot of games for you. He wants to hand out some money when we come back. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now I want to tell you just a few words about Doc Linville. Doc Linville's the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. He's right here in the Houston area, in the Med Center, and he's doing great things for people all the time. He's fantastic at plastic surgery and Botox and spot treatments, but what I know about him personally is he does PRP treatments for your hair, and he does the NeoGraft procedure to get your hair back if you are struggling with hair loss. And because you listen to us and you are interested in talking to him, I'm here to tell you right now about the offer, the long-standing offer he's had for our listeners. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and check out all the information and then sign up for a free consultation. It's the same free consultation that I got, but other people are paying $150 for. You don't have to pay because you're listening to us right now. Go in, have them explain to you how PRP treatments can help you with the hair that you still have on your head, and how the NeoGraft procedure can get your hair back in areas you don't have hair at all. It's game changer, people. It's unbelievable. And when Doc and his staff explained it to me, I couldn't wait to get involved in the process and see how the results would be. 6 to 9 months is what it takes after the process to see the full total results, but you will see the follicles there right away, and they will continue to grow. They'll get stronger and longer because where he's taking the hair from in the NeoGraft procedure is an area where I found out you're never going to lose your hair. Sides in the back of your head. You're always going to have hair there no matter where you go bald in other areas. So he basically takes that in the NeoGraft procedure, takes some of it, puts it where you need it most. You see the results right away. You see even better results in 6 to 9 months, and you get your hair back for the rest of your life in those areas. Phenomenal. PRP treatments, it's like fertilizing your lawn. There's hair there. It just needs to be stronger. It needs to get back to when it was longer. That's the way that you do it. PRP treatments, that actually kind of infuses energy into the follicles. They get stronger and longer. You see better results. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by, but go to 975hair.com and sign up for that free consultation. Doc Linville, best in the business.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's Locktober. That means it's Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Lee, let's jump right into the games. No one cares how you're feeling. No one cares how you're doing. They want you to win money for them. That's what it's all about. And we're going to start with my Houston Cougars going to Arrowhead Stadium. I'm excited about that. I've never been to Arrowhead Stadium. Kansas is getting some renovations done on their on-campus stadium, so they're playing at Arrowhead against the Cougars on Saturday. Jayhawks getting 5. Cougars with a road Big 12 win. Last time out. How's this one going to play out at Arrowhead, Lee?
And you left out that it's homecoming. Homecoming in a different state for Kansas. So, crazy game here. I like the fact that Willie Fritz has made the quarterback change here. Donovan Smith just wasn't getting the job done here. And the thing I like best about Chris, not just that he completed 15 to 18 throws, did not turn the ball over. Kansas, one of 3 teams in the country, 0-6 against the spread here. They've allowed 30-plus points to West Virginia, TCU, and Arizona State. Season's on the brink for both of these two teams. Of course, we're going to have to wait till last play. Houston pulls off the upset here, 27-23.
Go Cougs, Lee. Go Cougs.
Oh, you made some people very, very happy. Yeah. All right, now another one where this is also going to either make or break someone's happiness on this show. The biggest game of the weekend, bar none, is the Texas Longhorns and the Georgia Bulldogs. All eyes will be upon Austin and everything going down between these two teams. Tell us how this one breaks down in your mind.
So I think Texas might be the most talented team in the country. They just haven't played really anyone. I mean, Michigan, not their normal self. In fact, they have the 131st ranked pass offense. Next best team, Oklahoma. This might be one of the worst Oklahoma teams we've seen in the last couple decades. And the rest of the schedule, I mean, a bunch of directional schools. Now, Georgia has not looked good of late, but we do know that they have an A game. And when they play their A game, look pretty good. They beat Clemson 34-3. And in that game, they held Clemson, their offense, to a total of 188 yards in that game. And since that game, Clemson's put up between 405 and 712 yards here per game. I just think that Georgia's backs are against the wall here. I mean, this is a win, or maybe they're out of the playoffs. And, you know, I think that people maybe are underestimating them a little bit. They've been in already a huge game so far this year against Alabama. I don't think they're going to be, you know, like I said, intimidated at all. And if you think all of a sudden the passing of the torch goes from Georgia to Texas, don't take the bait. I'm taking the more desperate team. Georgia outright. Wrong team favorite, 30-24.
Desperate
team. Boy, Lee, I'm with you on that
victory. Let's switch over to the NFL. I was going to say the Sunday games, but this is one of 2 Monday night games. Baltimore 3-point favorite over Tampa Bay. Both offenses high powered. Tampa Bay maybe can't defend their shadow. What are you thinking between Baltimore and Tampa?
Yes, so Baltimore, I think, is going to try to run the football, but teams have a lot of problems running the ball in this Tampa Bay defense, and they just smother you. And then if, you know, they decide to have Lamar Jackson throw the ball 38, 40 times, I don't think that's a way for success here. So I like the fact that the Buccaneers gave up, they were outscored, in fact, 27-7 in the second quarter and didn't even bat an eye. They came back and won that game 51-27. Baker Mayfield has silenced his critics, has a NFL high 15 touchdown passes already this season. So I think you take the home dog here. Tampa Bay wins outright 30-24.
Wow. Another big game. I think a lot of people, Lee, are looking a little past this game, specifically in this market, because of the fact that the Texans have such a big game. We'll get to that. But the Niners, less than what people thought, but still a very talented team against the undefeated Chiefs. This is a great matchup in the NFL.
Yeah, it is. And you know, you got a lot of things working in Kansas City's favor. You got a coach here, and Andy Reid, who's 21-3 in the regular season, coming off of a bye. In fact, 8-2 with the Chiefs. And don't underestimate Patrick Mahomes either. He's 13-3-1 against the spread as an underdog since he came to the NFL. And this is already his 8th season. Seems like he's only been here 4 or 5 years. So we know that San Francisco's down a couple running backs, and Kansas City's out without their top receiver, their top running back. But I just think that Patrick Mahomes is just too much. I know he's only averaging 247 yards passing, but still top 3 and third down conversions, and they have the best defense in the NFL. Kansas City, one more time, 30-17.
Oh, that's going to be a good one. Green Bay, Houston, Lambeau Field. The Texans without some pieces. The Packers, they're without some pieces too.
Yep.
But it's going to be a good one. I hate that it's a noon start because you have Detroit, Minnesota, which is also a noon start. I think those are the best 2 games of the week, at least from my perspective. Houston at Lambeau, Green Bay giving 3. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, so this is a non-conference road game here for the Texans, and hosting here in Indianapolis. They got some big games coming up down the road, and now all of a sudden Green Bay, all hands are on deck, fully healthy Jordan Love. Packers are showing definite signs of rising to their level, where a lot of people talked about them as Super Bowl contender here. The NFC North, top division in the football right now this season with a combined record of 17-5. Love, I just think he's taking advantage of excellent receiving depth here. He's missed 2 games and he's thrown 12 touchdowns, which is tied for second in the league despite missing those 2 games. Green Bay also the highest takeaway giveaway ratio at the NFL, and usually when teams start hot, they stay hot. They're +9 in that category with 17 takeaways. The Texans 5-1, but are just even in the takeaway giveaway category. Green Bay at home, 28-24.
Lee, you are ruffling some feathers in the H today.
Lee said
All right.
sorry.
I hope that's the one I missed.
You were talking about hot. You were talking about hot teams. Let's talk about hot in the way that people can get on the bandwagon with you, get hot, stay hot, make some picks, make some cash. Tell everybody how they get involved with you and how they can capitalize on that free play.
Well, last week we had the 5 for 55 both Saturday and Sunday. Included each day was the 40 to 50 unit max wager. Went a combined 8 and 2 on the weekend. So anyone wants to hop on board, how about this? From now through the end of October, that's 15 straight days of football. We call it Locktober. $197 works out to $13 a day. You want to hop on board and start winning? Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Lee, some people love Christmas, some love Thanksgiving. For me, it's Locktober. It's Locktober, yep. Lee.
And then right after November, right around the corner.
There you go. Lee, enjoy your football weekend,
I like
Lee.
it.
All right, guys. Be good. Be safe.
We will. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. I like that he told us to be safe there at the end. That's I think we are making some Killer Bee history today. I think today is the first of something that has never happened in the history of the show.
What's that?
Father and son on the program at the same day.
Oh, that's
Lee
right.
Sterling and Brad Kellner on the program at the same day.
Yes.
I think this is the first time we've ever had a father-son pair appear on the Killer Bees at the same time. Except for yesterday, whenever I owned Brian with that truck conversation. No, I'm kidding. All right, take the L. What are you taking the L on? Things that you predicted in the preseason that haven't really gone the way that you thought. Take the L. What are you taking the L on? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Take the L. What predictions did you have at the start of the year that it just didn't really work out the way that you thought? Now, it's very difficult for me because I rarely say anything incorrect or wrong, and my takes are usually perfect. There is an L in your name, Blankers, so it's kind of just natural for you to have an L every now and then. I'm just kidding. Let's take the L. What's the one that sticks out to the top of your mind, Blankers?
I mean, I'll start with the one that's the most egregious, which is the Bengals. I thought the Bengals were the second best team in the AFC. Getting Burrow back, having those two receivers, I thought they were primed to have a big year, bounce back, and be a very, very strong contender to not only make the playoffs, but get to a Super Bowl. And the Bengals have been dog snot. So I definitely missed on that one.
They're
still sneaky.
There's still some time for them. And I think that everybody would be on board here. Yeah. And I think we thought that it would take 10 wins to get into the playoffs in the AFC. I think 9's in play.
Yeah, but I was
the last team. I think.
Yeah, I think you can go 9 and 8 and make it.
I thought it was them in Baltimore to win the division. I thought that they were the second best team in the AFC. So, yeah, I mean, there's a chance for them to get in the playoffs, but definitely not the strong team that I thought they were.
And I think this is probably a majority opinion that a bunch of people missed out on. Like,
sure, I shared it.
If everybody was predicting their AFC playoffs, I don't remember seeing very many that did not have Cincinnati as one of the top 7 teams in the AFC.
Yeah, one of my notes, and obviously Joel will have it here, but mine was Bengals over Steelers, which they have the opposite records right now. Steelers 4-2 and Bengals 2-4. So I think most of us got that wrong.
Yeah, I don't think that one's that egregious. Like, yes, it's wrong, and yes, you have to take the L on it. I would say that it's not done. Maybe you're not wrong. You were just early.
This isn't like Derrick Henry. There's a chance that a lot of these are
don't spoil it.
I have a really bad one. I have a couple of really bad ones. I thought that Dalton Kincaid was going to have a better fantasy season than Stephon Diggs.
Loser.
Yeah. That was a loser take there, Branham. Dalton Kincaid has been like every elite tight end has been super mid, and Stephon Diggs has been incredibly productive. So, yeah, taking the L, thinking that Kincaid would be more productive than Stephon Diggs.
Process over results, but I agree with your process there. So I guess I have to take a cosign that L. But I mean, Kincaid looked like
there is still time.
He looked like he's going to be the top target there. He had a good rookie season. The Diggs vacates, and
he still might be.
Well, I mean, now Amari Cooper's there.
Does change things, yes.
All right, so Joel mentioned it. This has been brought up a few times, but I had a preseason. Actually, no, it wasn't preseason. So technically, it was after week 1 with that Ravens Chiefs game that kicked off the season. I didn't think Henry was a good fit in the King Henry was a good fit in the Ravens offense.
Yeah.
It was less about his age and more about I don't know, he needs the single back, that he can't be in shotgun, blah blah blah. But yeah, got that one way.
Now you're calling him king. He's the real king. You're calling him king. He's the real king. He's earned it. He's actually earned the name.
He might be the greatest old back I've ever seen. So I'm going to stop doubting him until he literally retires.
I remember us arguing about that next day because that was a Thursday game.
It was a Thursday, so we argued about it on Friday.
And you're like, I was like, I think he's just game specific. I think he's gonna be just fine.
Turns out you were right.
Thank you for saying that. You got another one?
Team up in Dallas. I thought that the Cowboys were a playoff team. I thought they were the second best team in the NFC East. I thought that they weren't going to be Super Bowl contenders, but I did still think that they were going to be highly competitive, and they are a dumpster fire.
Bill O'Brien, they get a cameo.
Get the Nick Sirianni audio just so we can use them next.
I'll get that for next week. Well, whenever we do this again.
Cowboys are the second best team in Texas. They are that. I still think they have a shot. I think they still have a shot to make
I don't know.
Playoffs.
I agree.
They make some
I agree
moves
that the
before
Bengals
deadline.
aren't done. I think the Cowboys are done.
I think they still have a shot.
Saw the rumor today that they're trying to get Chubb from Cleveland if Cleveland fire sales.
Really?
I don't think Chubb helps them.
I think he does.
He's
an upgrade.
It depends on what version
of
Nick Chubb you get.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Chubb is going to be fantastic, but is he better than Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott?
Well, but I think they're in on the receiver conversation. They're in on the running back. But this is stuff that Jura should have done in the offseason.
No doubt. Yeah, I think both things are definitely true, and that one's more true. I thought the Vikings would be a bottom 8 team in the NFL, and the reason that this was a conversation in Houston and within the show is because the Houston Texans traded Minnesota's second-round draft pick next year for the likes of Stephon Diggs. So the Vikings and their performance this year is something that we have to keep in mind because it's what you traded for Stephon Diggs. Thank you, Minnesota, for being one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL, that turned what I thought was going to be a pick somewhere between 33 and 40 into a pick that might be in the 60s. Thank you for that, Minnesota.
I think we're all on that boat.
I was too.
Yeah, I was big time mad because of the fact that I thought that Minnesota pick had a ton of value.
I thought they would be a bottom 8 team in the NFL, and they've been a top 2 team in the NFL. So I was way off on that.
All right, so the other one that you guys have brought up multiple times that I was a little bit off on, just a little bit. I think I said in the offseason, Singletary, greater sign, Joe Mixon. Might have been off on that one.
I forgot about that one.
On that one. Now, I will say, I think obviously Singletary will look better here than he is in that Giants trash offense. But still, regardless, Joe Mixon has far more left than I thought he did. So that was a terrible take. Terrible take.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm not a running back guru.
No,
I think we almost.
I think I've noticed a flaw with you though. When it comes
more
to
than one. There's more than one, Jeremy.
I think that you have a blind spot though with your running back analysis. And honestly, I think it's a popular one that is shared by a lot of people.
Age?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I'm an ageist at running back.
And not necessarily that you were like, bashing Derrick Henry for his age.
No, that was
But you
more
have bashed
fit.
running backs who are in their late 20s, early 30s.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think that I picked up on a bad spot there. I don't know why I'm adding an L. I guess because we're taking an L this segment. What do you got, Blankers?
The Jets. I thought the Jets were going to be a sexy pick to, again, not just make the playoffs. I had them winning the division. I had them possibly wreaking havoc in the playoffs. Yes, there's still time, but based on what I've seen, not enough time.
I think they got a chance.
I think they're going to I think they may squeak into the playoffs, but it's definitely not where I thought that they could.
No, I don't think they'll win the division. I don't think they're even with their new version of themselves that they're a deep playoff run in them. But I think they have a shot to make the playoffs. I would have them making the playoffs in the AFC still.
Yeah, I think both them and the
playoffs.
Bengals have a shot, but everything's got to fall their way.
Sure.
They can't be losing the 1-score games. They got to put it together quickly. And Cincinnati's defense and the Jets just overall offensively look like a dumpster fire.
Yep. No, they've looked bad so far. I thought they would look better too. My opinion of them is not as high as it was, but I still think they have a chance to figure it out. Brian's taking
Brian,
an
you
L
can't
for
throw
messing that
ESPN
up
with
there.
losers.
Yeah. Colts being a playoff team. I thought at the start of the year they'd be a playoff. Now they are 3-3. Which is probably a better record than their actual performance. But if I could do it again right now and predict the playoffs, I'm going to have the Colts out of the playoffs. I thought they were going to be a playoff team. So I'm taking the L on that one. I'm going to end up taking the L because they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, you think the Colts? Wait.
No, I don't. I mean, that's why I'm taking the L. Is because I thought the Colts were a playoff team in the preseason. I don't think they're a playoff team now.
Yeah, my last one is also similar to that. I thought the Cardinals were going to be I know going into that week 1 game against the Bills, I thought they were going to be competitive and keep that within the number, and I think they actually did. So
yeah.
I hit on it for the purposes of easy money, but I thought overall the Cardinals, with the addition of Marvin Harrison Jr. and with Kyler Murray for the full season, they looked better when he came back. I thought Jonathan Gannon turned out to be a better head coach than I expected. I thought they'd be a very competitive team and probably win 8-9 games and maybe squeak into the playoffs. And sure, they got a road win in the division. Was it the Rams? It was the Niners. They beat the Niners on the road. But overall, we saw what happened in Green Bay last week. They just look like a dumpster fire of a team right now.
Oh, I got another one. Not even honorable mention.
I was on the Arizona over this year.
What was the line?
I think it was 7. So it's still in play.
I was on the over too.
What's disappointed me about Arizona is that they have a defensive-minded head coach, and their defense stinks.
Yeah, they have no
been
pass rush.
really bad.
They have no
But
pass rush.
I was leery of them even last week because Brian was on that train early, and I thought, you know what? They might, with the NFC, the way it all plays out, they might have a chance to sneak in too. And then they just completely showed a whole lot of I don't care the whole game in Green Bay. I mean, it was like 24-0 in the first half. I go, that's a Kyler Murray-led
Felt like
team.
they quit.
Yeah, they did. They looked like they had a lot of other things more interesting than football.
Like Call of Duty.
That's the frustrating thing with Kyler Murray, the greatest athlete on planet Earth, is that he's just super inconsistent. Like 1 week he'll look like, oh, okay, this is the Kyler Murray that can be a top 7 quarterback in the NFL, and then the next week it's like, that guy's a starter in the NFL. That's the inconsistency of Kyler Murray. It's probably because he doesn't take it all that seriously.
That's what I was going to say. His focus also seems to be on other things, not just the whole team.
Yeah.
Video games are important. The one that I forgot is when we were talking about that, and you guys were talking to the Colts, and I was like, wait a minute. I said I thought the Jags are better than the Colts. I thought the Jags would be the team that was going to be competing with the Texans for the division, and that doesn't look like it's going to even come close.
No, Jags are really bad. Really bad. They've had a very disappointing season. If they lose the Patriots Sunday, I think they're going to fire
Doug Peterson comes
would,
back
I
from
think
London.
he would have been fired if they weren't in London. I mean, wherever they are,
Same.
Munich this week. I think that he'd already be gone.
I think that saved his job. I'm with you. But if they lose to the Pats,
He's done.
Dougie's done so.
He's done.
Chargers are probably better than I thought. I didn't think they were going to be very good. They're better than I thought.
Yeah,
I'm
and
taking the
I'll
L
throw one more. I did not. I think I had the Dolphins as my
There
AFC
was another
East
one I
winner.
was gonna
Now,
bring up, yeah.
obviously, asterisk caveat to his injury, but I did not think the Bills would be able to. I don't think I even had the Bills in the playoffs. So
Who was the guy? Who was the guy on the? I can't remember. Who was the guy on the
that
show
was
that
you.
had the Bills winning the AFC?
that
East?
was you. That was you.
I shouldn't be celebrating.
I know
6
this
weeks
is take an
into the
L
season.
segment, not to take the W segment.
I had
but,
I
erred
Miami
on that one.
making the playoffs, I think, at the very bottom. But yeah, I didn't think they win the division because I thought the Jets would.
Yeah, the Tua thing is a big factor in that, though. They're a different team if they have Tua. Big C, he says that he's taking the L on the Saints winning the NFC South. I think that the Saints could just – I'm not sure they're going to win a game the rest of the year.
It's crazy.
They've had so many injuries. I mean, Carr's done. Now, Rattler's not a huge drop-off, but then the receivers, they're without Olave. They're without Shaheed. Like, Bub Means is the answer.
I don't think they're winning tonight.
Yeah.
Man.
They might just crumble the rest of the way because of injury specifically.
Yeah, because I think everybody kind of started to really feel good about themselves with the way they blasted the Cowboys.
Yep.
As, hey, everybody's sleeping on this team. No, maybe not.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Doug Peterson, I think the first coach fired would reside in New Orleans with Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen, saved by Dougie. 5798, I'm taking the L on Anthony Richardson is going to be a top 5 fantasy quarterback. A lot of people had that thought, though. A lot of people had that thought. I've been drafting in-season best balls. Anthony Richardson's going like QB 20.
Wow.
Which I actually think is good value.
Yeah, at that point, it's good value. But
yeah, I picked up a couple of them. 0002, who's more egregious? No backup Brian or Joe George equating Lamar Jackson to Peyton Manning? I don't know about either of those things.
what did Joe say? I missed that one. What did Joe
I
say?
don't know that I've ever heard
Lamar
that.
Jackson to Peyton Manning.
Yeah, I've never heard that one. 000. Send us some context on that one. 0002. All right, do you want to win fantasy football this weekend? Yeah, you do. Well, Adam Rohn is next to answer the hard-pressing fantasy football questions that are going to put you in position to win. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We bring Adam Aronis into the HR&P guest line, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, runs the Dub Club, in which he's up nearly 14 units, having a great start to the NFL season. He's going to play for you tonight, Broncos Saints. You can follow him on Twitter at Adam Aronis. Take advantage of that. Adam, crazy week when it comes to fantasy. Like, you've had tons of injuries. You've had some trades in the NFL. That's where I want to start, the trades. Jets making the trade, of course, for Devontae Adams. The Bills making the trade for Amari Cooper. What does this do for the Jets receiver room, the Bills receiver room, and even the Raiders and the Browns?
Well, it's a clear upgrade for Amari Cooper. He goes from uncatchable passes in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson now to Josh Allen. And it's clear the Bills needed that wide receiver. They have become a run-first team. Josh Allen has not attempted more than 30 passes in a game this season. In fact, the Bills run the fewest plays per game in the NFL, which is shocking to believe. So it really helps Cooper. With the Jets, clearly it's better for Devontae Adams. He was in a situation in Vegas. He didn't want to be there. Quarterback play was an issue. And now he goes with his best friend, Aaron Rodgers. Garrett Wilson, everyone's assuming it's awful for him. It doesn't help him because his target share is going to go from 28 to 30%, probably to 25, 26%, but they're still going to use him. He's still going to be fine. So maybe the expectations are a little bit lower considering he went in the first round of many drafts, but it really helped Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's the guy who benefits the most. Now he has Adams, he has Wilson, still has Lazard, Breece Hall, who we saw with the coaching chain more involved in the offense. So it's really good for Aaron Rodgers from a fantasy perspective, and many people probably weren't starting him to begin with. So if you have him in a super flex league or one with two quarterbacks, he gets a boost. As far as Vegas, Brock Bowers, like, he was already an elite tight end, and now has a chance to finish as the number one or number two tight end this year. Jacoby Myers, obviously, will get an upgrade. He was out last week, so it should help him a little bit. But yeah, that's the way I'm viewing it right now. But just, don't trade away Garrett Wilson. He's still going to be very good. And you have to understand, too, maybe Devontae Adams starts to get some of the top cover corners, which we've seen Wilson get this year and be affected by. So it could open things up. Devontae Adams is clearly going to get a lot of targets near the goal line. So Wilson will have to get his touchdowns probably outside the 10.
Who would you rather have on your team the rest of the year, Adams or Garrett?
I would still rather have Garrett Wilson. I know a lot of people will say Devontae Adams, but, he is older. And Wilson is and Rodgers talked about it, just how explosive he is and his changed direction with ease. So they were starting to get the synergy and the connection together. He had 22 targets 2 weeks ago. So I think it's close between both of them, but I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson.
Well, Adam, let's talk about some other situations also in flux. We don't know what the hell's going on in Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin might take it all the way to game time, but whether it's Russell Wilson or the fact that that you can capitalize on the legs of a guy like Fields, how does that affect not only the quarterback, but more specifically the weapons there? And then also the game tonight with the Saints, when you're still rolling with Spencer Rattler and they continue to have injuries. Anybody worth looking at as the Saints try to fill some holes?
Yeah, so with the Saints, this is a disaster because their almost entire offensive unit is gutted, including the offensive line, which has been a problem. So, yeah, Kamara's going to get the volume, but is this team going to be able to move the football? We found out Rashid Shaheed's meniscus is done for the year. That's a massive loss. Chris Olave should be back next week. Well, maybe because it's a concussion. We've seen some players miss multiple weeks. So, yeah, it's a problem for the Saints right now. Even Taysom Hill, who we hoped, all right, if he plays, this is a great opportunity. He's not going to be there. So if you're really digging deep, Bub Means, the receiver for the Saints, we saw him last week. It's not a great matchup, even though Patrick Surtain is going to be out tonight for Denver, so that kind of helps a little bit. You could look at Jawan Johnson, but there's not much that I want to go. The total's 37.5 tonight, so it shouldn't be high scoring. So, Bub Means would be the guy that gets an upgrade, especially over the next couple weeks with Rashid Shaheed out. And, that's what I look at it with the Saints. And what was the other one, I'm sorry, that you asked?
Well, I'm talking about the Pittsburgh situation with Wilson and how
Pittsburgh,
that.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to forget them altogether, so that's why. Look, Najee Harris has gotten volume, but it hasn't been great. The thing that boggles my mind here is this is an offensive line that is not good to begin with. And Fields has helped them with his mobility. And I know Fields hasn't been great, but he has improved. He's not turning over the football. He still takes too many sacks, but he's improved in that area. We know Wilson is not a mobile quarterback, and you're going to throw him out there against the Jets. And the weakness for the Jets is the rushing defense. And I thought Fields could take advantage of that. Now, it's not official yet, as you mentioned, but all signs are pointing to Russell Wilson. So maybe their plan is, hey, I'm going to throw Russell Wilson out there. He's going to stink against the Jets, and that gives me a reason to go back to Justin Fields. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there because I just don't understand this. Some people will say, well, Fields limits the offense. But as far as from a fantasy perspective, you can use Najee Harris, but I'm a little worried because Jaylen Warren will be in his second game back, and we've seen Arthur Smith use multiple backs, and it's not like Najee Harris is having a great year. So it is a good matchup. I'm interested to see how much more Jaylen Warren gets involved. And George Pickens is just a dilemma right now because we know the talent is there, but they seem to limit his snaps, and it's a tougher matchup. So Pickens, to me, is more right around wide receiver 35. I don't think you have to start him. And Freiermuth, again, I like the talent, but they don't use him enough. He's not a must-start tight end. He's more in the mid-tight end 2 area, like 15 to 18.
Adam Ronas joining us from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. Adam, who are some guys that were drafted as starters based on their ADP that by this point going into week 7, maybe a guy like Calvin Ridley that you're like, okay, I thought this guy could be good, but he's just not, it's not going to happen for this. Who are some guys that were drafted as starters that you're completely writing off, whether it be for injuries or bad quarterback play or whatever it might be?
Yeah, Ridley is a good one. I think Christian Kirk might be in that conversation because he's not on the field for 2 wide sets. And you have Evan Ingram back, who commanded a lot of targets last week, had 10 receptions, and that seems to be a go-to guy for Trevor Lawrence. I think right now, because Tua is out, you have to put Jalen Waddle in that conversation. I think you could also make a case for Michael Pittman as well, depending on who the quarterback is. And it looks like Anthony Richardson could be back this week. So we've seen that doesn't bode well for Pittman. I mean, look, running back, it's, I guess, Rachaad White, right? Because people were drafting him in the 4th round. And we've heard Todd Bowles come out and say, yeah, it's going to be 3 men in the backfield and we're going to play the hot hand. And Rachaad White, his value was volume. He's never been an efficient back, but last year there was no one to cut into his workload. We already saw Bucky Irving cut into it, and then we saw Sean Tucker have a big game last week. So Rachaad White's in a bad situation. Travis Etienne as well. They said he was a hamstring issue. Now he's day-to-day, but we've seen Tank Bigsby with some explosive plays. They even used Dearness Johnson a lot when Etienne went out last week. So, and running back, it's all about opportunity. And we've seen so many injuries and guys just were plugging in Trey Sermon last week, and he wasn't great. But any running back that gets an opportunity, they're in. So it's hard to X out a running back. But, you know, those are just a couple of examples of running backs that we thought would get volume that now clearly are in timeshares or committee.
It sounds like the Tampa Bay backfield is just a bunch of unplayables, right? Like, unless you're drafting a best ball at this stage of the year where you can get those guys late, you're not playing them in a seasonal, are you?
I don't see how you can because you just don't know how it's going to be distributed. And Rachaad White, I don't think they completely phase him out, but his value really is in the passing game. I don't see how they give him many carries. So if I had to start one this week, it would be Bucky Irving. But the problem this week is they have one of the worst matchups against Baltimore, who is a top 5 in fewest fantasy points allowed to running backs. Teams don't even run them, and there's only been 2 running backs this year that have had double-digit carries in a game against Baltimore. The way to beat them is via the pass. So that's the other issue, and I want to see how this plays out. I do have Bucky Irving in a couple leagues and Rachaad White. And look, there are some leagues where it's really deep and you might not have better options, but if you have the ability, I would look to stay away from the backfield for this week until we see how they actually deploy them.
Same idea with Nick Chubb, waiting to see what he looks like before you insert him in a lineup?
Yeah, well, here's the problem with Nick Chubb, and I don't see how you can't love him. If you've watched him over the years, to me, at one point, he was the best all-around back in the NFL. The problem is, number one, this Cleveland offense is putrid, and the offensive line is not close to what they had years ago when he was healthy and dominating. So you take that, you take him coming off a serious knee injury, ACL, MCL, 28 years old, and we don't know the workload. Yeah, I am definitely tempering expectations. And I think you have to the rest of the year. This is just not the same offensive line that he ran behind. So you have to be very careful. And that's the risk. You should always be learning lessons every year. One of the things I preach to people is don't believe what they tell you on injuries. They always are optimistic. We saw it with Christian McCaffrey week 1. Oh, yeah, if it was a playoff game, he'd be out here in week 2. And where is Christian McCaffrey right now? So always have lesser expectations. We're seeing it with Jonathan Brooks. I think people expected him to be back week 5, week 6. And yes, they opened his window to return, but we don't know when he's going to be back. So always take that cautious approach. And Nick Chubb's another example. You don't know what the team is going to look like when these players come back. So I shy away from stashing these players when you know they're going to miss 6, 7, 8 weeks because you don't know if it's going to look as rosy as it does before the season when they return.
Adam, we love talking to you every week. We love talking fantasy football, but also keep everybody informed on the Dub Club because you're rolling on that as well.
Yeah, last week was actually a bad week where I went 5-3. So that should tell you the story for the season. 31-13 on the NFL for almost 14 units. So I have a play out for tonight. You can go to my Twitter at Adam Ronis or X, whatever you want to call it, and you can actually get 50% off your first month. So, try it out. Obviously, I can't stay this hot forever. I hope that I can, but it's been a really good start to the NFL season. And I also do NBA, which starts Tuesday. So for one price, you can get NBA and NFL.
Twitter for me, but I'm stubborn. Adam, appreciate the time. Enjoy the football weekend.
Thanks. You guys as well.
Adam Ronis, follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, has been crushing it with the Dub Club. You won't find Adam on Bad Take Boulevard, but you will find others on Bad Take Boulevard, and you can chip in. Who belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Yeah, you can. You can say you'd be wrong, but you can say that. 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. This might have been my favorite thing from last Sunday. Well, it wasn't my favorite thing, but it was on the short list of some of my favorite things. Mark Sanchez, Dirty Sanchez himself, he was on the Panthers game. They don't allow him to do good games, but he was on the Panthers game, and he was giving some advice to Bryce Young. Listen to Dirty Sanchez with the advice.
Well, I think he's learning along the way. I think he needs to watch how a true professional.
Oh, intercepted. Clark Phillips will take it inside the 5.
Wisely gets down.
And wanted to run the game, the clock out.
He said he needs to take advice from a true professional. And before he could finish the sentence, the true professional threw a pick. The Red Rocket, the true professional that Dirty Sanchez is referring to, threw an interception as he's saying it.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. That's kind of the season in a nutshell for Carolina, too. It would have been better if he butt fumbled.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
that's pretty good. And look, because you throw an interception doesn't mean that you're not a professional, but it's just the irony there was so good. So good. So Mark Sanchez, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Dusty Baker, we'll talk a little bit more Dusty later, but Dusty Baker was he's doing the media thing right now because he's about to be on coverage for, one of these championship series. I think it's the ALCS. I think it's
studio
TBS.
for TBS. I think
it's TBS. Yeah. So he talked to the Houston Chronicle. He talked to the Cron, blah, 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 blah. His take on Framber Valdez. Framber is probably the best left-hander in baseball, even ahead of the Tigers' Tariq Skubal, because Valdez has been doing it for longer. Dusty didn't watch the wild card round, huh? Skubal's the Triple Crown winner. He's the Cy Young winner. He's going to be. He outdueled Framber in the wild card round. Framber was actually really bad in that game, where Skubal was, he didn't allow a run. Was untouchable from at least the Astros' perspective. This is back of the baseball card.
This
is back of the. There's no way that anybody's picking Framber over Tariq Skubal from 2024 going forward.
Yeah, right now. We're not talking about anything of what Fromber's done in the past. You just have to watch a little more baseball to realize Skubal's been unbelievable.
So Dusty Baker,
you just made the list.
I hate to do it to you, Dusty, because I love you. I got a T-shirt with your face on. I love you. But you made the list. CBS Sports, they had a trade deadline article published yesterday morning. The trade that they suggested for the Houston Texans was that they trade Dameon Pierce to the Vikings.
Ooh.
This was published yesterday morning. When did the Akers trade happen?
Was the afternoon before. The afternoon before, yeah.
It was Tuesday. And maybe you could say, well, it was published before. They went back and edited it. That's why the timestamp is different. The Devontae Adams trade was fixed. It was fixed. So CBS Sports, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Acknowledging that the Cam Akers trade happened.
Acknowledge me.
And acknowledge things. Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. is always on the list. Why did he make it this time?
Well, he apparently is, by his own words, a diehard Yankees fan, even though I kind of question that because when you hear him talk about baseball, I don't think he's very diehard about anything in the sport. Because I think he made it, a week or two ago about wanting to ban the intentional walk. But he went on this long diatribe that we're about to hear a portion of, crediting the Mets for helping the Yankees turn into what they're having now, a very good postseason.
I'm a diehard Yankee fan. I don't root against the Mets except for when they're playing the Yankees. But I got to tell you, I actually screamed in jubilation when Lindor hit that grand slam. You understand what I said last week? I mean, I loved it because it was exciting for me. And here's what I love about the Yankees. The Yankees see what's going on. And they say, wait a damn minute. This is New York, baby. This is Yankees. This is our town. We ain't gonna have you. We understand, every 20 years or so you show up and be relevant. You understand? And try to act like you gonna bring a championship to Queens. That's cool, but not this time. The fact that the New York Yankees are doing what they're doing while the Mets are winning is a beautiful thing because it shows me they're embracing the moment, which they haven't done since 2009.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
I'm loving that.
So he's saying that the Yankees are only good because the Mets are having success?
He's crediting the Mets for lighting a fire under the Yankees and leading to their success this postseason, yes. And you hear Mad Dog at the end tell him, take it easy.
That's a bad take.
Yeah.
He has them every day. He had some again today. He just.
Well, the very idea that the Yankees since 2009 would go World Series-less, but now that the Mets are in the playoffs, now they really want it. It wasn't enough for the Astros to beat their brains in 4 times in the playoffs. That didn't motivate the Yankees. What they really needed was the Mets in the postseason. So Stephen A.
You just made the list. It has nothing to do with they had an easy ride to the World Series.
Nothing at all.
It's
Apparently
everything
the
to do
Mets
with their cross
inspired
town.
them.
Where are you on that? I've had friends
Crosstown
push
team.
back at me when the playoffs start. I said, the Yankees got a cakewalk. The Yankees are going to cakewalk right to the World Series.
Mhm.
And the pushback is they went 4 games with the Royals. That there's no way that was a cakewalk. They got a cakewalk.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Royals are a fine baseball team. The Guards are a fine baseball team. But if your path to the World Series is the Royals and the Guards,
seriously.
that's a pretty easy
when is the
path
last time we
relative
took
to
the
baseball.
AL Central
Yeah.
seriously? And you went through 2 AL Central teams.
Yeah, the Tigers did beat the Astros, but that's really a testament to the Astros. No, look, baseball playoffs are difficult. It's a coin flip series. Baseball is a coin flip sport, but that's an easy path. Like, you didn't have to beat, the Astros to get there. The Astros have been in the ALCS 7 straight years, and that the Yankees don't have to play the Astros that's not a real path. It's not a real path for the Yankees. But Stephen A., you made the list. 0002, back with the context for Joe George. He says that Joe George read Lamar's stats, and he said they were comparable to Peyton Manning's stats in each of their first few years in the league. I don't know. That's a weird thing.
It certainly wasn't on passing yards. Certainly wasn't on rushing yards. Definitely wasn't on interceptions. Peyton threw a lot in his first season.
The rushing yards, definitely not. Like you said.
And it wouldn't have been on passing yards because Lamar doesn't throw for a ton other than that first MVP
Yeah, I'd
season.
like to think that Joe wasn't reading Lamar's stats and Peyton Manning's stats and comparing them.
That's the best. Yeah,
but I don't know that for sure.
Of what he could have looked at to say, oh, it's similar. Maybe completion percentage, maybe. But I doubt that. It certainly wouldn't have been passing yards. It wouldn't have been passing touchdowns other than the MVP year. Lamar had 30-plus passing touchdowns his first MVP year. Obviously, it wasn't rushing yards. So what could have been the comparison?
I don't know. 0002, can you timestamp us? Go back and look at it back in the day. I hate to put Joe unfairly on Bad Take Boulevard. I don't know how they were comparable.
Yeah, I think we have to have audio or some kind of verification. Maybe Sean Mapes can back it up.
Lamar won MVP his second year in the league. Peyton Manning was second. Are you talking accolades?
He was
Not
reading the
stats?
stat sheet, though. Or at least
It's
that's what
what he said, but maybe
Yeah.
he confused it with accolades versus stats.
Yeah, Joe's not even in the city.
I was gonna say he's in
Yeah,
Chicago,
we
and I don't wanna bother
We can't
him.
even get him on the phone to verify this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send us some proof. 0002. If you're gonna come with allegations like that, we need receipts.
Slanderous, sir.
In fact, because you didn't send receipts, 0002, you made the list.
You just made
you're
the
bringing
list.
that kind of slander. You're bringing that kind of accusation, and you're not showing any proof. So you made the list, 0002, for that foolish behavior. Just bring the. I don't disagree that you might not be wrong, but I just need to see the proof of it. All right, Brad Kellner. He's going to join us next because Bremac wants to talk about Texas football. Oh, they do have a big game. Texas, Georgia, big game coming up this week. We'll ask Brad about the SEC too, and we will ask Brad about the greatness that is the Big 12 because Texas struggled in the Big 12. They go to the SEC, and now they're carrying water for the league. A deductive reasoning. All right, Brad Kellner next.
No?
It is the Bees on ESPN. No, on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, look, we've been giving you all kinds of opportunities to get some winners. If you're hearing some things you like out of Adam Ronis or Lee Sterling or both, and you want to put some money down, the place I always tell you to go, it's mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag, place you ought to be. If you want to put some money down, you want a place that's going to also give you opportunities to get more money into your account so that you can have more fun. Right now, they're doing it again. Use our promo code whenever you hear it and see a place where you can use it. It's bet975. Go to mybookie.ag right now and sign up for your account. They're going to double your first deposit up to $1,000. It's phenomenal, and all it takes is you using our promo code when they ask for it, which is bet975. You have more money in your account, you're going to have more games you can bet on, more chances you can win, and the fact is they're all about taking care of you, the customer. They've got MyBookie Plus right now, which you get signed up in when you sign up with your account. The more frequently you use mybookie.ag, the higher the tiers you will go within the rewards program. The higher you go, the better the rewards you get. and so on and so forth. It's phenomenal. It's just another way they're looking out for you, the customer. You can even pay with crypto if that's what you want, because they want to make it easy for you. And the fact is, even if there's not games going on, or you want to take a break from games, but you still like to gamble, you don't have to go to Vegas or to Louisiana. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag, where live dealers are standing by. They'll be dealing poker and blackjack and so many casino games that you can get in on that too. They are phenomenal, and all it takes is you getting it started by going to mybookie.ag and using our promo code BET975. It's like I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We go out to the HR&P guest line where Brad Kellner is awaiting. Follow him on Twitter at Brad Kellner, as you know. Texas Sports Unfiltered. Brad, what do you make of the Big 12? The fact that Texas could never win the Big 12 and they go to the SEC and they're carrying water for the league. What does Texas season prove about the greatness that is the Big 12?
Hold on, Jeremy. Did you forget who won the Big 12 last year?
That was their only Big 12 win like in the last 7 years.
Yeah, longer than that. You're being too kind.
How call
you
was
gotta
like
go
10
all the way
maybe?
back to, 2009 when Colt McCoy
there you go.
was at Texas was the last time the Horns had won the Big 12 before winning it last season. So, hey, the Big 12 has been a lot of fun. It's a great race at the top, and there's a lot of drama. And hey, now other teams actually have a chance to win. Texas and Oklahoma are both gone.
Not exactly true, but I appreciate it. A little jab for jab.
Hey, BK, what's going on, man? Curious about the big game this weekend. I mean, Texas, Georgia. I hate to think that you and Brian McDonald are going to be both a little upset at me, but I already am predicting a Georgia upset in Austin. What says you, and how do the Horns prevent that from happening?
Yeah, it feels weird, Joel, to say a Georgia upset, right? I mean, it's been a long time since they've been an underdog in a regular season game, and it's been a long time that they've lost a game to anybody not named Alabama, right? You got to go all the way back to the COVID season in 2020 to find the last time Georgia lost a football game to anybody not named Alabama. So it's weird to see Texas as a favorite. Obviously, the money's been coming in on the Longhorns all week long. I think it's up to 5 now on ESPN Bet. So it's wild to think that Georgia could have 2 losses by the end of October. But to answer your question, yeah, look, Texas has to do what it's been doing, right? I mean, the Longhorns have the number 1 defense in America, the number 1 scoring defense, number 1 total defense, the number 2 pass defense. They've got to keep rolling the way they have on that side of the ball. And they need a lot better performance from Quinn Ewers, right? Like, they need the Quinn Ewers from the first 2.5 games of the season, the guy who was the Heisman favorite before he got hurt against UTSA, to show up in Austin, because that was not the guy we saw at the Cotton Bowl this past weekend. Now, Oklahoma was so bad and their offense was so banged up that it didn't matter. Texas still won that game 34-3, but obviously Georgia's a completely different beast. So Texas needs the Quinn Ewers that went on the road to the Big House and just dominated the Michigan defense that's full of NFL talent. They need that version of Quinn to show up and get it done against the Georgia defense that obviously has a bunch of NFL talent too.
What are the vibes of the fan base right now? I mean, I can predict. I imagine that they're very good, but ahead of Georgia, do you feel like it's excitement? Do you feel like it's, arrogance? We're going to be able to hammer Georgia, or is there a little bit of healthy fear because it is the Bulldogs?
I don't think there's a lot of fear. Yeah. I mean, look, my self-diagnosed UTSD is kicking in, so I'm terrified for this game. But I think Texas fans feel incredibly confident, right? And the Longhorns, albeit against an easier schedule, they have looked much better than Georgia has. And the numbers look a lot better for Texas than they do for Georgia. So I think it's fair that Texas is favored in this game because through 6 games, I think they've been the more impressive team. So Longhorn fans are confident, right? Like, they've won every game by at least 3 scores. They've only trailed once this season, and that was in the first quarter, 3-0 to Oklahoma last week. So I think Texas fans are feeling really good about where this team is right now. And I think the Longhorns, for the most part, are very confident that they're going to find a way to get this thing done on Saturday night.
Brad Kellner joining us on the HR&P guest line. Brad, looking at the SEC, you see 4 teams in the top 10, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, 2 more in the top 15, Tennessee, Texas A&M, and then 2 more in the top 20, Ole Miss and Missouri. How many SEC teams do you think get into the 12-team playoff?
I think it's at minimum 4. I think there's a chance it gets to 5, but I think the SEC needs a little bit more chaos around the country for that to happen. But I think at least 4 SEC teams get in. Now, which 4 will it be when it's all said and done? That's a completely different question. But I think this league is too talented. I think this league is too deep to have anything less than 4 that make it. I think the 2 teams that make the SEC championship game will find a way, and then I think there will be 2 teams that maybe go 10-2, but don't make it to Atlanta in early December. That will get those at-large bids in the 8-11 range in the 12-team playoff. So I think there's a lot of SEC bias. I'll say that, even though my team is now in the SEC. I think SEC bias is a real thing. I think the TV partners want to get as much SEC action as they can. So if there is a close call between an SEC team and an ACC team, or an SEC team and a Big 12 team, I think the SEC is going to get the nod more often than not, Jeremy. So I'll say 4 with a better chance at 5 than 3.
BK, I'm curious because you didn't throw a whole lot of Big Ten in there, and that can sometimes get me feeling a certain kind of way. You watched that game the other night. Were you not impressed with the fact that I have to admit Oregon was way more than I thought they were? I thought they were good. I didn't think they were that good. I saw 2 really good football teams on Saturday night.
Yeah, I think both of those teams are making the playoff, right? And there's a chance we get that game 2 more times this year. I'd be surprised. I know Penn State's undefeated. I know they're ranked ahead of Ohio State right now, but I'd be pretty surprised if we don't get Oregon-Ohio State Part 2 in the Big Ten title game, and then maybe a 3rd matchup in the college football playoff. So, look, all 3 of those teams, I think, have a very, very good chance to make it. Matter of fact, I'd pick all 3 of those teams to make it to the 12-team playoff. And, yeah, Oregon looks good. Like, I picked Oregon to beat Ohio State this past weekend. Now, Ryan Day, he's 1-7 against top 5 teams in his coaching career. So he's a great coach. He hasn't lost a lot in Columbus, But in big games, more often than not, his team has come up short. So he's got to get that proverbial monkey off of his back. But no, there's no doubt, Joel. Those are two really, really talented teams, two national championship contenders. And if the Longhorns are going to be competing for a national title when the calendar turns, they're going to have to run through one, if not both of those teams.
I got another one for you, buddy. I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, but it literally is, wait for it, right in your wheelhouse. You love the Cowboys. You faked it well while you were here, by the way, but you admitted it. But now you see what goes down as a radio guy too. What you saw happen with Jerry Jones, the meltdown on the radio, threatening those guys' jobs, and just where that how you saw that situation in the state of the Cowboys.
Yeah, Joe, I don't get that wheelhouse joke. What were you going for with that? What does that mean?
Well, I was going to use Red Weasel, and I thought that might kind of set you back a ways, so I just went right to the easy stuff.
Oh man, yeah, what a scenario for the Cowboys, right? It's the gift that keeps on giving, the circus that is the Dallas Cowboys franchise. Now, I had a couple of people ask me this week, like, why now, right? It's been almost 30 years since the Cowboys have played for a Super Bowl. Why is Jerry Jones losing his mind on the media right now? I thought about it for a second, and I think part of it's the fact that Jerry's now 82. I think he's old. I think he's cranky. I think he's senile, and maybe there's a little dementia combined with all of those things. But, Joe, it's been a long time since the Cowboys have been in this situation. And, look, the Cowboys have had bad years recently, but it feels like the most recent bad seasons the Cowboys have had, they've had the excuse of a quarterback injury to kind of, bank on, right? 2020, the COVID year, the Cowboys were awful. Well, Dak got hurt early in the season, so they had that excuse. 2014, Cowboys ended up with 4 wins. They were drafting in the top 5. Well, Tony Romo got hurt early in the season. I think you have to go all the way back to 2004, the last time the Cowboys were like this bad, and they didn't have the excuse of a hurt starting quarterback. And that was when Vinny Testaverde was leading the Cowboys to a 6-10 record that year. So it's been a while since the Cowboys have been in this spot. And 20 years going from 62 to 82, you get a lot crankier in that time frame. I think Jerry's just going through it right now. I think he's in a little bit of denial that his team looks as bad as it does. And I think he's taking out his frustration on guys who are just trying to do their job up in Dallas.
Brad Kellner, today was a first in Killer Bee history. We had a father-son guest. You, the son, Lee Sterling, the father. Do you want to say anything on this groundbreaking day?
Wow. Well, congratulations to you guys for getting 2 generations of Kellner in your life. That is huge. Most people only wish they could be this lucky. But what an awesome show. I mean, this is Marconi award-winning radio for you guys. So congrats on being able to land 2 of the biggest fishes, or fish eye, whatever the plural of fish is, in the industry on the same day. That's impressive work.
Slow down now. Now you're talking fish too, so you're talking more language. But we had the Father and the Son. If we get the Holy Ghost, not that it's your forte, but it's either Halloween or we're really rolling.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond to that as a Jewish man. I don't know if I can make any comment on that. I'm worried I'm going to get all of us canceled.
Yeah, I started a Netflix show that stars a rabbi yesterday. So I think I'm halfway there, BK.
Yeah, welcome to the tribe. Just, you can take our jokes like Seinfeld. That's good, but you got to learn how to read from right to left, Jeremy. I'll teach you that.
Oh, I'm out then. If that's what it takes, I'm out. BK, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun there, I'm sure.
As always, guys. Always appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thanks, buddy.
Brad Kellner joining us on the HR&P guest line. Host, owner, CEO, all the things. Making money moves with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Always a good time to talk to BK. Today is National Mulligan Day. If you got one do-over again in Houston sports, what would it be? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're a business owner, the mulligan that you shouldn't have right now is that you need to get HR&P in your life. That way you can spend your time, your resources on growing your company and doing the things within your company that you want to be doing. Mike Conley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there, great people at HR&P. Their team's fantastic. They've been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. And it's time for you to allow them to protect the interest of your business. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, which is including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, and so much more. HRP is great to have on your side. They're going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off a menu. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. They care so much about your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Always a quick response, very easy to understand. You can tell that they care. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Today is National Mulligan Day. If you could have one mulligan in Houston sports, what would it be? 713-780-ESPN. One mulligan in Houston sports, what would it be? What do you got, Blankers?
There's so many good ones, and I figured you guys are going to go a different direction here. But with my heart, I choose the first one. If Karl Malone doesn't set that screen and Stockton doesn't make that shot, I think the Rockets have another ring. So I'm going to start right there because that one personally hit me very, very hard. And it took a good amount of time for all of us to get over it. So I'm going to say that.
What year? That was
97.
97.
That was also a game 6.
Yeah, it was game 6.
So you still would have had to win the game 7 as well, right?
I think so.
It was
but
game 6.
That was a loaded team too. I felt really good about that team. But that was one that always will stick in my craw, that we felt like we had momentum. And if that shot doesn't go in, I think that they're in a great spot.
You said it was 96, Brian? 97 year.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact year. But
yeah, it was 96, 97 was the year. They lost to the Jazz in 6 games in the Western Conference Finals. And then you would have had to play Jordan.
Yeah, which everybody wanted to see. And I would have loved to seen that too, just for obvious reasons.
That would have been obviously a great mulligan to have back. Like you win the game at the very minimum. You force a game 7, and you're also at home. You're at home for that game 7. You know, the numbers, or at least the high percentage of teams that win at home in game 7 in the NBA, especially back then. It might have changed a little bit by now. I don't know if I would go as far to say that you have another ring, but boy, it would have been really fun to have that game 7, and then should you win it, to take on Jordan in the finals. That would have been awesome. That would have been great to see.
But I would have liked to seen it. And
Sure.
now, you know, in revisionist history, to say that might have put a bow on the discussion of would you have won him if Jordan was back, because he played that whole season.
That would have been awesome to see. That's a really good one. Like, because best case scenario is that you beat Jordan. Worst case scenario is you lose at home to the Jazz in game 7. And then, you know, somewhere in between is you lost an NBA final to the Bulls. That one's a really good one. For me, it's got to be U of H basketball related. And I wasn't around yet whenever, you know, the Cougars lost to NC State in the national championship game. But obviously, hey, Akeem, get a rebound, right? Not to blame Akeem because it was an air ball. But hey, Akeem, go catch the ball, you know, and seal the deal. But most recently, how about Jamal Shead don't sprain an ankle?
Yeah.
Jamal Shead doesn't sprain an ankle. I'm not going to say that they would have won the national championship.
Similar discussion.
UConn was obviously really good last year, but I do think they get to the Final Four because I don't think that they lose to Duke. Like, they still only lost by 3. If you have Jamal Shead for the final 26 minutes of that game, I think that you win kind of easily. I think you win by double figures in that game. And look, NC State had a great ride. I'm not taking anything away from NC State this past year, but I feel confident saying that Houston beats NC State in that regional final in Dallas. So my most recent U of H basketball one is I wish that ankle wouldn't have sprained for Jamal Shead.
One that comes to mind, actually a couple come to mind off the top of my head. One is, and apologies if you guys said this while I was screening phone calls, but Chris Paul's hamstring, when the Rockets were facing the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. They go up 3-2, just need to win one more to knock off the Warriors dynasty, and I think they would have beat LeBron in the finals that year. That Cavs team wasn't as good as some of his other Cavs teams, so that one pops to mind, and then the other one was the contract and then the embarrassment of signing Brock Osweiler. I wish I could just mulligan that entire 2016 season, even though they did make the playoffs that year. But Brock Osweiler, then having to use a second-round pick just to get rid of him, and complete embarrassment.
Oh, and we can keep going around the horn because now we start with if Jeremy, if we're going to say most recent.
Can I say real quick on that team, though?
Absolutely.
I didn't love that team. I didn't love that. I wasn't in love with that team. Did I want the Rockets to beat Golden State? Obviously. Did I want the Rockets to win the finals? Obviously.
Yeah.
But in terms of like emotional attachment to certain teams in Houston sports history, I didn't have the emotional attachment to that team like others. And I think it's because of Harden. I think it's because I didn't like Harden.
Because I wasn't there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I just didn't have the I didn't love Harden. So and I didn't root for him to lose. I didn't root for the Rockets to lose. But in terms of like, I love this team. I'm pulling for this team so hard. I never felt that with the Harden Rockets.
The unpopular rebuttal to that is always that they still had to beat LeBron in the finals.
Yeah.
So everybody's saying we were a Chris Paul hamstring away from winning a title. No, you were probably a Chris Paul hamstring away from making an appearance in the finals. But kind of like your discussion that on my Rockets Jazz thing, you still got to get through LeBron James and his cast of teammates in the finals.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Lance in Baytown, you're in the Hive. What's your mulligan?
Well, it would have to be 2019 Game 7 Astros. Hinch should not have pulled Greinke.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. There's 2 of them in that game, right?
Appreciate the call, Lance. I'm on the Lance side of it. Yes, there are 2 things. Because whenever Greinke was pulled, you had 2 pitchers. Well, I don't know if Garrett Cole was actually warming yet.
I don't think he warmed yet. But
he was throwing some
Greinke
pitches. He was throwing some pitches, but I don't know if it was during the end. I think it was during the half inning, like kind of getting ready just in case.
I don't think he could have come in when Greinke was pulled.
I think he could have.
Well,
but
in terms of where he was.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. He wasn't hot yet. I would have kept Greinke in the game. Like, Greinke was not running into trouble. Soto drew the walk, which, by the way, go back and watch that at bat. Greinke got a bad ball call, which should have been a strike. I wouldn't have pulled Greinke either. I would have saved Greinke, got him through the inning, and then probably go to the Cole in a fresh inning to start the next one.
And his pitch count was good. He was dealing. He looked like a totally different Zach Greinke in terms of how everything was working for him. There was 2 in that game, and that is easily one of them that I'm not going to argue with you on because I thought that he had a chance to do a little bit more.
What also annoys me about that, though, is that Howie Kendrick hit a good pitch. Like, it's hard for me to blame Will Harris a whole lot and then Hinch going to Will Harris. because of the pitch that Howie Kendrick hit out. Like, it wasn't this grooved 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Like, it was a P at the knee on the outside part of the plate, and Howie Kendrick dinked it off the foul pole. So it's hard for me to be super critical of A.J. Hinch and super critical of Will Harris, because Kendrick did hit a good pitch out.
And Will Harris had a good year. Will Harris was a guy that you just leaned on all season long. So you had two good options coming out of your bullpen. And it's easy in revisionist history to say, take your big horse, take your guy, Garrett Cole, have him empty the tank for an out or a couple outs or however long you want to go with him, but roll with that. But yeah, Will Harris was a guy that was easily something that shouldn't be argued in terms of the fact that, did you believe in him? You believed in him all year.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess the other point of that is he did pitch like 3 games in a row, so maybe they had to look at him, and even though it was still a good pitch, like they had seen him enough to kind of have an idea of what he was going to do to attack him. That'd be the counterpoint. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Jelly and Katie, what's your mulligan? Jelly, hello.
Jelly, yo.
All right, Jelly, put him back on hold. We'll go back to him. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What is your mulligan in Houston sport today, National Mulligan Day? Paul in West U, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Paul?
Hey, I thought about Game 7 in 2019 also, and I fully agree with you guys. That section of that, that was spot on. So totally in agreement. One that I thought of that's not second place for me was drafting Mark Appel over Chris Bryant. As the Astros had drafted Chris Bryant, I'm pretty sure they would have had at least one more title in the run. But this is kind of a contrarian mulligan because I'm kind of contrarian. But the Randy Johnson trade, the Astros don't make that trade, there's a pretty good chance they're in contention for a World Series sometime in the next 5 years because Freddie Garcia and John Halama and Carlos Diaz combined for 64 over the next 7 years.
All right.
Okay. Appreciate the call, Paul. See,
I should have asked Paul if he liked the Yusei Kikuchi trade, because I get the feeling he does not.
You're probably
Paul,
right.
text in. Say you're Paul. Let us know. Because if you didn't like the Johnson trade, there's no way you like the Kikuchi trade.
I would have done it 100 times out of 100. I would do it again. And Freddie Garcia is the only name that sticks out to me that says, yeah, John Halama was good, but for how long and what would he have done for you to get to that where he, level that he's talking about? Freddie Garcia was a good starting pitcher for a lot of years in the league, but I still do that trade.
Yeah. I mean, you do have the benefit of hindsight helps a lot here because you didn't win you didn't even win a playoff series. You didn't win a playoff series, and then you're 2 years away from being out of the playoffs entirely, kind of reloading who you are. You eventually get to the World Series in 2005, but a much different looking team. So maybe you don't have that lull of missing the playoffs if you don't make this trade. But at the same time, none of those guys were superstars.
Right.
Like John Halama was really a back of the rotation starter. Freddie Garcia was solid. Like Freddie Garcia was probably the best of especially for the pitchers. And he had some really good years.
Carlos Guillen was pretty good.
Carlos Guillen was all right.
John Halama, I don't lose any sleep on losing John Halama. Like you said, he was kind of a mid back of the rotation type guy. Freddie Garcia is certainly the standout of the trio, although sounds like I'm a little higher on Carlos Guillen.
No, I think Guillen was all right, but Guillen's not like a top 5 in your order hitter. Like he's probably an everyday starter for you. He's probably a regular for you, but you can find Carlos Guillens in free agency. Like you're not losing sleep about losing a Carlos Guillen. Freddie Garcia was the one. I don't necessarily disagree with that one, Paul. But the ride of having Randy Johnson was a lot of fun. Now you could argue, well, you didn't get the results there, so keep the other 3. I don't disagree. Although I do love the ride of Randy Johnson being here. The Appel over Bryant, that was a bad pick. Chris Bryant would have given you far more production than Appel. Do you have one more World Series title? I don't know. And then also, what's the story of Alex Bregman after that? Because you have Bryant, that's kind of your third baseman too. So like, I don't know what that. I mean, maybe Bryant's just your first baseman. Maybe you never signed Yuli. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of collateral damage there. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your Houston sports mulligan in honor of Mulligan Day?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So that 2019 series, World Series is going to be mine, but I had a backup. Going for the 4th down against the Chiefs in the first quarter. That's my mulligan. Thank you. Have a great day.
Good one, Pena.
You know why Billy I don't think that's a good one though?
Why?
I never thought the Texans were winning that game.
Even when they scored 50, I don't think it changes anything.
See, you said and you're very consistent that you say that. As much as I had no question in my mind they weren't going to win that football game going into it, at that point I started to believe they were up so big that they could actually do enough to hang on to that game.
The most that I got to was like, are they going to win this? I was asking myself the question, are they going to win? But I never really thought it. And by the time I could answer it, like they had already started the negative momentum.
I got there
way.
and was all the way to the contemplating. Like, I remember turning to Lisa and going, this is crazy, but they're going to host the AFC Championship game next week.
Yeah.
And so I started to completely buy in. And then the fake punt and the fourth down, and I went, oh, no, they're not.
And then the other part of that is I never trusted a Bill O'Brien team. So, like, part of me not having that is, like, top of my list of mulligans is, like, well, I don't really trust a Bill O'Brien team to, one, win that game. Secondly, to actually win an AFC championship game that you're hosting. Like, I just never trusted that team. Even though they were in that spot, 20 points up, 2.5 quarters away from hosting an AFC championship game. I just never got there. And I never could with an O'Brien team. 713-780-ESPN. Houston Sports Mulligan in honor of Mulligan Day. Back out to the HRP listener line. Jesse, what's your one Houston Sports Mulligan?
The Jordan Poole buzzer beater that would have over U of H that would have sent the first 16 in the Miss Sampson run.
Yeah, that's a good
and
call.
Then I'm also going to go that botched call against UT last year.
Appreciate the call, Jesse. So Jesse's a Cougar fan, as you can tell. There was a play late in the game, Texas-Houston. Houston almost beat Texas last year at TD-ECU Stadium.
Oh, I remember
and
that.
There was two botched spots that would have given Houston a first down. If they have a chance to score there, they could have went for two to potentially take the lead. I can't remember how much time was left, but there wasn't a lot of time. So you would have taken the lead super late in that game. You would have had to convert the 2-point conversion. There's no guarantee you're doing that. But, yeah, there was two poor spots, one of them being incredibly bad.
And that was the one where people went so far as to find out the replay official and where he was from and where he went to school and how big of a deal that
Texas
was.
ties.
I remember that.
For the replay. It was a really bad call. That's a good call on that, Jesse. The Jordan Poole one was super frustrating. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that one. I would go the shed ankle over that because I think last year's team was probably a little bit better than that team. But that said, you were that shot away from beating Michigan. Michigan played in the national championship game that year.
Yeah.
So maybe you were better than the seed or whatever.
And you also don't like the Tyler Hero shot.
No, the Tyler Hero shot happened the very next year. That was in the Sweet 16. That was not like a buzzer-beating game-winning shot, but it was in the final minute, and it kind of swung the game. If he misses that shot, you get the rebound. Houston wins.
Yeah.
He had a transition 3 right over Dejan Giroux. That one also, man, they've had a lot of heartbreakers. The shed ankle, the Hero shot, the Poole shot. You go back to the national championship game against NC State. The Jordan Poole shot, I threw my pin up in the air behind me. It had to have landed 10 rows deep. Had to. I was so mad.
I can
so
see
mad
why.
At that. Seven, go ahead.
I was going to say, and when Brian got me, when he brought Osweiler up, and then when you start thinking about the long-term ramifications, the Abreu signing has to factor in, because if you have all that money to play with, if you don't sign Jose Abreu, you might be talking about another World Series there too.
Yeah, I thought about Abreu whenever he brought up Osweiler,
Yeah.
because the Astros are better than the Texans were. If you say that the contracts were like as negatively impactful, if they were equals as a negative impact, then I would favor the team that was better, and the Astros were better than the Texans. 713-780-ESPN. Today is National Mulligan Day. You get one Houston sports do-over. What is that mulligan? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Today is National Mulligan Day. What is your mulligan for Houston sports? 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Jay, what is your mulligan in Houston sports?
Yeah, let's go way back when the Houston Oilers had Renfro in the end zone and the referee made a bad call. 2 years in a row, they could have been in the Super Bowl.
Appreciate the call, Jay. Yeah.
That was before replay.
That's the thing. Like, if you had replay, it's a much different year.
It is.
Like, I know you can't do the whole ifs and I guess you can. We're literally doing it. If you had replay, that call's overturned.
No, but correct me if I'm wrong, because this is before I got to town. But wasn't that he said they'd be in the Super Bowl? But that wasn't that the wild card?
No,
round?
that was championship game.
Oh, was
that was the AFC
okay.
championship? I think they went back to back AFC championship games, and I want to say that they lost to the Steelers in both of those back to backs. Okay. That's the furthest that a Houston sports team has gotten, where they lost in the conference championship game, 78 and 79. They went to the conference championship game in both years, and obviously the closest that a Houston sports team has ever gotten. The first year they lost 34-5, didn't have a chance against the Steelers, and then the next year they ended up losing by 14. But that Renfro play would have been massive at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Massive at the end. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the hive with the bees. What's your mulligan?
Hey guys, this is not related to a particular single play, but since we are talking about Osweiler and everything, it did remind me when Houston did have the opportunity and Rick Smith did want to sign Peyton Manning, and Kubiak was probably married to Matt Schaub at that point of time for the 2012 season. It started out great, but then Schaub kind of like just fell flat and then just completely fell off the face of the earth. Who knows whatever happened with Kubiak and Peyton Manning in Denver may have happened to us, right? So it's a what ifs, but I just want to kind of get your thoughts on it.
Thanks, Vera. That was a good one. Look, I think that when you look at that, you don't know at that point. Peyton Manning still had enough left in the tank, I think, and Schaub was playing good football. But Vera makes the reason why it's such a good point is because the two guys combined in Denver and they won it. So yeah, it legitimately could have happened.
Yeah, a bunch of people are saying that on the text line as well. They're also bringing up the Matt Schaub, Liz Frank when Albert Hainsworth landed on the foot, because that was probably the Texans' best team, and it was derailed with yes, you had Schaub instead of Manning, but give me Schaub over Yates. I think you would have had a better chance. And Yates almost beat Baltimore in Baltimore. In the divisional round of the playoffs. Like, that was a loaded Texans team, and they had to play in the postseason without their starting quarterback. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Mark, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Mark?
Not much. How y'all doing today?
Good, Mark. What's going
on? My mulligan today is when CP3 went down in the playoffs.
Yeah. Appreciate the
definitely
call,
one
Mark.
that I'm sure a lot of Houstonians feel because of the fact that regardless of how many threes were missed after that and whatever the case may be as you go forward, that was one where you finally beat the giant in the Warriors and you do what CP was brought here to do. So yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, that one, it was frustrating. It probably doesn't crack my top five for the reasons we said earlier. I was never in love with those teams like I've been in love with other Houston sports teams, and mostly because I didn't like James Harden. Am I biased there? Yeah, I am. I'm absolutely biased when it comes to that. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Robbie in Dayton, you're in the hive. What's your one Houston sports mulligan?
Yes, sir. How about when Houston played Buffalo and blew a halftime lead by 25?
35 to 3.
32. Yeah, it was 35-3 at the half.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that one has to be pretty high up there.
They couldn't play no offense at all in the second half.
No, they
I believe Buddy Ryan came after Kevin Gilbride.
I don't think that was that game.
No, I think that happened in a regular season.
And it was
game.
that,
I think by that time, Buddy Ryan was gone. I don't think Buddy Ryan was the DCI. It was Jim Eddy in 92. I think Buddy Ryan came.
I think the punch happened in the Dome.
It was in the Dome for sure.
That game was in Buffalo.
Was Buddy Ryan prior to that season or after that season, though?
It was after, because that was a part of remember there was the Football Life episode on the 94 Oilers, and that was a big part of that episode.
That game might have gotten Eddie fired because
It might have been.
because Buddy Ryan was the DC the very next year.
Yeah.
Buddy Ryan's first year as the DC was the 93, and the last year of Eddie was in 92. And that game happened in 1993, but it was the 92 season.
And
it was January of 93, but 92 season. I think that sometimes what people lose sight of, though, in that year was that was a wild card round. Like the Oilers would have had to win that game and then go on the road twice more to get to the Super Bowl. Like everybody said, the Oilers would have been to the Super Bowl there. I don't know. You'd have had to win 2 road games.
They were a good team.
I mean, they went 10-6 that year and were playing a wild card game on the road.
But that was still the Warren Moon
Sure.
and the high-powered offense.
Sure.
I think what added insult to injury was just Frank Reich.
I know.
That really made it sting.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I remember exactly where I was. I was only 92.
Same.
I was 7 years old, and I remember that. Like, yeah, that's sad.
I had
That's very
actually
sad.
gone off and assuming the game was over, gone on to do different things, and I was over at Buddy's house, and his dad's like, actually, they lost. Like, what?
My mom left me home alone. She went to the mall to watch the rest of that game in our apartment complex in Humble. Shame on her. I was only 7.
She watched the game at the mall?
No, I was at the apartment alone.
I thought
She went to the mall.
They had the game on at the mall?
No.
Oh.
She
Oh,
left
just
me
went-
alone
oh,
at the
got it.
apartment. She went to the
I thought you said to
mall.
watch the rest of the game at the mall. I'm
No,
like, what?
I stayed at home as she went to the mall. I was
Jamie
like, I'm not leaving.
babysitted by the TV.
Yeah.
I was only 7. How dare her? 7560 says the Astros trading JD Martinez. To make it worse, they didn't trade him. They flat out DFA'd JD Martinez after JD Martinez went to Jeff Luhnow, and he said, Luhnow, I know I've been bad, but I have changed my swing over the offseason. Give me one more chance. Luhnow said no. They DFA'd JD Martinez, and then JD Martinez went on to become JD Martinez.
Yeah,
If we want to go down that road, there's so many Astros or great players who are in the Astros system, like a Johan Santana or a Kurt Schilling that obviously didn't play for the Astros in the major leagues.
Yeah, I mean, you can and then miss draft picks too. I mean, there's a bunch of those. With
Kenny
the
Lofton
Astros.
was the guy they kind of gave
Yeah.
away too. That
I mean, the Astros drafted Phil Nevin first overall in the same draft of Derek Jeter.
That's right.
And Jeter went like maybe in the teens. I can't remember where Jeter went. Did the Astros have a chance at Trout? Because Trout was like 20.
Trout was a second-round pick, so they've had
No,
to.
he was late first.
Was well, like a supplemental in the first.
No, I think it was
right?
like in the 20s.
Okay, I'm pretty
might
sure
wanna
they
double
did.
check me
'Cause
on
I've
that,
looked
but I
at
think
that
Trout
draft.
was in the
I've looked at that draft before and thought, oh my God, they could have had Mike Trout. So I'm pretty sure they did have a pick before.
It's so easy to do
Trout was
those.
taken.
It's so easy to do those in baseball, though.
Yeah.
Because like these guys, some of them are like, "Oh, I'm going to go to college," and it's like, "Oh, well, these teams going to draft them late first round," and then he's just, he's going to sign for the money.
because Jeter was, I think, 11 or 13.
That's
but
what
yeah.
I think. I think it was just after the top 10 with Jeter.
And that was back because they did the whole, I don't know if it was 30 for 30 or the MLB Network feature on it. But literally, it was like you were faxing it in, and they were checking on like an old like Commodore 64, looking up what is his name, how does it spelled, and then they made some telecom announcement, so it wasn't even close to the way the draft was now.
Trout went 25th. You want to guess the Astro that they picked ahead of him at 21?
What year was that?
It was 2009. I don't think you'll know him. I do remember the name.
Was that
Position?
high school shortstop that? Yeah, I remember Charlie Palolo when he got drafted. Couldn't believe. I can't remember the name, but
Giovanni Meyer.
Yeah, Giovanni Meyer.
Never would have got
Bonita
that.
High School in California. They took him 5 picks ahead of Mike Trout. Randall Gruchek went 24. Your guy. So the Astros could have drafted Randall.
That
Gruchek.
guy, he's got potential.
7710. Mike Renfro catch. Got to be the Oilers blowing a 35-3 lead. They would have gone to the Super Bowl that year. See, that's the thing. I don't know.
The wild card round.
It was a
We
wild
don't know
card
that
round on
they're
the
going to
road.
Super Bowl.
Rockets going up 2-0 on the Mavs with T-Mac then losing in Game 7 by 40 at
we
home.
got
I don't think
crushed.
that's accurate though. I don't think he was at home. I think that game.
No, we got
the
crushed
game,
in Dallas.
Game 7 was in Dallas.
It was
We
in
got
Dallas.
crushed.
No,
It was
I
in Dallas,
remember
so they
them
did
losing
lose
by 40.
Yeah,
But also they didn't. They also I don't know if they went up 2-0.
they did.
And then they lost 2 games at home.
They went up 2-0, split the next 2. I think it was split the next 2 in Houston. Or no, actually, I think Houston Rockets won Game 5. That's what it was. They lost the first 2. Then the Mavs came here, won the games 3 and 4. Rockets took Game 5. Mavs won Game 6 and 7. And 7 by 40
That takes us
points.
full circle to yesterday about when organizations get mad at broadcasters. Game 7 was in Dallas, and we were talked into it by Fox Sports to do a joint pre- and post-game show.
Oh,
and it was either Radigan or the guy that had the really poofy hair, the Trump-type hair that was in their studio.
Oh, yeah, I
he was crushing the Rockets. Tad Brown wanted his butt on a platter the next morning. And it was like, he's doing it for both markets. You have to mention the Mavs and their dominance. But
Yeah, I remember watching that Game 7, and then just like, oh, they got hammered by 40. I can't believe they went into Dallas and took the first two,
Mm-hmm.
and then
That's
they
what
lost.
made it
No,
so bad.
They lost the next two at home.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, they did.
They
for
lost
sure.
Game 5 too. They lost Game 5. They won Game 6.
Oh, it was Game
and
6
then
they won. Okay.
And then they got hammered by 40.
They had a string of those. I mean, obviously losing or going up 2-0 on the road and then losing that series, and they had back-to-back playoff exits at home against Utah. Game 7 and then Game 6 the year after.
Colt McCoy injury against Alabama. We had national championship in the back. Weren't they getting beat bad when McCoy got hurt?
No, they were up. But when McCoy went down, they were up 3-0, and then right after he went down, they settled for a field goal, and they were up 6-0 by the time the next quarterback came in.
Not getting Manning and going with Schaub, only trading a second for Laramie with a contract extension in place. I mean, they still got the contract extension in place. The bad part of that trade was getting Kenny Stills and throwing in like a third rounder. That was weird. Can we go back in time and sign Bosch? Does that count as a mulligan? Sure, it would. That would have been an interesting team. Sign Bosch. They would have kept Parsons on the restricted free agency match deal thing.
That was one of Daryl Morey's full press pursuits, wasn't
You want
it?
to talk about how upset he was? We were all told, Craig called me, it's going to be unbelievable. Bosch is coming. We just got the word. We got to really get fired up about this. And he changed his mind.
Yeah. I mean, it was done. It was a done deal.
Yep.
Can I get a mulligan on the hiring of Easterby? See, I don't know if
I
that's...
thought about that one.
I don't know if it's bad, though. Like, sure, it sucked living it, but look at the result.
But did he do any the moves that he made or did not make while he had say and influence? Did it set you back further?
I don't think so.
I'm trying to, like, what is he really, aside from Bill saying Jack's with me and we made all these picks together type things? I don't know that Jack, other than like people in the office and other front office and people on the football side, what did he do personally to make player decisions?
Like, I think that obviously it hurt you in the moment and it was bad living
Well, it seemed like he was a part of the force that drove Hopkins out.
The D-Hop trade I thought would come up.
Yeah, but I'm okay with where the Texans are now. So it's hard for me to look back at that and be like, oh, I hate everything that, I did hate everything that happened, but I'm happy with how, you sucked and you nailed these draft picks that were a result of that period of time. So like it kind of worked out in a weird way.
Oh,
like if you're happy with where the Texans are now, then like that was the genesis of the bad and the embrace the suck that led to you coming out of the embrace the suck.
The one miss, I mean, he's playing a little bit better this year, but the one miss for Nick Caserio, Kenyon Green over the name you bring up
Kyle
all the
Hamilton.
time. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could have picked Kyle Hamilton. Instead, the Texans traded down 2 spots. Kyle Hamilton was gone, and then you drafted Kenyon Green. Trading Hader for Gomez and the Rat. That one from Graham from Klein.
Yeah.
The scandal never happens if that doesn't
That actually
happen.
might
Do you think
need to
that's
be
true?
number one.
Do you think that the scandal happens still if Fires was never here? Or do you think that it was been
I think
undercovered
it
the
still
whole time?
happens. I think the rest of the team probably doesn't squeak a single thing about it, and there's a chance because if you believe that everybody else was doing it, that it becomes a league-wide addressed issue instead of a Astros focus.
I don't think they would have been the scapegoat. I think that we would have still found out that teams were cheating, but I don't think the Astros would have been the face of it. Like Bonds, McGuire, Sosa were the face of PEDs. So the Mookie Betts catch in the ALCS. That wasn't a catch. That was called feign interference by Joe West, and it was an atrocious call. Worst call ever. That one, I will go to the grave arguing that call, and I will go to the grave arguing the Yasmani Grandal call. My Houston sports mulligan would be not picking Jadeveon Clowney and trading out of the number 1 pick back whenever you drafted Clowney. The Dame Lillard buzzer beater, that was pretty early in the playoffs, though, wasn't it?
First round.
First round.
Yep.
First round.
Yeah, so I'm okay on that one. Another mulligan is somehow keeping the Oilers in Houston. See, I'm happy with where Houston professional football is at, and I'm okay with everything that happened in the past.
The Dame shot, too, we had to win Game 5 at home. That was Game 4 because remember, Aldridge went nuts.
He hit the shot in Game 7.
It was Game 6.
He hit the shot in Game 6.
It was Game
6. So you won Game 5 to send it
we
back.
We would have had to
Portland.
come home.
Oh, that's
for Game
right.
7.
It would have come back home.
Yeah. So
That's
we were
right.
already there. We were talking about coming back home to finish it in Game 7, and he hit the shot. But yeah, Aldridge had back-to-back 40-point games in 1 and 2 that dug the hole for him at home.
That was, and then Mikal switched and played Howard on him and kind of slowed him down.
Yeah, he didn't want to, and he was hell bent on not doubling him. And once they doubled him, it became
doubling him. Yeah. Ryan in Lawson says naming the Texans. Correa misplaying the ground ball in the 15 against the Royals. Could have been a double play, get out of the inning, and maybe you win a World Series in 2015. That was frustrating. Clay Walker's, it's football time in Houston. What about drafting Jordan instead of Akeem? You could have made a trade.
Could have had them both.
You could have made a trade with Portland to have the number 2 pick and just take both. You also drafted Rodney McRae over Clyde Drexler the year prior to that.
Sure did.
The Damian Lillard buzzer beater, World Series, Game 7, 2019. He said put Cole in, though. Having Tank Dell block on the goal line last year.
Good one.
I think the playoff Baltimore game could have been different. Buddy Ryan punch was against the Jets in a regular season game, showing off some knowledge. I like it. Hopkins trade. Letting the Oilers leave. I'm okay with where Houston professional football is at. Like, I'm okay with it. I think I've gotten over it.
I don't need the actual Oilers franchise here, but I think maybe where people are drawing the line, if we could redirect it, is just that the name in history stays here.
Yeah, maybe so.
Or the option to have the name in the history stays here.
Joe Morgan. They traded Joe Morgan. I wish OJ didn't kill 2 people, made me miss some of the finals. It's messed up. This guy's Mulligan's Mario's Ellie's kiss of death. That's weird. Someone,
why would you want that
maybe
back?
maybe
That
he
was
missed
your Suns fan.
Maybe he's a Suns fan.
Yeah, it must be.
Maybe he's a Suns fan. Someone said the Charles Barkley trade, and don't trade Cassell and Ori for Barkley.
And don't leave Chucky Brown out of that equation. He was in that trade.
I don't think
we
that's
can leave
relevant.
him out of it. We can leave him out.
That was tongue firmly planted in cheek.
Do you wish you would have had that trade again?
I would do that trade every single
If
chance
you
they got.
eliminated personal reasons?
Still would have taken their chance at winning a championship. I don't think with the guys you had, you were similar to the Rockets now. You had a lot of talent. I don't think that you had the kind of guys to win a title. They added a guy that they thought was gonna get them a title.
Yeah. From Total Dallas, Texans' first ever game. Remember they beat the Cowboys there.
They did.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. Dusty Baker's doing the media stuff. He's going around talking to the Houston Chronicle, and he sounds bitter. Dusty Baker sounds bitter with the Houston Astros. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Dusty Baker, he's on the TV coverage, TBS of the ALCS. So he was doing a podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman. It's called The Show. It's a creative name that Joel Sherman and John Heyman have. But Dusty was talking about, the Astros and the front office and his time here. And Dusty Baker, it came across a little cynical, a little bitter, I think, when talking about the Astros front office.
I love Houston. And, I like the organization. I like Jim Crane, especially because, he's one of the few people in the game that never, told me a lie. And I'm big on being honest with me. And, but the one thing that kind of bothered me a little bit is that I only chose one person on my staff. And when you choose your staff, most of the time loyalty comes with it. Not to say they were disloyal, but that was AJ Hinch's staff. Everybody there except one guy. And that's like inheriting another guy's, a president inheriting another president's cabinet. It's it was we had a footprint on how to win, but I wish that I could have had more freedom on choosing my staff.
Thoughts?
Wow. I mean, when you start thinking about it, and of course my mind wandered to who's the one guy. Was it because it wasn't Gary, was it?
I mean, no, he brought a bench coach with him that was kind of like Italian looking, kind of gray, salt and pepper hair a little bit. But I don't think he was here the entire time. Actually, I think he was. I think he retired or something like 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
Because the spot was on AJ's staff, so that would mean that.
No, I think it was that bench coach. There was like a bench coach he brought with him.
But what was the spotter's role then? He wasn't bench coach at the time.
Well, no, he was. He was the bench coach. But this guy was he was another bench coach. He was like an additional bench coach. They might have even created a role for him, actually.
See, because the thing that bothers me is not knowing this until hearing this now. This is the Daryl Morey move. This is the money ball.
He might have coached first now that I think about it. He might have coached first before Omar Lopez.
Okay. Because prior to the Astros, he was with the Yankees, and I want to say he was a third base coach.
Espada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, I was trying to figure out who the coach was, but also more importantly, I didn't think the Astros had taken the full-blown Daryl Morey approach because I totally sympathize with Dusty on this one. On this one, I want my manager to pick his staff because, having lived through the pitfalls that come with the front office picking the assistant coaches for a head coach and kind of the lines that get drawn in the sand and some of the extra drama that you don't need, I can understand from an old school baseball mind, especially the fact that if you're going to hire me as the coach, let me hire my staff.
I have to assume, though, when he took the job, he was told this. Hey, yes, he flat out said that Jim Crane never told him a lie. So if Jim Crane never told him a lie, you have to imagine that the guy who's interviewing to be the manager of the Astros is having a conversation with the owner about what the staff is going to look like. I can't imagine that did not happen. And Crane said, well, we like what we've built here. We won a World Series in 2017. We just went to an ALCS. We're going to keep the current staff that we have. So if Dusty had that conversation with Crane and then still accepted the job, and look, Dusty Baker was out of baseball at the time, I don't think that years later he should be talking about how he never brought, a staff that he wanted there. You took the job based on the conditions that you were offered.
See, and because McHale went through the same thing, and McHale only got to pick one guy on his staff, and the rest was picked for him. But at the time, McHale, just like Dusty, I don't think either guy was expecting to get another job as a head coach. So the fact is, you're probably taking the job ultimately as quickly as possible and saying the right things or just nodding your head because you want the job and you want a job that you didn't think was going to be presented to you. I think from Dusty's standpoint, once you take the job and you have success with the job, at a certain point, you want to believe I can find a way to finding my own staff and get my own staff in on the job that I'm doing well.
Chris Spire was the assistant that Dusty brought, and they did create a role for him. And he was only there for the 2020 season, and then he retired. Okay. So that was the one that he hired. Now, there wasn't a lot of turnover on his staff either. The only time that there was turnover was whenever the Astros moved on from the pitching coach. Escaping on for some reason, I'm escaping.
Brent Strom.
And they brought in Murphy and Miller. So, that was the only time that it ever became open. But at the same time, you accepted the conditions. And at the same time, you were winning. You won your first ever World Series with the staff that you were given. So I'm anti-Dusty with it, and I love Dusty. I'm a Dusty Baker guy. He's never done any wrong. I don't. This comes across as bitter. You won a championship with that staff. Your only championship, by the way, as a manager. So maybe like have a little bit of appreciation to that staff. And then secondly, you accepted the terms based on those conditions.
Yeah, I think that maybe in context, maybe he was saying at maybe later on down the road too, because I really believe he came out and said it himself that he didn't think anybody was ever going to offer him another managerial job in baseball. So when he got it, he jumped at it. And so when you jump at it, you probably aren't going to have too many conditions that might make them think otherwise, looking a different direction. But it just seems like now in retrospect, Dusty might start airing it out.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, this wasn't like crazy. Like now, who was the front office he was kind of combating with and at times. He said he had another quote where he said it was like fighting town hall when it came to the Astros front office. Or City Hall. We do know that, he didn't always see eye to eye with James Click. Now, he vetoed a trade that James Click made. Now we found out later that Bagwell is a pretty, big name with the Astros. So is Reggie Jackson. So I am kind of curious, like how much they were battling day in, day out.
I think that city council had a lot to do with a lot of things that in retrospect, Dusty kind of felt like at a certain point, it's me and Jim Crane and or the general manager and Jim Crane and myself. But the fact that kind of what we always alluded to, we said we might never know the truth.
Yeah.
But it just sure seemed like the footprints and the fingerprints were a whole lot of guys that weren't the general manager, the owner, and the manager.
Jay on Twitter, come on, man, you're going a little far about Dusty being bitter. Where did he lie? He didn't get to hire coaches. He hired one. He did hire one, but he took the job based on the conditions. I didn't say that he lied. I said that he won a World Series with the staff that he was given, and he accepted the terms of what the job that was offered. And I don't think that should be something that Dusty Baker's looking back at critically. And there was only one job that came open. And they promoted guys from within. Like they didn't go outside of the organization. Like, okay, Dusty, you can't have a say on the pitching coach because we're going to go outside the organization and bring a pitching coach in. They promoted guys that they had earmarked to be the pitching coaches once Strom eventually retired. So I'm Team Astros on this one.
Yeah, I can lean and sympathize with Dusty on this one simply because I just think it's unfair that, if you hire a guy that you should be able to hire your own staff and get the guys that you feel comfortable with. On
Even
a
if you
daily
tell them
basis.
that up front, though, if you tell them up front, this is your staff. Do you want this job or not?
I think you're kind of backed into a corner because in your back of your mind, you're thinking, I don't want this, but I also don't want to blow this opportunity. So I don't know if anything changed once he got the initial job, but I can understand why he did what he did if he just kind of went along with it.
Sure, I do too.
Because he's not, like you said, he's not going to get another job in the league.
I just don't think that you can complain about the terms that you agreed to retroactively years later.
Yeah, because I think McHale was in the same boat. He hired J.B. Bickerstaff. He was given everybody else. And I think that as he looked back on it and as time went by, he wanted and wished he had been able to pick his whole staff and didn't push back enough.
8128, I see no bitterness in that comment. 8755, didn't seem he was too bitter, maybe some regret. Seemed more like he was very appreciative and he really wasn't ready to step away from the game. I do sympathize with him. Maybe I'm reading some bitterness that maybe some others are not picking up on. 1509 sounds like Papa was not ready to retire. This is baseball. Do staff changes? Do staffs change the same as basketball or football? Probably not as much turnover, especially for a winning team. Like you don't
Right.
see winning teams get turned over as much as basketball and football, and you really don't see managers like come from winning organizations as much. Maybe you promote a bench manager or a bench coach every now and then, but usually not even that.
Yeah, no, I think that you can see it happening more frequently, maybe in college and things like that. But yeah, I think that what we saw once you got to get established, a lot of times then a guy gets established and feels more powerful or wants more full control. That I think a lot of guys are after general managers and managers in this case, to where maybe as time passes and success happens that you would like to have more control.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I don't think it happens as frequently.
But only one position became open. Bear brother Dusty wasn't ready to leave, is what I gathered from the sound. Yeah, maybe that's the takeaway. 1509, great subject. Bees, can y'all add an extra hour today? If you want to foot the bill, I'll entertain it. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is yours? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Vanderford Air. Go to vanderfordair.com right now and see all the different services they offer that could possibly help you. They've got a ton. They can do plumbing and repipe your house. They can put a humidifying system in with your air conditioning units. They can do so much more, but the thing that I'm here to tell you about the most is those heating and air conditioning units that we all rely on all year long. The fact is they're the best in the business. They do great work. They are reliable, and everything is guaranteed. And that's the thing that you always have to keep in mind when you're dealing with a service company. Did they put it in writing? And is it backed up 100%? And both things are true and yes when you talk about Vanderford Air. Lance talks about them. I talk about them. They are our air conditioning company for a reason because they take care of you and everything that they do. It starts with the phone call you make, and within 24 hours of you calling them, they're going to be on property to see you and see what you need them to do. That's fantastic. A lot of other companies are saying, yeah, we've had a lot of calls lately. Might be next week, might be a couple of days. Nope. With them, within 24 hours of you calling them, they're there to see you, and that's where everything gets even better. Now they're going to start putting in writing when they diagnose the problem. If it's just a part that needs to be replaced, they'll put that in writing, and as an added benefit, they'll also put in writing what it would cost if you want to replace your system. Either way, whichever one you go with, the rest of the job is going to be backed up the same way. The work that their workers are going to do, the part or the system is going to perform at the levels it's supposed to. You are going to be pleased with the work that was done, the way your unit is performing, and the temperatures that you are achieving that you wanted to get to when you had the work done. And if any or all of it is not to your liking and satisfaction, it's 100% money back guaranteed. That's fantastic. That's what you want when you deal with a service company. That's why I speak for Vanderford Air. Go to vanderfordair.com right now or lock this number in your phone because you never know when you're going to need them. But when you need someone, you need them fast, and you need someone that's going to be reliable. 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL. Get with vanderfordair.com.
A Twitter poll that we had yesterday. If you have a truck, do you A, back in, B, pull in? Back in won the vote. Landslide, 80.4% to 19.6%. 713-780-ESPN.
Never quit.
I'm never quitting.
I bet you Cal backs in his truck.
It's because he can't do it right.
713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? I'll lead it off today. Bronny James in the preseason. Have you seen his numbers?
Yes,
44 minutes, 4 points, 5 turnovers. He has more turnovers than points. 2 of 16 shooting, 0 of 7 for 3, shooting like a Min Thompson. And he's got a minus 40 plus minus. Bronny James, I said it then. I'll say it now. I'll say it until the day I die, is not worthy of being an NBA player.
Minus
He's only
40?
in the NBA because of his father, because of his dad. And that's okay. I have no problem with him being on the team. But let's not pretend that Bronny James, if his name was not Bronny James, it was Jeremy Branham, would not be in the NBA. Yeah, minus 40 and a plus minus, and 44 minutes.
That's hard to do.
He's averaging almost a -1 per minute.
That's an amazing stat.
Car wreck of the day.
He's awful. He's going to get exposed more and more.
He's just not going to play in meaningful
It's the story
situations.
that won't go away, but the fact that he even wouldn't accept a two-way deal.
Why would he?
Had to have a full contract to find out what we knew all along. He doesn't belong in the league.
3338 BMAC insisting on his parking thing is car wreck of the day. All right, BMAC, what do you got?
Well, one, we don't have time for the audio, but Stephen A. Smith, in a moment of, definitely not self-awareness, criticized Dan Orlovsky for being too hyperbolic, which is like, what?
It's your thing.
The reaction on Dan's face alone is worth seeking out this clip. The other one is just Kawhi Leonard's body. I mean, the NBA season is just about to tip off, and we already got news. Oh, well, Kawhi Leonard's out indefinitely, because of course he is.
I had a coach tell me once, some guys just have bad bodies.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard's
have bad
body
bodies.
does not want to play professional sports.
I think they're right, though. I think some people are just bad bodies. They're prone to injury. Lance McCullers, bad body. He's got a bad body. All right, what's winning here?
Bronny.
I'm going to go Bronny.
Yeah, Bronny.
Hey, Bronny gets a dub. Congratulations, Bronny. Does it for us. He's Brian. He's Blank. I'm Brian. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Brad Gilmore and Bronny T come your way, 7 o'clock, Hall of Fame. Goodbye, everybody.